Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 5848 to Chapter 5936. Du Zhu and the heretic Zun Saint quickly arrived at Lin Feng's place. When he saw the two of them, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Look at how happy you are. You must have obtained some good fortune." Du Zhu and the heretic Zun Saint smiled and nodded. Obviously, they were very satisfied with the fortune they had obtained. As for what Du Zhu and the heretic Zun Saint had obtained, Lin Feng didn't ask. That was their fortune. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't ask them what kind of opportunities they had obtained. "Where are the first princess and the other two?" asked Lin Feng. "After we came out of the secret territory of the true dragon, we parted ways with the first princess. I think the three of them have returned to ancient Dragon City," said Du Zhu. At that moment, the Emperor Brush came to the living room. Lin Feng asked, "How's the situation in Dragon World?" The Emperor Brush said, "The situation is very tense because the evil dragons seem to have received the support of the Mastermind's world. They are the strongest and have started to invade the other four alliances." When Lin Feng heard that, he couldn't help but frown. Actually, the evil dragon clan had the support of some strong cultivators from the other world. Now, they were connected to the Mastermind's world. It seemed that those experts had close ties to the Mastermind's world. "How's the investigation of the Dragon World's Great Five Alliances coming along?" asked Lin Feng. The Emperor Brush replied, "I've gathered enough information. For example, the evil dragon race has become the pawns of the Mastermind. For some reason, the otherworldly beings who supported the evil dragon race have all left. The golden dragons are supported by some cultivators from the Xianxia world. The winged dragons are connected to the netherworld. The ancient dragons are connected to the wasteland. The heavenly dragons are connected to the celestial world. However, I don't know how deep their relationship is. However, as more experts from the Mastermind's world arrived, the balance has tilted. The other four alliances seem to have fallen into decline." Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that. "They've fallen into a decline so quickly? What kind of experts did the Mastermind's world send here?" said the Emperor Brush. "It said that the imperial family of the Mastermind's world has arrived. The creatures from the Mastermind's world were already very terrifying, let alone the imperial family of the Mastermind's world. The imperial family of the Mastermind's world was the same race as the Mastermind's world. The other four alliances won't be willing to be eaten away, right? Even if they are, the powers behind them won't be," said Lin Feng. "That's right. That's why the four great alliances are resisting very fiercely, and the battle is extremely intense. However, even if the four great alliances work together to fight against the evil dragon race, the situation is still not good. I heard that it's because the imperial family of the Mastermind world brought an elite army, and they are simply invincible." The Emperor Brush continued. The Emperor Brush's news was too shocking. The Mastermind's army's army? Just how terrifying was this cultivator army? Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. So many great powers have gathered in the dragon world. What are they planning? The origin of the dragon world? I don't think it's that simple," said Lin Feng. The Emperor Brush nodded and said, "Indeed, I don't think it's that simple either. However, I'm not sure what they're planning, but one thing is for sure. There must be something amazing in the dragon world. Otherwise, these terrifying powers wouldn't have set their sights on the dragon world." "How's the situation on our side recently?" asked Lin Feng. The Emperor Brush continued, "Recently, we've recruited many experts. Now, the number of cultivators in the army has increased to 100,000. Lin Feng looked satisfied when he heard that. This wasn't an ordinary cultivator army. It was an army of cultivators from the dragon race. 100,000 cultivators from the dragon race were equivalent to 1,000,000 cultivators from other races. This was the terrifying part of the dragon race's army. It would be even more terrifying if it was an army of powerful cultivators from the dragon race. The dragon race that Lin Feng had recruited weren't the strongest of the dragon race. Continue to monitor the situation in the dragon world," said Lin Feng. "Okay," replied the Emperor Brush. "I'll go and rest first," said Lin Feng. He got up and left. Bai Ying was already waiting for Lin Feng when he returned to his residence. Lin Feng naturally remembered Bai Ying's master. But for now, he still needed to wait for a while before he could rescue her master. After all, the ones who had captured her master were from the epic remnant clan. It would not be easy to rescue Bai Ying's master immediately. Bai Ying was well aware of this. After Lin Feng returned to the dragon world, the situation in the dragon world was as tense as ever. There were constant battles. At first, they were small-scale battles. However, as the conflicts escalated, the battles became more intense and the scope of the battles became wider. Finally, a large-scale battle broke out. The evil dragon race, with the help of the cultivator army behind the scenes, split into 18 groups and began to march into the territories of the four great alliances. A full-scale war broke out. Although the forces behind the four great alliances also sent some experts as support, they didn't send a large-scale cultivator army. It seemed that those forces were still afraid of the creatures from the Black Hand world. Therefore, they didn't send a large-scale cultivator army. However, because of this, the four great alliances had suffered heavy losses. A large number of territories were occupied. Besides, Lin Feng had also heard some astonishing news. For example, some of the dragon race who surrendered were killed. Then, their menstrual blood was extracted. This matter attracted Lin Feng's attention. It should be the creatures from the Black Hand world who were collecting the dragon race's blood essence. But why did they collect so much dragon race's blood essence? Lin Feng felt that this matter wasn't simple. Generally speaking, there would be some special purpose for collecting the dragon race's blood essence. But no matter what the purpose was, the fact that the creatures from the Black Hand world were collecting the dragon race's blood essence had caused a huge panic. Originally, many of the dragon race wanted to surrender if they couldn't win. But after seeing the actions of the Black Hand world, how could they surrender? Wouldn't that be sending themselves to death? So, in the following battle, the dragon race cultivator army of the four great alliances resisted more and more fiercely. The battle also became more and more intense. Four armies entered the territory of the Ancient Dragon Alliance. The cultivator army formed by the Ancient Dragon Alliance was defeated and suffered heavy casualties. All sorts of news came in quickly. Lin Feng looked at the news and couldn't help but rub his temples. He felt that it was extremely troublesome. The main reason was that the cultivator army behind the scenes was too powerful. They swept through everything and were invincible. They were invincible. Therefore, going up against the cultivator legions of the mastermind world was indeed a troublesome matter. We're in trouble. The Emperor Brush came to Lin Feng and said with a serious expression. What happened? Lin Feng asked. Among the four armies that entered the Ancient Dragon Alliance, one of them is called the Battle King Army. It's an army led by experts from the Evil Dragon tribe's royal family. This army is made up of 800,000 cultivators from the Dragon tribe and 200,000 cultivators from the Evil Spirit warriors. It's very powerful. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but look grave and solemn. This army was too powerful. To deal with this army, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, the current situation was more dangerous for Lin Feng and the others. Let's retreat to the Black Dragon Forest for now. We can use the deployment spells there to fight against the Battle King's army. Apart from that, we can also use powerful deployment spells to fight against the Battle King's army. That's the only way we can win against them, Lin Feng said. After a pause, Lin Feng continued, of course, if the enemy army passes by here and finds out that we're hiding in the Black Dragon Forest, they might not search for us. However, I think that the probability of this happening is very low. The reason why he said this was because the dragon world was filled with ancient forests. If the army came, hiding in the forests would be able to avoid this disaster. How could the battle continue then, therefore? Even if they hid in the forests, they would often be found. We can hide in the primeval forest. With the cover of the primeval forest, even if the enemy attacks us, their movements will be greatly restricted. They won't be able to charge forward with 1,000,000 troops. This is indeed a good idea. However, our current strength seems to be a little weak. Even with the help of the formation, we won't be able to deal with the enemy's army, said the Emperor Brush. Lin Feng said, I have already subdued the sacred dragon tribe. I will now send a letter to the sacred dragon tribe. Soon, the experts of the sacred dragon tribe will rush over. With the help of the experts of the sacred dragon tribe, the situation will be much better. Hearing this, the emperor Brush's eyes lit up. He replied, I'll go and organize the army and prepare to retreat. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Actually, Lin Feng knew. If they wanted to retreat, they would need time. This was because it was not just the cultivator army that was retreating. The cultivator army had their families, clansmen, friends, and so on. At that time, everyone would evacuate together. Naturally, it would take a long time. Fortunately, Lin Feng and the others still had time to prepare. In the following period of time, the cultivator army that had entered the ancient dragon alliance marched straight in and broke through one ancient city after another. However, when they broke through the various ancient cities, the losses of the 4 legions were also quite great. For example, the War Monarch army, which originally had 1,000,000 soldiers, was left with only 700,000 soldiers. These 700,000 soldiers included 520,000 dragon tribe cultivators and 180,000 evil spirit warriors. However, even if there were only 700,000 soldiers left, it was still extremely terrifying. At this moment, the cultivator army under Lin Feng's command, as well as the families and friends of the cultivator army, all entered the Black Dragon Forest. The Black Dragon Forest was extremely huge. This place was filled with danger. There were even many terrifying beasts that were hibernating. However, no matter how many beasts were hibernating here, compared to the cultivator army, there was still a large gap. Therefore, when a large number of cultivator army entered the forest, the beasts that were hibernating in the depths of the ancient forest became much more obedient. Lin Feng found a few safer places to stay. Due to the large number of people, therefore, they could only settle down separately. These places all had powerful restrictions. It was safer to hide in them. Even if they were surrounded, they could still hold on for a while with the help of the restrictions. Lin Feng was looking for a place to fight. The best place to fight against the War Monarch army had the following characteristics. Firstly, the terrain was steep. In such a terrain, the army couldn't charge together. It was suitable for a battle with fewer people. Secondly, it was best to have a powerful restriction formation. Normally, these restrictions formed by heaven and earth were extremely dangerous. If used properly, they could be of great use. Of course, the power of some artificial formations and restrictions was often extremely terrifying. They could also be used well. They could also explode with great power. A place like this was easy to say, but it wasn't easy to find. Lin Feng sent people to search for such a place as soon as possible. Lin Feng's subordinates found a total of 10 places. Lin Feng checked them one by one. He found that there were only 3 places out of the 10. They met some of Lin Feng's requirements. The first place was an incomparably huge canyon. This canyon was a bit special. The reason why this canyon was special was because it was surrounded by a terrifying array formation. Naturally, it was not an easy task to pass through those powerful formations and restrictions and enter the depths of this place. It was very likely that they would suffer heavy casualties. But the restrictions in the canyon were much less dangerous than in other areas. It was also the most suitable place to pass through. Lin Feng could set up powerful restrictions here and ambush many experts to launch the first wave of attacks against the War Monarch army. The second place. It was a rocky area only 30 miles away from the canyon. There was an underground killing formation hidden in this place. This place was also the only way to enter the depths of the canyon. After the first wave of attacks, Lin Feng's men would quickly retreat. And at this time, the War Monarch army would definitely chase after Lin Feng's men. They were at their most furious and least vigilant. In addition, the first ambush point and the second ambush point were too close to each other. They probably didn't expect the second ambush point to be in that rocky area. When the War Monarch army arrived, they would immediately activate the formation. At this time, they would be able to launch a second wave of attacks. After being ambushed twice in a row, the War Monarch army would definitely become more cautious. They would probably slowly and surely move towards the depths of the canyon. The third place was a huge mountain range in the depths of the canyon. After passing through this mountain range, they would arrive at the hiding place of the cultivator army's families. In order to protect their families, Lin Feng's cultivator army would definitely put their lives on the line. As for this mountain range, the terrain was steep and there were natural formations and restrictions. Lin Feng could set up a few powerful restrictions here. Combined with the natural restrictions, when the War Monarch army arrived, they would be able to fight to the death with the War Monarch army. End of chapter. Since the battle plan had been drawn up, the next step was to set up the formation restrictions. The main thing was to set up new formation restrictions on top of the original foundation. Then, he would set up an invisible formation. Using the invisible formation, he would cover up these formation restrictions and even the cultivator army that was lying in ambush in the surroundings. Setting up these large formations was naturally not a difficult task for Lin Feng. In the following period of time, Lin Feng began to set up the large formations. Of course, when setting up the large formations, he had to set up the large formations according to local conditions. Although some large formations were powerful, they might not necessarily be suitable for a certain place. Some large formations. Therefore, most of the time, setting up a large formation was not a simple task. It involved many problems. In addition, when setting up a large formation, he had to consider whether there would be conflicts when different formations were combined together. For example, the various formations would conflict with some of the natural formations and restrictions in this place. Fortunately, it was not difficult for Lin Feng to solve these problems. After solving various problems, it became easier to set up the formation. This time, with the help of the cursed doll, Qianlai, he also set up a powerful formation. The formation that the cursed doll set up was called the cursed formation. This was a formation that Lin Feng did not understand. As everyone knew, the Tao of curses and the power of curses had always been a headache for cultivators. It was a great Tao and power that they feared. How difficult was it to break the Tao of curses and the power of curses? Therefore, the cursed doll's cursed formation was a very terrifying formation. Lin Feng took the opportunity to learn the method of setting up the cursed formation from the cursed doll. Lin Feng set up an extremely complicated combination of large formations in the 3 ambush places. The power was extremely terrifying. With the experts in the formation eye and the cooperation of the cultivator army, it would definitely be extremely powerful. After Lin Feng finished setting up the formation, a shocking news came to Lin Feng. The ancient dragon city had fallen. When he heard the news, Lin Feng only had one thought. This was definitely not true. After all, there were many experts in the ancient dragon city and a large number of cultivator army were stationed there. How could the ancient dragon city have fallen? However, this matter was indeed true. It was said that the ancient dragon city had fallen because the dragon emperor had been besieged by the mastermind behind the scenes, the powerhouses of the imperial family. While the dragon monarch was away, the 4 top experts of the imperial family had been waiting for him. They worked together to kill the dragon emperor. As a result, the ancient dragon alliance had no leader. The defeat of the ancient dragon alliance was inevitable. Lin Feng had seen the dragon emperor before and knew how terrifying the dragon emperor was. He never thought that the dragon emperor would fall just like that. Wasn't his death too sullen? This was an ambitious and ruthless character. In the future, he might be able to borrow some great fortuitous encounters to break through to a higher realm. However, he had died just like that. Lin Feng wanted to unify the dragon realm. But to be honest, Lin Feng had a pretty good impression of the dragon emperor. Therefore, Lin Feng hoped that he would be able to subdue the ancient dragon alliance in a gentler way. He hoped that the dragon emperor would submit to him. At that time, he would definitely be a great help. However, now that the dragon emperor had fallen, there was no longer any chance to subdue the human emperor. There was one thing that Lin Feng was more puzzled about. Why would the dragon emperor leave the ancient dragon city without permission? One had to know. The dragon emperor basically did not leave the ancient dragon city, especially at this critical juncture. The dragon emperor would definitely not leave the ancient dragon city. The dragon emperor was very powerful, and there were many experts in the ancient dragon city. If the Dragon Emperor stayed in the ancient dragon city, when the 4 experts from the imperial family of the mastermind world arrived, they would be the ones to die, not the Dragon Emperor. The spy said, "It is said that the other party captured the princess who returned to the city and used her as bait to lure the Dragon Emperor out." The Dragon Emperor knew that it was dangerous, but in order to save his daughter, he took the risk and was killed in the end. After hearing this news, Lin Feng was moved. The world of cultivators was filled with mutual deception and intrigue. Many times, people in a family would even fight with each other. Father and son killing each other, brothers killing each other, siblings killing each other, and so on. There were also many. This was mainly because many cultivators, especially those who had a few children or even more, valued their own interests more than others. But the Dragon Emperor was not like this. The Dragon Emperor's actions made Lin Feng feel gratified and impressed, but he could not help but feel sad for the Dragon Emperor's death. Lin Feng asked, "What's the situation with the princess?" "The princess was rescued, but it is said that she escaped with a group of people." The spy said. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. 3 days later, the Sacred Dragon Tribe's cultivator army arrived at the Black Dragon Ancient Forest. This time, the Sacred Dragon Ancestor personally led the army. Lin Feng's good brother, Long Xiu, also came. Previously, he had entered the ancestral land to baptize his bloodline. Lin Feng discovered that Long Xiu's cultivation had broken through to the Sage Realm. His cultivation had greatly increased. Obviously, it should be because of the bloodline baptism that his cultivation had obtained such a large increase. The Sacred Dragon Ancestor had brought a lot of people with him this time. In addition to the cultivators of the Sacred Dragon Tribe, there were also some cultivators who relied on the Sacred Dragon Tribe. There were also many experts who had come. In total, there were about 40,000 cultivators in the army. On Lin Feng's side, there were about 100,000 cultivators with combat power. After the two sides merged, their combat power was about 140,000. Compared to the 600,000 to 700,000 cultivators of the War Monarch army, they were naturally far from enough. Fortunately, they had already set up a formation here. It was not as if they did not have the strength to fight. All sorts of news kept coming. As for the War Monarch army, they killed their way over. When they arrived at the area under Lin Feng's rule, the evil dragon warlord discovered that many of the ancient cities had already been deserted. They went to a few of the ancient cities but did not find anyone. This was because, apart from the family members of the cultivators who had left the ancient cities, there was no one else. After receiving news of the War Monarch army's arrival, the rest of the cultivators had all fled to various primitive forests to hide. The evil dragon War Monarch's expression was extremely gloomy. He had sent people to gather information and very quickly caught a few people in the forest. After interrogating them, he found out that the master of this place, Count Lin, who had been newly conferred the title by the Dragon Emperor, had fled into the Black Dragon Ancient Forest with many people. After hearing this, the evil dragon warlord immediately sneered. The Dragon Emperor was already dead, so how could a mere newly appointed count be able to do anything about it? Naturally, he did not take this count seriously. After discussing with the army commander of the Mastermind's world, he led the army into the depths of the Black Dragon Ancient Forest. The 700,000-strong army of the Battle Monarch army naturally couldn't hide from Lin Feng. The moment the cultivator army of the Battle Monarch army entered the Black Dragon Ancient Forest, Lin Feng had already prepared a countermeasure. Under Lin Feng's command, the 140,000-strong army had a clear division of labor. At the first ambush point, there were 50,000-strong army. At the second ambush point, there were 50,000-strong army. At the third ambush hall, there were 40,000-strong army. There was naturally a reason for this arrangement. Firstly, if there were too many people at the ambush point, it would be easy to be exposed. 40 to 50,000 people would be the best. Secondly, the army needed to be split into batches. This would give the others time to rest and recuperate. For example, after the battle at the first ambush point ended, the army quickly retreated. At the second ambush point, this group of people could quickly rest. The cultivator army at the second ambush point would be able to stop the invading cultivator army. At the third ambush point, the situation was still the same. At that time, the cultivators at the first ambush point and the second ambush point would quickly recover. Once they had recovered, they would join the battle. At that time, it was time to fight to the death. Lin Feng's plan was perfect, but whether or not it could become reality, it still needed to wait. Only after the battle would they know. At this moment, the roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. A 9-headed dragon pulled an ancient war chariot, quickly flying towards the depths of the forest. There were 2 people sitting on the war chariot. One was the evil dragon battle monarch, the other was the commander of the Mastermind World's army. This legion commander was an extremely powerful evil spirit warrior. Although the evil spirit warrior was only the most common soldier of the Mastermind World, their status in the Mastermind World was relatively low. However, compared to the cultivator army outside, they were abnormally strong. There was no other way. The creatures of the Mastermind World were too terrifying. The elite army of the Mastermind World wouldn't be easily mobilized. Those elite armies would only appear at the end of the era or when dealing with extremely terrifying cultivator armies. The Battle Monarch army basically didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. Although there were many terrifying beasts in the ancient forest, no matter how strong those beasts were, they wouldn't dare to deal with the Battle Monarch army. Wouldn't that be courting death? At that moment, a scout quickly flew over. The scout cupped his fists and bowed before saying, "Sirs, the path ahead has been sealed off. The restrictions there are extremely dangerous, and it's not suitable for a large army to pass through." "Is it the broken restriction here?" the evil dragon asked. "Yes," the scout hurriedly replied. The evil dragon warlord said, "Have the army stop outside the restrictions and send people to investigate the situation inside." "Yes," the scout replied. He quickly relayed the order. Very soon, the army arrived outside the restriction. The 700,000-strong army came to a stop. Immediately after, a team of 100 people entered the restricted area to explore. Not long after, shrill screams came from the depths. Then, peace was restored. He was dead. Everyone was dead. The 700,000-strong army became somewhat restless. The cultivator army naturally knew about this. Some ancient formations and restrictions were extremely dangerous. If one encountered such a formation, it was best to be careful and not force their way in. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous. They might even die under the attacks of the formation, just like those cultivators who had come to explore earlier. Thus, if the cultivator army were to force their way in, they would definitely not be willing to do so. The casualties would be disastrous. This place should have a place where the restrictions are weak. Search for it. The evil dragon warlord gave the order. As for the commander behind the scenes, he did not interfere. Yes. Many scouts received the order and quickly flew around, looking for a place where the restrictions were weak. 2 hours later, a scout quickly returned. Report. Sirs, this subordinate has found a place where the restrictions are relatively weak. The scout reported. Ha 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 ha, excellent. Once the battle is over, you will be heavily rewarded. Now, lead the way. The evil dragon warlord said. Hearing that there would be a reward, the scout led the way. The army quickly flew towards the place where the restrictions were weak. 2 hours later, they arrived at the place where the restrictions were weak. After they arrived, the evil dragon warlord ordered, "Go and investigate the situation." Yes. Next, over 100 cultivators walked forward. The place they came from. Naturally, it was the canyon. The formation that had appeared in the canyon. It wasn't a particularly powerful formation or restriction. Although the group of spies had experienced some dangers, they were still able to survive. However, not a single person had died. This made the scouts overjoyed. Afterward, the scouts returned the way they had come. How was it? The evil dragon warlord asked. The scout leader replied, "Sir, even though we've encountered some dangers, we haven't suffered any casualties. The restrictions here are relatively weak, so as long as the army is careful, we should be able to pass through here. When the time comes, there shouldn't be too many casualties." Excellent. Army, advance. The evil dragon warlord shouted. The army of 700,000 advanced. They were not fast. After all, although the restrictions in the Grand Canyon weren't particularly strong, they were still able to cause a lot of damage. Naturally, they had to be more cautious. If they thought they were infallible, they did not care. Perhaps they would die miserably. The army of 700,000 entered the canyon. The canyon was very long. Thus, they would need to walk for more than 2 hours to completely pass through. The canyon emitted a gloomy and cold aura. Because there were cliffs and mountains on both sides. Thus, this place was relatively dark. The warlord army was well trained. The march was almost silent. There were no large movements. However, there were no signs at all. Something terrifying happened. The densely packed formations and restrictions were activated. Those terrifying formations and restrictions contained an extremely terrifying power. Countless formation runes intertwined and attacked the army of 700,000. At the same time, on the surrounding cliffs, a large number of cultivators appeared. Those cultivators all took out their bows and arrows. Those bows and arrows were, of course, not ordinary bows and arrows. They were all powerful magic treasures. The magic arrows were even dipped in poison. The power of the poison was extremely terrifying. Anyone who was hit by the poison arrows, when the poison entered the body, they would die miserably. Pooh, 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 ripping sounds could be heard one after another. Many people did not even have time to react before they were killed by the formations or shot through by the arrows. A large number of cultivators died miserably in the canyon under the first wave of attacks. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Everyone, be careful! Countless cultivators roared. At this moment, all kinds of attacks were too powerful. Even if the other party's cultivator army was well trained. However, it was inevitable that they would become extremely flustered. However, these cultivator army had seen a lot of things before. Therefore, after being stunned for a short while, they came back to their senses and took out all kinds of powerful magic treasures to launch their attacks. Those powerful magic treasures collided with the restrictions and magic arrows. This battle could be said to be extremely intense. Lin Feng and the others were hiding at the top of the cliff. Besides, they were protected by extremely strong treasures. Therefore, although they had been attacked, the attack wasn't as powerful as they had imagined. Although some people were killed, the casualties were relatively small. On the other hand, the people of the War King Legion were different. The people of the War King Legion were trapped in the valley. Powerful restrictions and formations sealed this place. Their movements were greatly suppressed. Therefore, now, it was basically impossible for them to stop a large-scale counterattack. They could only organize a small-scale counterattack. The battle was getting more and more intense. The valley was filled with corpses. There were corpses of the dragon race cultivator army and also corpses of the evil spirit warriors. Now, the evil dragon war king and the army commander of the mastermind world were incomparably furious. They really did not expect to be ambushed in this place. Previously, they had used their divine senses to sense this place, but they did not find anything wrong. If they had found anything wrong, they would not have led the army in. This was also what they were puzzled about. They were powerful, and their divine senses were incomparably strong. Logically speaking, there were so many restrictions and formations here, and so many cultivators were hidden. They should have been able to sense it. But what was the actual situation? They didn't sense anything wrong, and that was what was truly frightening. What method did the other party use to cross the sky and sea? Of course, although they were incomparably puzzled. However, the two of them also knew that now was not the time to think about how the other party had deceived them. Now, they should quickly break the restrictions and formations here. Or else, more people were bound to die here. First team. Charge! The evil dragon war king shouted. After hearing the evil dragon war king's order, a large number of cultivators rushed up. They were simply unafraid of death. Evil spirit warriors first team. Charge! The World Legion commander of the mastermind behind the scenes also gave the order. A large number of ghost warriors also began to charge. It had to be said that the strength of the other party was very terrifying. Moreover, the military discipline was strict. The lethality of the attack. It was incomparably terrifying. Just like now. The lethality of the attack was abnormally terrifying. It was simply shocking. Many formation runes were destroyed. Of course. The price to pay for destroying the runes was also disastrous. The charging cultivators were slaughtered one after another. Tragic, 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 it was too tragic. However, this was war, you're not the one dying. This is the war I fled in. Moreover, Lin Feng and the others were still on the side of justice. If they didn't stop the enemy's cultivator army, the entire dragon realm would be bathed in blood. Countless people would die tragically. And what Lin Feng wanted to do was to stop all of this as much as possible. Therefore, after seeing so many people die, Lin Feng did not feel guilty at all. Kill these sinners. It was to save more innocent people. This was the mission of him and the soldiers beside him. The battle lasted for 6 hours. The formations and restrictions that Lin Feng had set up were finally unable to hold on. Retreat. Lin Feng said in a low voice. The army quickly retreated. In this battle, Lin Feng's side had lost about 5,000 cultivators. However, the enemy had lost even more cultivators. The enemy had lost about 150,000 cultivators. 30 times the number of casualties. Not long after Lin Feng led the army to retreat. The War Monarch army had completely destroyed the formations and restrictions here. Chase. Quickly chase after them. I want to tear them to pieces. The evil dragon War Monarch roared furiously. The evil spirit legion commander of the mastermind behind the scenes was also incomparably furious. Ever since the battle, they had always been used to things going smoothly. Even though they had lost many experts when attacking the ancient cities, it was not as sullen as today's battle. Today's battle had cost them too much. Moreover, this battle had been too sullen. They had been blocked in the canyon and could not use their full strength. Otherwise, how could they have ended up in such a sorry state? The army quickly charged into the depths of the canyon. They saw the cultivators fleeing in front of them. More than 40,000 cultivators were fleeing in disarray. In any case, in the eyes of the War Monarch army, these people were fleeing. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. 40,000 cultivators against 550,000 cultivators. Moreover, this was not the canyon. There were no powerful formations or narrow terrain to suppress them. Once the 40,000 cultivators were caught, they would die miserably. Many people were filled with confidence. The army was getting closer and closer. The army was getting closer and closer. Lin Feng, are you in front? I heard that you've just been conferred the title of Count, but do you know that the Dragon Emperor is already dead? When I catch you later, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. The evil Dragon War Monarch said coldly. Lin Feng sneered and said, after losing more than 100,000 people, you still have the nerve to boast so shamelessly. How laughable. Reckless fool, you used some despicable methods to scheme against us, and you still have the nerve to brag about yourself. I have to say, your skin is extraordinarily thick. The evil Dragon War Monarch said mockingly. The army behind them sped up. The distance between the two sides was still closing. And this closing in, this made the cultivators of the War Monarch army even more excited. They seemed to be able to see the scene of the cultivators in front of them being killed. They would not take revenge. They would not be human. Very soon. Lin Feng saw the rocky mound in front of them. The area around the rocky mound was originally a huge mountain range. That mountain range was eventually destroyed because of the battle between experts. Many of the mountain peaks were cut off and collapsed. Thus, it became a rocky mound. And now, Lin Feng and the others quickly charged into the rocky mound. The army that was chasing after them was immersed in the excitement of being able to take their revenge. They did not pay too much attention to the rocky mound. Actually, even if they did pay attention, it would be very difficult to discover the hidden danger here. After all, Lin Feng's invisibility formation was extremely heaven-defying. The 550,000 cultivators of the War Monarch army also entered the rocky mound. Whoosh! At the same time, dense formation runes intertwined, sealing the area. The formations and restrictions unleashed all sorts of attacks at the cultivators of the Battle Monarch Legion. Countless arrows were fired from all directions at the cultivators of the Battle Monarch Legion. End of chapter. The sounds of treasures colliding, screams, curses, and the sound of flesh being torn apart, etc. All sorts of sounds intertwined, creating a symphony of death. As the Battle Monarch army had just gone through a huge battle, many of them had used up a lot of their magic power. They also had injuries of various sizes on their bodies. Previously, they chased after Lin Feng's group like they were on steroids because they thought Lin Feng's group was already on the verge of defeat. As long as they caught up to Lin Feng's group, it would be a one-sided slaughter. Hatred, anger, and killing intent were supporting their bodies. However, they now realized that the reality was not like that. It turned out that Lin Feng's group's defeat was just a smokescreen. It was to lure them over. Everyone was paralyzed. As for the 40,000 cultivators led by Lin Feng, they had already disappeared after the formation was activated. The Battle Monarch army's cultivators were once again in a predicament. Those cultivators who were already injured naturally found it even harder to resist now. They were the first group of cultivators to be killed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows quickly shot towards the evil Dragon Monarch army and the evil Spirit army commander. The two of them soared into the sky. The evil Dragon Monarch army wielded a powerful spear, while the evil Spirit army commander wielded an evil saber. The two of them had powerful cultivation bases. Naturally, it was not a problem for them to neutralize the arrows that were shot at them, as well as the formation that was sweeping towards them. Clang! 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 At the same time. Many formations were also destroyed by the evil Dragon Monarch army commander and the evil Spirit army commander. The evil Dragon Monarch army commander had been schemed against twice. He was about to die from depression. The evil Dragon Monarch army commander was truly furious. His eyes had turned blood red. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Lin Feng, you brat, you're really good at scheming. Just you wait, I'll definitely kill you. The evil Dragon Monarch army commander roared furiously. Actually, the evil Spirit army commander was even more furious than the evil Dragon Monarch army commander. However, the evil Spirit army commander was better at enduring. Therefore, he didn't show it. In that case, why was the evil Spirit army commander even angrier than the arrogant evil dragon warlord? Naturally, there was a reason for this. Don't forget. The evil Spirit Legion commander was a creature from the Mastermind's world. Although the evil Spirit Warrior clan status in the Mastermind's world was relatively low, the evil Spirit Legion commander was a creature from the Mastermind's world. But in the outside world, they were lofty existences. They didn't care about the other races at all. In the eyes of the cultivators of the evil Spirit Warriors race, the races of the outside world were all lowly races. But today, the evil Spirit Legion commander had been tricked twice by cultivators from a lowly race. This was something he absolutely could not accept. Therefore, the current evil Spirit Legion commander was simply about to be angered to death. Haha, evil Dragon War King, you're going to die here. How dare you boast so shamelessly? How laughable. Lin Feng's voice sounded. After hearing Lin Feng's voice, the evil Dragon War King locked onto a direction and charged over with the evil Spirit Legion commander. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. Did the evil Spirit Legion commander and the evil Dragon War King really think they could reach him? Dream on. All sorts of powerful restrictions were activated and charged towards the two. The two were blocked. At this moment, the battle became more and more intense. The destructive power of this battle was even greater than the destructive power of the previous battle. After all, with so many people injured, their ability to resist and counterattack had decreased significantly. Moreover, the array formation here was much stronger than the array formation outside. Lin Feng had purposely set them up like this. If he had set up the strongest restrictions right from the start, wouldn't these people be scared away? There were 3 ambush sites. The first ambush site had the weakest restrictions. The second ambush location had a much more powerful restriction formation. The third ambush location had the most powerful restriction formation. They were all interlocked. They had calculated every step. They had calculated the thoughts of the other party. Thus, the War Monarch Legion's defeat was a logical thing. As the battle became more and more intense, the restrictions were also weakening. Lin Feng's cultivator army's casualties were increasing. Of course, the War Monarch Legion's cultivator army's casualties were even greater. About 200,000 people had been killed. The Rocky Mound was already a place where blood flowed like a river. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. The corpses on the ground could be described as piled up like a mountain. This was how large-scale battles were. Battles were fought with lives on the line. Go, Lin Feng said in a low voice. The army retreated. Lin Feng's side had lost over 4,000 people. Including the 5,000 people they had lost earlier, they had lost close to 10,000 people. Lin Feng's side still had 130,000 cultivators. The other side had lost 350,000 people. There were still 350,000 people left. They were still very strong and couldn't be underestimated. Soon, the War Monarch Legion's cultivator army broke through the formation. However, this time, the evil dragon War King didn't give the order to chase blindly. He was worried. He was worried about being ambushed again. The psychological impact of being ambushed twice in a row was simply too great. My lord, what should we do now? A commander-level dragon cultivator asked. What should they do? What should they do now? Should they continue advancing, or retreat? If they retreated now, it would be too humiliating. Moreover, this matter would become the butt of many people's jokes. Cultivators were prideful. How could the evil dragon War King accept such a thing? Thus, they had to continue advancing. Although he had made up his mind, he still had to ask for the opinion of the Evil Spirit Legion's commander. Thus, the evil dragon War King looked at the Evil Spirit Legion's commander and said, I feel that we can't retreat. What do you think? The Evil Spirit Legion's commander was still suppressing his anger. His hatred for Lin Feng was so strong that even the waters of the 5 lakes and 4 seas couldn't be washed away. He said, of course we can't retreat. We've already investigated before. They only have about 100,000 cultivators on their side. Note, this investigation didn't include the Sacred Dragon race's cultivator army. They've also lost quite a few people after the repeated battles. They only have a few tens of thousands of people left, while we have 350,000. As long as we fight steadily, they won't be able to lure us into a trap when the time comes. So, as long as we're careful, those people will definitely die. The evil dragon War King nodded. That's right. I'm thinking the same thing. I want to capture that Lin Feng guy and cut off his flesh piece by piece. I want to cast his soul into purgatory so that he can never be reincarnated. Only then will I be able to vent my hatred. The cultivator army rested for an hour before heading deeper into the mountains. This time, the cultivator army was much more careful. However, the evil dragon warlord and the evil spirit legion commander were still worried. Thus, they sent out many scouts to check the surroundings. If they found anything amiss, they had to report it. They were worried about being ambushed. The cultivator army did not advance quickly. At night, the cultivator army camped in the mountains to rest. The battle during the day had been too tiring. Thus, the cultivator army was very tired. Except for the cultivator army who was on night duty. The others were taking advantage of the time to rest, hoping to recover as soon as possible. The faster they recovered, the greater their chances of survival in the upcoming battle. The next day, the army continued on their journey. They did not find anything amiss along the way. Even when they passed through some mountains, they did not find anything out of the ordinary. Along the way, they even found a few places densely covered with restrictions. It was easy to fall into an ambush in such places. However, they still did not encounter any danger. They couldn't have escaped from the Black Dragon Mountain Range, right? The Evil Spirit Legion commander said with a gloomy expression. Hearing the Evil Spirit Legion commander's words, the Evil Dragon warlord's mouth twitched violently. He was still waiting to capture Lin Feng and ruthlessly torture Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng might have already escaped. If Lin Feng had really escaped, then how could they capture Lin Feng, thus? The evil dragon warlord was currently in an extremely bad mood. Lin Feng, please don't run away. Otherwise, we won't be able to take revenge. The evil dragon warlord said. Then let's speed up. The evil spirit legion commander nodded and said, even if we speed up, we can't be careless. Send out double the number of scouts to investigate the situation ahead. The evil dragon warlord nodded and sent out even more scouts to investigate the situation ahead. Along the way, unimpeded, they still did not encounter any danger. This made the evil spirit legion commander and the evil dragon warlord feel that Lin Feng and the others had already escaped. Or else, they should have discovered Lin Feng and the others long ago. After traveling for 3 days, a huge mountain range appeared in front of them. The mountain range was densely covered with restrictions. If the army wanted to go over, they would have to pass through the mountain range. This kind of place. He had encountered it before, but there was no danger at all. But just to be safe, the evil dragon warlord still sent out many spies to investigate. Still nothing. This place. There didn't seem to be any danger. The army marched forward. Just as the army was about to enter the mountain range, suddenly, the commander of the evil spirit legion said in a deep voice, "Stop for now." The army stopped. The evil dragon warlord asked, "Why did we stop?" "I keep having the feeling that this place isn't as simple as it seems, and there might be other dangers hidden within." The evil dragon war monarch sensed for a while but could not sense anything. He asked, "Is there any way to investigate?" "I've thought of a way to check if this place is dangerous," the evil spirit legion commander said. "What is it?" The evil dragon war monarch's eyes lit up as he asked impatiently. The evil spirit legion commander said, "Summon an abyss imp." The abyss imp is very special and can sense the life aura of cultivators. If there are cultivators hiding inside, they won't be able to hide from the abyss imp's detection. "Great, then hurry up and summon the abyss imp," the evil dragon war monarch said. The evil spirit legion commander said, "Summoning an abyss imp is not easy. The damage to the body is too great. I need to burn my essence blood to try summoning it, and there's no guarantee that I'll succeed." Actually, there were many types of abyss imps. The abyss imp summoned by the evil spirit legion commander was a relatively rare type. If it was an ordinary abyss imp, the evil spirit legion commander would naturally be able to summon it. This kind of special and rare abyss imp was also more difficult to summon. Hence, the evil spirit legion commander hesitated. After all, it was very taxing on the body, and the success rate was not high. The evil dragon war monarch urged from the side, "Think about how despicable that brat is. Think about the humiliation we suffered. What's the big deal about losing a bit of essence blood? In any case, we can slowly recover. However, if we don't get rid of that brat, we might never have another chance to do so. Thinking about this, I still have an urge to go crazy. I hate it. I wish I could cut that brat into 1,000 pieces. I think you and I must have the same thoughts." The evil spirit legion commander really wanted to slap the evil dragon war monarch. "It's not your essence blood that's being wasted, so you naturally don't care. But I care. How can essence blood be replenished so easily? It's fine if it can be replenished. If it can't, then I'll be in trouble." However, some of the evil dragon war monarch's words made sense. For example, if Lin Feng escaped, it would not be easy to find Lin Feng again. Hence, the evil spirit legion commander gritted his teeth. He said, "All right, I'll try to summon the imp. I hope it works." Hearing this, the evil dragon war monarch was overjoyed. He said, "Don't worry, it will definitely work." The evil spirit legion commander burned some of his essence blood, then started chanting an incantation. It was an extremely ancient and mysterious incantation. After chanting the incantation, a dark world appeared in front of him. It was an illusory world. In that illusory world, an abyss appeared. That abyss was like a bottomless abyss. It emitted an evil power. That abyss was the legendary demon abyss. Nobody knew where the demon abyss was. However, the demon abyss was an extremely terrifying place. There were all kinds of terrifying demons living there. At that moment, a strange cry rang out from the demon abyss. After hearing that strange cry, the Evil Spirit Legion commander's face immediately showed a surprised expression. In the next instant, a little imp crawled out from the abyss. Then, from the illusory world, it entered the real world. This kind of summoning technique was truly strange. The illusory abyss of demons disappeared without a trace. As for that palm-sized imp, it flew towards the Evil Spirit Legion commander. That imp was pitch black and had wings. Its body was covered in a very thick shell, but it looked like an extremely ugly bat. Its eyes were extremely evil. End of chapter. The little fiend let out a series of roars. His eyes were also constantly looking around. This little fiend specialized in soul attacks and soul probing. If one's soul wasn't strong enough, they would be affected by the little fiend's gaze. Once affected by the little fiend, it would be extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic death. Of course. Because this little demon was summoned by the Evil Spirit Legion commander, this little demon obeyed the Evil Spirit Legion commander's orders and wouldn't do anything too extreme. Unless it received the commander's orders. Only then would it attack the people around it. Hurry up and let this little thing investigate the situation in the mountain range ahead. The evil dragon war monarch said impatiently. No problem. The Evil Spirit Legion commander nodded and then whispered something to the little fiend. The little fiend let out a series of ear-piercing screeches and then quickly flew towards the mountain range ahead. Soon, the little fiend flew into the mountain range. Although Lin Feng was hiding in the mountain range, Lin Feng had been observing the situation outside. He naturally saw the little fiend. After seeing the little fiend, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The little fiend seemed to be emitting a very special aura. Lin Feng felt that the little fiend wasn't simple, but he couldn't tell what exactly was so special about it. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Why did the other party send a little fiend over at this time? Could it be that they were suspicious? Actually, it was very normal for them to be suspicious. After all, their cultivation bases were very high. It was very normal for them to be able to sense some special auras. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. A group of scouts had already entered the mountain range, but they hadn't been able to find anything amiss. After all, the concealment formation here was extremely extraordinary. Once it was activated, it would conceal everything. Those cultivators wouldn't be able to find out what was going on here. It seemed that the other party was still not at ease and wasn't satisfied with the scouts' results. That was why they had sent the little fiend. Lin Feng guessed. The little devil must have something extraordinary. Perhaps the great invisibility array couldn't deceive the little devil. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's mind couldn't help but tremble slightly. If that was the case, then this was extremely bad news for them. Therefore, this had to be stopped. Quietly, he stopped all of this. Lin Feng thought of a solution. That was to use the Great Fate technique to stop all of this. The imp's mission was to find them and discover their tracks. This was the imp's destiny. Then, he only needed to change the trajectory of the imp's fate so that the imp would not be able to find them. For others, changing someone's fate was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But for Lin Feng, changing fate was not a particularly difficult thing. Lin Feng began casting the Great Fate spell. The power of fate formed and silently flew toward the little fiend. At this time, the little devil seemed to have sensed something and quickly flew in a certain direction. Lin Feng was hidden in the dark, and the little devil's every action was imprinted in his eyes. So when he saw the little devil fly in that direction, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Because that direction, that location. There were indeed many cultivator armies hidden there. As expected of a little devil from the abyss of demons. This method was truly amazing. Fortunately, he had already prepared a countermeasure. At this time, the power of fate poured into the little devil's body. The little devil's body paused for a moment before returning to normal. The little devil changed its direction and didn't fly in the direction it wanted to go. Instead, it flew deeper into the mountain range. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the situation was going much smoother than he had imagined. The little devil strolled around the huge mountain range, but because it was affected by the power of fate, it didn't discover anything. The little devil returned without finding anything. Seeing the little devil return, the evil spirit legion commander hurriedly asked, "Did you discover anything?" The little devil shook its head. The evil dragon warlord smiled. "It seems that we were worrying too much." The evil spirit legion commander nodded. "Let the army advance." "The army will continue to advance," the evil dragon warlord shouted. After receiving the order, the army advanced deeper into the mountain range. Because they didn't know whether Lin Feng and the others had already escaped, the evil spirit legion couldn't immediately withdraw. They needed to search for a while to know whether Lin Feng and the others had escaped. They naturally hoped that Lin Feng and the others hadn't escaped. But if Lin Feng and the others had escaped, then they would do their best to organize their forces to search for Lin Feng and the others. Whether it was the evil dragon warlord or the evil spirit legion commander, they were determined to tear Lin Feng to pieces. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to vent the anger in their hearts. The army entered the mountain range in a grandiose manner. After all, there were 350,000 soldiers, so the group was very long. At the front, there were scouts scouting the way, and the army followed behind. Everything was in order. After walking for about an hour, everyone entered the mountain range. After seeing the situation, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He had activated the restriction formation here. Countless formations and restrictions instantly sealed off the entire mountain range. This mountain range was the third ambush location. The restrictive formation set up here was also the most terrifying restrictive formation among the 3 ambush sites. Lin Feng had set up several heaven-defying formations here. Furthermore, Lin Feng had even placed his 5 ancient weapon-grade supreme treasures in the 5 formation cores. With the 5 ancient weapon-grade supreme treasures guarding the formation cores, the power of the formation immediately increased greatly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at the same time, the 130,000 cultivators hidden in the surroundings all revealed themselves. Then, they drew their bows and shot arrows. A dense barrage of arrows tore through the air and shot toward the Battle Monarch Legion cultivators in the mountain range. Many people were completely dumbfounded. Wasn't there no danger? Why did they fall into an ambush again? However, many people didn't even have time to react before their heads were pierced by magic arrows. They fell to the ground and died. End of chapter 1. Break out! Break out! The evil dragon war monarch quickly reacted and shouted. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. They had to break out as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knew how many of their 350,000 soldiers would be left? The evil dragon war monarch truly hadn't expected that they would be trapped a third time. This situation was driving him crazy. Anyone who had been schemed against 3 times would be so depressed that they would want to die. The evil dragon war monarch was no exception. Right now, the evil dragon war monarch really wanted to ask the evil spirit legion's commander. Didn't you say there was no danger? Why were they trapped again? However, the evil dragon war monarch held back. If he really asked, wouldn't he have a falling out? Moreover, breaking out of the encirclement was the most important thing right now. Everything else seemed insignificant compared to that. Of course, the evil spirit legion's commander was also incomparably depressed. Logically speaking, the little fiend should have been able to detect the hidden cultivators. Why hadn't the little fiend discovered anything this time? The evil spirit legion's commander couldn't understand. However, it was useless to think about that now. What they had to do was try their best to break out of the encirclement. The evil dragon war monarch and the evil spirit legion's commander had the same idea. Clang! 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 Many people hurriedly took out their magic treasures to block the restrictions and arrows. At this time, Lin Feng's army naturally didn't need to be polite. They didn't need to hold back. After several rounds of arrows, many cultivators took out their magic treasures. Powerful magic treasures shot towards the evil spirit legion's army. However, that wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the poison that filled the air. Duzu had released that poison. As Duzu's cultivation continued to rise, the poison he controlled was also becoming more and more terrifying. It was very difficult to neutralize Duzu's poison. Even if they took some extremely powerful detoxification pills, They would only be able to delay the attack of the poison ancestor's poison and not completely neutralize it. The poison ancestor's poison didn't necessarily have to kill these cultivators. Even if it couldn't directly kill them, as long as it affected their bodies, it would greatly decrease their combat power. Many people discovered the poison in the mountain range. Then, they hurriedly took all kinds of antidote pills. Although they took the antidote pills, it was just as Lin Feng had expected. They didn't completely neutralize Duzu's poison. Many people were greatly affected. Their combat power. And countless people could be killed. They were all high and mighty figures. They valued their reputation. Moreover, they hadn't suffered any major losses before. Was too heavy. Even if they could escape, they couldn't avoid being removed from their positions. This was quite similar to the secular world. For example, if a general in the secular world led an army to attack someone and caused the army to suffer heavy losses, the general would definitely be punished. In the worst case, he might even be beheaded. This kind of thing wasn't rare in the secular world. It happened all the time. In the world of cultivators, although they wouldn't directly kill the leader of the cultivator army like the secular world, punishment was unavoidable. The evil dragon and the evil spirit legion continued to lead the army to break through. Lin Feng led the cultivator army to increase the intensity of their attacks. More and more cultivator army soldiers died in the battle. When there were about 170,000 to 180,000 cultivators left, the evil dragon and the evil spirit legion finally broke through a portion of the formation. Then, they led the army to escape. In truth, they still had the advantage in numbers. But even so, they didn't dare to stay and fight. The two armies fought. They won in terms of momentum. After 3 big battles, the morale of the War Monarch army was extremely low. Lin Feng's cultivator army's morale was at its peak. Even if the War Monarch army's cultivator army had the advantage in numbers, they didn't have the courage to continue fighting. Everyone wanted to escape. They were already a defeated army. How could they still have the strength to fight? Chase! Lin Feng shouted. In the previous battle, Lin Feng's side had lost about 4,000 to 5,000 cultivators. However, their foundation hadn't been damaged. Lin Feng's cultivator army was already very strong. The army moved out. They quickly chased. Many people were chased. Then, they were killed. There were corpses everywhere in the forest. There were corpses of the War Monarch army's cultivator army, as well as Lin Feng's cultivator army. However, they were mostly the corpses of the War Monarch army's cultivator army. Lin Feng's cultivator army had suffered fewer losses. By the time the War Monarch army's cultivator army reached the first canyon, they only had about 100,000 cultivators left. In the process of escaping, they had lost a lot of people. Charge out of the canyon and we'll be safe. The evil dragon War Monarch shouted. Outside the canyon, there were no more restrictions. It wasn't like the deeper regions of the canyon, where there were many terrifying restrictions. In such a place, it wasn't easy to escape. Once they were out of the canyon, they would be able to escape to wherever they wanted to go. At that time, it wouldn't be easy for the enemy to chase after them. After all, with so many people fleeing in different directions, how could they chase after them? Many people increased their speed. Soon, the 100,000 remnants of the War Monarch army fled into the canyon. However, just as they fled into the canyon, something terrifying happened. In the canyon, the dense array formations and restrictions were all activated. When those restrictions were activated, they immediately emitted a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Sensing the power of those restrictions, many people's expressions changed. Bang bang bang, many people were caught off guard and were sent flying by the restrictions and formations. Their bodies were torn apart. A large number of cultivators died under the attacks of those restrictions and formations. End of chapter. The formation here had indeed been broken, but that didn't mean it was completely destroyed. In fact, the formation here wasn't completely destroyed. It could still be used after some repairs. Thus, Lin Feng sent the cursed doll and some powerful formation masters to bypass the Battle Monarch army and repair the formation here. Thus, when the Battle Monarch army arrived, the cursed doll and the others immediately activated the formation here. When the formation here was activated, it immediately exploded with a terrifying power. Although this power wasn't as strong as when they were at their peak, the Battle Monarch army wasn't as strong as when they were at their peak. After the battle, they had expended a lot of energy. On top of that, they had been running all this time. How much magic power did they have left, apart from that? Most of them were actually injured. Thus, their battle strength had greatly decreased compared to when they were at their peak. In addition, they were suddenly attacked by the formation, so they were bound to be severely injured. At this time, Lin Feng had already led the Cultivator army to attack the Battle Monarch army in the canyon. There was no suspense in this battle. The Battle Monarch army's 100,000 Cultivator army suffered heavy casualties. Only 10,000 or so managed to escape. These 10,000 or so people scattered in all directions. The army began to chase after the Cultivator army that escaped from the Battle Monarch army. Lin Feng locked onto the escaping Evil Dragon Battle Monarch. Meanwhile, the Cursed Doll and the Shattered Deity locked onto the escaping Evil Spirit army commander. The Cursed Doll and the Shattered Deity had also obtained great benefits. Thus, their cultivation had increased very quickly. Ever since the Cursed Doll returned, he hadn't been idle. First, he helped Lin Feng set up the cursed formation. Then, he led a group of cultivators to repair the formation in the canyon. Thus, he had been very busy. However, the Cursed Doll hadn't experienced any intense battles during this time. After all, when they were in danger, Lin Feng had lured away that unknown and terrifying existence. He and the Broken God had returned to the Dragon Realm without encountering too much danger. When they returned, they had retreated to the Black Dragon Ancient Forest with Lin Feng and did not encounter too many fierce battles. Now, he couldn't wait to have a fight with the Evil Spirit Legion commander. It was a good opportunity to test his own cultivation. Broken God also wanted to test his own cultivation. Because of this, they were all very excited. Lin Feng caught up to the fleeing Evil Dragon War Monarch. Seeing Lin Feng chasing after him alone, the Evil Dragon Warlord revealed a sinister smile. He stared coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Brat, are you ready to die?" Lin Feng sneered. "Shouldn't you be the one saying that?" The Evil Dragon Warlord quickly charged at Lin Feng and said, "I admit that you have some ability and are good at scheming. However, you are too young. Sometimes, youth is an asset, but sometimes, it is the root cause of your death. Especially when the end of the world has arrived, being young is the root cause of a person's death." As soon as he finished speaking, the Evil Dragon Warlord punched at Lin Feng. The Evil Dragon Warlord could roughly sense Lin Feng's cultivation. He was in the Sage realm, but it should only be a low-level Sage. He couldn't sense his exact cultivation level, but as long as he could sense that Lin Feng was a low-level Sage realm cultivator, it was enough. Lin Feng was a weak cultivator of the Saint layer, so he didn't need to be afraid. In the eyes of the Evil Dragon King, Lin Feng was much weaker than him. Even though he was only a cultivator of the first level of the Celestial layer, and he had broken through to the Transcendental layer with the help of a treasure given to him by the Imperial clan of the world behind the scenes, so his foundation wasn't stable. So what? A quasi-transcendental cultivator was indeed a quasi-transcendental cultivator. Even if it was just a quasi-transcendental cultivator with an unstable foundation at the first level of the Immortal Foundation, it was still far from something a true sage could contend against. The Evil Dragon Warlord's lips curled up in a sinister smile. He could already see the scene of Lin Feng being heavily injured by his fist. He wouldn't directly kill Lin Feng. He planned to ruthlessly torture Lin Feng. In his opinion, directly killing Lin Feng would be too easy for Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng also made his move. Against an expert like the Evil Dragon Warlord, Lin Feng didn't hold back. After all, the Evil Dragon Warlord was an expert of the Evil Dragon race. The Evil Dragon race's innate talent was relatively high. At the same level, they were much stronger than cultivators of other races. Jumping levels to challenge cultivators of the Evil Dragon race wasn't a difficult thing for them. Therefore, the Evil Dragon race's cultivators were definitely respected. Lin Feng didn't know the exact situation of the Evil Dragon Warlord. Since that was the case, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't hold back. Lin Feng executed the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was an extremely heaven-defying innate ability. It was one of the strongest innate abilities Lin Feng had grasped. After executing this innate ability, 6 ancient whirlpools appeared behind Lin Feng. These 6 whirlpools seemed to represent the 6 paths. The 6 paths of reincarnation had different forms. For example, there were 6 ancient stone doors, 6 vortexes, and so on. The power released by each form was naturally different. But even in the weakest form, the power released could be described as heaven-defying. It was absolutely terrifying to the point of being unimaginable. This was the terror of the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, the 6 whirlpools flew towards the evil dragon warlord and collided with him. The evil dragon warlord was instantly sent flying. Wah! When the evil dragon warlord was sent flying, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face also became extremely pale. After taking on Lin Feng's terrifying attack, the evil dragon warlord was severely injured. The evil dragon warlord's face was filled with shock. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so terrifying. On the other hand, Lin Feng's face was filled with astonishment. He originally thought that the evil dragon warlord would be extremely terrifying. He didn't expect the evil dragon warlord's strength to be so different from what Lin Feng had imagined. How could the evil dragon warlord dare to stop and fight with Lin Feng? He turned around and wanted to escape. However, Lin Feng didn't give him the chance. The 6 whirlpools formed by the 6 paths of reincarnation rapidly flew towards the evil dragon warlord. The 6 whirlpools directly enveloped the evil dragon warlord. The evil dragon warlord was instantly immobilized. The 6 whirlpools emitted a powerful twisting force. The evil dragon warlord's body began to crack like porcelain. Numerous cracks appeared on his body. The evil dragon war monarch felt the aura of death envelop his body. This feeling was truly terrible. The evil dragon war monarch had been in high spirits when he had broken through to the quasi-transcendent realm. In the past few years, the world had changed, and he had obtained many benefits. Thus, his cultivation had risen steadily. Adding on the fact that he had joined the mastermind's world, he had obtained some heaven-defying treasures from the mastermind's world. Those treasures had allowed the evil dragon war monarch's cultivation to continuously rise until he had broken through to the quasi-transcendent realm. The evil dragon war monarch even felt that he might have a chance to break through to the quasi-transcendent realm in the future. If he could make great contributions this time, there would definitely be many rewards waiting for him. Thinking about those rewards, the evil dragon war monarch couldn't help but feel excited. But in reality, now, he was actually facing death. This was something the evil dragon war monarch had never imagined. Even though his army had suffered many setbacks, the evil dragon war monarch hadn't believed that he would die. He was strong enough to escape, so it shouldn't be too difficult. But now, he realized how laughable and naive that thought was. Everything was irreversible. Death was approaching. The evil dragon war monarch didn't want to die. He wanted to live. So, the evil dragon war monarch loudly shouted, "Don't kill me. Please spare my life. I'm willing to be your dog." Hearing the evil dragon war monarch's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his brows. This fellow was truly a coward. However, Lin Feng truly needed a dog. Especially in this tense situation. Lin Feng needed to know the evil dragon race's situation so that he could come up with a plan. Lin Feng didn't kill the evil dragon war monarch, but he also didn't remove the 6 vortexes formed by the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 vortexes were still restricting the evil dragon war monarch's body, making it impossible for him to struggle. The evil dragon war monarch let out a long breath. Although he wasn't out of danger yet, Lin Feng hadn't killed him. This meant that there was still a chance for him to live. The evil dragon war monarch admitted that he was a coward. Of course, the evil dragon war monarch was also someone who cared a lot about Face. But Face was nothing compared to his life. Is there a restriction in your mind? Lin Feng asked. The reason why Lin Feng asked this was because if the evil dragon war monarch had some powerful restrictions in his mind, then it would be impossible to obtain information from him. After all, those restrictions would certainly kill the evil dragon war monarch when he divulged some important information. Lin Feng had seen this kind of thing too many times, so he was already used to it. The evil dragon war monarch hurriedly said, "Don't worry, sir. There are no restrictions in my mind. I'm willing to be your dog. From now on, I'll bite whoever you tell me to bite. If you tell me to go east, I won't dare to go west. After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone as shameless as this evil war monarch. Lin Feng felt that this guy's face was even thicker than immeasurable Daoist. He really didn't know how his face could be so thick. Said Lin Feng. Let's make a vow then, said Lin Feng. The evil dragon war monarch began to make an oath. I, the evil dragon war monarch, hereby swear that from now on, I will be absolutely loyal and devoted to you. If I dare to violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. After the evil dragon war monarch made that oath, Lin Feng and the evil dragon war monarch formed a contract. From now on, the evil dragon war monarch was Lin Feng's servant. He couldn't betray Lin Feng anymore. Lin Feng removed the 6 whirlpools and said, "Follow me." The evil dragon war monarch didn't dare hesitate and quickly followed behind Lin Feng. By the time Lin Feng arrived at the place where the cursed doll, the broken god, and the evil spirit legion's commander had fought, the battle had already ended. This battle was extremely intense because the evil spirit legion's commander was much stronger than the evil dragon war monarch. However, under the combined attacks of the cursed doll and the broken god, the evil spirit legion's commander could only be destroyed in the end. The evil spirit legion's commander was killed by the combined attacks of the cursed doll and the broken god. This result wasn't too bad. After Lin Feng met up with the cursed doll and the broken god, he returned to the canyon with them. The cultivators who had been chasing after the fleeing cultivators returned one after another. Over 10,000 people had escaped, but after Lin Feng's count, they had basically all been killed. At most, only a few dozen people had escaped. Naturally, it wasn't realistic to want to kill everyone. However, this time's battle results were already extremely glorious. Lin Feng's side had paid the price of 20,000 cultivators to kill 700,000 cultivators. If this matter was spread out, no one would believe it. Anyone who encountered such a thing would feel that it was inconceivable and unbelievable. However, this matter had truly happened. Even if they didn't dare to believe it, they still had to believe it. However, there were still many things that they had to face. For example, what should they do next? This was an extremely urgent matter. After all, the news of the War Monarch's Legion's 700,000 cultivators being wiped out would spread very quickly. At that time, the evil dragon tribe and the mastermind behind the scenes, the imperial family, would definitely be furious. At that time, they would definitely send experts to eliminate Lin Feng and the others. Therefore, they had to retreat quickly. If they didn't retreat by the time the other party arrived, only death would await them. Lin Feng gathered the upper echelons to discuss this matter. He wasn't particularly familiar with the dragon world, so he needed to ask the experts of the dragon tribe where he could settle down. Once he had settled down, he would slowly think of a place to settle down. The sacred dragon patriarch was now full of admiration for Lin Feng. He was truly capable of causing clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Therefore, the sacred dragon patriarch was now absolutely loyal to Lin Feng. The sacred dragon patriarch said, "Why don't you go to the overseas world? You can take root in my tribe's ancestral land." Oh? Take root in the sacred dragon tribe's ancestral land? A strange expression appeared on Lin Feng's face. Generally speaking, no one would offer up their own ancestral land. However, the sacred dragon patriarch was willing to do so. This was enough to show the sacred dragon patriarch's loyalty to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right then, let's head to the overseas world and head to the sacred dragon tribe's ancestral land." Lin Feng led the cultivator army and quickly returned to the place where the cultivator army's family members were. Following that, Lin Feng took out the 100 ancient starships sealed in the spatial porcelain bottle. Then, the 100 ancient starships carried everyone and quickly flew in the direction of the overseas world. Author's note, for chapters today, one more tomorrow, end of chapter, have you heard? The Battle Monarch Legion that entered the Ancient Dragon Alliance was annihilated. What? The Battle Monarch Legion was annihilated? That's fake news, right? The Ancient Dragon Alliance has already fallen, and the Battle Monarch Legion is one of the 4 great legions. It's not easy to annihilate an army of 1,000,000, right? It's true. I heard that the enemy only used a few 100,000 soldiers to annihilate the Battle Monarch Legion. That's fake, right? The Battle Monarch Legion's combat power is terrifying. How could they annihilate it with just a few 100,000 soldiers? Brother, you don't know about it, right? That battle was a classic battle. Let me tell you about it, said Lin Feng. At this moment, the news of the annihilation of the Battle Monarch Legion had spread like wildfire. Countless people were talking about the annihilation of the Battle Monarch Legion. Although the Battle Monarch Legion wasn't the strongest legion among the 4 legions of the Ancient Dragon Alliance, it still had 2 quasi-transcendents. Therefore, the Battle Monarch Legion's strength was incomparably powerful. But the fact that it was destroyed just like that was truly inconceivable. Perhaps that was the silver lining among the countless misfortunes. The Ancient Dragon Alliance had already fallen, and countless people had fled to the overseas world. The other 3 great alliances had formed an alliance to deal with the Evil Dragon Alliance, but they were barely able to resist the Evil Dragon Alliance's attacks. It was said that the higher-ups of the 3 alliances were discussing with the factions behind them about sending reinforcements. The 3 alliances knew that if they didn't send reinforcements, they wouldn't be able to resist the Evil Dragon Alliance. It was only a matter of time before they fell. Many people had worried looks on their faces. It was mainly because the Evil Dragon Alliance's actions were simply too cruel. They had been killing Dragon Clan cultivators and taking away their blood essence. What exactly they wanted to do was still unknown. However, countless people were speculating about their motives. At this time, Lin Feng and the others had already arrived at the overseas world, in the ancestral land of the Sacred Dragon Clan. The ancestral land of the Sacred Dragon Clan was located in the overseas world's Black Sea. The Black Sea was an extremely dangerous region of the sea. The reason why it was so dangerous was because it had been one of the main battlefields of the great battle between Xianxia and lifeforms. It was said that during that great battle, many experts had fallen. Thus, that region had become extremely strange. First of all, many places in that area were densely covered with restrictions. Secondly, there were many shattered voids in that area. Those shattered voids were extremely dangerous. Finally, because too many experts had died in that area, it formed a powerful magnetic field. Once one entered it, it was easy to get lost. The area covered by the magnetic field was indeed more dangerous and had to be treated with caution. Of course, the reason why the Sacred Dragon Tribe was able to take root in that area was because the Sacred Dragon Tribe controlled a relatively safe passage. They could travel through that passage. As such, when they passed through that passage, they would not encounter too much danger. In fact, there would be people entering and exiting the Black Sea every year, mainly because there were many opportunities in the Black Sea. Although it was dangerous, it could not stop the enthusiasm of many people. Thus, many cultivators entered the Black Sea in search of opportunities. Many cultivators had died within the Black Sea domain. However, there were also many who had obtained various types of opportunities. Cultivators who had obtained these opportunities would often be able to achieve great things. Some were even able to soar into the sky. The ancestral land of the Sacred Dragon Clan was a huge island. The island was surrounded by lightning, and the lightning was extremely terrifying. In addition, there were some extremely terrifying sea creatures living in the sea. Those sea creatures were extremely ferocious and had to be extra careful. The lightning that sealed the island was also formed by the magnetic field. It could form a very good protection for the ancestral land of the Sacred Dragon Clan. After arriving at the ancestral land of the Sacred Dragon Clan, the family members of the cultivator army were arranged to stay in a mountain range. There were stone houses opened up in the mountain range for everyone to rest and cultivate. The cultivator army was arranged to stay in other places. After arriving here, they began to recuperate. The situation was difficult, and it was extremely difficult to find shelter. Lin Feng sent out some spies to carefully observe the situation inland. According to the situation inland, he would decide on the next course of action. In addition, Lin Feng was also very interested in subduing the forces in the sea region. One had to know that the Dragon World Sea region was very large. However, due to the danger in the Dragon World Sea region, it lacked the top forces. However, it did not mean that there were no forces in the Dragon World Sea region. There were still many small-scale forces. In addition, there were some relatively powerful rogue cultivator experts in the Dragon World Sea region. These rogue cultivator experts were very powerful and could not be underestimated. In fact, there was one thing that Lin Feng was not particularly clear about. That was, with the outbreak of the full-scale war, more and more forces took the risk to escape into the Sea region world. As these cultivators fled into the Sea region world, more and more cultivators appeared in the Sea region world. After arriving at the ancestral land of the Sacred Dragon clan, he naturally had to pay respects to the ancestors of the Sacred Dragon clan. After all, he had occupied the resting place of the Sacred Dragon clan's ancestors. It was reasonable to express his gratitude. Under the lead of the Sacred Dragon Patriarch and Long Xiu, Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the island. There were more than a dozen large and small halls here. It was the ancestral hall of the Sacred Dragon clan. Some of the side halls enshrined cultivators from the main bloodline. Some of the side halls enshrined cultivators from the branch bloodlines. The figures enshrined in the main hall were not simple. Some of the figures enshrined in the main hall were the patriarchs of the Sacred Dragon clan. The second group were some of the top experts that appeared in the history of the Sacred Dragon clan. Therefore, the figures enshrined in the main hall had extremely prominent identities and positions in the history of the Sacred Dragon clan. Lin Feng first went to the side halls and offered incense to the cultivators in the side halls. Then, Lin Feng came to the main hall. There were hundreds of memorial tablets in the main hall. The words "Virtuous Mighty Sacred Dragon King" were written on the memorial tablet at the top. Obviously, this person was the person with the highest status in the Sacred Dragon clan. In the world of cultivators, the strong were respected. Therefore, the person with the highest status was not necessarily the oldest person. The person with the highest status was usually the person with the highest cultivation in the clan. It was the same for the Sacred Dragon clan. The virtuous mighty Sacred Dragon King was the strongest expert in the Sacred Dragon clan. Back then, he had attempted to break through the Transcendence realm. Unfortunately, he was one step behind and did not succeed. Generally, if a cultivator failed to break through the Transcendence realm, they would die. However, the virtuous mighty Sacred Dragon King had miraculously survived after failing to break through the Transcendence realm. Long Xiu lit the incense and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took it. He bowed 3 times to the memorial tablets. Then, he began to burn the incense. They didn't stop and quickly left the ancestral hall. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng took out the Evil Corpse ring. With a thought, he entered the Evil Corpse ring. This is the undead kingdom. Living beings shouldn't come here. A sinister voice came from all directions, and a large number of undead rushed over. After a short time, Lin Feng was surrounded by an army of undead. The undead army's aura was very terrifying. This was an elite army that had been cursed. The undead army separated, and the Yin Emperor walked out. "Hey, Yin Emperor. Long time no see. How have you been?" Lin Feng smiled at the Yin Emperor. The Yin Emperor looked at Lin Feng and asked, "It's not time for the Armageddon battle yet. What are you doing here?" Lin Feng and the Yin Emperor had agreed that the Yin Emperor would help him during the Armageddon battle. As for himself, he would help them dispel the curse that they were afflicted with. But now, Lin Feng had entered the Evil Corpse ring in advance, so the Yin Emperor was naturally curious about Lin Feng's intentions. Lin Feng said, "I think that we can cooperate in advance. There's no need to wait until the Armageddon battle." Lin Feng said this mainly because Lin Feng really wanted to cooperate with the Yin Emperor. The Yin Emperor's undead army was very terrifying. If they cooperated, they would definitely be able to kill everything in their path. The Yin Emperor said, "Don't even think about it. It's impossible. I definitely won't cooperate with you in advance." Lin Feng had already expected the Yin Emperor's attitude, so he wasn't surprised. Lin Feng said, "Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. There's nothing in the world that can't be cooperated. The outside world is very interesting. It's meaningless for you to stay here and recuperate. I think that you need something special, right? You can't find what you need, but I can help you find it. The prerequisite is that you have to help me when I need you." Yin Emperor was silent. After a while, the Yin Emperor said, "We can cooperate, but we won't participate in small-scale battles." What is a small-scale battle? For example, what is the scale of the battle in the Black Dragon Mountain Range? Lin Feng asked. Naturally, it's a small-scale battle, Yin Emperor said. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. While Lin Feng was talking with the Yin Emperor. Dragon World Sea Region. Crash, 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 huge waves rolled. Then, a boat of curses surrounded by the power of curses broke out of the water. On the boat of curse, there were countless skeletons. The power of fate enveloped the boat of curses. Only then did the skeletons return to their normal appearances. There were humans, demons, beasts, demons, and so on. There were all kinds of races. These cursed beings were all extremely terrifying existences. "Captain, why are we here?" someone asked. There are some things here that will be helpful to us," the boat of curses captain said. Grandpa Martin muttered, "Lin Feng is here too. Why don't we get rid of him and remove the curse?" "Lin Feng is here too?" The eyes of many cursed beings lit up. The Tushi Ancient Emperor coin was in Lin Feng's hands. They hadn't been able to remove the curse yet. Kill the person holding the Tushi Ancient Emperor coin. Then, find the other Tushi Ancient Emperor coins. Then, they would be able to remove the curse. Of course, Grandpa Martin said sinisterly, "Captain, you must be here to kill Lin Feng, right?" The boat of curses captain glanced at Grandpa Martin and said, "What I do is not for you to say." Grandpa Martin opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he shut his mouth obediently. They couldn't afford to offend him. They could afford to hide. It was better not to look for trouble. The boat of curses chose a direction and quickly flew there. Lin Feng naturally didn't know that the boat of curses captain had come to the dragon world. In reality, the boat of curses curse was one of the few curses on Lin Feng's body. There was no need to say how dangerous it was. However, Lin Feng didn't have the energy to think about it. Lin Feng was more or less satisfied with the negotiation with the Yin Emperor. Moreover, Lin Feng didn't expect the Yin Emperor to participate in every battle. Lin Feng could deal with some small-scale battles by himself. If he couldn't deal with it himself, then he might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. Lin Feng flew out of the corpse ring. At this time, Bai Ying came to Lin Feng and did it again. The two of them slept in each other's arms. Lin Feng had a dream. In the dream, a mysterious person appeared. Lin Feng heard the mysterious person calling out to him. He tried to get close to the mysterious person, but he couldn't. This made Lin Feng feel very helpless. When Lin Feng was about to give up, the mysterious person's voice became more urgent. He didn't seem to want Lin Feng to give up. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. He didn't know why the mysterious person was calling him so urgently. Who exactly was that mysterious person? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown and think. Lin Feng continued to chase the mysterious person, hoping to catch up to him. He didn't know how much time had passed. Lin Feng felt very tired. He finally caught up to the mysterious person. With the dragon-slaying sword, you can slay 10,000 dragons. The mysterious person was surrounded by divine light as he looked at Lin Feng. Where is the dragon-slaying sword? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Obviously, the dragon-slaying sword was a treasure that restrained the dragon clan. It must be able to cause great harm to the dragon clan. The dragon-slaying sword is in the deepest part of the Black Sea. The mysterious person said. "Thank you for telling me," Lin Feng said. "No need to thank me. Remember, don't change your original intention," the mysterious person said. "My original intention?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lin Feng nodded. The mysterious person's figure was constantly fading. He was about to disappear. "May I know how to address you, senior?" Lin Feng asked. The mysterious person smiled and said, "My name is the virtuous mighty Saint Dragon King." As soon as he finished speaking, his body completely disappeared. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had a look of surprise on his face. The virtuous mighty Saint Dragon King, wasn't this the supreme existence of the Sacred Dragon Clan, the strongest person in the history of the Sacred Dragon Clan? He didn't expect it to be him. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt the scene in front of him disappear. He opened his eyes and found that it was just a dream. Was it really just a dream? Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a doubtful expression. He had a feeling. Perhaps it wasn't just a simple dream. He would have to investigate the situation to find out the specifics. During the day, Lin Feng, the cursed doll, Du Zhu, the evil sovereign sage, and Long Xiyu flew towards the depths of the Black Sea. On the way, Lin Feng asked Long Xiyu about the situation in the depths of the Black Sea. In the depths of the Black Sea, there was an extremely strong magnetic field. Therefore, no one dared to enter that place rashly. A place like that was extremely dangerous. If one dared to enter that place rashly, the slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic death. Perhaps it was because that place was so dangerous that there were so many shocking things. 3 days later, they arrived at the periphery of the area. Since they arrived at this place at night, Lin Feng and the rest didn't enter directly. Instead, they found a place to rest. There were a few small islands here. Lin Feng and the rest landed on one of them. Lin Feng found a place to sit cross-legged. At night, there were gusts of cold wind. Not long after, ghostly qi covered the sky. An extremely evil existence flew out from the rolling ghostly qi. Lin Feng and the rest stood up and looked at the existence that flew over. The terrifying existence that flew over was dripping wet, as if it had just climbed out of the sea. A strong curse power lingered around its body. A cursed creature. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed a cursed creature. In the dragon realm, there were many cursed creatures, and they were extremely terrifying. If an ordinary cultivator encountered a cursed creature in the dragon realm, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. They might even die at the hands of the cursed creature. In fact, it wasn't just the cursed creatures in the dragon realm that were terrifying. The cursed creatures in the outside world were also very terrifying. If they encountered a cursed creature in the outside world, it would be extremely dangerous. Initially, Lin Feng thought that the cursed spirit would attack them, but it was too late. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, when the cursed creature appeared, it didn't attack Lin Feng and the rest. It only looked at Lin Feng and the rest. It seemed like it wanted to say something, but it seemed to be hesitating. This made Lin Feng extremely surprised. Do you want to say something? Lin Feng looked at the cursed creature and asked. The cursed being asked, can you do me a favor? What favor? Asked Lin Feng. Follow me into the sea and you will know everything. The cursed being said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He was hesitant because it was a cursed creature. Cursed creatures were usually extremely evil. Nobody knew what was going on at the bottom of the sea. Maybe the bottom of the sea was extremely dangerous, if it was really very dangerous. Entering the sea, wouldn't it be very likely that he would have to face the dangers directly? However, Lin Feng finally decided to agree to the cursed creature's request. He said, lead the way. The cursed being nodded and said, come with me. Then, it led the way. Lin Feng and the rest followed closely behind. Soon, they entered the sea and quickly flew towards the depths. Not long after, Lin Feng and the rest arrived at the depths of the sea. There was a huge underwater valley here. At the bottom of the valley, there were piles of corpses. When Lin Feng saw the corpses, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Wasn't there too many corpses, a pit of hundreds of thousands of people? It felt like the cultivators who had been killed here. The corpses hadn't decomposed. It was a very strange situation. Logically speaking, the corpses should have completely decomposed. Why were they still so well preserved? After arriving at this place, the cursed creature's hands continuously formed seals. Then, incantations were formed one after another. Then, countless runes appeared. They quickly flew towards the valley, and the runes merged into the bottom of the valley. Not long after, something that Lin Feng didn't expect happened. The valley cracked open, and a godstone quickly flew out from the valley. When he saw the godstone, Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely strange expression. This time, the cursed creature had come to find him. Could it be because of this godstone? When he thought about it, it was possible. However, Lin Feng didn't know what was so special about this godstone, but it should be quite extraordinary. Please help me keep this godstone. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely repay your kindness. The cursed creature said. You've already become a cursed creature. What's the point of an afterlife? Lin Feng couldn't help but grumble in his heart. However, he didn't say these words out loud. At most, he just grumbled in his heart. He put the godstone away, then said to the cursed creature, Don't worry, I will take good care of this godstone. The cursed creature nodded, revealing a grateful look. At this moment, he suddenly hugged his head. Then, he screamed in pain. Actually, cursed creatures often lost themselves. This terrifying existence in front of them didn't lose himself because he used his powerful strength to temporarily wake himself up. Otherwise, he would have lost himself long ago. Now, he couldn't hold on any longer. He was about to lose himself. All of you, hurry up and leave. The cursed creature roared loudly. He couldn't stop all of this. He could only try his best to delay it. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Curses were too strange. Moreover, there were too many curses in the world. He couldn't do anything about it. Lin Feng and the others quickly flew upwards. As Lin Feng and the others flew upwards, the cursed creature didn't continue to stay. Taking advantage of the fact that he wasn't completely lost, he quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng and the others returned to the island. Originally, they were worried that the cursed creature would attack them after getting lost, but after waiting for a while, they didn't see the cursed creature appear again. Only then did they relax. Lin Feng guessed that the cursed creature must have left. Then, Lin Feng took out the godstone that the cursed creature had given him. Lin Feng looked at the godstone, wondering what was sealed in it. End of chapter. Why don't we cut it open and see what happens? The cursed doll asked. Don't come up with such a stupid idea, Lin Feng said. Naturally, he couldn't cut the godstone open. After all, he had promised the cursed creature that he would take good care of the godstone. Since he had made a promise, he had to keep his promise. Lin Feng had always been a man of his word. Lin Feng naturally understood this principle very well. Lin Feng planned to use some special methods that he had mastered to see what was inside the godstone. Lin Feng's methods were extremely extraordinary. After all, the Celestial Master Sect's inheritance also had the ability to identify stones. Lin Feng gently touched the godstone and carefully sensed it. These special godstones were often very special and had a very strong resistance against cultivators. Therefore, it was often very difficult for cultivators to find out what was inside them. However, Lin Feng's methods were quite special. Others couldn't find out what was inside the godstone, but Lin Feng had a certain chance of finding out what was inside. However, the results of this search disappointed Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng couldn't find anything. Of course, this didn't mean that there was nothing inside. Of course, there was something inside, but this godstone was too strange. It blocked all probing. This was the main reason why Lin Feng couldn't find anything. Lin Feng withdrew his hand and muttered to himself. The cursed doll asked curiously, Did you find anything special? Lin Feng shook his head and said, This godstone is very strange. I couldn't find anything. Following this, Lin Feng put the godstone into his time-space. Since he couldn't find anything, he would have to wait patiently. Perhaps there would be some changes in the future. At this moment, Lin Feng and the others were no longer sleepy. Thus, they sat together and chatted. At night, the sea was extremely dangerous. While Lin Feng and the others were chatting, there were many gigantic cracks in the sky. Many terrifying creatures were crawling out of the cracks. These creatures were all from the insect race. There were all kinds of insect race creatures. Outside of the dragon world, other than the cursed creatures, the most terrifying creatures were the various spacetime insects. These spacetime insects had an extremely mysterious origin, and their strength was extremely heaven-defying. If one dared to underestimate these spacetime insects, they might die a terrible death. Moreover, the spacetime insects that appeared this time were even more extraordinary. There were 3 bug emperors among the bug tribe that had appeared this time. The first bug queen had the body of an ant and the head of a human. However, the head that looked similar to a human's was extremely ugly. The second insect queen looked like a corpse turtle. It had a pair of huge wings, but it was unknown what kind of creature it was. The third insect emperor was a purple creature in the form of a half-human, half-insect. It had a humanoid body with 36 pairs of arms. It was said that the arms were transformed from claws, and it also had a scorpion-like tail. The first of these three insect emperors was called the Curse Progenitor. The Curse Progenitor was an expert in all kinds of soul and curse arts. He was an extremely terrifying and sinister existence. The second insect emperor was called the Undead King. He also possessed many terrifying techniques. The third insect emperor was called the Demonic Scorpion Emperor. He was an expert in poison arts. The three bug emperors all had many powerful insect-type creatures working for them. After a large number of insects appeared, they floated in the void. Keek keek, during this period of time, a large number of cultivators have entered the overseas world. It's time to hunt. The insect emperor's voice resounded between heaven and earth. Then, a large number of insects flew in all directions and began their hunt. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Feng and the others set off and entered the depths of the region. The depths of the Black Sea were very dangerous, mainly because of the various dangers caused by the magnetic field. In this place, there were many illusions. Cultivators could easily be trapped in the illusions. Once they were trapped in the illusions, it wouldn't be easy to get out of it. Lin Feng and the others were trapped in the illusion several times. Fortunately, Lin Feng's methods were extremely extraordinary, and he led everyone out of the illusions. Otherwise, they might have been trapped in there and died. Lin Feng led everyone all the way to an island covered in a dense ancient forest. After arriving at the island, Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "Everyone, be careful. This place is not simple." Everyone hurriedly nodded. Lin Feng naturally was not joking, because this place was really not simple. After arriving at this place, Lin Feng felt an extremely oppressive feeling. He did not know what terrifying things were in this place. They quickly flew towards the depths. However, as they continued to go deeper into the island, Lin Feng and the others discovered that in this place, other than vegetation, there were no other living creatures. It was truly an extremely strange thing. There was a saying that where there was water, there would be fish. Where there was a forest, there would be fierce beasts. So, even in a dangerous place like the Death Impasse and the Life-Forbidden Zone, there would be many fierce beasts. But why were there no fierce beasts in this place? This was a place worth pondering. There must be a demon behind this abnormality. This principle, it had never changed since ancient times. Lin Feng and the others were very careful along the way, but they did not find any dangerous places. It was truly an extremely strange thing. In the depths of this island, they found an ancient well. That ancient well emitted an incomparably dense killing intent. That killing intent was about to condense into a physical entity. That killing intent seemed to want to break through the clouds. Strange, it was truly strange to the extreme. Lin Feng and the others quickly flew towards the ancient well. Soon, they arrived outside the ancient well. Then, Lin Feng looked inside the ancient well. They saw that there was actually a dragon coiled up in the ancient well. That dragon was entirely green with wings. It had a slender body and looked like an Eastern divine dragon. Among the Eastern dragon tribe, Lin Feng only knew of one type of dragon that had wings. That was the legendary winged dragon. But obviously, the dragon in front of them was not the winged dragon. However, the dragon in front of them also had wings. What was going on? Could it be a dragon tribe creature that they did not know before? The dragon in the ancient well seemed to have discovered Lin Feng and the others. That dragon's body surged with endless killing intent. Those killing intent were all directed towards Lin Feng and the others. End of chapter. That killing intent was extremely terrifying. It easily tore through the void. Such power was truly shocking and moving. Facing the attacks of the killing intent, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The killing intent was indeed powerful, and Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He took out his Era's war spear and swept it towards the killing intent. Clang clang clang, following the clanging sounds of collisions, the killing intent was broken by Lin Feng. The rest of the people also made their moves, breaking the killing intent that was attacking them. After breaking through the attacks of the killing intent, Lin Feng and the others heaved a sigh of relief. There seems to be something wrong with that dragon, Long Shiyu said. Lin Feng nodded. He also felt that there was something wrong with the dragon. Because there was something wrong with the attack that the dragon had just released. As everyone knew, there were 3 types of attacks that the dragon race liked the most. The first type of attack was the dragon breath attack. The reason why the dragon race liked this method of attack was because this attack was extremely powerful and could be continuously released. There was no need to prepare. Once it was released, it could erupt with an extremely heaven-defying power. The second type of attack was the sacred art attack. There was no need to elaborate on how powerful the dragon race's sacred art was. It was definitely one of the most heaven-defying attacks. The third type of attack was the physical attack. The dragon race's physical body was generally stronger, so the dragon race also liked to use their physical body to crush other cultivators. It was rare to hear of a dragon race creature releasing an attack like killing intent to deal with others. Of course, he had never heard of it before, so it couldn't be said that it didn't exist at all. Perhaps there was such a dragon race creature, but regardless of whether there was such a dragon race or not, Lin Feng had already begun to suspect this dragon race. When the seed of doubt took root and sprouted. Next, it was time to find out the truth. Duzu said, "Didn't young master say that he was looking for the dragon-slaying sword? Could that dragon-slaying sword be related to that dragon just now?" The evildoer saint said, "The dragon-slaying sword specializes in slaying experts from the dragon race. It's quite effective against dragon race creatures. Perhaps that dragon-slaying sword has killed many dragon race creatures in the past. Cultivators of the dragon clan are so powerful. It's normal for the sword to give birth to a powerful murderous aura after killing a dragon clan cultivator. So, based on this speculation, the dragon in the ancient well is very likely transformed from a treasured sword? Or perhaps a sword spirit manifested from the treasured sword?" Evil Dominator Saint's analysis was meticulous. And Lin Feng indeed thought so. Lin Feng said, "Once we suppress the dragon in the well, we'll know everything." Thus, Lin Feng and the others once again came to the side of the ancient well. When they arrived at this place, the dragon seemed to want to attack Lin Feng and the others again. Lin Feng couldn't help but snort. He took out the Pengu axe and hacked at the dragon. A powerful axe light quickly chopped towards the dragon. That axe light contained a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. After feeling the power contained in the axe light, the dragon revealed an incomparably fearful gaze. The dragon shook its body and transformed into a treasured sword, slashing towards the axe light. Clang, accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng's axe light fiercely collided with the treasured sword that the dragon had transformed into. After the collision, the treasured sword sank to the bottom of the ancient well and no longer transformed into a dragon. It wasn't that it couldn't transform into a dragon, but that it had gone into hibernation. "It really is the dragon-slaying sword," Lin Feng said in surprise. "Let's go down and take out the dragon-slaying sword now," Duzu said. Lin Feng said, "Wait. What? Is there a problem?" Duzu asked. Lin Feng said, "This ancient well is not simple." Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone carefully observed the ancient well and discovered that it was indeed not simple. On the inner walls of the ancient well, there seemed to be many runes. Those runes were mysterious, ancient, and powerful. Zhang Tai didn't know what those runes meant. But no matter what they meant, he knew that those runes were extraordinary. Moreover, a treasure like the dragon-slaying sword could even turn into a dragon. Why was it trapped at the bottom of the well, logically speaking? That shouldn't be the case. After all, the dragon-slaying sword was so powerful. Could it be that the dragon-slaying sword was unable to come out because of those runes? The dragon-slaying sword was trapped at the bottom of the well by those runes? The cursed doll looked at Lin Feng and asked, "You are proficient in array formations, can you break through those runes?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Those runes are not simple, they are not easy to break. If you want to break through those runes, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Don't hold too much hope. Then we can only take it by force?" the cursed doll said. Lin Feng said, "No need, I've thought of a way. I don't know if it will work, but I can give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll think of another way." With that, Lin Feng took out the heaven-swallowing jar. Then, the heaven-swallowing jar released a powerful devouring power, wanting to devour the dragon-slaying sword. The heaven-swallowing jar was a special treasure that could devour all magic treasure. Of course, whether or not it could be successfully devoured was another story. However, the result this time disappointed Lin Feng. Because the heaven-swallowing jar was unable to devour the dragon-slaying sword. This method had failed. He needed to find another way. Lin Feng kept the heaven-swallowing jar. "I have the immortal binding rope here. Maybe I can use it to get the treasure out," Du Zhu said. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Zhu took out a treasure. That treasure was the immortal binding rope. This treasure was actually not the treasure in the legends, but a treasure created by someone who imitated the immortal binding rope in the legends. Du Zhu grabbed one end of the immortal binding rope and placed the other end into the ancient well. Then, his mana poured into the immortal binding rope. Under his control, the immortal binding rope suddenly became flexible. The immortal binding rope wrapped around the dragon-slaying sword. Du Zhu tried to pull the dragon-slaying sword out. However, there was an invisible force that almost pulled Du Zhu into the ancient well. Fortunately, Lin Feng was quick enough to grab Du Zhu, otherwise, this guy would have really fallen into the ancient well. "Help!" Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The others hurried forward and grabbed the immortal binding rope. Then, everyone exerted their strength together. However, that invisible force actually pulled Lin Feng and the others towards the ancient well. The expressions of Lin Feng and the others changed drastically. At this critical moment, Lin Feng used the dragon elephant's body and 6 times the dragon elephant's arm. After Lin Feng's strength increased greatly, he joined forces with everyone else. This tug-of-war was suddenly reversed. The dragon-slaying sword was pulled out of the ancient well by Lin Feng and the others. After the dragon-slaying sword was pulled out, it immediately shook slightly. It let out a resonant dragon cry. In the next moment, it turned into a huge dragon and flew towards the sky. It actually wanted to escape without a trace. As the saying goes, when a dragon enters the sea, an eagle soars into the sky. Who could stop it? "You can't escape," Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He stretched out his hand and suddenly grabbed at the air. As the great dragon catching technique was unleashed, a gigantic energy palm print condensed in the void. That huge energy hand grabbed the neck of the escaping dragon and suddenly exerted force. The escaping dragon immediately turned into the dragon-slaying sword. Lin Feng waved his hand at the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon-slaying sword quickly flew towards Lin Feng and finally landed in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng's magic power unceasingly poured into the dragon-slaying sword, wanting to refine the dragon-slaying sword. However, a powerful energy surged out of the dragon-slaying sword and blocked Lin Feng's refinement. This situation made Lin Feng extremely surprised. Seeing that the dragon-slaying sword was not cooperating, Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice, "Dragon-slaying sword, now the dragon world has fallen into a great turmoil. The evil dragon race and the mastermind behind the scenes have joined forces and wantonly massacred the cultivators of the dragon race. Perhaps it won't be long before the dragon race is about to be exterminated. If you have a spirit, then submit to me. I will wield the dragon-slaying sword and slay the evil dragon race, returning peace to the dragon world." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the dragon-slaying sword that was resisting Lin Feng's refinement actually stopped resisting Lin Feng's refinement and was quickly refined by him. After Lin Feng refined the dragon-slaying sword emitted a dragon cry. Lin Feng could feel the powerful energy contained within the dragon-slaying sword. He could not help but be shocked. The dragon-slaying sword was probably much stronger than he had imagined. This dragon-slaying sword was indeed extraordinary. After obtaining the dragon-slaying sword, Lin Feng was in a good mood. With this treasure sword in hand, coupled with Lin Feng's true dragon token, who would dare to disobey him? When the time came, he could easily chop him up. Lin Feng put away the dragon-slaying sword, but at that moment, a large amount of grayish-brown gas suddenly emitted from the depths of the island. There seemed to be a terrifying existence hibernating in the grayish-brown gas. The grayish-brown gas quickly surged outwards. Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly when he saw the grayish-brown gas sweeping outwards. He didn't know what terrifying thing had come out. Lin Feng thought of the strangeness of this island. Other than the vegetation, there were no other living creatures. Could it be because of that existence in the depths? Let's go, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. There was no way to stay in this place any longer. If they continued to stay, who knew what terrible things would happen? Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. Lin Feng and the others quickly flew outside, but the grayish-brown gas was spreading at an extremely fast speed. It was much faster than Lin Feng and the others. Among everyone, Lin Feng's speed was the fastest, so Lin Feng hurriedly used his magic power to wrap everyone up. Then, he quickly rushed forward. Lin Feng's speed was as fast as lightning because he knew that he absolutely could not let the guy behind catch up. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. However, the grayish-brown gas rolling behind them was really too fast. If Lin Feng escaped by himself, then he might be able to shake off the other party. But now, Lin Feng was escaping with Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, the cursed doll, and Long Xiu. Naturally, their speed was much slower than his own. Therefore, the distance between the two parties was constantly closing. Closer and closer, and closer and closer. The situation did not look good. Du Zhu cursed, "What the hell is that thing? Its aura is so terrifying." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He also wanted to know what the hell was chasing after them. Its aura was too terrifying. Even someone as strong as him felt that it was very troublesome. "I know what it is," said the cursed doll. "I know," said the cursed doll. "What is it?" asked Lin Feng. The rest of the people also looked at the cursed doll. Everyone was very curious about what this existence was. If I'm not wrong, the existence inside the grayish-brown gas should be the legendary lunar black blaze. Lunar black blaze? What's that? Lin Feng could not help but look puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of something like the lunar black blaze. However, the name did sound pretty awesome. Therefore, this so-called lunar black blaze should be an extremely terrifying existence, right? The cursed doll said, "The lunar black blaze is born from the moon." The cursed doll said, "The lunar black scorch is an evil spirit born from the moon. It is said that it was born from the most evil power in the moon. This thing will devour all flesh and blood. This is also the reason why there are no fierce beasts in this place. I guess they have all been devoured by the lunar black scorch. I thought that the lunar black scorch didn't exist in this era, but I didn't expect that it would still exist in this era. We have to run quickly. If we are devoured by the lunar black scorch, we will be in trouble." Lin Feng's expression became extremely solemn when he heard the cursed doll's words. From the cursed doll's words, he could tell how terrifying the lunar black blaze was. Such a terrifying existence. The threat it posed to them was too great. Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit. They gradually pulled away from the lunar black blaze. Seeing this, Lin Feng and the others could not help but become excited. However, just as Lin Feng and the others were about to rush out of the island, the space in front of them suddenly trembled. A large amount of grayish-brown gas surged out. The lunar black blaze had appeared. The rolling grayish-brown gas enveloped Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others wanted to dodge, but they could not. The 5 of them were directly devoured by the gas. 6th update, end of chapter. After being swallowed by the gray gas, Lin Feng and the others tried to fight back. But they found that they couldn't fight back at all. What a joke. Were they going to die at the hands of the moon black scorch? Lin Feng and the others didn't want to die. They were still thinking about how to fight back. At that moment, the gray gas was sucking Lin Feng and the others into the depths of the abyss. There was a cold and terrifying chi in the depths of the abyss. Lin Feng and the others fell into an abyss. Then, they saw that there was actually a black moon in the abyss. Of course, it wasn't a real moon. That thing that looked like a moon was actually the moon black scorch. It was said that this kind of creature had many forms. It's been a long time since someone came here. I really miss the smell of flesh and blood. A sinister voice came from the black moon. After hearing that sinister voice, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but shiver. At that moment, Lin Feng finally released his 15-fold domineering magnetic field. When Lin Feng released his domineering magnetic field, all the pressure disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. As long as they could break through the suppression of the moon black scorch, the 5 of them together would be able to fight back. Lin Feng and the others quickly summoned their magical treasures. Powerful magical treasures shook the void and emitted a terrifying qi. That qi was terrifying. But from the moon black scorch's point of view, Lin Feng and the others were clearly putting up a desperate struggle. He sneered and said, "Your combined strength is indeed extraordinary, but compared to me, it's a world of difference. We'll know after the battle." Lin Feng sneered and joined hands with Du Zhu, the evil Zun Saint, the cursed doll, and Long Xiyu to attack the moon black scorch. The moon black scorch sneered in the face of Lin Feng and the others' attacks. Then, terrifying black ripples surged out of the black moon formed by the moon scorch. Those black ripples. It exuded violent fluctuations and destructive power. It was definitely very powerful. Bang 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 bang, Lin Feng and the others collided fiercely with the black ripples emitted by the lunar black scorch, and were immediately sent flying. How is this possible? The faces of Lin Feng and the others suddenly sank. It was a technique of the moon blackburn. "Wasn't this a little too powerful?" said Sun Wuji. "Don't be surprised, and don't be too shocked. I'm Sun Wuji, and I can borrow the power of the moon to fight against enemies. Of course, I have no problem dealing with you." Hearing this, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but gasp. The sun and the moon. These were the 2 most mysterious stars in the world of cultivators. It was extremely difficult to reach the sun and the moon. Unless you knew a specific route, you wouldn't be able to reach the sun and the moon. Even if you are a powerhouse that surpasses the realm, you still can't reach the sun and the moon. As the 2 most mysterious planets in the universe, the sun and the moon naturally had countless legends. And these 2 planets were indeed incomparably terrifying. The most powerful thing about the moon black blaze was not its cultivation level, but its cultivation level. The most powerful thing about him was that he could borrow the power of the moon to fight against enemies. Outsiders had no way of knowing just how terrifying the power of the mysterious moon was. Perhaps, even though the moon black scorch was a creature that was born on the moon, he didn't know how much power the moon contained. The moon black scorch could indeed borrow the power of the moon, but Lin Feng estimated that he could only borrow a small portion of the moon's power. But the moon was too extraordinary. Even if he could only borrow a small portion of its power, it was already extremely powerful. Lin Feng and the others felt that the situation was getting more and more troublesome. "How about we negotiate?" said Lin Feng with a mocking smile. The moon black scorch sneered. "I'm not interested in negotiating with you. I just want to eat you." As soon as he finished speaking, the moon black scorch quickly moved towards Lin Feng and the others. After the lunar black scorch flew over, an extremely strange energy filled the air. If one carefully sensed it, one would know that the strange energy was similar to a sealing power. This sealing power was extremely terrifying. After sensing this sealing power, one would be able to sense that the sealing power was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng and the others' expressions changed drastically because the sealing power was extremely strange. They couldn't break free. This was going to be troublesome. At that critical moment, Lin Feng suddenly realized that there was an item in the space and time, and it was releasing terrifying energies. When Lin Feng realized what it was, he was astonished. The item that was emitting violent fluctuations was a tooth. It wasn't simple at all. It was the tooth of a sacred lunar beast. According to legends, the sacred lunar beast was a sacred beast that was born on the moon. If you had the tooth of a sacred lunar beast, you could ask the sacred lunar beast to take you to the moon nether glow. What was the moon nether glow? According to legends, after Pangu's body transformed into everything in the world, his eyes turned into the sun and the moon. The moon nether glow was equivalent to the moon, where the foundation of the great Tao was. If you could find that place, you would gain endless benefits. Of course, it was hard to believe that Pangu's eyes turned into the sun and the moon. After all, it sounded like a story. However, many things about the moon nether glow were true. Now, the tooth of the sacred lunar beast was emitting such violent fluctuations. What did that mean? Lin Feng didn't know what was going on. But at this time, if he took out the tooth of the sacred lunar beast, there might be some changes. Anyway, he didn't have many ways to deal with the moon black scorch. Let's just treat it as a living horse. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly summoned the tooth of the sacred lunar beast. When the tooth of the sacred lunar beast was summoned by Lin Feng, it emitted waves of lunar power. The lunar power wrapped Lin Feng and the others in it. This is, when the moon black scorch saw the tooth of the sacred lunar beast summoned by Lin Feng, it couldn't help but be shocked. It didn't continue to attack Lin Feng and the others. Instead, it stopped in midair. After seeing this, Lin Feng finally let out a long breath. What's that? It's actually so scary that Lunar Black Blaze doesn't dare attack anymore? The cursed doll exclaimed. Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign sage, and Long Xiyu were curious as well. Because of the existence of this item, they could finally feel a little more at ease. Perhaps they could rely on this treasure to escape from Lunar Black Blaze's clutches. It seemed like the chances of that happening were quite high. Lin Feng said, "This is the tooth of a sacred Taiying beast." That's right. This is the tooth of a sacred Taiying beast. How did you get the teeth of the grating sacred beast? Lunar Black Blaze said coldly. He was extremely shocked that Lin Feng had managed to obtain the tooth of a sacred Taiying beast, and he found it hard to comprehend. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Was the tooth of a sacred Taiying beast really that hard to obtain? He wasn't too sure about that. Lin Feng said, "Young master's methods are extraordinary. What's so strange about me being able to obtain the tooth of a sacred Taiying beast?" Lunar Black Blaze said, "In this epoch, not many sacred Taiying beasts have appeared, and sacred Taiying beasts basically never leave the moon. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any sacred Taiying beast in the outside world." After hearing Lunar Black Blaze's words, Lin Feng finally understood why Lunar Black Blaze had looked so incredulous when he had obtained the tooth of a sacred Taiying beast. So that was the reason. It was no wonder Lunar Black Blaze was so shocked. It seemed that all the sacred Taiying beasts were currently on the moon. But how was he supposed to get there? Lin Feng naturally wanted to find the lunar nether glow. However, he had to first reach the moon. Then, he had to find the sacred Taiying beast. But that was an incredibly difficult task. Of course, Lin Feng had to think about that later. Right now, he had to think about how to leave the moon. Even though the moon didn't attack them because of the teeth of the Holy Yin beast, it didn't attack them anymore. Who knew if the sacred Taiying beast would attack again? All of these were things that were hard to say. Lin Feng said, "Can we talk now?" Lunar Black Blaze said, "Sure." Lunar Black Blaze's mouth. Lin Feng's face lit up. "I'm just afraid that you won't be willing to negotiate." As long as they were willing to negotiate, then there would be room for negotiation. Lin Feng said, "Let's talk about you first. Rumor has it that the Lunar Black Blaze is an evil creature born from the moon. You have appeared here, and it seems like you haven't left this place for many years. You must have been trapped here, right?" "Indeed," Lunar Wuji said. "But to be more specific, if I want to leave, I can leave this place at any time." Lin Feng didn't think that Lunar Wuji was bragging, because there was no need for him to do so. Since Lunar Wuji had said so, then he could really leave this place. "Since you can leave, why don't you leave this place?" Lin Feng asked. "Heh." The Lunar Black Blaze chuckled. "Because of a bet," Lunar Black Blaze said. "Because of a bet." "A bet?" Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely strange expression. If he didn't leave this place because of a bet, wouldn't that be too trustworthy? "Look to your left," Lunar Wuji said. Lin Feng looked to his left. He saw a stone tablet. The words on the tablet read, "Never leave this island." It was actually a very ordinary stone tablet. It wasn't a treasure, and it couldn't be used to suppress others. However, the words "never leave this island" had a profound meaning. It made one's imagination run wild. Lin Feng said, "Could it be that you didn't leave this island because of those words?" Lunar Wuji said, "That's right." Then, he seemed to be immersed in his memories. After a while, he said, "Back then, I promised someone that I wouldn't leave this island easily." Lin Feng said, "I really didn't think that a single word would be enough to bind you." It seems like you're quite a trustworthy person. A man without his word is worthless. Lunar Wuji said. Perhaps Lunar Wuji was an extremely evil creature, but no matter how evil he was still an evil creature. Lunar Wuji was a little bit evil, but he couldn't hide it. Lin Feng asked, "What do you need me to do for you?" Lunar Wuji said, "If you really do go to the moon in the future, I hope that you can help me go to the moon and take a trip to the birthplace of Lunar Wuji. Also, leave this item there." Lunar Wuji took out an item. Lin Feng discovered that the item was wrapped in a ball of black energy. Lin Feng wasn't sure what was inside. Lin Feng wanted to use his divine sense to investigate it, but he found that his divine sense was blocked. The cursed doll said, "This item should be related to the birth of a new Lunar Wuji, right?" Lunar Wuji glanced at the cursed doll and said, "That's right. This item is related to the birth of a new Lunar Wuji." Lin Feng didn't know what kind of creature Lunar Wuji was. Perhaps it was really evil, but it had principles and was trustworthy. If a new Lunar Wuji appeared, what kind of personality would it have? No one was born evil, right? Wasn't there a saying that a person's nature was good at birth? Later on, when a person became evil, it was mostly because of external factors. If it was guided well, perhaps the new Lunar Wuji would have good intentions. Anything was possible. Lin Feng put the item away and said, "I can promise you that. You can leave now." Lunar Wuji said. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't stay with Du Zhu and the others and quickly left. After leaving the island, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. Fortunately, the result of this trip was quite good. Lin Feng and the others quickly returned to the sacred dragon tribe's ancestral land. When Lin Feng returned, he received a lot of news. There was some news from the inland world, as well as some from the overseas world. The situation in the inland world wasn't particularly ideal. The three great alliances were slowly losing ground. If the factions behind the three great alliances didn't send a cultivator army, the three great alliances would probably fall in a year or two. The news from the overseas world shocked Lin Feng. It turned out that during this time, the space-time bugs had begun to wreak havoc in the overseas world. Originally, many people from the inland world had fled to the overseas world to seek refuge. However, many people who had fled to the overseas world had become food for the space-time bugs. During this time, who knew how many people had been devoured by the space-time bugs? Now, the overseas world was filled with bloodshed and danger. And Lin Feng didn't want to see the situation overseas because Lin Feng was still counting on subduing the overseas forces. This was an important step for him to strengthen himself. However, it seemed like the situation overseas was rather unfavorable for Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He needed to find some countermeasures to prevent the situation overseas from continuing to develop. The Emperor Brush discussed the specific situation overseas with Lin Feng. For example, the remnants of some forces had joined forces to fight against the space-time Zergs. However, the space-time Zergs were too powerful. Therefore, even if those forces joined forces, they still suffered heavy casualties. The key was that the space-time Zergs had 3 Zerg queens and many Zerg kings. These existences were the most terrifying group of Zergs. They were too powerful and had many strange means. In addition, there were many shattered voids in the overseas world. It would be extremely dangerous for cultivators to enter the world shrouded by the shattered voids. However, it wasn't the same for the space-time Zergs. They were originally a group of Zergs that came out of the shattered voids. Once they encountered danger, it wouldn't be a problem for them to hide. Therefore, it was really quite difficult to kill the space-time Zergs. In addition, many of the space-time Zergs liked to hide in the shattered voids and launch sneak attacks on foreign cultivators. It was impossible to guard against them. Many people died tragically because of this. However, these cultivators didn't dare to return to the inland world. This was because the inland world was also extremely dangerous. The danger level of entering the inland world wasn't lower than the overseas world. Although the overseas world was also extremely dangerous, there were still some relatively good hiding places in the overseas world. If one was lucky enough to find a good hiding place, they wouldn't have to worry about their lives for the time being. It was much better than staying in the inland world. There was really no place to hide in the inland world. If they were discovered, they would die without a burial place. Lin Feng felt that it was time to take action. He couldn't delay any longer. Subduing the overseas forces and forming the overseas cultivator army had become an urgent matter. Overseas, on a nameless island, a large number of Dragon Clan cultivators had gathered on the island. These Dragon Tribe cultivators were rather disorganized. There were Fire Dragon Tribe cultivators, Water Dragon Tribe cultivators, Blue Dragon Tribe cultivators, and so on. These cultivators banded together and escaped to the overseas world. However, they were ambushed by the insects 3 times. Now, more than half of them had died. At present, the Dragon clans only had around 30,000 cultivators left. Most of them were either old or weak. Although their combat prowess was quite good, they were simply incapable of participating in the war against the space-time bugs. If these cultivators were to participate in the war, they would be nothing more than cannon fodder. There were about 8,000 cultivators with decent combat strength. In fact, this force was considered quite an impressive force among the many forces that had fled overseas. But now, they were facing a crisis. 3 insect kings were leading a dense swarm of insects to surround the place where they were hiding. The insectoids were different from other races. It was common knowledge. The more powerful a race was, the harder it was for them to produce offspring. However, this did not apply to the insectoids. When the insectoids were mentioned, everyone felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Firstly, the various insectoids were indeed terrifying. It was a psychological shock. Secondly, the insectoids were often a social race. For example, the few insectoids that Lin Feng had cultivated. The other insectoids were naturally in this form as well. The insectoid's powerful reproductive ability was truly heaven-defying. However, there was a saying that went, "You lose as much as you gain." This sentence actually made a lot of sense. Perhaps it was because the insectoid's reproductive ability was simply too strong. Therefore, the insectoid's intelligence was relatively low. This included many powerful insectoids who were not very smart. Their ability to comprehend great Daos and divine powers was also relatively poor. The combat techniques they were good at were some of the techniques that they had mastered. For example, insectoids had strong defenses and terrifying physical strength. Moreover, the insectoids often had lethal poison and other means. It was more troublesome to deal with insectoids. It was even more troublesome to deal with space-time bugs. This was because there was a huge difference between the space-time bugs and ordinary insectoids. This difference was mainly reflected in their control of the Tao of the Void. This was because the space-time bugs had mastered the powerful Tao of the Void. Therefore, the space-time bugs were good at traveling through the void. Needless to say, creatures that were good at traveling through the void were naturally very good at dodging other people's attacks. At this moment, the densely packed space-time bugs began to besiege the dragon race on the island. The dragon race on the island rose up in resistance. However, there was nothing they could do. There were too few of them. In such a large-scale battle, they were at too much of a disadvantage. Many experts of the dragon race were killed. After those experts of the dragon race were killed, a large number of space-time bugs would swarm forward and devour the bodies of those experts of the dragon race clean. It was simply too tragic. Those of the dragon race wanted to lead everyone to break out of the encirclement, but they could not do so at all. An atmosphere of despair spread among the crowd. The situation before them was indeed very easy to lose all confidence. Just as the dragon race beings were about to be unable to hold on any longer, all of a sudden, ancient warships rapidly approached from afar. There were hundreds of ancient warships. Before they arrived, those ancient warships had already fired their spirit stone cannons. Bang, 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 countless spirit stone cannons blasted many of the space-time bugs to death. Seeing the arrival of reinforcements, the dragon race beings on the island saw a glimmer of hope. Damn it! Destroy those warships! A Bug King-level existence roared in anger. A large number of space-time bugs rushed towards those ancient warships. They wanted to destroy those warships. When it came to things like destroying warships, these space-time bugs were actually quite good at it. However, this time, the situation was different. Because, when the densely packed spacetime bugs rushed towards those warships, something strange happened. Those warships suddenly disappeared without a trace. Just like that. They disappeared into thin air. This was really strange to the extreme. All of the spacetime insectoids, including the insectoid kings, were flabbergasted. Even the dragonfolk cultivators were flabbergasted. How could such an enormous fleet, with over 100 battleships, just vanish like that? This was something that they could not figure out. End of chapter. The reason why over 100 warships had disappeared without a trace was naturally because of the invisibility array. Lin Feng arranged a stealth array formation on each of the warships. The power of these stealth array formations was extraordinary. Once activated, they would immediately become invisible. Finding these warships wouldn't be an easy task. Boom! Boom! Along with the loud noises, spiritual stone cannonballs flew out one after another. These spiritual stone cannonballs contained a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Then, they ruthlessly bombarded the swarm. Although the swarm was very strong, it was not good for them to withstand the attack of the spiritual stone cannonballs. Many insect swarms were annihilated by the explosion. Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with the tyrannical power displayed by the spirit stone cannonball. A large number of Zergs were wiped out, but the Zergs were unable to find the exact location of the invisible warship. This made the Zergs very depressed, and they let out a series of angry screeches. However, no matter how angry the swarm was, they could not change the situation before them. The Insect King gave the order to retreat. Since there was a broken space in this area, it was extremely unrealistic to completely stop the swarm from leaving. In the end, about half of the swarm was annihilated, while the other half escaped. Although the swarm was not completely annihilated, this battle was the most destructive battle to the swarm in history. After the swarm of insects escaped, the 100 warships appeared once again. Seeing the warships that appeared, Xianxia was shocked. 3 old men flew over from the island. They were the patriarchs of the Fire Dragon tribe, the Water Dragon tribe, and the Blue Dragon tribe. They were also the representatives of the Dragon tribe on the island. Among the 3 of them, the patriarch of the Fire Dragon clan was the most powerful. Therefore, they all followed him as their leader. Thank you for your help. May I pay my respects to the master of the fleet? The 3 of them stopped outside the fleet. The Fire Dragon tribe's chief cupped his fists and said, "Let's board." A voice came from the ancient starship Xianyuan. The 3 of them hurriedly flew towards the ancient starship Xianyuan. Soon, they boarded the ancient starship Xianyuan. Under the guidance of the guard, the 3 of them arrived at the cabin and saw Lin Feng. Their faces were immediately filled with shock. They never thought that the master of this huge fleet would be a young human cultivator. Who was this young human cultivator in front of them? He had actually managed to gather such a powerful army. "Patriarchs, please have a seat," Lin Feng said. "Thank you, young master." The 3 patriarchs hurriedly replied. Then, they sat on chairs brought over by the guard. "I'm sure you're curious about me." "Actually, if I tell you who I am, you'll probably know who I am," said Lin Feng. The Fire Dragon chief asked respectfully, "How should I address you, young master?" "My surname is Lin and my given name is Feng." After hearing Lin Feng's self-introduction, the 3 of them were stupefied at first, but then they seemed to remember something. Suddenly, they were extremely shocked and moved. "Count?" the Fire Dragon tribe's chief asked in shock. Their tribes were not part of the Ancient Dragon Alliance. They were part of the Golden Dragon Alliance. They had only been affected by the battle. Their homes had been destroyed. That was why they had fled to the overseas worlds. The news of the Battle Monarch Legion's destruction had spread like wildfire. Naturally, they had also heard about it. When they heard the news, they felt that it was inconceivable. But now, they had met the person who had led that epic battle. For a moment, they were filled with excitement. "Just as you said, the Battle Monarch Legion was indeed destroyed by me," Lin Feng said. "I've heard a lot about you, young master. Now that I've met you, you're just as the rumors say. You're young and promising." The 3 patriarchs praised Lin Feng again. Lin Feng didn't care about these compliments. He wasn't complacent. After all, What hadn't Lin Feng seen over the years, what hadn't he experienced? Naturally, he wouldn't get carried away just because of a few words from others. Lin Feng said, "The dragon world is now in great danger. In the inland worlds, the evil dragons have joined forces with the creatures from the Mastermind's world. The ancient dragon alliance has fallen, and even the dragon emperor has been killed. I'm afraid that the other three alliances won't be able to hold on much longer. The inland worlds will definitely fall into the hands of the evil dragons. Of course, the evil dragons are only the claws of the creatures from the Mastermind's world. Strictly speaking, they should be the ones to fall into the hands of the Mastermind's world. Those people have been wantonly slaughtering the evil dragons. Once they take over the inland worlds, they'll definitely come to the oceanic worlds and kill the dragon cultivators who have escaped into the oceanic worlds. Right now, we need to unite to have a chance of survival. I'm now formally recruiting you. Let me ask you this, are you willing to submit to me and work together?" The three patriarchs exchanged glances, then stood up and said, "We're willing to submit to you, young master." Seeing the three of them submit, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Actually, all of this, everything was within his expectations. After all, the oceanic worlds were too dangerous right now. If he hadn't come today, all the dragon cultivators on the island would have been killed by the space-time bugs. Therefore, he needed to find a big tree to rely on. This was the only way to survive. And coincidentally, Lin Feng was indeed powerful. He had many experts under his command, and he also had many powerful methods. Submitting to Lin Feng was the best choice for now. "Alright, since you've chosen to submit to me, I won't treat you unfairly. Your families can be placed on the island in the Sacred Dragon Clan's ancestral land. That place is very safe, and there won't be any space-time bugs there. You also don't have to worry about being attacked by the cursed creatures," Lin Feng said. Hearing this, the three patriarchs were overjoyed. Lin Feng continued, "As for the cultivator army on your side, they will be mixed into the various warships. I have always been fair in my rewards and punishments. In these troubled times, everything will be rewarded and punished according to the military merit system. Killing the enemy will be meritorious, and the greater the merit, the greater the reward. Immortal stones, sacred arts, magic treasures, titles, territories, and so on will all be regular rewards. Yes, we will be loyal and devoted to kill the enemy," the three patriarchs hurriedly said. "Alright, now go and organize your families. I'll send someone to send them back. As for the cultivator army, they will immediately be scattered and join the various warships. You can now go and tell your clansmen about this matter," Lin Feng said slowly. End of chapter. During this period of time, a legend had been circulating in the sea region. It was said that there was a mysterious cultivator legion that appeared and disappeared unpredictably, constantly attacking the insect race army. Under the attack of that huge legion, the races that were wreaking havoc in the sea region suffered heavy casualties. This news naturally caused an uproar. After hearing this news, many people began to look for that mysterious cultivator legion, wanting to join them. In fact, this was normal because everyone wanted to survive. But how could they survive in such an environment? There were only two ways to survive. The first way was to become stronger and deal with all difficulties. However, this method was easy to say but difficult to do. After all, how could one become stronger in a short period of time? It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. The second way was to join some powerful forces. The weak would submit to the strong. This was a matter of course. Wasn't it the same in the inland world? Therefore, after coming to the sea region, submitting to the powerhouses of the sea region was also a matter of course. Everyone didn't think it was strange. That mysterious legion was harder to find. Many people searched for a long time but couldn't find that powerful legion. It wasn't until a month later that a news quickly spread in the sea region. It was said that the mysterious legion was recruiting cultivators from Sea Turtle Island. Once they were recruited, they would help to appease their families. After this news spread, many people were overjoyed. This was because many of them had family members. If they were alone, it would be fine. But if they had families, they couldn't just watch their families die one by one and ignore it, right? No matter how hard-hearted a person was, they probably wouldn't do such a thing. So, while everyone was worried about their future, they were also worried about their families. Now that the mysterious legion would help to settle their families, it was exactly what many people wanted. Therefore, many cultivators flew to the area where Sea Turtle Island was located, including some powerful forces, such as some overseas forces, or some forces that fled from the inland to the sea region. They came one after another. Lin Feng naturally did not refuse any cultivators who came to seek refuge with him. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. This was because after Lin Feng's army became famous, there were many people who wanted to join him. Recruiting elites was the best choice. As for those cultivators with average strength, they should be ignored. Lin Feng didn't do this because these were troubled times and dangers lurked everywhere. If he didn't help those people, they would die. Since he could help them, if their cultivation levels weren't high enough, he could let them practice cultivation. If their cultivation levels were high enough, they would be of great help. Lin Feng was convinced of that. During this period of time, Lin Feng's forces were rapidly expanding. The number of cultivators in the army had already reached 1 million. As for the cultivator army, there were 3 million people. There were even more family members of the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Fortunately, there were many islands around the sacred dragon tribe's ancestral land. These islands could accommodate the family members of the cultivator army. Now that the cultivator army no longer had anything to worry about, they were filled with fighting spirit and were ready to make a name for themselves. On this day, a large number of insects, under the leadership of the 3 insect emperors, quickly rushed in the direction of Sea Turtle Island. The 3 insect emperors were extremely angry during this period of time. They also hated Lin Feng to the bone. Towards this battle dragon legion that had suddenly risen, they couldn't wait to get rid of him. So, when they heard that the battle dragon legion was recruiting cultivators on Sea Turtle Island, the 3 insect emperors summoned a large number of spacetime insects. The black mass of spacetime insects was countless. The 3 insect emperors came this time to destroy the battle dragon legion created by Lin Feng. At the same time, they grabbed Lin Feng. They couldn't let Lin Feng die so easily. They must ruthlessly torture Lin Feng. Or else. How could they vent their hatred? The wishful thinking of the 3 insect emperors was naturally excellent. Many cultivators who joined the battle dragon legion saw the dense swarm of insects. The cultivators in the distance were so scared that they didn't dare to come over and quickly retreated. The cultivators who were surrounded by the swarm of insects quickly flew towards Sea Turtle Island. Now that they couldn't retreat, they could only temporarily join forces with the cultivator army of Sea Turtle Island to fight against the swarm of insects. On Sea Turtle Island, there were about 1 million cultivators and hundreds of thousands of cultivators who came to join them. However, the spacetime insects were too many. They were densely packed and innumerable. It was impossible to know how many insects had gathered together. Soon, the insect army arrived and completely surrounded Sea Turtle Island. Chaos broke out everywhere. The cultivators who came to join them were incomparably depressed. They didn't expect that before they joined the cultivator army, they would have to face the insect army together. Wasn't there too many insect army, so many that it was innumerable? If only they knew. They wouldn't have come. As for the battle dragon legion, they were well trained and had strict military discipline. He did not show any obvious signs of panic. Who is Lin Feng? The curse progenitor said coldly. Lin Feng said, I am. You are that Lin Feng? The curse progenitor looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Wasn't he too young? However, there were talents in every generation, and each generation would lead the world for hundreds of years. There would always be some extremely young cultivators who were very heaven-defying. It was a very normal thing. However, this kind of situation wasn't very common. Brat, you are dead today. The curse progenitor said coldly. Heh, Lin Feng sneered and said, 3 insect emperors, why do you think I am recruiting the cultivator army here with great fanfare? The 3 insect emperors pondered. It was said before that these insects didn't have high intelligence. Their intelligence was relatively low. The 3 insect emperors were much stronger than ordinary insects. However, they weren't very smart. Therefore, they didn't think too much about it. After knowing that Lin Feng was here, they immediately gathered an army to kill him. The myriad corpse king said, "Could it be that you want to scheme against us?" "That's right." Lin Feng nodded. Ha 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 ha, hearing Lin Feng's affirmative answer, the three insect emperors laughed. The three emperors burst into laughter, making fun of Lin Feng. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Feng asked. The demon scorpion emperor sneered and said, "Brat, you think you have successfully schemed against us, but do you know that we have hundreds of millions of insects here? In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are useless. Attack." After the demon scorpion emperor's voice fell, the three insect emperors immediately gave the order. Next, the dense swarm of insects quickly charged toward the cultivators on the island. Lin Feng sneered at the sight of the swarm. The swarm was not scary because Lin Feng had already calculated all the possible situations, including the situation in front of him. Lin Feng had calculated all the possible situations, including the current situation. Lin Feng directly took out the 8 heavenly flames. In the void, formation lines intertwined. This was the formation prohibition that Lin Feng had set up in advance. This time, he wanted to attract the 3 insect queens and get rid of them as soon as possible. If he could get rid of the 3 insect queens, then the threat of the space-time insect tribe would be completely eliminated. Therefore, getting rid of the 3 insect queens was an extremely crucial step. But how could he get rid of the 3 insect queens? This was an extremely troublesome matter. After all, the 3 insect queens were really powerful. It was not easy to get rid of the 3 insect queens. Lin Feng's idea was to use the formation prohibition to trap the swarm of insects, including the 3 insect queens. In addition, Lin Feng could use the heavenly flames to deal with these guys. Lin Feng's 8 heavenly flames were extremely effective against insects. Once the 8 heavenly flames were taken out, the lethality caused by them was unimaginable. Therefore, Lin Feng sacrificed 8 heavenly flames to form the heavenly fire formation. The power of the heavenly fire formation was extremely tyrannical. Lin Feng's heavenly fire formation was used in combination with the other formation prohibitions that Lin Feng had set up. The void was densely covered with flames. The formation lines and the flames intertwined, releasing a terrifying power that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Such power was enough to make people turn pale with fright. It was enough to instill endless fear in people. Evil was 1 foot tall, and Tao was 10 feet tall. No matter how many tricks you had, there would always be a way to defeat you. Whether it was a battle between practitioners or a large-scale battle, it was not a battle where you restrained me or I restrained you. If there was a way to restrain you, the battle would naturally tilt in favor. For example, the current battle was extremely tragic. The 3 bug emperors had come here full of confidence, but now they could only watch helplessly as a large number of bugs were killed. In fact, the bugs themselves were too powerful, and their methods were extraordinary, so it was not easy to use formations to kill the bugs. Even if they could kill a large part of the swarm, most of the insects would be able to kill their way to Lin Feng and the others without a hitch. It would not be a good thing for the practitioner army to fight the insects at close range. However, the current situation was different. Lin Feng did not give the insects a chance to get close to them quickly. The heavenly fire played a key role. No matter how powerful the insects were, their bodies could not withstand being burned by the heavenly fire. Not to mention that there were 8 heavenly fires burning repeatedly. With the help of the heavenly fire formation, the lethality formed by the repeated burning of the 8 heavenly fires was absolutely unimaginable. Moreover, at this time, the millions of practitioners also made their moves. Some used their magical abilities while some used their magic weapons. The lethality of this battle could be imagined. The practitioners who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. The situation of the battle seemed to be different from what they had imagined. Those people knew that the War Dragon army was very powerful, but they also knew how powerful the space-time insect race was. Moreover, the number of space-time insect race was so large that it was almost innumerable. With so many space-time insect race attacking, how powerful would the threat, damage, destruction, massacre, and death be? Many people thought that the best outcome would be a lose-lose situation. However, the reality was completely different from what they had expected. The people of the War Monarch army were very powerful. To be precise, the army commander of the War Monarch army was very powerful. He could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. In the blink of an eye, the enemy was turned into ashes. Such means. Naturally, it made people gasp in amazement. The three insect emperors were very angry. They led a group of insect kings to attack. As the vanguard, if they could reach Lin Feng and kill Lin Feng, the formation would collapse on its own. However, would Lin Feng give them the chance? The poison ancestor, the cursed baby, the ancestor of the Holy Dragon clan, Broken God, the Emperor's Brush, the evil Zun Saint, Long Shiyu, and the others all surrounded Lin Feng. They used all sorts of attacks to block the three insect emperors and the many insect kings. Lin Feng held the Hui Bao and sunshot divine arrows in his hands. Arrows were shot out one after another. As Lin Feng's cultivation increased, the power of the Hui Bao and sunshot divine arrows was gradually revealed. The power of these two supreme treasures could definitely be described as shocking and unbelievable. Although there were only two sunshot divine arrows, it was enough. As the three insect emperors and the other insect kings were tied down by Du Zhu, the formation, and the heavenly flame, they were unable to split themselves up. The three insect emperors were the strongest and it was easier to deal with them. But the insect kings didn't have an easy time. Lin Feng's sunshot godly arrows kept attacking them, and the insect kings kept dying. No matter how strong the insect kings were, they were still made of flesh and blood. Naturally, they could not withstand the attack of the sunshot divine arrows. The insect kings were roughly equivalent to sage realm cultivators. Such an existence was naturally extremely terrifying and posed a huge threat to the cultivators. Therefore, when the insect kings were killed by Lin Feng's sunshot divine arrows, there was a burst of cheers from the surroundings. It was like a war between two armies in the secular world. General-level figures were constantly killed by the soldiers on one side. This naturally boosted the morale of the soldiers on one side. However, it was a huge blow to the morale of the other side. Therefore, when the insect kings were continuously killed by Lin Feng, the insect kings became chaotic and the three insect emperors were extremely angry. They came full of confidence. Not long ago, they were even thinking about how to torture Lin Feng after capturing Lin Feng to vent their anger. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was extremely cruel. Now, they saw the cruel reality. Not only did the army fail to kill Lin Feng, but they also suffered heavy losses. As the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. Therefore, the three insect emperors planned to retreat. They would think of a way to deal with Lin Feng after recuperating for a while. The three insect emperors believed that as long as they did not fall into the formation set up by Lin Feng, it would be quite easy to kill Lin Feng. Break out! The three insect emperors shouted. Then, the three insect emperors were the first to break out. Hearing the three insect emperors give the order to break out, how could the swarm dare to stay? Originally, they wanted to break out and escape, but since the insect emperors did not give the order, they naturally did not dare to act on their own. Otherwise, they would be executed. Now, they did not have to worry so much. One by one, they began to crazily attack the array, wanting to break out. However, this was not an easy task. When the three insect emperors were breaking out, Lin Feng and the others strengthened their attacks. Lin Feng wanted to get rid of the three insect emperors the most. Therefore, how could he let the three insect emperors leave? After a great battle, more than 10 insect emperors were killed by Lin Feng with the shooting sun god arrows. Without the help of the insect emperors, the three insect emperors were isolated and helpless. Lin Feng kept the Hui Bao, shooting sun god arrows, and then took out the epic war spear. First Legion of the Battle Dragon Army, follow me to kill the three insect emperors. Lin Feng waved his war spear and shouted. After hearing Lin Feng's shout, the 100,000 cultivators of the First Legion shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky. The First Legion was also the most elite of the Battle Dragon Army. Under the leadership of Lin Feng, the First Legion followed Lin Feng into the array. They went straight for the three insect emperors. Kill them! Seeing Lin Feng leading the army, the three insect emperors immediately shouted. However, the insect army was in chaos. They were all thinking of escaping. It was hard to organize. Although they had organized hundreds of thousands of insect emperors to attack Lin Feng and the First Legion commander of the Battle Dragon army. However, to be honest, they were still far from it. Kill! Lin Feng shouted. The 100,000 cultivators attacked together, the war spears in their hands swept towards the insect emperors. On one side was the insect emperors with low morale and no order. On the other side was the elite army with high morale and knew how to cooperate. The two sides were not even on the same level of power. A large number of insects were killed, and the remaining insects scattered and fled, not daring to come forward to die. Lin Feng led an army of 100,000, sweeping away all obstacles as they charged toward the three great insect sovereigns. Were the three insect emperors powerful? Of course it was powerful. If it was a one-on-one fight, Lin Feng felt that even he might not be a match for the three insect queens. However, now, they were not fighting alone. Instead, they were fighting an army against three insect emperors. Enough ants could bite an elephant to death. This was not something that was said casually. He could really do it. If the three insect emperors were compared to elephants, then Lin Feng and his 100,000 strong army were definitely not ants. They were a pack of wolves. A well-trained pack of wolves. Once he made his move. Savage and violent, destroying everything. For example, what was happening right now? Nothing could stop Lin Feng and the others. Even the three bug queens could not withstand it. Lin Feng raised the war spear in his hand and brought it down again. The 100,000 strong army raised the war spear in their hand and brought it down again. All of their movements were so coordinated, so consistent, as if they were one person. This was the difference between a mob and an elite army. The three insect emperors joined forces, but they were still forced to retreat. The curse ancestor roared furiously, Lin Feng. You have an unfair advantage. Oh. Lin Feng responded and continued to lead the 100,000 strong army to attack the three insect emperors. The myriad corpse king roared furiously, if you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Do you dare? Oh. Lin Feng responded and continued to lead the army to attack the three insect emperors. The devil scorpion emperor shouted, if we defeat you, you will let us go. As the commander of the battle dragon army, you don't even have the courage to do so? Oh. Lin Feng still responded indifferently. This made the three insect emperors depressed because Lin Feng was so stubborn. He had no intention of fighting them one-on-one. Coward. The three insect emperors roared angrily. However, Lin Feng still ignored them. Why bother with these people? Victory was right in front of him. He would use the simplest method to get rid of his opponents. This was what Lin Feng should be doing, not showing off. Kill. Kill. Kill, Lin Feng shouted. Kill. Kill. Kill, the 100,000 strong army shouted together, their voices shaking the sky. Lin Feng's 100,000 strong army was like a divine army that had descended from the heavens. They were invincible. They were invincible. God should be slain. Buddha should be slain. Pooh, the sound of something being torn apart was heard. The curse ancestor was the first to succumb, and its body was torn apart. Why is this happening? The curse ancestor roared. It was unwilling to die like this, but it was powerless to stop it. No one could save it. The next moment, a terrifying attack came again, and the curse ancestor's body exploded. The curse ancestor's body and soul were destroyed on the spot. After destroying the curse ancestor, Lin Feng's target became the remaining two insect emperors. The king of corpses and the demon scorpion emperor were stronger than the curse ancestor. But so what, facing the attack of the army, they were still unable to resist. Therefore, once a cultivator was surrounded by an army, it was extremely dangerous. It was very likely that they would be tortured to death by the army. Wasn't a powerhouse that surpassed the realm powerful? It was indeed powerful. However, to be honest, as long as the army was large enough. Under certain conditions, it was also possible to torture a powerhouse of this level to death. Don't think it was inconceivable. But this was the truth. Bang, bang. Accompanied by the earth-shaking sound of a violent collision. The king of corpses and the demon scorpion emperor were immediately sent flying. After enduring that terrifying attack, the King of Corpses and the Demon Scorpion Emperor's bodies were torn apart. It wouldn't take long for the two insect emperors to die. The two insect emperors were very clear about their fate, but the two insect emperors didn't want to die. Spare us, we are willing to submit. The two insect emperors begged. No matter what kind of creature it was, in front of dignity and life, they would not hesitate to choose dignity. Compared to life, what was dignity? Therefore, in history, many people had been humiliated, such as the humiliation of being forced to kneel, or the hatred of having their wives stolen. They did not choose to die, but chose to live in humiliation. Endure hardships. Rise again. However, Lin Feng would not give the two insect emperors this chance. Of course, Lin Feng was still very interested in accepting the two insect emperors. What Lin Feng cared about was not the two insect emperors. It was the insect army under the two insect emperors. These space-time insects were very powerful, and their numbers were extremely large. If they were properly trained, they could definitely become an elite army of cultivators. Lin Feng said, "All right, I can give you a chance. Now, express your loyalty to me." The King of Corpses and the Demon Scorpion Emperor were overjoyed when they heard this, and then they made an oath. I, the King of Corpses, I, the Demon Scorpion Emperor, I am willing to recognize Lin Feng as my master. If I break my oath, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. The Insect Emperor recognized him as its master. The strength of Lin Feng's side suddenly increased greatly. Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed. He removed the great array and the heavenly flames. The King of Corpses shouted, "All of you, listen to my order. From today onwards, we will serve Lin Gongzi as our master." The dark mass of space-time bugs scrambled to kowtow to Lin Feng. The scene was truly shocking. The crowd in the distance. They were all dumbfounded. In the overseas world, the news of the Insect Emperor recognizing him as its master spread like wildfire. The news spread very quickly. When many people heard this news, they were greatly shocked. The space-time bugs had seriously threatened the lives of countless people. They were even more terrifying than the cursed creatures. Now, of the three insect emperors, one had died and two had surrendered. This news naturally shook the world. Countless people were incomparably shocked. Thus, many cultivators. They all came to join him. In a short period of time, Lin Feng's forces expanded crazily. 3 months later, Lin Feng's forces had already reached 10 million cultivators. The reserve cultivator army was 30 million. The cultivators' family was 1 billion people. The area where the sacred dragon race's ancestral land was located had changed greatly. On the islands, huge ancient cities appeared one after another. The ancient city was bustling with noise and excitement. This place could be considered a pure land. On the main island, a huge palace appeared. That palace was the demonic palace of Samsara. This palace was relatively mysterious. Lin Feng had snatched it from Gongzi back then. To be honest, the history of this palace was very long and filled with countless secrets. Back then, Lin Feng's great Samsara technique was also obtained from this palace. This palace had a total of 5 floors. So far, only the first floor had been opened. Now, the demonic palace of Samsara had become Lin Feng's palace. The current status of the main island was more respected, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter the main island. On the other islands, many temples were built. These temples were naturally dedicated to Lin Feng. Let these powerful cultivators believe in him. Lin Feng's faith power would be even more powerful. For many people, Lin Feng was the savior of the world. Therefore, they believed in Lin Feng and prayed every day. Powerful faith power was constantly produced and poured into Lin Feng's body. After obtaining the faith power of these cultivators, Lin Feng's cultivation base was constantly improving. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the faith power seemed to be able to condense the destiny of the world. Lin Feng's luck began to rise steadily. This feeling was simply too comfortable. On this day, Lin Feng discovered that the black dragon sword was constantly trembling. Lin Feng's face showed a surprised expression. He took out the black dragon sword and discovered that it was trembling more and more violently. The black dragon sword was a special treasure with a mysterious origin. There were many seals placed on it, and only 4 seals had been opened. If he wanted to increase the power of the black dragon sword, he would need to open the remaining seals. But how could it be easy to open the remaining 5 seals? He would need some opportunities to open the remaining seals. Now that the black dragon sword had produced such a big movement, could it be that the black dragon sword had sensed something? If that was the case, then that would be great. Lin Feng was suffering from not being able to open the seal of the black dragon sword. If the seal of the black dragon sword was opened again, its power would definitely be greatly increased. Lin Feng tried to sense it. Soon, Lin Feng, through the black dragon sword, sensed a pitch-black space. There, it was emitting a cold and terrifying aura. That place. It was definitely a dangerous place. But that place. As for where exactly it was, Lin Feng did not know for the time being. Swallowing all light, darkness shrouded the earth. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. Since the black dragon sword had sensed the aura of this place, then it was very likely that this place was somewhere in the sea. If it was too far away, the black dragon sword would probably not be able to sense it. Thus, Lin Feng summoned the 2 insect emperors. The 2 insect emperors had many subordinates, so they could help search for this place. Lin Feng told the 2 insect emperors about the specific characteristics of this place, and told them to find this place as soon as possible. After finding this place, Lin Feng could try to unlock the seal of the black dragon sword. It would be best if he could unlock a few more seals. Lin Feng wanted to see what level of magic treasure the black dragon sword was. He was very curious about this. Not long after, a guard captain came to report that he had caught a dozen spies outside. Such a small matter shouldn't have been reported to him, so Lin Feng asked about the general situation. It turned out that the cultivators patrolling the sea outside had seen a dozen or so shifty-eyed cultivators. When the patrolling cultivators flew towards the dozen or so cultivators turned around and ran. Thus, the patrolling cultivators rushed forward and captured them. When they asked who they were, they did not say anything. Thus, the patrolling cultivators reported this news to Lin Feng. Lin Feng ordered the patrolling cultivators to be brought forward. Kneel. After the dozen or so people were brought forward, the cultivators who had escorted them kicked the back of their legs, and the dozen or so cultivators knelt on the ground. Count Lin, please spare us. The young man in the lead looked at Lin Feng in horror. Who are you? Lin Feng looked at the young man and asked. The young man hurriedly said, this humble one is the heir apparent of the vassal prince of Annan. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He naturally knew about the vassal prince of Annan. He was a prince of the ancient dragon clan of the ancient dragon alliance and a supporter of the first prince. The first prince had a terrible relationship with the first princess, while Lin Feng was closer to the first princess. Many people even thought that Lin Feng was the first princess's personal guest. Previously, Lin Feng had been attacked by an assassin, and Lin Feng had suspected that the assassin had been sent by the first prince. Thus, those who were close to the first prince were naturally extremely afraid of him. They were afraid that he would kill them. Lin Feng looked at the vassal prince of Annan and asked, what's the situation with the ancient dragon alliance? Do you know where the first princess is? The vassal prince of Annan replied, many people have died. My royal father, several princes, and others died when they tried to break out of the encirclement. Only a small number of people managed to escape, but after arriving at the outer seas, many of them died. As for the first princess's whereabouts, I don't know. However, I heard that a few cultivators who escorted the first princess to escape also arrived at the outer seas. They might know where the first princess is. After saying this, the vassal prince of Annan begged, my lord count, we've never been enemies with your lordship. Please spare our lives. Please spare our lives, Lord Count. The rest of the people kowtowed to Lin Feng and begged for mercy. Lin Feng said, you don't have to worry. I won't kill you. Thank you, my lord. When the group heard this, they immediately thanked him profusely. Lin Feng asked, so, of the people who escaped, only you are still alive? The group hurriedly nodded. When they thought about the tragic deaths of their family and friends, they couldn't help but feel sad. They couldn't help but feel sad. All of them had bitter looks on their faces. Lin Feng said, I will send some people to search for the people you mentioned. If we find them, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Hearing this, the group was overjoyed. We will definitely do our best for you, my lord. Then, the group hurriedly said. Lin Feng looked at the guard captain and said, send out a team to search for the people with them. Yes, my lord. The guard captain hurriedly replied. Then, the group left. After the group left, Lin Feng continued cultivating in seclusion. After breaking through to the small saint realm, Lin Feng discovered that his comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth had become much deeper. At this time, he should properly comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth and search for an opportunity to break through. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, the guard captain asked. The leader of the guards came to see Lin Feng, so Lin Feng let him in. Lin Feng glanced at the guard captain and asked, is there something you need? My lord, we have found the people. The guard captain replied. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly, and he said, since you have found them, bring them in. Yes, my lord. The guard captain replied and let the people in. After the group entered, they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged cultivator and asked, are you the cultivators who escorted the first princess away? The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly replied, yes, we are. Where is the first princess? Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged cultivator replied, reporting to young master, we were escorting the eldest princess to the overseas world. Just as we were about to reach the overseas world, we were intercepted and separated. The eldest princess escaped under the escort of some other people, and we were chased by a group of people. We were lucky enough to escape, but we heard that the eldest princess was captured. Who took him? Lin Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. Evil Emperor Wu took him away. The middle-aged cultivator said. Wu Xia Emperor? Who is he? Lin Feng's face suddenly showed a puzzled expression. This was the first time he had heard of this name. However, he must be a powerful figure. The middle-aged cultivator said, Emperor Wu Xia is one of the 4 strongest cultivators in the world of the mastermind. He's a member of the imperial family. He and 3 other strong cultivators joined forces to attack the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor died at the hands of these 4 people in order to save the first princess. Lin Feng knew about the Dragon Emperor's death, but he didn't expect Emperor Wu Xia to be one of the murderers. The middle-aged cultivator knelt on the ground. He kowtowed to Lin Feng a few times. Then, he said, I heard that young master has a close relationship with the princess. Sir, please save the princess. Lin Feng said, you don't have to worry about that. I will naturally save the first princess. Do you know where Emperor Wu Xia is now? The middle-aged cultivator said, Emperor Wu Xia is now stationed in ancient Dragon City. There are 5 million troops stationed there. Oh? There are actually so many troops stationed there? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The middle-aged cultivator said, it said that the mastermind world sent an additional 8 million evil spirit warriors. The experts of the 4 imperial families each control 2 million evil spirit warriors. Together with the experts of the Evil Dragon Alliance under their command, they have gathered so many experts. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he said, all right, you may leave for now. The group of people hurriedly retreated. Save the first princess. It was an urgent matter. Lin Feng planned to lead the army there. It would be best if they could eliminate Emperor Wu Xia. One day later. More than 100 ancient ships set off for the inland world. This time, Lin Feng brought 3 million elite cultivators with him. There were also 10 million spacetime bug cultivators. The 2 bug empresses, Duzu, the cursed doll, and the others followed Lin Feng. Lin Feng's forces were quite strong. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't underestimate Emperor Wu Xia's forces. If Emperor Wu Xia's 5 million cultivators were all formed by the Dragon Clan, it would be easier to deal with them. But the key was that there were 2 million evil spirit warriors among the 5 million cultivators. These evil spirit warriors were very difficult to deal with, especially when 2 million evil spirit warriors were gathered together. This was simply too difficult to deal with. If he underestimated these evil spirit warriors, it would be extremely dangerous. Of course, Lin Feng's forces couldn't be underestimated either. If they used the right method, killing 5 million cultivators wouldn't be a problem. In order to prevent them from being discovered in advance. So the fleet directly activated the invisibility array. 3 months later, the fleet arrived at a mountain range 1,000 miles southeast of ancient Dragon City. Now, they definitely couldn't attack Emperor Wu Xia directly to snatch the princess. Firstly, they didn't know the princess's exact situation. Secondly, they didn't know how Emperor Wu Xia's forces were deployed. Lin Feng planned to sneak into ancient Dragon City to find out more about the situation. Then, he would make plans. After entering ancient Dragon City, the fewer people there were, the better. After all, the more people there were, the easier it would be to be discovered. At that time, they would become the target of suspicion. Lin Feng planned to sneak in himself. The reason why he planned to sneak in himself was because Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary. Turning into an evil spirit warrior to sneak in was not a difficult thing. The others didn't have such amazing abilities. They followed together. It would be easy to detect that something was wrong. Lin Feng asked everyone to lie in ambush in the mountain range for the time being. Then, Lin Feng quickly flew in the direction of ancient Dragon City. Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast. It didn't take long for them to arrive outside ancient Dragon City. Ancient Dragon City was sealed by a strong seal. So, if they wanted to enter, they could only enter from the main entrance. There were fewer people entering and leaving the city now because most of the other races had been killed. Most of the people entering and leaving the ancient city were from the Ancient Dragon Alliance and the Evil Spirit Warriors. However, the people of the Ancient Dragon Alliance needed a special identity token to enter and leave the city. Lin Feng didn't have such a thing. However, the Evil Spirit Warriors didn't need a token to enter and leave the ancient city. The identity of the Evil Spirit Warriors was obviously superior. After Lin Feng turned into an Evil Spirit Warrior, he successfully entered the ancient city. The ancient city wasn't very lively. However, there were still quite a number of people. Lin Feng asked around and found out an important news. 3 days later, Emperor Wu Xia. He was going to take the princess as his concubine. Now, many people came to congratulate Emperor Wu Xia. End of chapter. Lin Feng inquired about the place where the evil emperor lived and learned that the evil emperor lived in the palace originally built by the ancient dragon clan. Lin Feng strolled to the palace to see if he could sneak into the palace. After arriving here, Lin Feng found that this place was densely covered with powerful formations and restrictions. It was not easy to pass through such powerful formations and restrictions. It was easy to attract the attention of others. However, there was no other way except to pass through the restrictions and enter. After all, the gate was heavily guarded. It was impossible to enter. Therefore, passing through the restrictions was the only feasible way. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the stone scripture. If he used the stone scripture to pass through the restrictions, he should be able to deceive everyone. Of course, even if he used the stone scripture, he had to wait until night. During the day, the target was too big. It was easy to attract the attention of others. In the dead of night, it was quiet. It was easier to succeed. After thinking of this, Lin Feng calmed down a little. He found a place to rest. In the evening, Lin Feng lurked. He began to mobilize the power of the stone scripture. After the stone scripture was activated by Lin Feng, it emitted a divine light. The divine light poured into the formations and restrictions in front of him. Then, Lin Feng felt that the formations and restrictions had undergone some special changes. Although Lin Feng could not tell what the special changes were, after that, Lin Feng tried to pass through the formations and restrictions. He smoothly passed through the formations and restrictions in front of him and did not cause any commotion. Lin Feng could not help but show a trace of joy on his face. After passing through the restrictions, Lin Feng rushed toward the palace. The palace was very large. It was not easy to find someone. However, Lin Feng knew the courtyard where the first princess used to live. He did not know if the first princess still lived in that courtyard. In the palace, there were evil spirit warriors patrolling everywhere. The guards here were really strict. If it were not for Lin Feng's powerful means and knowing how to conceal himself, he would have been discovered by those guards long ago. Lin Feng avoided those guards while heading toward the courtyard where the first princess used to live. When he was about to reach the first princess courtyard, Lin Feng suddenly heard the sound of a dog barking. Lin Feng looked into the distance. The corner of his mouth could not help but twitch slightly because he saw a black demon dog with 9 heads walking over. That black demon dog was not someone's pet dog. That black demon dog's status was obviously very high. A group of evil spirit warriors were walking behind that black demon dog. They looked very cautious. Although he did not know the identity of the black demon dog, judging from the behavior of those evil spirit warriors, that black demon dog must be a noble existence. Moreover, it should be a powerful creature from the mastermind's world. In fact, this was very easy to determine. Although the evil spirit warriors had a relatively low status in the mastermind's world, in the outside world, their status was very high. When facing other races, they would be very arrogant. But now, when facing that black demon dog, they were so cautious. This was enough to explain a lot of things. Suddenly, the black demon dog's nose twitched. Something's wrong. I smell something special. The black demon dog stopped and said. The others looked puzzled. They did not know what the black demon dog had discovered. One of the evil spirit warriors asked, "Sir, what did you discover?" The black demon dog did not speak. It began to search the courtyard. This fellow's nose was too sharp. It was actually heading toward Lin Feng's hiding place. When he saw that, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Even if the black demon dog had not discovered his tracks, it had probably discovered some clues. If he waited for the black demon dog to come, the situation would be extremely dangerous. Lin Feng wondered if he could hide somewhere else, but this idea was not very realistic. The black demon dog's perception was too strong. If he hid somewhere else, it was very likely that he would be discovered by the black demon dog before he could even hide. If he was discovered by the grey demon dog, everything would be for naught. Even he might die here. Lin Feng was very clear about this. However, Lin Feng did not have any other methods to resolve this problem. Just as Lin Feng's mind was in a mess, the black demon dog's 9 pairs of eyes looked in his direction. When he saw the black demon dog's gaze, Lin Feng was alarmed. The black demon dog had discovered him. The situation was bad. What should he do now? However, to Lin Feng's surprise, the black demon dog turned around and left. "Sir, did you notice anything wrong?" The evil spirit warrior who had spoken before asked. "I didn't notice anything. I guess I sensed wrongly. Let's go patrol somewhere else," the black demon dog said. "Yes," the evil spirit warrior hurriedly said. Then, the black demon dog led the group of evil spirit warriors and left. After the black demon dog left, Lin Feng let out a long breath. Lin Feng was very puzzled. He was almost certain that the black demon dog had discovered him. However, since it had discovered him, why did the black demon dog leave? It really made people puzzled even after pondering 100 times. Lin Feng did not know what the black demon dog was planning, but since the black demon dog had pretended not to see him, Lin Feng did not think about it anymore. This place was too dangerous. It was better to find the eldest princess first. Lin Feng quickly rushed forward. Not long after, Lin Feng entered the eldest princess's courtyard. After arriving, Lin Feng heard the sound of a zither. It was the eldest princess playing the zither. The sound of the zither was filled with sadness. Perhaps this was the eldest princess's current state of mind. It was normal. What the eldest princess had experienced before was simply a tragedy. Right now, the eldest princess's heart was filled with sorrow. Moreover, facing the hatred of her father's murderer, she was unable to take revenge. She was forced to marry the murderer of her father. This kind of feeling must be incomparably painful. Lin Feng carefully sneaked towards the place where the sound of the zither was coming from. When he arrived, he found that there were more than 20 maids guarding outside. These maids were not simple. They were all evil spirit warriors from the mastermind's world. The men of the evil spirit warrior race were incomparably ugly and evil. However, the women of the evil spirit warrior race were all enchanting and had extremely beautiful faces. They were all top-quality beauties. Lin Feng frowned slightly, thinking about how to sneak into the room. These female evil spirit warriors were very powerful. Although Lin Feng cultivated the Tao of space, it was almost impossible to completely hide from them. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Therefore, the current situation was very troublesome. Lin Feng couldn't think of a good way for the time being. Perhaps he could use a thunderous method to kill these people? This method wasn't feasible. If the other party only had a few people, perhaps he could quietly eliminate them. However, Lin Feng wasn't facing a few people, but dozens of people. In the face of so many people, it would be too difficult to kill them silently. Therefore, if he really did make a move, it would definitely cause a big commotion. At that time, he would definitely be noticed. Therefore, Lin Feng cut off this idea. He could only find another way. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about 100 times, Bibi transmitted to Lin Feng, "Brother Feng, I can help you." After hearing Bibi's voice, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but suddenly brighten. Bibi's most powerful method was the void travel technique. Moreover, Bibi's void travel technique was completely different from the void travel technique used by others. The void travel technique used by cultivators was evolved from a divine ability. How did a divine ability activate it? A divine ability was activated by magic power. Using magic power to activate a divine ability, no matter how well it was hidden, there would be flaws. It might be able to hide from some people, but it was very difficult to hide from everyone. Bibi's void travel technique was different. Her void travel technique was a special ability passed down by her race. She didn't need magic power to activate it at all. It was as simple as drinking water for an ordinary person. Once this ability was used, only those with heaven-defying abilities, such as the evil emperor, would be able to sense it. Others would have a hard time sensing it. The female cultivators of the Wraith warrior tribe were indeed powerful, but no matter how powerful they were, it was still difficult for them to sense Bei's miraculous void travel technique. "Little guy, hurry up and bring me in." Lin Feng transmitted his voice to Bibi. Bibi understood tacitly. He flew out of the time and space and grabbed Lin Feng. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng and Bibi disappeared without a trace. As for the female guards who were guarding outside, there was no change in his expression. Obviously, the female guards didn't notice anything special. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng and Bibi appeared in the room. At this moment, the eldest princess was sitting in her room in a daze. When she saw someone enter, she almost cried out in surprise, but Lin Feng covered her red and sexy lips. At this time, the eldest princess clearly saw who had entered. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Lin Feng gestured for him to be silent. The first princess nodded her head. Then, Lin Feng cast a silencing array. Now that they were talking, the people outside couldn't hear them. "Lin Gongzi, why are you here?" the eldest princess asked. Lin Feng said, "I'm here to save you." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the eldest princess immediately became extremely moved. This was because the eldest princess knew how dangerous this place was. Lin Feng had definitely risked his life to come here to save her. Perhaps any woman who encountered such a thing would be incomparably moved. Of course, there were many kinds of emotions. For example, if the person who saved her was a handsome young master, she would probably say that she was unable to repay the young master's life-saving grace and was willing to give her body to repay the young master's life-saving grace. If the savior was an ugly brother, the person who was saved would most likely say thank you for saving her life. If she couldn't repay him in this life, she would repay him in her next life. Obviously, Lin Feng belonged to the former. He was a handsome and carefree young master. Lin Feng and the eldest princess had experienced many things together. In fact, Lin Feng had a good impression of the eldest princess. The eldest princess was beautiful and kind. The two of them got along quite well. The eldest princess also had a good impression of Lin Feng. Young, handsome, powerful, upright, and so on. Lin Feng did have many good points. Therefore, such an outstanding young man, naturally, it was easy for him to win the favor of others. In addition, Lin Feng had taken the risk to come here today. The first princess suddenly felt like she could die with no regrets. Women. They were all emotional creatures. The eldest princess said, "Hurry up and leave. I can't leave this place. If I leave, Wuxia Emperor will definitely find out." "Oh? That means that Wuxia Emperor might have placed a powerful restriction on your body?" Lin Feng asked. "That's right." The eldest princess nodded, a miserable expression on her face. She knew. Her fate had been decided. The reason why the eldest princess agreed to the marriage was because she planned to assassinate Wuxia Emperor on the day of the marriage. She hoped that she could avenge her father. If she couldn't kill Wuxia Emperor, she would break her own meridians. Lin Feng said, "Since I'm here, I won't leave alone. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with Wuxia Emperor. But Wuxia Emperor is really terrifying. Moreover, he has 5 million soldiers under him. How can you deal with him?" The eldest princess said. In fact, it was normal for the eldest princess to think this way. Wuxia Emperor was indeed terrifying. Not to mention the fact that Wuxia Emperor was the mastermind behind the scenes. For example, the 5 million cultivator army under evil Emperor Wu's command was absolutely invincible. 5 million cultivator army. Even if an extremely powerful expert was surrounded by so many cultivator army, only death would await him. Moreover, Wuxia Emperor was the highest commander. Although Lin Feng was very powerful, in the eldest princess' opinion, Lin Feng definitely couldn't fight against Wuxia Emperor. If Lin Feng left alone, he could still escape. If he brought her along, Lin Feng would be implicated. When that happened, Lin Feng might lose his life, so the eldest princess didn't want to implicate Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Trust me, there won't be a problem." The eldest princess shook her head and said, "Leave. Don't worry about me." After saying this, she turned around, tears flowing uncontrollably. Because she knew that this was an eternal farewell. She was very sad. Tears fell uncontrollably. Slap. The eldest princess' response was an extremely hard slap. Her perky part had been attacked. The eldest princess' face immediately turned red, and she looked at Lin Feng with teary eyes. When had the first princess ever been treated like this? Between a man and a woman, only lovers could do such a thing. So now, the first princess was embarrassed and angry. But the first princess was a little strange. Because the anger in her heart only accounted for half of it. 95% of it was because of shyness. This thought gave the first princess a big fright. Could it be that she, thinking of this? The first princess couldn't help but feel extremely shy. Lin Feng directly carried the first princess in his arms. Subconsciously, the first princess reached out and hugged Lin Feng's neck. Her pretty face was so red that it was as if blood could drip out. Mainly because the first princess had never experienced such a thing. Now that she had experienced such a thing, she was naturally incomparably shy. So much so that her mind was blank. Lin Feng looked at Bibi and said, "Little guy, take us out of here." "Yeah. Bibi called out twice and then nodded. Then, she brought Lin Feng and the first princess through the void and left. They arrived outside the city. Then, they quickly flew towards the mountain range where the army was. At the same time, Evil Emperor, who was meditating cross-legged, opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a cold gaze. "Is it finally here? Great, just in time to catch all of you in one fell swoop." Actually, there were 2 reasons why Evil Emperor wanted to take the first princess as his concubine. The first reason was that he really wanted to take the first princess as his concubine. There was no need to say much about the first princess's qualifications. Any man would probably have some thoughts about it. The second reason was that he wanted to use this concubine to catch all of the remaining members of the Ancient Dragon Alliance in one fell swoop. This idea had lingered in Evil Emperor's heart for a long time, and he had already put it into action. So, he quietly set up some special restrictions in the first princess's body. He thought that he could hide it from the first princess, but in reality, he underestimated the first princess's ability. Evil Emperor couldn't hide it from the first princess. Evil Emperor disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was already in the army camp. Evil Emperor mobilized 1 million evil spirit warriors and 2 million evil dragons to form an army. A total of 3 million people, and the remaining 2 million people to guard the ancient city. Wuxia Emperor was a cautious person. He guessed. There might be some remaining members of the ancient dragon alliance, but there shouldn't be too many of them. Even so, evil King Wu still brought a lot of people with him. First of all, it was safer this way. Second of all, this way, he could wipe out the remaining members of the ancient dragon alliance. Wuxia Emperor's wishful thinking was extremely good. The army gathered and quickly gave chase. Lin Feng deliberately slowed down. The speed was too fast. Wuxia Emperor was about to be shaken off. Then how could he scheme against Wuxia Emperor? The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Wuxia Emperor could naturally sense it. Wuxia Emperor's lips curled into a sinister smile. 2 hours later, Wuxia Emperor saw Lin Feng and the first princess in front of him. When he saw them, Wuxia Emperor showed an extremely shocked expression. Why did he come alone to rescue the eldest princess? This made Wuxia Emperor very surprised. This brat actually managed to bring the eldest princess out by himself without anyone noticing. His methods were really not simple. Brat, you won't be able to escape, Wuxia Emperor said with a gloomy expression. Heh, Wuxia Emperor, you're too much. How could you bring so many people with you? Aren't you embarrassed? Lin Feng mocked. Wuxia Emperor curled his lips and said. I like to bring many people with me when I go out because I think it's very impressive. Can't I? After hearing Wuxia Emperor's explanation, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. This guy is really a shameless guy. In that case, he actually had the nerve to say it out loud. However, only such a cultivator would be able to live on. But this time, Wuxia Emperor met him. He had been scheming against Wuxia all this while, but Wuxia obviously didn't know that he was scheming against him. Lin Feng ignored Wuxia Emperor and flew forward with the eldest princess. The eldest princess didn't know that Lin Feng was scheming against Wuxia Emperor, so when she saw Wuxia Emperor chasing after them, her face turned pale. She knew that they definitely wouldn't be able to escape. She looked at Lin Feng and said, You escape by yourself. I'll help you delay Wuxia Emperor. A few more slaps were sent over. The eldest princess looked really pitiful when she was slapped to the point of tears. What nonsense are you talking about? Stop talking nonsense. Lin Feng said. The eldest princess opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. When the evil Emperor Wu caught sight of this, he was practically hopping mad right now. The eldest princess was his concubine. But now, Lin Feng actually dared to do such a thing in front of him. He even dared to touch his woman. Wuxia Emperor was filled with endless killing intent towards Lin Feng. Wuxia Emperor finally knew why Lin Feng dared to take the risk to save the eldest princess. So they were having an affair. This was intolerable. Wuxia Emperor increased his speed. He wanted to catch up to Lin Feng as soon as possible. Both sides, one fled and one chased. Along the way, the eldest princess was extremely worried and nervous. Finally, Lin Feng and the eldest princess entered the huge mountain range. As for Wuxia Emperor, he was filled with anger as he chased after them. The reason why Wuxia Emperor was so angry was because he was a member of the royal family of the mastermind world. A high and mighty identity. In his eyes, he was chasing a lowly race from a low-level world. After chasing for so long, he still couldn't catch up. Naturally, he was incomparably angry in his heart. So, the current him. He only wanted to catch Lin Feng as soon as possible. So much so that he ignored some of the things around him. When Wuxia Emperor led his army into the mountain range, Wuxia Emperor realized that there was something wrong with this mountain range. An expert like Wuxia Emperor was too powerful. It was normal for him to be able to sense that there was something wrong with this mountain range. Not good, hurry up and retreat. Wuxia Emperor said in a deep voice. Although he didn't know what kind of danger was in this place, Wuxia Emperor felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Thus, he took the lead and rushed out. The army followed closely behind, wanting to rush out as soon as possible. But at this time it was already too late to rush out. Boom, 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 a dense barrage of spirit stone cannons came blasting from all directions, completely surrounding the 3 million strong army. Before the 3 million cultivators could react, many of the spirit stone cannonballs had already exploded in the middle of the cultivators. Many of the cultivators were blown into pieces on the spot. Flesh and blood flew everywhere in the entire mountain range. Countless people died tragically under the explosion of the spirit stone cannonballs. We've been ambushed. Damn it. That kid tricked us. That bastard. He'll die a horrible death. Curses were heard everywhere. Many people were cursing Lin Feng. They hated Lin Feng to the core because they had been tricked by Lin Feng. However, cursing Lin Feng was useless now. The most important thing was to think of a way to break out of the encirclement. If they couldn't find a way to break out of the encirclement, who knew how many people would die here? Perhaps they would die as well. This was a situation that many people were worried about. However, the key point was that they didn't know where the spirit stone cannonballs were fired from. Then, they suffered a near-fatal blow. This kind of blow was really too heavy for them. Therefore, they suffered heavy casualties. In the face of this situation, many people were angry and helpless. The army tried to break out of the encirclement again and again, but they were beaten back again and again. The casualties were getting worse and worse. The army of 3 million had lost 500,000 soldiers in a short period of time. The main reason was that they couldn't find the fleet that had attacked them. If they could find the fleet, it would be easier to break out of the encirclement, and it would be easier to hide. They might even be able to destroy the hidden fleet. The situation was tragic, but this was war. Of course, it wasn't that no one managed to escape. In fact, there were quite a few people who managed to escape, but they didn't end well because the space-time bugs were hiding outside. As soon as they escaped, they were immediately attacked by the space-time bugs. A large number of cultivators were killed by the space-time bugs. Although only a part of the space-time bugs had been mobilized. It was an extremely terrifying force. Most importantly, the space-time insectoids were experts in concealment techniques. When the space-time insectoids used these techniques, it was very difficult for others to discover them. Therefore, the space-time insectoids were the perfect assassins. They could hide in the dark and launch a fatal attack on the enemy. This was an extremely terrifying thing. How many people could escape from such a disaster? Damn it. Who the hell are you? There's no one as strong as you in the Ancient Dragon Alliance. There's no one as strong as you in the Dragon World. Wuxia Emperor looked at Lin Feng gloomily. Now, Wuxia Emperor naturally knew that he had been tricked by Lin Feng from the very beginning. In fact, with Wuxia Emperor's intelligence, even if he had been tricked by Lin Feng at the beginning, he should have been able to turn the tables slowly. However, Wuxia Emperor was too arrogant and didn't put a young human cultivator like Lin Feng in his eyes. Of course. Most importantly, evil Emperor Wuxia had absolute confidence in his own strength. Putting aside his cultivation base, he had an army of 5 million soldiers under his command. Even though he had only brought 3 million soldiers with him this time around, it was still an invincible army. There was a saying that in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and machinations were nothing but paper tigers. This saying was very reasonable. Therefore, that was why Wuxia Emperor was so confident. However, Wuxia Emperor had neglected to consider the strength of Lin Feng's side. He thought that the strength of Lin Feng's side was only so. No matter how strong they were, how strong could they be, but the reality, Lin Feng had brought 5 million soldiers and 10 million time and space insectoids. If they were to be added together, it would be a total of 15 million soldiers. This was an extremely terrifying army. Wuxia Emperor's carelessness had caused him to fail. Lin Feng looked at Wuxia Emperor and said, "Wuxia Emperor, do you know anything about the overseas world?" Wuxia Emperor was stunned for a moment before he recovered. Some things had happened in the overseas world. Naturally, Wuxia Emperor had heard of it. But, right now, they didn't have the time to care about the overseas world. After all, the inland world had yet to be fully subdued. How could they have the energy to care about the overseas world? But since Lin Feng had mentioned the overseas world, didn't that mean that Wuxia Emperor had smoothly sorted out all of this? He looked at Lin Feng with a grim expression and said, "You are that overlord of the overseas world, Lin Feng? Overlord of the overseas world?" The eldest princess was shocked. She hadn't heard anything about the overseas world. After all, she had been imprisoned and didn't have the means to inquire about it. Had Lin Feng become the overlord of the overseas world, the eldest princess knew that Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary, but how difficult was it to become the overlord of the overseas world? If Lin Feng had really become the overlord of the overseas world, then perhaps even she had underestimated Lin Feng's ability. Lin Feng said, "That's right, I am the overlord of the overseas world. Now, I'm here to take your life." "Ha ha ha ha, you? What a joke." Wu Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. "Whether or not I can kill you, you'll find out soon enough." Lin Feng sneered. "Humph," Wu Xianxia coldly snorted. Then, Wu Xianxia began to recite an incantation. It was unknown what kind of incantation it was, but when Wu Xianxia recited the incantation, a special fluctuation appeared in the void. Those fluctuations shook the void. That kind of fluctuation was too strange. When that kind of fluctuation was released, something strange happened. Over 100 ancient vessels that were invisible were revealed. When the invisible ancient ships appeared, all the advantages were gone. The enemy's army charged towards the ancient ships. "Kill!" Lin Feng took out the arrow war spear. The war spear suddenly waved. After he finished shouting, Yi Zichen shouted. The cultivator army and the hundreds of warships all charged out. 5 million cultivator army and 8 million spacetime bugs, the other 2 million spacetime bugs were lying in ambush outside to prevent others from escaping, all charged out. There were too many people. Seeing such a huge army, the cultivator army's face turned green. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, the cursed doll, the broken god, and the others led the million-strong army to attack Wu Xianxia. Lin Feng knew that Wu Xianxia was strong. But no matter how strong he was, how could he resist an army of 1,000,000? Lin Feng was a person who liked to fight one-on-one. However, the other party was challenging their entire army by himself. Lin Feng swept the war spear in his hand towards Wu Xianxia. A terrifying cold light flew out. The million-strong army all waved their war spears and swept towards Wu Xianxia. Everyone's essence, qi, and spirit fused together. Their attacks were also fused together. This was the most terrifying thing about an army attacking together. It was the same principle as how a chopstick could be easily broken, but dozens of chopsticks couldn't be easily broken. With so many cultivators attacking together, the power was simply unimaginable. It was simply despairing. With a wave of his battle spear, the million-strong army tore through the sky. The attack of Lin Feng's army of cultivators was so terrifying that it sent chills down one's spine. Even someone as powerful as Wu Xianxia did not dare to be careless in the face of such a terrifying attack. Wu Xianxia was now a quasi-transcendence realm expert. He was not a living being of this era, but a living being of the previous era. When the end of the world came, the body wouldn't be able to withstand the 5 signs of celestial decay. Without being able to reverse fate, one's life would wither away. Thus, when the epoch ended, even if one hid, they would still die because the 5 signs of celestial decay would corrode their body and devour their lifespan. However, the living beings of the mastermind's world did not have this problem. As long as they were strong enough and their cultivation base reached a certain level, their lifespan would be long enough to survive until the next era. For example, Wu Xianxia. This was the case for him. In the previous era, Wu Xianxia was not considered a top expert. However, he had managed to survive until this era. Furthermore, he more or less had the bloodline of the royal family. Therefore, in this era, Wu Xianxia received more rewards. However, even with such rewards, Wu Xianxia still could not break through to the transcendence realm. This was because it was extremely difficult to break through to the transcendence realm. Ordinary opportunities could not help a cultivator to break through to this realm. But even if he did not break through, Wu Xianxia had reached the quasi-transcendence realm peak. The current Wu Xianxia's cultivation base was extremely terrifying. Who would dare to underestimate him? However, no matter how strong Wu Xianxia was, he was only one person. Facing the attack of a million-strong army, he was still not strong enough. No matter how strong a person was, there was still a limit. Moreover, there was also Lin Feng, Du Zhu, evil dominator saint, and other experts in the million-strong army. Wuxia Emperor quickly took out a powerful defensive treasure. It was a quasi-ancient weapon-grade defensive treasure. This treasure was forged by Wuxia Emperor with a precious material during the change of eras. Although it had not been successfully upgraded to ancient weapon grade over the years, Wuxia Emperor was still able to do so. Its defensive power was extremely strong. Clang, along with the sound of the violent collision, the attacks of the millions of soldiers slammed into the defensive treasure. Suffering such a terrifying attack, Wuxia Emperor was directly sent flying. In midair, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. However, this defensive treasure was quite powerful. It could withstand such a powerful attack without any damage. Slash, 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 Lin Feng shouted. One terrifying attack after another bombarded Wuxia Emperor. Wuxia Emperor had been using his defensive treasure to block the attacks of the army, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was only one person. If he attacked, wouldn't he be courting death? Therefore, Wuxia Emperor used his defensive treasures to block the attacks of the million-strong army. At the same time, he secretly used the Tao of space to travel through space and escape. His idea was very good. After withstanding 40 to 50 consecutive attacks, Wuxia Emperor's powerful defensive treasure could not withstand it any longer. Kacha! 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 The defensive treasure broke into pieces. Seeing this, Lin Feng sneered. Without this defensive treasure, Wuxia Emperor was dead for sure. But at this moment, Wuxia Emperor waved his hand. A space-time gate appeared in front of him. Wuxia Emperor had been brewing for a long time. Finally, he succeeded in forming the space-time gate. This space-time gate connected the space-time of the outside world. Once he entered, he would be able to leave this place. Wuxia Emperor looked at Lin Feng with hatred and said coldly, "Kid, you win. I'll remember you today. You should know that in this universe, my race is the master. You're just a lowly race raised by my race. You're no different from livestock. Since you dare to go against my race, you won't have a good ending. You're dead. No one in this world can save you." As soon as he finished speaking, Wuxia Emperor walked towards the space-time gate. He wanted to gather the other 3 strong warriors to fight against Lin Feng. He had to get rid of Lin Feng as soon as possible. Otherwise, Lin Feng would become a huge threat to them. Wuxia Emperor was very clear about this. But, just as Wuxia Emperor was about to enter the space-time gate, suddenly, an unimaginably terrifying force slammed into the gate and broke it. No! After seeing this, Wuxia Emperor roared. His eyes turned blood red. He still wanted to rely on the space-time gate to escape. But now that the space-time gate was destroyed, his hope of escaping was completely shattered. This was unacceptable to Wuxia Emperor. Lin Feng sneered and said, "If you want to escape, then hurry up and escape. Why are you talking so much nonsense? When you were talking nonsense, I had already prepared a domineering magnetic field to break your space-time gate. Now, I think of a saying. Dylan's died because they talked too much. The ancients did not lie to me." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Wuxia Emperor was almost angered to death. Slash! Lin Feng's voice was like thunder. It shook the 9 heavens. The spear in his hand seemed to be able to shatter the universe. The elegance of that spear was amazing. The million-strong army waved their spears together. Wherever the spears swept, who could fight against them? The attack of the million-strong army merged with Lin Feng's attack. It quickly attacked Wuxia Emperor. Wuxia Heaven Skill! Wuxia Emperor roared. A heavenly law embodiment appeared behind his body. The heavenly law embodiment. It held up the space-time. It held up the heavens and earth. The heavenly law embodiment. It wanted to break the attack of the million-strong army, but it did not succeed. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. The heavenly law embodiment was destroyed in a flash. Then, the terrifying attack landed on Wuxia Emperor's body. Even someone as strong as Wuxia Emperor could not withstand the attack. Wuxia Emperor was sent flying, and the powerful defensive robe he was wearing was completely destroyed. Wuxia Emperor coughed out blood, and his face was as pale as paper. At that moment, Lin Feng was holding his epic battle spear. "I will take your life," said Lin Feng coldly. The epic battle spear swept towards Wuxia Emperor. Wuxia Emperor could not dodge in time and his head was cut off. Blood gushed out. His head flew up into the sky. "Ah, my head has been chopped off, I can't accept this." Wuxia Emperor roared in anger and fear. He thought of his life. His life was actually quite bumpy. Although he was a member of the royal family, he was not a direct descendant of the royal family. It was like a huge family spreading its branches and leaves. Over the long years, how many branches would there be in this family? It was impossible to count. The royal family of the mastermind's world was naturally the same. Over the long years, who knew how many princes they had conferred, and then they passed it down from generation to generation. Although they were still relatives of the royal family, but to be honest, they had less and less contact with the royal family. And Wuxia Emperor's ancestor was a prince. When it was passed down to Wuxia Emperor's grandfather's generation, their bloodline was actually far worse than before. Moreover, the title of nobility could not be inherited forever. After a long time, the title of nobility would be reduced. That was the so-called demotion. For example, a prince's demotion was to a duke, marquis, count, son, or one of the titles of nobility. At that time, the patriarch of Wuxia Emperor's bloodline was a marquis. Wuxia Emperor was a good-for-nothing son of the patriarch. It seemed that even the creatures of the mastermind's world were not all powerful. When he was seeking pleasure in the brothel, he accidentally planted the seed. Such a background. It was viewed as a disgrace by the royal family. So one could imagine what kind of life Wuxia Emperor had when he was young. But, evil Emperor Wuxia was a man who lived up to expectations. He took one step at a time. In the previous era, he wasn't that outstanding. However, his cultivation base was pretty decent. Coupled with some opportunities, his lifespan was relatively long. Many of his clansmen had died before the end of the era. However, evil Emperor Wuxia had made it. Therefore, Wuxia Emperor survived. The old era was destroyed, and a new era was born. At this time, between heaven and earth, there was a strong destiny and opportunity. Wuxia Emperor seized the opportunity to change his fate. Thus, when the new era arrived, Wuxia Emperor began to walk towards glory step by step. Those who had once looked down on him were now kneeling in front of him, kowtowing to him like a dog. This feeling was really quite good. And now, everything. It was all like a dream, a bubble, a shadow. Wuxia Emperor had imagined the future. But, he had never thought that he would die in the dragon world. This was just a low-level world. Himself. Why did he die here? Wuxia Emperor couldn't understand. Right now, nothing could be changed. Wuxia King's head was split in half by Lin Feng, but Lin Feng did not destroy Wuxia King's soul. Lin Feng planned to search Wuxia Emperor's soul to see if he could find any important clues from his soul. When Lin Feng tried to search evil Emperor Wu's soul memories, Wuxia Emperor's soul crumbled. There was a powerful restriction placed in the depths of his soul. When he sensed that someone was searching Wuxia Emperor's soul, he would immediately react. The restriction would destroy Wuxia Emperor's soul. In fact, Lin Feng had already anticipated this situation. Similar things would often happen in large forces, so Lin Feng was already used to it. Sometimes, he had to say something. Was it really good to come from a top force? Lin Feng had seen too many top forces. They would set up a soul imprint in the soul of the cultivators in the clan in order to prevent others from searching their souls for the secrets of the clan. Once these people were caught and their souls were searched, they would die without a doubt. It had to be said that this was a particularly sad thing. However, this was something that could not be changed. Even if countless people did not want to do so, the will of the clan could not be violated. Moreover, many people had already been set up with soul restrictions before they were truly strong. When they were truly strong, it was already too late to resist. Kill the enemy's cultivator army. Lin Feng stood in the void and shouted. When Wuxia Emperor's remaining troops saw that Wuxia Emperor had been killed, coupled with the fact that they were at a complete disadvantage, all of them wanted to escape and had no intention of fighting. However, at this point in the battle, it was not like you could escape just because you wanted to. The War Dragon army was invincible and directly destroyed Wuxia Emperor's remaining troops. "Follow me and kill our way to Ancient Dragon City," Lin Feng shouted. The army boarded the warships. The fleet set off. They charged towards Ancient Dragon City. Not long after, the army arrived. Ancient Dragon City was protected by a restriction. Therefore, they needed to break the restriction first. 100 warships. Together, they fired a dense number of spirit stone cannons. The power of those spirit stone cannons was too terrifying. It was as if they could destroy the world. Bang! 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 Huge spirit stone cannons ruthlessly bombarded the defensive restriction of Ancient Dragon City. The defensive restriction of Ancient Dragon City shook violently. It was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The entire Ancient Dragon City was alarmed. Many people looked outside in disbelief. Someone had actually come to attack Ancient Dragon City. "Are you sure you're not joking?" It did not seem like a joke. Everything was real. Someone was really attacking Ancient Dragon City. This is the ancient city ruled by Wuxia Emperor. You dare to attack Ancient Dragon City? Do you want to die? The general of the city guard shouted coldly. Wuxia Emperor has been killed. Lin Feng sneered. What? Wuxia Emperor is dead? Countless people were shocked. They could not believe what they were hearing. You're lying. How could Lord Wuxia Emperor be dead? The general of the city guard retorted. Ha 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 ha, what's the big deal about being killed because he was not strong enough? Lin Feng laughed loudly. In the ancient city, everyone was in a state of panic. 2 hours later, the ancient city's restriction was completely destroyed. Kill! Earth-shaking roars filled the sky as the army charged towards the ancient city. The massacre began. Countless cultivators were killed. We surrender. We surrender. Many people begged for mercy. Lin Feng ignored them. The massacre continued. Surrendering was useless. If he accepted their surrender, those who were killed by them would not be able to rest in peace. The 2 million cultivators stationed in Ancient Dragon City were all slaughtered. The cultivators who came to participate in Wuxia Emperor's concubine ceremony. They were all killed. Only the ordinary people survived. They survived. Lin Feng looted Wuxia Emperor's treasury. Then, he led the army and left. Only after the army left did the lucky survivors reveal a relieved expression. Even now, they were still in a state of deep shock. There were so many experts, but they were all dead. Their deaths were too tragic. Wuxia Emperor had died as well. Wuxia Emperor was a member of the royal family of the Mastermind's world. Now, he had been killed. Everyone knew. This matter would definitely cause a huge uproar. Did you hear? Evil Emperor Wu has been killed. What? Evil Emperor Wu has been killed? Is there really such good news? It must be fake news, right? How could Evil Emperor Wu have been killed? That guy is a member of the imperial family of the Mastermind's world. His cultivation level is unfathomable. He joined forces with 3 other strong cultivators to kill the Dragon Emperor of the Ancient Dragon Alliance. If the Dragon Emperor hadn't died, the Ancient Dragon Alliance wouldn't have fallen so quickly. I'm telling the truth. This news came from my 3rd cousin's wife's 2nd cousin's sworn brother's 3rd aunt's 5th son's brother-in-law. This brother-in-law personally witnessed everything. In that case, Wuxia Emperor was really killed? Wuxia Emperor has 5 million soldiers under his command. Who can kill Wuxia Emperor? That's right. Evil Emperor Wu is so strong and his subordinates are so powerful. Who could have killed Evil Emperor Wu? I heard it was a human cultivator called Lin Feng. He led an army of cultivators and killed Evil Emperor Wu. Then, he destroyed Evil Emperor Wu's 5 million soldiers. Lin Feng? Who's that? I've never heard of him. Lin Feng isn't simple. I heard he's the leader of the sea area. The leader of the sea area? What a joke. Who would dare call themselves the leader of the sea area? Besides, there aren't any powerful groups in the sea area. Brother, you don't know, right? That Lin Feng is really the leader of the sea area. I heard that Lin Feng killed an insect emperor in the sea area and subdued 2 other insect emperors. He also has a lot of strong cultivators under his command, so he naturally became the leader of the sea area. He didn't give himself that title, it was given to him by others. He's a very low-key person, so there isn't much news about him. Lin Feng is really terrifying. The people of the Mastermind's world have never suffered a loss before. Besides, they even lost a strong cultivator from the imperial family. They won't let this matter rest. The ancient Dragon Alliance has been destroyed, and the remaining 3 alliances are in a bad situation. They'll fall sooner or later. If the leader of the sea area, Lin Feng, joins the battle, he might be able to turn the situation around. But will he join the battle? I'm not sure. This was what the customers of a restaurant in the Golden Dragon Alliance were talking about. Similar discussions were happening in every corner of the dragon world. The Wuxia Emperor's death had caused a huge uproar. This was also the first time the Mastermind's world army had suffered a heavy blow after invading the dragon world. Ordinary people were talking about this matter. All the major forces were talking about this matter. For example, the Golden Dragon Alliance, the Winged Dragon Alliance, the Heavenly Dragon Alliance, and the Evil Dragon Alliance. The 3 alliances wanted to join forces with the leader of the sea area to deal with the Evil Dragon Alliance and the creatures of the Mastermind's world. Therefore, the 3 alliances sent out envoys. When the 3 alliances' envoys gathered together, there were more than 1,000 of them. The 1,000-strong emissary group marched toward the sea region world in a majestic manner. Lin Feng naturally knew that there would be many people talking about the Wuxia Emperor's death. However, Yi Xian didn't take this matter to heart. At this moment, the fleet was flying in the direction of the headquarters. Lin Feng and the Grand Princess were talking about her 2 maidservants, Qingyu and Lan Xing. Although they were the Grand Princess's maidservants in name, because they had grown up with the Grand Princess, their relationship was comparable to that of sisters. It was just that when they broke out of the encirclement, they were separated from them, and the Grand Princess was later captured. There was no more news of Qingyu and Lan Xing. The world was so chaotic. Lin Feng guessed. Qingyu and Lan Xing were most likely dead somewhere. Actually, Lin Feng had a good impression of Qingyu and Lan Xing. Lin Feng naturally didn't want anything to happen to the 2 of them. But now, it seemed that the 2 of them might really have died. The Grand Princess might have thought of this as well. Therefore, when she talked about the 2 of them with Lin Feng, her expression was extremely sad. Lin Feng could understand this point. After all, the Grand Princess's relatives were almost all dead. Qingyu and Lan Xing, who were like sisters, might have been separated from her forever. This kind of thing was indeed hard to accept. However, life was like this. Not everything was smooth sailing. Even relatives could leave one's side. There were too many painful and sad things. However, these things couldn't be stopped just because one didn't want them to. Just like third uncle Lin Xiong who died tragically to save him. Just like Hui Han who died tragically to save him. The fleet returned to the base camp smoothly. The Emperor Brush wasn't in the ancestral land. He was outside in charge of recruiting experts. Lin Feng was rather grateful to the Emperor Brush. This was because there were many things that Lin Feng didn't have the energy to do. Du Zhu, the evil Lord Holy, and the others were undisciplined and undisciplined. Many things weren't suitable for them. The Emperor Brush was different. The Emperor Brush's character was steady and meticulous. It considered things from a long-term perspective. Therefore, the Emperor Brush helped Lin Feng solve too many problems. The role of the Emperor Brush was equivalent to that of a butler. And he did all the work in an orderly manner. If it wasn't for the Emperor Brush, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to expand his power in such a short time. After Lin Feng returned, he found Bai Ying and asked her to spend more time with the eldest princess. There were many topics to talk about between women. With Bai Ying by the eldest princess side, the eldest princess would feel better. On this day, Lin Feng was in seclusion when the black dragon sword vibrated again. This was the second time the black dragon sword vibrated. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. He realized that many of the runes on the black dragon sword were about to come to life. Dragon roars could be heard from time to time. Black dragon sword, I know you want to break the seal completely. However, there are some things that can't be rushed. Don't worry, I've already sent people to find out more about the situation. I believe that we'll be able to find the mysterious place soon. When the time comes, we'll continue to open your seal. Lin Feng said. The black dragon sword had a spirit. After hearing Lin Feng's words, it became quiet. 3 days later, 2 insect queens came to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng summoned the 2 insect queens. The king of the 10,000 corpses said excitedly, Master, after some searching, a group of my subordinates found a place in the deep sea. It's very similar to the place that you described previously. Oh? When Lin Feng heard that, his eyes suddenly lit up. Where is it? Quickly take me there. Lin Feng said. Master, please come with us. The 2 insect emperors said. Duzu, evil sovereign saint, cursed doll, and the others were all in seclusion, so Lin Feng did not ask them to go with him. Lin Feng brought 100,000 cultivators with him. He had no choice but to bring so many people with him when he went out. Who asked Lin Feng to be so awesome? The ancient starship Xianxia flew quickly. Lin Feng listened to the 2 insect emperors' report. According to the 2 insect emperors, that place. It was an extremely dangerous place in the depths of the sea. Cultivators had to be careful when they entered that place because it was too dangerous. If they were careless, they could easily die there. In order to explore that place, they had lost many experts of the space-time insect race. 10 days later, the ancient starship Xianxia arrived at that sea area. That sea area was called the Illusory Sea. There were 2 main reasons why this island was called the Illusory Sea. First, it was because this sea area would create all kinds of illusions. Entering it, it was easy to get lost in this sea area. Second, it was because this sea area could affect a cultivator's soul. This was not something to be said casually. It could really affect a cultivator's soul. Once a cultivator's soul was affected, there would be many images in their mind that could make them completely lose themselves. But the specific images would vary from person to person. For example, some men were lustful, so many beautiful women would appear in his mind. These beautiful women were delicate and tender, accompanying him by his side, making him unwilling to wake up. Some people might hope that they could become a peerless expert. So, images of them becoming a peerless expert would appear in their mind. Many things. Realizing it in reality, it was actually a very difficult thing. So when these things appeared in their mind in the form of illusions, it was easy to get lost. However, Lin Feng was not afraid of such a place. He took out a bronze lamp and asked someone to hang it outside the cabin. The ancient bronze lamp burned Buddha fat. This Buddha fat was quite special. It could remove all kinds of negative states of cultivators, help them comprehend the great Tao, drive away some evil ghosts, and so on. When the Buddha fat started to burn, the other cultivators did not have to worry about being affected by the laws of this place. The Xianxia ancient starry sky ship was flying above the sea. That night, Lin Feng discovered that many undead ships had appeared in front of him. After seeing those undead ships, Lin Feng's face revealed a surprised expression. He had never expected to see so many undead ships in this place. But actually, it wasn't too surprising to see it. After all, many people would die at any given moment in this sea. As long as a cultivator died, a ghost ship would appear. The Xianxia ancient starry sky ship was relatively fast and soon caught up with the undead ships. During this period of time, there were indeed too many cultivators on the sea, so there were also many ghost ships in front of them. They were so densely packed that they couldn't see the end of them. There was a lamp hanging on each of the ghost ships. The light was dim. It shone on the faces of the undead. There were many undead. His face was extremely pale. Lin Feng stood on the deck and looked at the undead on the ship and couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng liked peace. That way, he would be able to leisurely enjoy life. He didn't like war. However, there were many times when war was unavoidable. For example, the war in the dragon realm was unavoidable. Suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. He saw someone. Green Jade. It was Green Jade. She was also sitting on a ghost ship. Green Jade was actually dead. Many undead looked at the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. However, they had a natural fear of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Green Jade naturally looked at the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. She saw Lin Feng. She stood up excitedly. She waved at Lin Feng. Young master, Green Jade tried to fly towards the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. However, she realized, her body seemed to be fixed on the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Green Jade's face turned pale. She said in a daze, I remember now. I'm already dead. I'm already dead. Green Jade. Lin Feng shouted. Young master, I'm already dead. Green Jade teared up. She asked, Young master, have you seen my princess? Lin Feng nodded and said, I have. She's currently in an overseas world. She's very safe. Green Jade was delighted when she heard this. She then said, Young master, please tell Green Jade that Green Jade can no longer serve the princess. The princess must take good care of herself. Lin Feng said, You can tell her yourself. But I'm already dead. I won't be able to see the princess again. Green Jade said sadly. Perhaps I can help you. Lin Feng said. Then, he took out a very long rope and tossed it onto the deck of Green Jade's ghost ship. Because this was an area where the undead passed through, Lin Feng would be affected by the laws of the netherworld if he got off the ship. It would be very easy for him to suffer a calamity. However, Lin Feng didn't get off the ship. He only needed to pull Green Jade up. Grab the rope. I'll pull you up. Lin Feng said. Okay. Green Jade saw hope. She grabbed the rope, and the ghost ship sailed towards the ancient starship Xianyuan. The ghost ship. It was getting closer and closer to the ancient starship Xianyuan. But at that moment, a cold light flashed. It tore through heaven and earth. It quickly slashed towards the rope. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a beam of sword chi flew out. Lin Feng's sword chi collided with the cold light that was flying towards the rope. When the two attacks collided, Lin Feng neutralized the opponent's attack. On the other hand, the ghost ship was speeding towards them. Lin Feng pulled Green Jade up from the ghost ship. Green Jade was now an undead. If she left the ghost ship, her body would quickly dissipate. And so, Lin Feng took out a piece of soul-nurturing wood. Soul-type existences could attach their bodies to the soul-nurturing wood. That way, they would be able to survive. Green Jade obviously knew this. She didn't dare to hesitate. She quickly flew into the soul-nurturing wood. Lin Feng put the soul-nurturing wood away. At that moment, a powerful evil wind blew from afar. An endless amount of ghost chi rolled about. Within the ghost chi, there were terrifying creatures hibernating. Lin Feng was astonished. Because he discovered that there were 3 netherworld envoys hibernating within the ghost chi. Generally speaking, these netherworld envoys were in charge of a single area. But now, there were 3 netherworld envoys. It was a very strange thing. Brat, humans walk their own paths, and ghosts walk their own paths. Humans and ghosts walk different paths. Since you're dead, you should go to the underworld. You shouldn't interfere. I think you understand what I'm saying. Don't make a mistake. A cold voice came from the ghostly chi. It was obvious that the netherworld emissary was warning Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, humans can conquer the heavens. If you're strong enough, who cares if you're in the heavens or the underworld? Where can I not go? What can I not do? I'll take this soul. Leave quickly, and I won't make things difficult for you. Brat, you dare to steal something from the underworld? Who gave you the guts? The netherworld emissary continued, his voice filled with cold killing intent. Many of the netherworld emissaries had high statuses. It was normal for them to look down on cultivators from the lower realms of the Yang realm. A soul was insignificant, but it was embarrassing. What? Do you want to fight with me? This is the Yang realm, not the underworld. Lin Feng's voice also became cold. So what if it's the Young Realm? If we want to kill, who cares if it's the Young Realm or the Underworld? We can do it. The Netherworld emissary said coldly. There's no need to talk to him anymore. Just kill him. Another Netherworld emissary said. Do it. The third Netherworld emissary said coldly. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Feng looked at the three Netherworld emissaries silently. Lin Feng waved his hand. 3 rays of sword chi quickly flew out and slashed towards the 3 Netherworld emissaries. After the 3 Netherworld envoys felt the power contained in the sword chi that was slashing towards them, their expressions became extremely unsightly. Lin Feng's attack was too terrifying. Only now did the 3 realize that they had underestimated Lin Feng's strength. The 3 Netherworld emissaries hurriedly used the law of the underworld to deal with Lin Feng's attack. 3 consecutive sounds of violent collisions were heard. The 3 Nether emissaries blocked Lin Feng's attack. Of course, even though they managed to block Lin Feng's attack, the 3 Nether envoys were still knocked flying. Their expressions were extremely ugly. He's cruel. Let's go. A Netherworld emissary said. The other 2 Netherworld envoys hurriedly nodded as well. They didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Because Lin Feng could not leave the ancient starry sky ship without permission. Therefore, there was no way to chase after those guys. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly sailed forward and soon rushed out of the sea area where the undead dwelled. Only after they came out of the sea did the dark and cold aura disappear. There was one thing that Lin Feng was quite clear about. That was because the sea was where the undead passed through. If they couldn't get out, they would follow the undead to the underworld. Once they entered the underworld, it would be extremely dangerous. Especially now, the underworld was extremely chaotic. Now was not a good time to go to the underworld. After the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship left, the 3 Netherworld envoys had gloomy expressions. One of them said, "This is the Dragon Realm. How can there be such a powerful human cultivator here? Could it be that he's here for that item as well?" The second Netherworld emissary said with a bewildered expression. The third Netherworld emissary said, "It can't be, right? Aside from the people from the Mastermind's world, only the beings of the underworld know about it. Could it be that that kid knows about it as well?" The first Netherworld emissary said, "There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Therefore, even if he knows about it, it's not surprising." The other 2 Netherworld emissaries nodded. The first Netherworld emissary continued, "Let's speed up. The most important thing is to let the Lord descend to this world as soon as possible." "All right." The second and third Netherworld emissaries replied and increased their speed. Soon, they arrived at a place with a twisting whirlpool. The underworld was a rather special world. After all, it was the paradise of the undead. Therefore, the laws of heaven and earth suppressed the beings of the underworld quite severely. Ordinary. The stronger the cultivator, the harder it was for them to come to the world of the living from the underworld. Those especially powerful beings would need some special methods to descend to the world of the living. Such methods. Of course, there were thousands of methods. This time, the 3 Netherworld emissaries were the first to come to the world of the living. They gathered so many undead from various places. They didn't want to send those undead into the underworld at all. Instead, they wanted to use a sacrifice. Open the gates of hell. Let the Lord descend to the world of the living. The 3 of them began to chant an incantation in unison. The incantation they chanted was an extremely mysterious and ancient incantation. When their incantation was heard, the densely packed undead were directly reduced to ashes. Those undead turned into a special kind of energy. All of that energy surged into the whirlpool. As a large amount of special energy surged in, the whirlpool continued to grow larger. Finally, all of the undead became sacrifices. After all of the undead were sacrificed, a mysterious door appeared in the twisting whirlpool. The mysterious door opened. Following that, a large number of underworld beings flew out. Among them, there was a creature from the underworld who was surrounded by many people. That underworld being was wearing a black robe, and his aura was extremely sinister and evil. They couldn't see what he looked like. However, they could see that pair of eyes. It was a pair of extremely sinister and terrifying eyes. Those eyes seemed to be connected to the world of hell. Therefore, when one looked into those eyes, it was easy to sink into those eyes and be unable to extricate oneself. Lord. After seeing that underworld being, the three netherworld emissaries hurriedly bowed. That underworld being, called Tianfu Nether Lord. Previously, he was sealed in the 16th level of the underworld. After the seal of the underworld disappeared, he finally saw the light of day again. This person's origin was mysterious, and his cultivation was extremely heaven-defying. Moreover, his status in the underworld was extremely high. In fact, even many creatures in the underworld didn't know who this Tianfu Nether Lord was. They didn't need to know these things. They only needed to know that the Tianfu Nether Lord was someone they had to obey and obey. The Tianfu Nether Lord nodded. His ice-cold eyes scanned the surroundings. The Yang Realm, the Yang Realm, the Yang Realm, how many years has it been? I even forgot when the last time I came to the Yang Realm. The current Yang Realm is filled with the aura of death, decay, and decay. It seems that the end of the era is not far away. It will be at least 60 years, and at most 200 or 300 years. The era will be destroyed again. The Tianfu Nether Lord said faintly. After hearing Tianfu Nether Lord's words, the rest of the people were moved. If the epic was destroyed, then they might also die when the epic was destroyed. Naturally, they were extremely worried about their future. For a moment, everyone had a worried look on their faces. They hoped that the end of an era would come a little later. That way, they would be able to continue increasing their cultivation. The stronger the cultivation, the greater the chance of survival. Of course, they were very clear about this point. However, there were many things that couldn't be done as they wished. They could only go with the flow of the times. The Tianfu Nether Lord seemed to know what they were thinking, so he said, "Don't worry too much. Even though the end of an era is terrifying, it doesn't mean that there's no way to prevent it. Please give us some pointers, Your Excellency." The group of people said hastily. They knew that the Tianfu Nether Lord was a creature who had transcended epics. He was a creature who could transcend epics. He already had the experience of transcending epics. If they could learn more, they might be able to transcend epics too. The Tianfu Nether Lord said, "Generally speaking, the destruction of epics is caused by the people from the Mastermind's world. They usually launch large-scale battles at the end of an epic, reaping the lives of countless cultivators. The reason they do this is not entirely because they like to do this kind of thing. The reason they do that seems to have a lot to do with their race transcending epics. However, we don't know how the people from the world of the Mastermind are able to transcend epics. We need to find another way. First of all, we need to ensure that we can survive the end of an era. In other words, it's best if we don't get involved in the war between the cultivators and the people from the world of the Mastermind. If we do, the chances of dying are too high. Of course, there's another thing I need to mention. It's said that if we can prevent the people from the world of the Mastermind from destroying an epic, then the fate of that epic will change. The people of that epic will be able to survive. Many people know that, but the strong cultivators of that epic have tried their best to resist the world of the Mastermind, but in the end, they all failed. That's why it's just a dream, so don't try it. Let's get back to the main topic. That was the first step. Now, let's talk about the second step. If you can avoid the war at the end of the era, for example, by going to the wasteland or other worlds, you can avoid the war. However, the most important thing is that we still won't be able to survive just by avoiding this battle. At this time, we have no choice but to mention the 5 signs of decay. The 5 decays of the celestial being. Worlds, divine abilities, magical treasures, the starry sky, the universe, and so on. Everything is starting to die. There are 2 ways to stop the 5 decays of the celestial being. One is to win against the creatures from the Mastermind's world at the end of the epic. But as I said before, this method is an ideal thing. Then, we can only use the second method. The second method, to put it bluntly, is rather strange and inexplicable. When the 5 decays of the celestial being are more serious, some special treasures, special incantations, and so on will appear in the world. These can all help cultivators resolve the 5 decays of the celestial being. However, these things are too rare. How many cultivators are there in the universe? There are so many of them that they're innumerable. Every cultivator can find a fortuitous encounter that's only suitable for himself. Besides, those fortuitous encounters are only suitable for that epoch. In the next epoch, they won't be useful anymore. So, at that time, you need to increase your cultivation. Only when you're strong enough can you fight for those fortuitous encounters. That's why the strong survive and the weak die. That's the main theme of each epoch. It's cruel, but you have to accept it. So, what you need to do now is to increase your cultivation as much as possible. Right now, you're not strong enough to protect yourselves when the epoch ends, let alone look for fortuitous encounters that can help you survive. Sir, I have a question. Can I ask you? Asked a cultivator at that moment. Ask away, said Tianwu Emperor. Ask away, said Tianfu Nether Emperor. The end of the epoch and the 5 decays of the celestial being. Do these things affect every cultivator? Asked the cultivator. Of course not, said Tianwu Emperor. Of course not, said Tianfu Nether Emperor. Do you know why I'm trying so hard to break through? Asked the Tianfu Nether Lord. That's because the Transcendence realm is extremely terrifying. Reaching the peak of cultivation is everyone's ultimate goal. You're right, but you're also wrong, said the Tianfu Nether Lord. Everyone looked at the Tianfu Nether Lord in confusion. The Tianfu Nether Lord's words made them very confused. What did he mean by right and wrong? The Tianfu Nether Lord didn't keep them in suspense. What's transcendence? Transcendence means to surpass everything. What does surpassing mean? Do you know? The Tianfu Nether Lord glanced at the cultivators around him. Surpassing the great Tao of the heavens, said a cultivator. The Tianfu Nether Lord smiled and said, that's a saying that has been passed down for a long time, but it's not accurate. Because cultivators who seek to surpass don't surpass the great Tao of the heavens. They surpass the 5 decays of the celestial being. They surpass the 5 decays of the celestial being? Everyone's eyes couldn't help but widen. The Tianfu Nether Lord nodded and said, correct, the 5 decays of the celestial being. Cultivators who escaped the Great War that ended an epoch couldn't survive because of the 5 decays of the celestial being. As long as you surpass the 5 decays of the celestial being, you'll be able to survive. But surpassing the 5 decays of the celestial being is too difficult. It's every cultivator's dream, and it's also my dream. Ha ha ha, well said. At that moment, a burst of laughter came from the sky. Many people's expressions changed when they heard that voice. Someone had been hiding there for a long time. They hadn't sensed anything. Your Excellency, you've been listening for so long. I thought you wouldn't come out, said the Tianfu Nether Lord indifferently. Rumble. At this time, a loud explosion resounded as a huge ship rushed out from the void. The ancient ship that appeared here was shrouded in a powerful curse. The entire ship exuded a terrifying aura. It wasn't just the cultivators of the Yang world who were afraid of the curse. Even the cultivators of the Yin world were afraid of it. Therefore, when the underworld creatures saw the ship of curses, their expressions changed slightly. Tianfu Nether Lord was very calm. He was strong enough to deal with anything with ease, so he wasn't afraid of anyone. The only exception was if the opponent was an expert above his level. Of course, an expert above his level wouldn't come out so casually. In a person's lifetime, it was possible that they would never meet a powerhouse who had surpassed their level. For example, Tianfu Nether Lord had only met a powerhouse of this level once. Although the person who had just spoken was powerful, he was definitely not a powerhouse who had surpassed his level. After a brief moment of shock and fear, the others quickly regained their composure when they remembered that the Tianfu Dark Lord was here. Boat of Curses, how interesting. It seems like you're a group of cursed creatures. Normally speaking, cursed creatures should have completely lost themselves, but you didn't. You're quite powerful. You're quite impressive, Tianfu Nether Lord said indifferently. The captain smiled and said, you're not ordinary either. If I'm not mistaken, you must be a top expert from Underworld, right? Ever since the seal of Underworld was broken, Underworld's strength has increased tremendously. A few super experts have even appeared, and you should be one of them. But this is the world of the living, not the underworld. Generally speaking, apart from some low-ranking netherworld envoys, very few people from the underworld are willing to come to the world of the living. Besides, you're so strong, it's very difficult for you to enter the world of the living. I'm very curious. Why would such a powerful person like you deliberately enter the world of the living? What is your purpose? Thinking back to how the mastermind's world has been slaughtering dragons all these years and collecting their essence blood, are they doing this to prepare for some kind of sacrificial ceremony? So, you came here with a similar goal. What is your goal? Is it convenient for you to tell me? After hearing the captain's words, Tianfu Nether Lord raised his eyebrows slightly. He was rather surprised by the captain's analysis. Because the captain of the boat of curse was right. However, the Tianfu Underworld Lord wasn't willing to share this secret with anyone. In particular, he was unwilling to share it with other experts. No one was willing to have a strong competitor for no reason. The Tianfu Netherlord replied, I can't answer your questions. The creatures of the underworld came to the world of the living. This is called borrowing the path of the world of the living. Since they borrowed the path of the world of the living, they had to pay something in return. I think you understand this principle. The captain of the boat of curse continued. What does it have to do with you if I borrow the Tao of the mortal realm? To be honest, you can't be considered a living being from the Yang realm. No, you can't even be considered a living being. You've already been cursed, so you should think of a way to dispel your own curse instead of meddling in other people's business. The Tianfu Netherlord's voice turned cold. Naturally, he was also someone with a temper. How could he be threatened by the captain of the boat of curse? In that case, I can only suppress you and interrogate you. The captain of the boat of curse sneered. His personality had always been like this. The current him was an undying and indestructible creature. He had no scruples at all. If he wanted to know a secret, he would definitely find a way to get it. Rumble, rumble, the boat of curse let out an earth-shattering sound. Then, the boat of curse quickly charged towards the Tianfu Nether Lord and the others. The boat of curse was surrounded by a terrifying curse power. The curse power seemed to have a life of its own. It kept twisting and turning. Seeing the boat of curse rapidly approaching, the Tianfu Nether Lord shouted in a deep voice, retreat quickly. The others didn't dare to stay and quickly retreated. Pluto's immovable seal. The Tianfu Nether Lord shouted coldly. He formed a seal with both hands. He condensed one Dharma seal after another, and when those Dharma seals were condensed, behind him, a mysterious existence appeared. That mysterious existence had become one with his body. Then, the Tianfu Nether Lord sent a palm strike towards the boat of curse that was rapidly approaching. The two sides collided, and the boat of curse stopped. It couldn't move an inch. Heavens! This can't be real, right? The cursed creatures on the boat of curse looked as if they had seen a ghost. Now, the boat of curse was no longer the same as before. Because of this, the runes on the boat of curse were constantly recovering, and the cursed creatures were becoming more and more powerful. The boat of curse's power was related to two factors. The first was the curse runes on the boat of curse. The second was the cursed creatures on the boat of curse. Therefore, these cursed creatures knew how terrifying the power of the boat of curse was once it rushed forward. But now, the impact of the boat of curse was actually blocked. It was really an incredible thing. When the boat of curse collided with the Tianfu Nether Lord for the first time, Lin Feng had already arrived at the sea where the abyss was. The Xianyuan ancient ship dived into the sea. Then, Lin Feng saw the abyss that devoured everything below. The abyss was located in a large rift valley. A large amount of devouring power was constantly surging out of the rift valley. Lin Feng saw a few powerful underwater beasts being devoured, and their bodies were instantly torn in half. Lin Feng looked at the two insect emperors and said, wait here for now. I'll go in and take a look. The myriad corpse king said, Master, it's too dangerous inside. Let us accompany you. Lin Feng muttered to himself. If I let you go in with me, do you think I'll have to save you if there's danger? Of course, Lin Feng didn't say this out loud. He said, there's no need. It's more convenient for me to go in alone. Then, Lin Feng flew towards the abyss. The two insect emperors smiled bitterly. They could only wait on the Xianyuan ancient ship. Lin Feng knew that the terrifying tearing power in the abyss was very strong, so he didn't dare to be careless. He activated his ruler's armor, and it completely covered Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng flew into the abyss. Although he was wearing the ruler's armor, Lin Feng still felt a terrifying power acting on his body. That power seemed to want to tear his body apart. Although the power that wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body was very terrifying, it couldn't cause too much damage to Lin Feng. Under the protection of the ruler's armor, Lin Feng quickly sneaked down. Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast. During the process of diving, he didn't encounter any other dangers. This made Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. However, Lin Feng knew that the real danger was in the dark world below. As he continued to dive, Lin Feng clearly felt that the Black Dragon Sword had undergone a change. The Black Dragon Sword emitted waves of violent fluctuations. As the violent fluctuations surged out of the Black Dragon Sword, Lin Feng's face revealed a look of joy. The powerful fluctuations surging out of the Black Dragon Sword meant that he had really come to the right place. Soon, the Black Dragon Sword would be able to continue unlocking the seal. It was really exciting. Lin Feng's speed was very fast. It didn't take long for him to reach the bottom. Lin Feng observed the surrounding situation. He found that this place was pitch black, and the visibility was relatively low. His divine sense was also suppressed. If he used the naked eye, he could only see some things a dozen meters away. If he used his divine sense to explore, he could probably sense the situation 400 to 500 meters away. This kind of visibility was indeed too low. Therefore, after arriving here, Lin Feng was more careful. He summoned the Black Dragon Sword. Lin Feng held the Black Dragon Sword and walked forward. After walking for a long time, he didn't encounter any danger. This made Lin Feng very surprised. He originally thought that there would be many dangers, but the actual situation was different from what he had imagined. Even so, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless because this place was extremely dangerous. Just because he didn't encounter any danger now didn't mean that there wouldn't be any later. After walking for about 15 minutes, Lin Feng suddenly heard a strange sound. It sounded like someone was singing, but he couldn't hear it particularly clearly. He continued to walk deeper. As he continued to go deeper, the sound became clearer. That sound was really singing, and it was the singing of a woman. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. He walked in the direction of the singing. Not long after, Lin Feng saw that there were beautiful women in front of him. These women were all tall and charming. They were singing. So the singing was from them. It was really nice to listen to, and the people were also beautiful. Lin Feng's body seemed to be uncontrollable as he walked towards those beautiful women. Those beautiful women seemed to not see Lin Feng. Lin Feng. He only had one thought in mind, and that was to walk up and get to know those beautiful women. 10 meters. Suddenly, the world tree in Lin Feng's dantian shook slightly. A strange energy poured into Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's spirit suddenly shook. His eyes regained their clarity. Lin Feng found that what appeared in front of him was not a beauty, but a huge flower. This kind of flower was very beautiful and enchanting. It emitted a strange fragrance. Those flowers were like man-eating flowers, trying to devour Lin Feng. They wanted to swallow Lin Feng in one bite. Fortunately, Lin Feng's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He quickly retreated and avoided those flowers. Lin Feng just woke up at the right time. If he woke up later, it would be too dangerous. Those flowers didn't swallow Lin Feng and suddenly became quiet again. Beauty flower. Lin Feng thought of the name of this flower. It was a very strange flower. It was said that the strange fragrance emitted by the flower could affect the soul of a cultivator. After the cultivator's soul was affected, it was very easy for cultivators to get lost. Then, they would see a group of beautiful women. Those beautiful women might sing beautiful songs or dance gracefully. Then, they would attract the attention of those who fell into the trap. The victim didn't even know what was going on before he was devoured. The beauty flower was extremely rare. Lin Feng didn't destroy these beauty flowers. He went around them and continued to walk inside. Suddenly, Lin Feng found that his blood was flowing at an unprecedented speed. There was danger. Although Lin Feng didn't know what danger there was, Lin Feng didn't dare to stay and quickly used the heaven patching technique. Swoosh. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared from the spot. After Lin Feng disappeared, a broken stone man suddenly appeared where Lin Feng was originally standing. Half of the broken stone man's head had been chopped off. He held a stone sword in his hand. The sword swept through the void. Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away. He looked at the broken stone man with a gloomy expression. It was really dangerous just now. If he didn't have the sudden inspiration ability, wouldn't he have been killed by that guy? Human, you've come to the wrong place. This is not where you should be. The broken stone man's voice was extremely cold. He once again held the stone sword and attacked Lin Feng. The broken stone man's battle strength was extremely terrifying. Continuing to fight wouldn't benefit Lin Feng, so Lin Feng didn't plan to fight with this existence. Lin Feng thought of a way. The broken stone man was from the stone golem race. He had a stone golem avatar. Perhaps he could use the stone golem avatar to form a relationship with the broken stone man. After all, they were from the same race. Perhaps. After the broken stone man saw the stone golem avatar, wouldn't it attack again? Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly summoned the stone golem avatar. The stone golem avatar said, "Senior, please wait." After seeing the stone golem avatar, the broken stone man stopped. In fact, he couldn't tell that it was a stone golem avatar. After all, the stone golem avatar was no different from a real stone golem race creature. The only difference was that the stone golem avatar was controlled by Lin Feng. 9 Orifice Stone Golem. The broken stone man's hoarse voice was heard. His voice was a little excited. Because the 9 Orifice Stone Golem was a very rare creature. Back then, he was a 9 Orifice Stone Golem. At the same time, he had only seen one 9 Orifice Stone Golem. He didn't expect to see a 9 Orifice Stone Golem here after countless years. That's right, I'm a 9 Orifice Stone Man. Senior, you must be a 9 Orifice Stone Man as well, right? I didn't think I'd be able to see another 9 Orifice Stone Man. It really isn't easy. The stone man's clone sighed. It really isn't easy. The broken stone man nodded. He then sighed and said, a 9 Orifice Stone Man's fate is full of misfortune. Your body is still a 9 Orifice Stone Man, but unfortunately, your soul isn't. Hearing that, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He had thought that the broken stone man hadn't seen through the clone, but now he knew that he had underestimated the broken stone man. Don't underestimate the ancients. These words made a lot of sense. Lin Feng couldn't help but be vigilant. This was because he didn't know if the broken stone man would attack again after seeing through the 9 Orifice Stone Man. This was also something that was extremely possible. The broken stone man said, "Don't worry, I won't attack you again. The 9 Orifice Stone Man is a heaven-defying race, and it's very difficult for them to survive. Since you can refine a 9 Orifice Stone Man into your clone, and you're so young, it means that it hasn't been that long since the 9 Orifice Stone Man was born. It's already the end of the epic. The nurturing of the 9 Chakra Stone Man is an extremely long process, and the success rate is extremely low. Therefore, it's already very difficult for the 9 Chakra Stone Man to be born. Although the soul isn't the soul of the 9 Chakra Stone Man, so what? The inheritance of a orthodoxy still depends on the bloodline. If he can live to the next epoch, perhaps he can continue the inheritance of the 9 Orifice Stone Man race. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. These ancient experts' thoughts were indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng looked at the broken stone man and asked, "Senior, why are you here?" The broken stone man said, "My body is broken, and I'm struggling at death's door. Now that I've seen this 9 Orifice Stone Man, I'm very happy because I can transfer a part of my energy to him." Lin Feng was happy to hear that. However, when he thought about the broken stone man's impending death, he couldn't help but feel sad. There were too many things in the world that made people sad, painful, and unacceptable. However, there were many things that had to be faced head-on. For example, what had happened today. Everyone has their own destiny. Sometimes, destiny can be changed, but most of the time, there's no way to change it. For example, life and death. It's very difficult to change. I've already accepted life and death, the broken stone man said. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng then asked, Senior, to enlighten the stone man? Enlightening was an extremely tyrannical technique in the world of cultivators. It's an absolute techniques masters a technique, S is a technique, SSSSASSA weak cultivator could very likely become a peerless expert after receiving a cultivator's enlightenment. However, Lin Feng had only heard of the enlightening technique, but he had never seen it before. This technique had a mythical quality to it, and no one knew how to use it. However, it was clear that the world of cultivators definitely had this technique. The broken stone man said, It's not an enlightening technique, and I don't know this technique. The method I'm talking about is actually very simple. I'll condense my body's energy into a stone bead and let him refine it. As he refines more and more of the stone bead's energy, his battle strength will continue to increase. His innate talent is extremely powerful, but there are many times when innate talent can't determine too many things. However, with the stone bead, his chances of breaking through to a higher realm in the future will be greater. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying chi was emerging from the broken stone statue's body. When Lin Feng sensed the terrifying chi coming from the broken stone statue, he couldn't help but look glum. Because, the broken stone man was about to fall. Whenever Lin Feng faced this situation, he couldn't help but feel sad. Perhaps, he was still a little sentimental. But people were often like this. They were all emotional creatures. Naturally, they would have all kinds of emotions. In the end, the broken stone man's body completely shattered, leaving behind only a stone bead and a stone sword. That stone sword was a powerful treasure. It was probably a treasure that was born with the broken stone man. It could be used by the stone man clone. Lin Feng bowed 3 times to the broken stone man's scattered body. The stone man clone bowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. Compared to the broken stone man's kindness to the stone man clone, this kind of etiquette wasn't too serious. Then, the stone man clone swallowed the stone bead. The stone man clone began to refine the stone bead in seclusion. Lin Feng collected the broken stone man's body. Then, he dug a hole and buried this nameless expert. Then, Lin Feng continued to walk inside. Not long after, Lin Feng's black dragon sword actually emitted a series of dragon roars. The black dragon sword trembled violently. Lin Feng knew he should be reaching his destination soon. Lin Feng increased his speed. Finally, Lin Feng saw a lake in the depths. It was a black lake. When he saw that lake, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but move slightly. Could it be that this place could unlock the seal of the black dragon sword? Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. The black dragon sword flew above the lake. Then, a powerful devouring power surged out from the black dragon sword. The lake water in the lake was very special. A large amount of lake water was swallowed by the black dragon sword, and the seal of the black dragon sword began to gradually break. When the black dragon sword swallowed the lake water, something amazing happened. As the lake water was swallowed and refined, the seal inside the black dragon sword was gradually unlocked. That kind of situation made Lin Feng's heart tremble. The black dragon sword was already unstoppable. The key was how many seals it could unlock. About a day later, the black dragon sword's 5th seal was unlocked. When the 5th seal was unlocked, the black dragon sword's power rose crazily. The black dragon sword's power rose to almost the power of a top true immortal level magic treasure. How terrifying. But the black dragon sword still continued to unlock new seals. About 3 days later, the black dragon sword's 6th seal was unlocked. When the black dragon sword's 6th seal was unlocked, the black dragon sword's power continued to rise substantially. Lin Feng felt that the black dragon sword's 6th seal was about the same as some high-grade sage-level magic treasures. And at this time, the black dragon sword was still unlocking new seals. The 7th seal of the black dragon sword began to be gradually unlocked, but it would take time because the 7th seal was harder to unlock than the previous seals. However, as long as the 7th seal could be unlocked, the power of the black dragon sword would definitely increase significantly. Now, the black dragon sword had only unlocked the 6th seal, and it was almost a high-grade immortal artifact, let alone unlocking the 7th seal. Lin Feng knew that he had underestimated the Black Dragon Sword before, but Lin Feng did not expect the Black Dragon Sword to be so heaven-defying, so Lin Feng was looking forward to unlocking the next 3 seals of the Black Dragon Sword. If the 9th seal could be unlocked, how powerful would the Black Dragon Sword be? He felt extremely excited just thinking about it. Of course. Lin Feng also knew that he had to take one step at a time, and this could not be rushed. Therefore, the matter of unlocking the seal of the Black Dragon Sword could not be rushed. Unlocking the 7th seal first, and then consider unlocking the 8th and 9th seals. Time passed slowly, and the 7th seal of the Black Dragon Sword was constantly unlocked. 10 days later, the 7th seal of the Black Dragon Sword was completely unlocked. When the 7th seal of the Black Dragon Sword was unlocked, a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth gushed out from the inside of the Black Dragon Sword. The Black Dragon Sword, a supreme treasure, directly completed a major transformation. This transformation allowed the Black Dragon Sword's power to complete a qualitative leap, because the power of the Black Dragon Sword had reached the quasi-ancient weapon level. One must know. Transforming from a sacred weapon to a quasi-ancient weapon level was an extremely difficult transformation. This transformation was 100 times, 1,000 times more difficult than a cultivator breaking through from the saint realm to the quasi-transcendental realm. From this, one could see how difficult this transformation was. The most important thing was not the current power of the Black Dragon Sword, but the Black Dragon Sword still had 2 seals that had not been unlocked. The Black Dragon Sword with 7 seals unlocked was already a quasi-ancient weapon-level supreme treasure. If the remaining seals were unlocked, it might become an ancient weapon, and not an ordinary ancient weapon. Thinking of this, Lin Feng could not help but become extremely excited. If such a transformation could really be completed, that would be too heaven-defying. At that time, the Black Dragon Sword would definitely become a sharp weapon in his hands. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. The Black Dragon Sword quickly flew towards Lin Feng and then fell into Lin Feng's hand. Although there was still a lot of lake water here, it was unable to help the Black Dragon Sword unlock the new seal. Lin Feng put away the Black Dragon Sword. Originally, Lin Feng was planning to leave, but at this time a voice suddenly appeared. Lin Feng heard the calls of the powerful undead in the Book of the Dead. Lin Feng communicated with the undead for a while and received some astonishing information. It turned out that in the depths of the lake, there seemed to be something that could allow these sage-level undead spirits to complete their transformation. With the help of the Book of the Dead, the strength of these sage realm undead had increased greatly. Now, one of them had broken through to the 9th heavenly layer of the sage realm. The 3 specters had broken through to the 8th heavenly layer of the saint realm. The 8 departed spirits had broken through to the 7th heavenly layer of the saint realm. The 15 departed spirits had broken through to the 6th heaven of the saint realm. The remaining 29 departed spirits had broken through to the 5th heavenly layer of the saint realm. Therefore, Lin Feng only had some mid-level and high-level undead spirits. They were very powerful. But now, Lin Feng was looking for a way to allow these undead spirits to undergo a transformation of their life force. In Lin Feng's opinion, if these undead spirits couldn't complete the transformation of their life force, then they could cultivate to the 9th heavenly layer of the saint realm at most. There was no way for them to break through to the quasi-transcendence realm. However, if they completed the transformation of their life force, then these undead spirits might be able to break through to the quasi-transcendence realm in the future. However, how could these undead spirits complete the transformation of their life force? This was a problem Lin Feng was facing. Now that these undead spirits were making a move, he didn't know what had attracted their great interest. Was it something that could allow them to complete the transformation of their life force, or was it something that could increase their cultivation? If Lin Feng had to choose, it would be best for him to choose something that could allow them to complete the transformation of their life force and increase their cultivation. Lin Feng decided to go inside to see what the specific situation was. Therefore, Lin Feng flew towards the depths of the undead realm. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to arrive at the place where the undead spirits were making a move. This place was on an island. Lin Feng found some black stones on the island. It was these black stones that had caused the undead spirits to make a move. These are black soul stones. They help the undead to form a complete soul. These black soul stones are very precious. Although they can't help the undead spirits to break through to the next level, they can give them a complete soul. Currently, these undead spirits are dominated by the will to kill. Even though the strength of these dead souls is constantly increasing, it's not very fast. Besides, they're relying on the Book of the Dead to increase their strength. If they had a more complete soul, they would be able to control their murderous intent very well, said Lin Feng. Before, you always wanted to let these undead complete the transformation of their life force. There are many kinds of transformation of life force, but the most important transformation is not the transformation of the body, but the transformation of the soul. If the soul transformation is successful, everything is possible. Lin Feng agreed with the demon lord's words. There were a lot of black soul stones here. There were at least a few thousand of them. These black soul stones were very important to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put away all the black soul stones. Each of the undead spirits in the Book of the Undead obtained a black soul stone. After obtaining the black soul stones, the undead spirits in the Book of the Undead began to condense their souls. Lin Feng quickly flew outside. However, it hadn't been long since he left the island. In the lake, huge waves were surging. A terrifying creature appeared in the middle of the huge wave. Lin Feng looked at the creature and couldn't help but frown slightly. The creature in the huge waves turned out to be a strange fish with 5 heads. The strange fish opened its bloody mouth and spat out 5 balls of energy. The 5 balls of light quickly fused together in the void. They turned into a huge ball of energy. That huge ball of energy quickly flew over. Then it exploded in the void. Damn. Lin Feng sensed the terror of that ball of energy. Even he couldn't help but be shocked. So, seeing that ball of energy explode, Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly took out the Phoenix shield. The next moment, the destructive power of the explosion of the ball of energy fiercely bombarded the Phoenix shield. Lin Feng was sent flying by that terrifying destructive power. End of chapter. Lin Feng's Phoenix shield and ruler's armor were fully activated to resist the terrifying energy produced by the explosion of the energy ball. That terrifying energy was indeed powerful. Lin Feng was shocked. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a strange fish in the lake. Although he didn't know what kind of fish it was, he had already experienced its terrifying strength. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless in the face of such a strange fish. Lin Feng didn't intend to continue fighting with the strange fish. Even if he killed it, it didn't seem to be beneficial. Not to mention that he might not be able to kill it. Therefore, Lin Feng sped up and flew away. Seeing that Lin Feng actually resolved its attack, the monster seemed to be extremely angry. Its 5 huge heads opened, and then the 5 heads emitted a sharp and ear-piercing cry. After hearing the cry of the strange fish, Lin Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Lin Feng was surprised that the strange fish had just launched a soul attack. This strange fish really had a lot of means. However, Lin Feng's means were also quite tyrannical. He hurriedly used Luya's stargazing chart to resolve the strange fish's soul attack. Then, he quickly rushed out. The strange fish wasn't willing to let Lin Feng leave like this, so it chased after Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Although the strange fish's speed was also extremely fast, there was still a big gap compared to Lin Feng's speed. Therefore, the strange fish was eventually shaken off by Lin Feng. Lin Feng successfully reached the shore. His face revealed a smile. He finally got rid of the strange fish. At this moment, the strange fish floated on the surface of the water. Its pair of cold eyes stared coldly at Lin Feng. Its eyes were full of murderous intent. At this moment, the strange fish was obviously extremely angry, annoyed, and murderous. But so what? It couldn't get out of the lake and was destined to have no way to chase after Lin Feng. After getting rid of the strange fish, Lin Feng went back the way he came. But just as he was about to leave the abyss, a loud rumbling sound came out and an ancient ship flew out. When Lin Feng saw the ancient ship, he couldn't help but frown. It was the ship of curses. Ha 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 ha, kid, you're going to die today. Grandpa Martin stood on the boat of curse and looked at Lin Feng with resentment. Lin Feng could not be bothered with Grandpa Martin. He looked at the captain of the boat of curses and asked, "Did you come here specifically to look for me?" "No. The captain of the boat of curse said. Captain, let's capture that little brat and kill him. Once we kill him and get his 2 Shi ancient emperor coin, we'll be able to get rid of the curse. A cursed being said. Yes, Captain. Let's do it now. Many people agreed. They all wanted to kill Lin Feng. They couldn't wait to attack, but they needed to wait for the captain to give the order. They couldn't do it now. The captain of the boat of curse said, "Why are you all so impatient? Now's not the time." The others didn't dare refute the captain of the boat of curse. At most, they would curse the captain of the boat of curse in their hearts. Lin Feng was familiar with the captain of the boat of curse. Since the captain of the boat of curse hadn't come here specifically to deal with him, he didn't need to worry too much about his safety. At the very least, the captain of the boat of curse wouldn't attack him for a while. "What are you doing here?" asked Lin Feng. The captain of the boat of curse said, "I'm here to look for something." "Did you find it?" asked Lin Feng. "I found it," said the captain of the boat of curse. Then, he said meaningfully, "I sensed your chi, so I came to see you. I also wanted to cooperate with you." Lin Feng had cooperated with the captain of the boat of curse before, and it had been a pleasant experience. If it hadn't been for the fact that they were both cursed, the captain of the boat of curse, then, the two of them would have definitely become friends. However, it was extremely unrealistic for them to become friends now. They didn't immediately fight to the death when they met. That was already quite good. "What do you want to cooperate with me on?" asked Lin Feng. He was quite interested in the captain of the boat of curse's proposal. Lin Feng felt that this might be a good cooperation, but Lin Feng didn't know what it was for the time being. He would have to wait for the captain of the boat of curse to tell him more. The captain of the boat of curse said, "Not long ago, I met a powerful figure from the netherworld." "Oh?" Lin Feng looked surprised. The captain of the boat of curse continued, "That person is called Tianfu Nether Lord, and he's a top-tier expert from the netherworld." When he heard about Tianfu Nether Lord, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the 3 netherworld emissaries he had seen before. He asked, "Did those netherworld emissaries help that person descend to the world of the living?" The captain of the boat of curse nodded and said, "That's right. Because of that, those guys sacrificed countless undead to open the gates of hell and release the Tianfu underworld lord." When he heard this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a trace of relief. If he hadn't saved Qingyu most likely wouldn't have survived. Lin Feng didn't say anything and continued to listen. The captain of the boat of curse said, "Why would someone like Tianfu Nether Lord come to the dragon world? Moreover, those people from the world of the mastermind have been collecting dragon blood essence, so I'm guessing that they're preparing for something extremely important. They're most likely going to hold a sacrificial ceremony, and Tianfu Nether Lord's arrival is most likely related to that. That's why I think that there might be a treasure that's enough to make people go crazy over it. I don't know exactly what it is, but it'll definitely have an unimaginable effect on cultivation. I fought with Tianfu Nether Lord, and I wanted to suppress him and force him to tell me the truth. Unfortunately, he's too terrifying, and I wasn't able to suppress him." Lin Feng could sense how powerful the captain of the boat of curse was. If even the captain of the boat of curse couldn't deal with someone, then that person had to be incredibly terrifying and extraordinary. "You want to work with me to obtain that mysterious item?" Lin Feng asked. The captain of the boat of curse nodded and said, "That's right, I do indeed have such an idea. Something that even the creatures from the mastermind's world are interested in is incredibly valuable. If we work together, perhaps we'll be able to obtain that item." End of chapter. In fact, Lin Feng was also very interested in obtaining that item. However, Lin Feng did not know what they were after. If he cooperated with the captain of the boat of curses, it would be much easier to do many things. The captain of the boat of curses had many tricks up his sleeve. If he made a move, he might be able to find out some important clues. Said Lin Feng to the captain of the boat of curses. "Of course, we can cooperate, but we don't know what they are planning. We need to investigate carefully," said the captain of the boat of curses. The captain of the boat of curses said, "You can rest assured that I will investigate carefully during this period of time. When it's time to take action, I will look for you." The captain of the boat of curses was cursed by the 2 Shi ancient emperor coin. He could sense Lin Feng's aura. Therefore, the captain of the boat of curses could easily find Lin Feng's location. Lin Feng said, "Then it's settled for now." "Okay." The captain of the boat of curses nodded. Lin Feng did not stay and left quickly. After Lin Feng left, the boat of curses shuttled through the void and left. Lin Feng returned to the ancient ship, Xianyuan. The ancient starship Xianyuan returned. After returning to the ancestral land of the sacred dragon tribe, Lin Feng continued to cultivate in seclusion. 1 month later, Lin Feng came out of seclusion. The Emperor Brush had returned to the ancestral land of the sacred dragon tribe. Then, the Emperor Brush talked to Lin Feng about the recruitment of the cultivator army. Now, most of the cultivators who had fled overseas would come to seek refuge. Therefore, Lin Feng's forces were expanding very quickly. After the Emperor Brush left, Duzu came and said that the 3 alliances had sent a group of envoys. Now, the group of envoys was arranged to rest on an island. Lin Feng did not find the arrival of the group of envoys strange. If the group of envoys did not come, Lin Feng would find it strange. Lin Feng said, "Tell the group of envoys that I will host a banquet for them tomorrow." "Yes." The poison ancestor acknowledged and then left. Lin Feng, on the other hand, went to meet Bai Ying and the first princess. Lin Feng found that the 2 girls got along quite well. Although they didn't know each other for a long time, they were like sisters. Seeing that the relationship between the 2 women was so good, Lin Feng was naturally very happy. However, Lin Feng realized. When the eldest princess looked at him, her face was red and she looked shy. He didn't know what had happened. Of course, Lin Feng was very puzzled. If he had said something ambiguous to the first princess or done something intimate, it would have been normal for him to show such an expression. But now, Lin Feng found it hard to understand why he would show such an expression. Lin Feng looked at Bai Ying. After seeing Bai Ying's half-smile, Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder if Bai Ying had said something to the princess. Lin Feng chatted with Bai Ying and the first princess for a while before telling them to attend the banquet tomorrow. The 2 of them naturally agreed. At night, after Lin Feng and Bai Ying had a few ups and downs, he asked the first princess why she had such a strange expression during the day. Bai Ying told Lin Feng what had happened earlier. It turned out that Bai Ying had told the first princess that he was interested in her. Then, Bai Ying asked the first princess if she wanted to be his woman. When women talked about boudoir together, they were really bold and direct. After hearing Bai Ying's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Right now, Lin Feng did have a good impression of the first princess. But now, he was busy. He really didn't have much time to think about the first princess. The next night, Lin Feng hosted a banquet for the 3 emissaries. Many of Lin Feng's upper echelons attended the banquet. Among the Golden Dragon emissaries, there was a female cultivator who was in disbelief when she saw Lin Feng sitting on the main seat. This female cultivator was none other than Xianxia. She was also a member of the emissary group. When they first came to the dragon world, Lin Feng and Xianxia met. Previously, Xianxia had heard some things about the overlord of the outer seas. For example, the overlord of the outer seas was called Lin Feng. However, she didn't connect the Lin Feng she knew with the famous overlord of the outer seas. There were too many people with the same name. Moreover, what kind of extraordinary person was the overlord of the outer seas? Although the Lin Feng Xianxia knew was very powerful, he was too young. Most importantly, Lin Feng came from the outside world and didn't have any foundation. Therefore, how could he be the overlord of the outer seas? Therefore, when she saw that the overlord of the outer seas was actually the Lin Feng she knew, she was shocked. This kind of shock was imaginable. In fact, many of the emissaries of the 3 emissaries were extremely shocked. The overlord of the outer seas was really too young. How could such a person control the outer seas? This made them feel incredulous. This was truly an era where heroes came forth in large numbers. Some beautiful female cultivators were whispering to each other. Lin Feng was young, handsome, and had a noble status. He was a male cultivator who held great power. To them, the lethality was naturally incomparably great. The banquet was naturally very lively. After the banquet ended, Lin Feng summoned the representatives of the 3 emissary groups. The representatives of the 3 emissary groups all had extraordinary statuses. They were all direct elders of the clan. They had high positions and authority. Lin Gongzi, we came here this time in hopes that Lin Gongzi could send out a cultivator army to cooperate with our three great alliances to deal with the Evil Dragon Alliance and the cultivator army of the Mastermind World. An elder of the Golden Dragon clan said. Lin Feng said, naturally, it's not a problem to send people to help you. Hearing this, the group was overjoyed. Lin Feng said, however, there is a condition for me to send troops. I wonder what Lin Gongzi's condition is. The group looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, it's very simple. Submit to me. What? The group's expressions changed greatly. This matter was naturally difficult for them to accept. An elder of the Heavenly Dragon clan said, Lin Gongzi, your condition is too harsh. Lin Feng said, if I don't send troops, your three great alliances won't be able to resist the Evil Dragon Alliance and the Mastermind World's army. When the time comes, the three great alliances will definitely be destroyed. However, if our three great alliances are destroyed, the Evil Dragon Alliance and the Mastermind World's army will definitely conquer the outer seas. An elder of the Winged Dragon clan said. Obviously, he wanted to use this matter to remind Lin Feng that they were actually grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Cooperation. It was good for everyone. If they didn't cooperate, at that time everyone would be finished. Although it wasn't a threat, it was better than a threat to Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng not understand the meaning behind his words? 5 chapters, please subscribe to the original version. End of chapter. Lin Feng actually felt that it was quite funny. This guy actually came to his territory to threaten him. Was he stupid? However, with Lin Feng's current state of mind, he wouldn't be angry, because there was no need to be angry. What was Lin Feng's current status? There weren't many things that could make him angry anymore. Lin Feng said indifferently, if everyone thinks so, then I can only laugh and not say anything. First of all, the overseas world is different from the inland world. This is not a place where the Evil Dragon Alliance and the creatures of the Mastermind's world can behave atrociously. Second of all, don't forget that I am a foreign cultivator. If I really can't stay in the dragon world anymore, I can just leave with my followers. I have a place to settle them down anyway. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the corners of many people's mouths twitched slightly. They had forgotten that Lin Feng was not from the dragon world. This was the biggest difference between Lin Feng and them. Lin Feng could take his people and leave, but for many dragon clans, they couldn't leave Dragon World. First of all, if they left Dragon World, they would lose all their resources. Second of all, if they left Dragon World, where could they settle down? Some of the top life planets were out of the question. They could only find some small life planets. At that time, the race would quickly decline. The most important thing was that many creatures were eyeing the dragon race covetously. Once they left the dragon world, they would definitely suffer a heavy blow. At that time, they would definitely not have a good ending. This was completely certain. In the dragon world, the foundation of the clan was here. It was naturally extremely difficult for others to deal with the major clans. This was because there was only one world behind the scenes. Other than the world of the Mastermind, even the Heaven Realm and other forces would not be so simple if they wanted to invade the dragon world. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would choose to leave. Actually, this was very normal. No matter if it was a cultivator from the secular world or a cultivator who would be willing to live a life away from their home, no one would be willing to live such a life, especially if they had to bring their entire family and live a life away from their home. It was destined to be an extremely tragic thing. The elder in charge of the Golden Dragon tribe said, Lin Gongzi, the other conditions are easy to negotiate, but Lin Gongzi, it's too difficult for us to submit to you. Lin Feng said faintly, what? Could it be that your major alliances still want to dominate the dragon realm after expelling the cultivator army from the world behind the scenes? Of course, you can be ambitious, but at the very least, you need to have the strength to match your ambition. Don't you think so? The most important thing is to understand the current situation. Besides, I can tell you one thing. You should submit to me because I have a true dragon insignia. I'm the master of Dragon World, said Lin Feng. What? Lin Gongzi holds the true dragon token? The expressions of the elders from the three alliances changed drastically. All these years, the various major forces had been fighting back and forth. They all wanted to become the master of the dragon realm, but no one could convince the masses. It was all because he didn't have a true dragon token. They had been searching for a true dragon token all this time, but they hadn't found any clues. Who would have thought that a true dragon token would be in the hands of an outsider? Lin Feng took out the true dragon token. When they saw the token in Lin Feng's hand, they could finally confirm that it was indeed a true dragon token. Lin Feng hadn't been lying. The position of Master of Dragon World has always been held by the Dragon Tribe. No other tribe has ever held the position of Master of Dragon World. Lin Gongzi, why don't you give this token to our ancient dragon tribe? When the time comes, we will definitely give Lin Gongzi endless benefits. Lin Gongzi will definitely be very satisfied with those benefits, said the ancient dragon tribe leader. The ancient dragon tribe leader immediately said. Lin Feng was a little speechless. These people really believed themselves to be infallible. The golden dragon tribe leader and the winged dragon tribe leader also wanted to say something, but Lin Feng didn't give them the chance. Lin Feng said, "There's no rule that says that the position of Master of Dragon World must be held by someone from your dragon tribe. Also, I hope that you can pass on my words to the upper echelons of your clans. Let them make the final decision." After saying that, Lin Feng stood up and walked outside. Lin Gongzi, regarding the cooperation, we can still continue to negotiate. When they saw Lin Feng leave, the elders of the three alliances stood up and said one after another. They had come with a mission, and now that there wasn't much progress in the negotiations, they naturally wanted to continue negotiating with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng ignored them. They wanted to chase after Lin Feng to say something, but Du Zhu stopped them. Du Zhu said, "Everyone, our young master has already made himself very clear. I'm sure you all know what to do. Our young master is tired and needs to rest. It's getting late, so you should all go back and rest." After saying that, Du Zhu turned and left. Many people couldn't help but sigh. The next day, the ambassadors of the three alliances left. About 10 days later, someone came to visit Lin Feng. When he saw who it was, Lin Feng was delighted. It was none other than the true dragon tribe's cultivator, Long Chenying. Since Long Chenying was willing to come here to look for him, this meant that Long Chenying wanted to join his camp. "Brother Long, it's been more than a year since we last met. How have you been recently?" Lin Feng asked. Long Chenying replied. "Not bad. Brother Lin's power has increased greatly during this time, and you've become the ruler of the outer seas. You're truly admirable." Lin Feng smiled. "The order of the dragon realm has collapsed, and countless people have died tragically. Brother Long, are you willing to work with me to maintain the order of the dragon realm and restore its peace?" "It's my duty to do so," Long Chenying replied. Lin Feng wasn't surprised by Long Chenying's attitude. After all, Long Chenying was a true dragon tribe cultivator. Now that the dragon realm had fallen into chaos and countless dragons had died tragically, Long Chenying was willing to help. He naturally wanted to do his part. Lin Feng spent the next few days cultivating in seclusion with Bibi and the others. Just as Lin Feng had guessed, the three alliances had no intention of submitting to Lin Feng. Thus, they chose to fight against the evil Dragon Alliance and the forces of the Mastermind's world on their own. The powers behind the three alliances still hadn't sent any experts to support them. Several major battles had broken out, and all of them had been extremely tragic. The three alliances had suffered heavy losses. However, the evil Dragon Alliance and the forces of the Mastermind's world had also suffered heavy losses. During this time, a few top-tier experts had arrived in the Dragon Realm. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he received quite a bit of news. For example, experts had arrived in the Celestial Realm, the Chaos Xianhuang Realm, and the Wasteland Realm. He thought about the Tianfu Underworld Lord from the Underworld. Could it be that all these people were here for that item? In truth, Lin Feng still didn't know what it was that had attracted so many top-tier cultivators. The captain of the Boat of Curses had gone to find out more information, but there had been no movement for the time being. It was unknown if the captain of the Boat of Curses had found out anything. However, since it could attract experts from the Heaven Realm, the Primal Chaos Xianhuang World, the Underworld, and the Wasteland World, one could imagine how extraordinary that thing was. Could it be that it was plotting to steal the origin of the dragon realm? Lin Feng did not think so. Although the origin of the dragon realm was precious, it could not attract experts from so many top forces. There must be something that he did not know about that had attracted those people. Of course, Lin Feng knew that he could not rush to find out what had attracted those people. He could wait for a while and perhaps he would find out the details. In the following days, Lin Feng spent most of his time in seclusion. During this time, something happened. The first princess wanted to join Lin Feng's cultivator army because she knew that Lin Feng would send troops to deal with the Evil Dragon Alliance and the Mastermind's world army sooner or later. The first princess's clansmen had basically been killed, so the first princess wanted to avenge her clansmen. She wanted to join the army and kill enemies with the cultivator army when a war broke out in the future. Lin Feng actually did not want to agree to this matter. After all, large-scale battles were very dangerous. Even if one was very strong, when a large-scale battle broke out, the possibility of dying was also very high. The main reason was that when a real war broke out, it was very difficult to use divine abilities. After all, it took time to prepare divine abilities. Who would give you time on the battlefield? Therefore, large-scale battles were a great test of magic treasures, physical body, willpower, formation, and so on. However, the first princess's attitude was very firm. Therefore, even if Lin Feng wanted to reject this matter, he could not do so. In the end, Lin Feng agreed to let the first princess join the army and temporarily serve as the deputy commander of the first cultivator army's 3rd Legion. She would be in charge of 100,000 soldiers. 3 days later, she would take up the position. Then, she would participate in the formation drills with the cultivator army. In the room, the first princess looked at the flickering flame on the table in a daze. Qingyu asked, "Princess, what are you thinking about?" As for the soul nurturing wood that Qingyu possessed, Lin Feng gave it to the first princess for safekeeping. Qingyu could slowly cultivate, and in the future, she might be able to condense a flesh and blood body. Although it was difficult, there was still some hope. "Nothing," the first princess said. Qingyu smiled and said, Princess, I guess, you're thinking about Lin Gongzi." The eldest princess blushed slightly when Qingyu pointed this out. Qingyu's words. Qingyu's Lin. "Tell me about your encounter with him," the eldest princess said. Qingyu nodded and said, "At that time, I seemed to have lost all my memories. I was sitting on a ghost ship, drifting on the sea with countless ghosts. It wasn't until I heard Lin Gongzi call my name that my consciousness was pulled back to reality." Qingyu began to tell the first princess everything that had happened when Lin Feng had saved her. When she said those words, her tone was light. In her heart, she seemed to like Lin Feng very much. However, when she thought about her current state, how could she dare to ask for anything else? Lin Feng was still in seclusion. His harvest was quite good, and his cultivation had broken through. He had now reached the 3rd heavenly layer of the Minor Saint realm. Apart from Lin Feng's breakthrough, the stone golem avatar had also improved tremendously. This kind of improvement was far beyond what Lin Feng could compare to. The main reason was that the stone golem avatar had obtained the stone pearl left behind by the fallen stone golem. Therefore, its cultivation had increased day by day, and it had broken through to the quasi-transcendence realm. However, the stone golem avatar's innate talent was heaven-defying, so it was extremely easy for it to fight opponents who were several realms higher. Lin Feng estimated that the stone golem avatar would be able to completely fuse with the stone pearl in a few months. At this rate, the stone golem avatar's cultivation wouldn't reach the quasi-transcendence realm after fusing with the stone pearl, would it? If it could really reach that level, it would be too heaven-defying. It would definitely be a pleasant surprise. Bibi, Xiaolong, and Xiaohei were almost done with their cultivation and came out of seclusion. These little fellows had all cultivated to the saint realm and could display all kinds of terrifying abilities. After the little fellows came out of time and space, they were incomparably lively. They ran all over the world. Bibi was the cutest. Therefore, she was very popular. During this period of free time, Lin Feng had been paying attention to the situation in the inland world. The 3 alliances of the inland world were retreating step by step. now, they had retreated to the southern region. 90% of the inland areas of the Dragon World had been occupied by the Evil Dragon Alliance and the creatures of the Mastermind's world. Therefore, during this period of time, many races had fled to the overseas world. Lin Feng's forces naturally increased very quickly. The cultivator army had already reached 20 million. The reserve cultivator army had 80 million. The cultivator army had 8 billion family members. Right now, the overseas world was even more lively than the inland world. The three alliances sent an emissary group again. That was because they really couldn't resist anymore. There were only two paths ahead of them. One was to fight to the death with the Evil Dragon Alliance and the cultivator army of the Mastermind's world. They knew what the outcome would be. The second was to submit to Lin Feng and recognize Lin Feng as their master. At that time, Lin Feng would send an army to help them deal with the Evil Dragon Alliance and the cultivator army of the Mastermind's world. Now, they had no other choice. They could only choose the second path. The emissary group of the three alliances sent 3 quasi-transcendents. They were all top-notch experts of the three alliances. With experts of their level, it seemed that the three alliances really had to submit. Lin Feng summoned the emissary group. The 3 quasi-transcendents had complicated expressions when they saw Lin Feng. What kind of powerful people were they? Now, they had to submit to an extremely young cultivator. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. But now, this seemingly inconceivable thing had happened just like that. The 3 quasi-transcendents submitted letters of submission on behalf of the 3 alliances. Lin Feng glanced at them and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. In the future, you will definitely feel lucky for your choice today." The 3 quasi-transcendents smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes. Yes. The Golden Dragon said, "Lin Gongzi, the situation in the inland world is very serious. During this time, the Mastermind's world has sent many experts, and they also brought an army of cultivators. A large number of dragon cultivators have been killed. They seem to want to launch an ultimate battle and completely destroy the 3 alliances. Lin Gongzi, please send troops to the inland world. If you are late, the 3 alliances will be destroyed. Lin Gongzi, please send troops. Lin Gongzi, please send troops." The 3 experts all stood up and begged Lin Feng to send troops. Naturally, there wasn't much of a problem with sending troops. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Good. I will now order people to organize the army and set off tomorrow." "Thank you, Lin Gongzi." The 3 quasi-transcendent level experts said one after another. The army assembled. This time, Lin Feng mobilized 20 million cultivators, 30 million space-time bugs, thousands of ancient ships. They quickly flew towards the inland world. 1 month later, thousands of ancient ships arrived in the southern region of the Dragon World. After arriving, Lin Feng summoned all the higher-ups of the 3 alliances. The forces of the 3 alliances were actually very strong. There were a total of 23 quasi-surpassing experts. There were a total of 135 Saint Realm experts. These were all top-notch experts. There were still 15 million cultivators in the army. It was still an extremely powerful force. Counting the 20 million cultivators that Lin Feng brought, and the 30 million space-time bugs. This was definitely an army of cultivators that could conquer the heavens. "Everyone, since you have agreed to submit to me, please make an oath." Lin Feng sat on the main seat and looked around. These people said that they would submit, but what were they thinking? This was unknown. Lin Feng naturally wanted them to make an oath that they would not betray him. If there were no restrictions. After dealing with the Evil Dragon Alliance and the Mastermind's cultivators, these people might betray him. This kind of thing was very common. So, he had to be on guard. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the faces of the experts from the 3 alliances turned gloomy. Many of their eyes flickered. Lin Feng sneered, "I've shown enough sincerity by leading my army here, but you haven't shown enough sincerity to satisfy me. I'm very disappointed." "Heh," a quasi-transcendent level expert from the Heavenly Dragon race smiled and said, "Lin Gongzi, why do you have to be so ruthless? Isn't our current cooperative relationship quite pleasant? I'm afraid that I'll raise a bunch of ingrates." Lin Feng said sarcastically. Lin Gongzi, what are you saying? That's too much. What kind of people do you think we are? You don't trust us? Lin Gongzi, you've disappointed us. Many people began to clamor at the same time. Du Zhu and the others were about to explode from anger. These people. It was obvious that they wanted to fall out with him. But this time, Lin Feng had only brought Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign saint, the two insect emperors, the cursed doll, and the broken god. The rest were waiting on the warship. Thus, Du Zhu wanted to leave first. He leaned over and whispered something into Lin Feng's ear. But at this moment, someone blocked the door. This action naturally couldn't be hidden from Lin Feng and the others. The heretic sovereign saint said in a deep voice, "What is the meaning of this?" A quasi-transcendent level expert from the heavenly dragon race said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "This place can be used as the command center for the battle. During this period, Lin Gongzi can command the army from here." Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng laughed loudly, "What a great 3 alliances. I, Lin Feng, have traversed many worlds, but I've never met anyone as shameless as you." The group didn't say anything, only sneering. Clearly, these people were going back on their words. They weren't willing to submit to Lin Feng now. Of course. At the beginning, the highest level figures were probably pretending to submit to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had made them swear an oath, so these people naturally wouldn't agree. Thus, there was no need to continue feigning ignorance with Lin Feng. Swish. With a flash of light, the dragon-slaying sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. With the dragon-slaying sword in hand, Lin Feng walked towards a dragon race cultivator. "What are you doing? Don't make a mistake. I advise you not to do anything rash." Cold voices rang out one after another. Lin Feng's expression was ice-cold, his sword slashed towards the dragon race cultivator. That was a Sage Realm expert. Facing Lin Feng's sword, he originally wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack. However, he discovered that he couldn't dodge Lin Feng's sword at all. Thus, he had no choice but to take out a treasured sword to meet Lin Feng's attack. Clang, along with the clanging sound of collision. The treasured sword in the dragon race cultivator's hand was cut in half. Then, the dragon-slaying sword in Lin Feng's hand directly slashed towards the dragon race cultivator. "Son of AB***, you dare?" The other dragon race cultivators shouted angrily. Lin Feng didn't care about those people at all. His sword slashed down. Puff. The dragon race cultivator's head was chopped off by Lin Feng on the spot. "Suppress him," the pterosaur race expert said in a deep voice. He took the lead and charged towards Lin Feng. Following that, a few more experts charged towards Lin Feng. 4 peak Sage Realm cultivators. 2 Quasi-Transcendence Realm cultivators. Including the Quasi-Transcendence Realm cultivators of the pterosaur race, there were a total of 3 Quasi-Transcendence Realm cultivators and 4 Sage Realm cultivators. So many experts. They were all powerful and wielded powerful magic treasures as they charged towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's dragon-slaying sword was too powerful. As long as it was a dragon race cultivator or a dragon race magic treasure, they would all be restrained by the dragon-slaying sword. Therefore, Lin Feng's dragon-slaying sword displayed its might. Lin Feng cut those people's treasures in half. Then, he arrived in front of the 7 strong cultivators and killed one of them with his sword. The remaining cultivators hurriedly prepared their sacred art, wanting to use it to kill Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng slashed out with his sword, and their sacred art was instantly destroyed by the dragon-slaying sword. Puff, 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 the sound of tearing could be heard again. 4 experts were killed by Lin Feng one after another. It's your turn. There were still 2 people left. Their expressions changed drastically. They wanted to quickly retreat and distance themselves from Lin Feng, but how could Lin Feng give them the chance? Lin Feng rushed forward and killed the 6th cultivator with a single slash. There was only one person left, and that was the winged dragon race cultivator. Lin Feng chased after him. Spare me, spare me." The winged dragon race cultivator looked at Lin Feng in fear, wanting to beg Lin Feng to spare his life. Lin Feng had no intention of letting the winged dragon race cultivator go. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a dense killing intent. "You deserve to die." Lin Feng sneered, and slashed out with his sword. Puff, the winged dragon race cultivator, was also killed. 3 Quasi-Realm Transcendence Rankers. For cultivators of the Saint Realm, they didn't even have the strength to resist. They were killed by Lin Feng. In the Great Hall, the upper echelons of the 3 alliances were all pale. Even those Quasi-Realm Transcendence Rankers couldn't help but tremble in fear when they saw how ferocious Lin Feng was. A kind man would be bullied, and a kind horse would be ridden. Lin Feng didn't want to be a kind man. Lin Feng wanted to be the bad guy. How dare they trick him? How dare they court death? How dare they behave atrociously in front of him? How dare they court death? How dare they provoke him? How dare they court death? How dare they go back on their words? How dare they court death? If anyone wanted to court death, Lin Feng wouldn't mind sending them to hell. This was Lin Feng. His killing intent was awe-inspiring, and he had no scruples. Is there anyone else who wants to go against me? Lin Feng glanced coldly at everyone in the hall. All the cultivators who met Lin Feng's gaze hurriedly looked away, including those who were almost at the peak of the Transcendence Realm. They were strong enough to see the truth. Lin Feng's cultivation was strong, but it was impossible for Lin Feng to kill so many experts so easily. However, Lin Feng was able to do so because of that sword. They didn't know what level of supreme treasure that sword was. However, they knew that the treasured sword could greatly suppress their dragon clan. Any dragon clan member that was suppressed by the treasured sword would very likely end up in the same state. At their current level of cultivation, they naturally cherished their lives. The longer they lived, the more they feared death. This saying was actually very reasonable. Only by living could one realize how wonderful it was to be alive. If one died, everything would be for naught. Seeing that no one was speaking, Lin Feng said indifferently, "Since no one has any objections, kneel down and swear allegiance to me." "We can swear allegiance, but we can't kneel down," a cultivator at the peak of the Sage Realm said. Experts like them had their dignity. Asking them to kneel on the ground was simply trampling on their dignity. How could they agree? Therefore, they didn't want to kneel, and they couldn't accept kneeling. Swoosh. Lin Feng's body flickered, and he instantly appeared in front of the cultivator. Then, he waved the sword in his hand and slashed at the cultivator's head. Poochie. With a tearing sound, the head of the cultivator at the peak of the Sage Realm was cut off by Lin Feng's sword. Why do you kill people for no reason? You're going too far. We have a few cultivators who have surpassed the top of the cultivation level. Even though you have a treasure that can suppress the dragons, if we fight with our lives on the line, you won't be able to survive. Some cultivators said angrily. Lin Feng raised the sword in his hand and said, "This sword is called the Dragon Slaying Sword. It specializes in slaying dragon cultivators. Do you want to try it? I don't need my servants to do anything. I alone can use this sword to kill all of you." Dragon Slaying Sword? How could this be? Wasn't the sword destroyed? A cultivator who was close to the peak of the Transcendence Realm exclaimed in disbelief. Back in the day, the dragon-slaying sword was a nightmare for dragon tribe cultivators. This was because the dragon-slaying sword's suppression on dragon clan cultivators was simply too powerful. Later on, it was said that the dragon-slaying sword was destroyed, and there was no news of it for a very long time. As a result, the later generations gradually forgot about the terrifying treasure that was the dragon-slaying sword. Now, it seemed that the dragon-slaying sword had not been destroyed. This was a disaster for the dragon tribe. Lin Feng sneered and said, "The dragon-slaying sword has not been destroyed. I wield the dragon-slaying sword, and I only kill those who deserve to be killed. You people went back on your word, so I should have killed all of you. However, my patience is limited. I will give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Either you kneel down and swear loyalty to me, or you die." When Lin Feng finished talking, the atmosphere in the palace suddenly became extremely heavy and oppressive. Everyone seemed to be waiting for someone else to make a decision. Finally, the first cultivator stood up. It was a winged dragon tribe cultivator. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Feng. Then, he swore, "I am willing to swear loyalty to the young master. If I violate this oath, my soul will be shattered, and I will die a horrible death." After the first person chose to submit, one cultivator after another knelt on the ground and swore loyalty to Lin Feng. This included the peak of the Transcendence Realm cultivators. Although they were extremely sullen, they did not dare to resist Lin Feng, who wielded the dragon-slaying sword. They knelt on the ground in humiliation and swore their oaths. After everyone swore their oaths, Lin Feng had them stand up. Duzu sneered and said, "Why do you all look like your mothers have died? Who are you trying to show your ugly faces to? To tell you the truth, my young master is the master of the Undying Realm. The fact that you can become my young master's servants is because of the accumulated good karma of your ancestors. Otherwise, how could you be qualified to be my young master's servants?" "What? Master is the master of the Undying Realm?" The group of people looked at each other in dismay. They had naturally heard about the changes in the Undying Realm, but they did not pay much attention to the situation in the Undying Realm due to the chaotic battle in the Dragon Realm. They did not know much about the master of the Undying Realm. Now that they heard that Lin Feng was the master of the Undying Realm, their hearts were naturally filled with shock. Duzu said, "Of course. My young master is the master of the Undying Realm, the 9 provinces, the Banished World, and many other worlds. He is the one who inherits the destiny of the world. Therefore, you all should be secretly happy that you are able to become my young master's servants." These big shots of the Dragon Realm were able to deduce too much from the Poison Ancestor's words that they were shocked by. The most shocking thing was not how many worlds Lin Feng was in control of. It was that Lin Feng had done so many earth-shattering things at a mere 200 years old. This was the most inconceivable thing. However, this seemingly impossible task turned out to be real. Now, these big shots of the Dragon Realm began to rejoice. Perhaps, was it really a good choice to become Lin Feng's servant? Lin Feng said, "Alright, send someone to clean up this place. After that, we will discuss the next battle plan." "Yes." The group of big shots of the Dragon Realm hurriedly responded. Then, they sent someone to clean up the hall. After it was cleaned up, everyone sat down again. Lin Feng asked, "What's the situation with the Evil Dragon Alliance and the Mastermind's world?" A Golden Dragon expert said, reporting to Master, "The Evil Dragon Alliance has gathered an army of 20 million cultivators, and the Mastermind's world has also gathered an army of 20 million cultivators. In total, they have an army of 40 million cultivators. They have already arrived in the southern region and are currently recuperating. They will head south soon, and the war will erupt at any moment." End of chapter. In that case, the current cultivator army on the side of the Mastermind has reached 20 million? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. 20 million Dragon Clan cultivator army was actually nothing. But the 20 million cultivator army of the Mastermind's world was too terrifying. Because the creatures of the Mastermind's world were too powerful. Not to mention those elite armies. Even the lowest level Evil Spirit Warrior army. They were also unimaginably powerful. The 20 million Evil Spirit Warrior army was roughly equivalent to the threat of 60 to 70 million Dragon Clan cultivator army. It was even more terrifying than the 60 to 70 million Dragon Clan cultivator army. So, the other party's 20 million cultivator army was a huge threat. The 3 alliances only had 15 million cultivator soldiers they could mobilize. Including the 20 million cultivator army that Lin Feng brought, there were a total of 35 million cultivator army. Adding the 30 million time and space bugs, it was roughly equivalent to 65 million cultivator army. But don't forget. The Evil Dragon Alliance still had 20 million cultivator army. In addition, the 30 million time and space bugs that Lin Feng brought were not as powerful as they had imagined. Why did he say that? The reason why the time and space bugs were so powerful was because they could freely travel through broken space and time. In the overseas world, there was a broken space and time. If they couldn't win, the time and space bugs could escape into it. Then, they would find an opportunity to ambush you. It was impossible to guard against. But here, there was no broken space and time, which would reduce the threat of the time and space bugs by a lot. So, Lin Feng's army was at a disadvantage against the Evil Dragon Alliance and the Evil Dragon Alliance's army from the Evil Dragon world. Lin Feng wanted to win that battle in a beautiful way. And not suffer heavy losses. And then suffer a crushing defeat. He also didn't want to win this battle in a very tragic manner. At this time, a quasi-realm surpassing expert from the heavenly dragon race said, other than the cultivator army being stronger, they also have more top experts. Previously, the Wuxia emperor was killed by Master, but a while ago, 3 more top experts came. Like the Wuxia emperor, they were all existences at the peak of the Transcendence realm. Including the 3 experts from before, there are a total of 6 quasi-realm surpassing experts on the mastermind side. So many. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The heavenly dragon expert smiled bitterly and nodded. He continued, the Evil Dragon Alliance has a peak quasi-surpassing realm expert. Besides, on the Evil Dragon Alliance's side, apart from the cultivator at the top of the Transcendence layer, there are 12 other cultivators at the top of the Transcendence layer. On the side of the mastermind, there are 27 cultivators at the top of the Transcendence layer. There are even more saints. The 2 groups have about 300 saints, especially the saints from the world of the mastermind. Many of them are cultivators from the last epoch. They're extremely strong. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Against the ordinary cultivator army, they were at a clear disadvantage. Their side also had a clear disadvantage in terms of top-notch experts. In a situation where they were at a complete disadvantage, how could they fight this battle, setting up a formation? Most importantly, after the incident where Wuxia Emperor was killed, the other party was extremely cautious. Basically, it would be difficult for the formation to be effective. Ambush, it was not realistic for the army to lie in ambush and suddenly attack the enemy. After all, it was too difficult to hide from so many experts. What other good methods were there? The first method was to find a strong ally, such as a group of absolute experts, and then recruit a large number of cultivators to supplement them. Time was of the essence. This method was impossible to succeed, so there was no need to consider this method. The second method, in fact, could be considered. The second method was to reach an agreement with the Yin Emperor. If the Yin Emperor were to help, then Lin Feng's strength would definitely increase greatly. When the time came, when dealing with the Evil Dragon Alliance and the Mastermind's cultivator army, their chances of winning would greatly increase. Master, our side is actually at a disadvantage. Do you have any battle plans? The peak quasi-surpassing realm expert from the Golden Dragon race asked. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, wanting to know what Lin Feng's plan was. This was extremely important to everyone, because it concerned the lives of everyone present. Lin Feng said, let me think about it. Lin Feng's divine will immediately enter the evil corpse ring. Yin Emperor, the great battle of the Dragon Realm is about to begin. This great battle, even in your eyes, can't be considered a small-scale battle, right? Can you lend me a hand? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. The Yin Emperor opened his eyes and said, yes, but you have to help me find something. What is it? Lin Feng asked. Hell's reincarnation sand. The Yin Emperor said. What is that? I've never heard of it. Lin Feng said. You need to enter the underworld to find it. Logically speaking, this thing should be very difficult to find, but now that many of the underworld seals have been opened, this thing might appear again. Go to the underworld to investigate. The Yin Emperor said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He really did not want to go to the underworld now, because Lin Feng was still wanted by the underworld. It would be more dangerous to go to the underworld now. However, the Yin Emperor stated his condition. This was his condition for helping, so he had to agree even if he didn't want to. Lin Feng said, alright, I can promise you that when I cultivate to the quasi-transcendence realm, I will enter the underworld and help you find the Hell's reincarnation sand. The Yin Emperor said, no, I need the Hell's reincarnation sand soon, so when you are done with your matters, you need to find time to help me find the Hell's reincarnation sand. Lin Feng was speechless. But there was no other way. The underworld was dangerous, but he was strong now, so he didn't have to worry too much. Alright, deal. Lin Feng said. Immediately. His divine will retreated. Lin Feng said, I have already thought of a plan for the battle with the enemy army. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. They were looking forward to it. Lin Feng said, my method is to fight head-on. What? Fight head-on? The group of people was dumbfounded. This method should be the most unreliable one out of all the methods, right? They really couldn't understand why Lin Feng would choose this method. The pterosaur expert said, "We heard that Master is good at setting up formations. How about we set up a formation to deal with them?" Lin Feng smiled indifferently and said, "No, it's just a head-on fight." The group of people were collectively petrified. "How many people would die in a head-on fight?" Lin Feng said. "I know what you are worried about, so there is no harm in telling you. I have already contacted another extremely powerful undead army and have reached an agreement. When the time comes, that undead army will work with us to deal with the evil dragon alliance and the mastermind behind the scenes, the World Cultivator Army." Undead army? The group of Dragon World's big shots widened their eyes, and their breathing became hurried. 5 updates, seeking a genuine subscription, end of chapter. That's right, the Undead Army. From the name, you should know how powerful the Undead Army is. Lin Feng said indifferently. These big shots of the Dragon Dimension were instantly excited. If the Undead Army were to join them, then this war would be too advantageous for them. They didn't doubt Lin Feng's words. Because there was no need for Lin Feng to lie to them, right? Gather the army and prepare for battle. Lin Feng said. Yes. The group of Dragon Realm elders stood up and hurriedly said. Lin Feng didn't stay. Then, he left with Du Zhu and the others. "Young master, you aren't tricking them, right?" On the way, Du Zhu asked curiously. The reason why he asked this was because Du Zhu knew that Lin Feng didn't sign any agreement with the undead army during this period of time. And what the hell was the so-called undead army? Du Zhu didn't know either. Not only did Du Zhu not know, but the others also didn't know. Du Zhu thought that Lin Feng mentioned the undead army to motivate the cultivator army of the 3 great alliances. This could indeed motivate them and boost their morale. But if they discovered that this so-called undead army didn't exist, what was said at this moment? Would it be the fuse that led to the collapse of the army? Logically speaking, Lin Feng shouldn't have done this. After all, what kind of things had Lin Feng not experienced? He shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake, right? Lin Feng said, "There really is an undead army. When the time comes, let's wait and see." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng increased his speed. Du Zhu and the others looked at each other and revealed a look of surprise and joy. Although they didn't know what was going on with the undead army, since it was confirmed that there really was an undead army, their chances of winning this battle would greatly increase. Du Zhu and the others also increased their speed and followed. The current situation was very tense. Everyone knew this. The Cultivator Army also knew that the mastermind, the Evil Dragon Alliance's Cultivator Army, was terrifying. Thus, they couldn't help but be worried. But in the afternoon, a piece of news spread among the Cultivator Army. It was said that in addition to the 15 million Cultivator Army of the 3 great alliances, the 20 million Cultivator Army under Lin Feng, and the 30 million Time and Space Zergs. Lin Feng also, the Undead Army would cooperate with the army to deal with the Mastermind and the Evil Dragon Alliance's Cultivator Army. After this news spread, it caused a huge uproar. Undead Army, just from the name alone, one could tell what kind of army this was. Of course. Even though the Undead Army might not be able to achieve true immortality, they would still be able to do so. Presumably, he must possess an extremely heaven-defying combat strength. With the addition of the Undead Army, their battle strength would surely increase by a large margin. At that time, there were. Is there really such an Undead Army? If there was. If not. That would be terrible. Time passed quickly. Half a month later. The Mastermind and the 40 million Cultivator Army of the Evil Dragon Alliance came. And the 3 great alliances and the Overseas Cultivator Army had also finished gathering. They were stationed on the plains of the southern region, ready to have a life-and-death battle with the other party. Countless forces were paying attention to this battle. Even many extraterritorial forces were paying attention to this battle. Those experts from the Heaven Realm, Chaos Xianhuang World, Underworld, and the Wasteland were also paying attention to this battle. This was a battle that involved hundreds of millions of Cultivator Army. It could be said to be an epic battle. And there was also the Evil Spirit Warrior Army from the Mastermind's world. All the living beings in the universe were filled with deep fear towards these evil spirit warriors. After all, these evil spirit warriors were too powerful. Even if the evil spirit warrior army was the lowest level army in the mastermind's world, to the outside world, it was an invincible army. Everyone was very curious as to how this large-scale battle would end. Rumble, 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 a loud sound came from afar. Ancient war chariots came through the sky. Later, there were many knights riding strange beasts. Later on, it was a densely packed army. The war drums beat. The sound shook the sky. The mastermind's army of the Evil Dragon Alliance had already arrived. Both armies. Immediately, they lined up on the plains. The densely packed army was innumerable. Heh, you want to fight us head-on? You're overestimating yourself. It's important to know one's own limits. These guys don't even know their own limits. How laughable. After destroying them, it's time to get down to business. Don't kill that guy called Lin Feng. We can't let him die so easily. Of course, we must take revenge for the evil emperor. Capture him, cut him into 1,000 pieces, and tear him into 1,000 pieces. The voices of the royal creatures from the mastermind's world were sinister and terrifying. Charge. Then, they gave the order. Woo woo woo, the horn of war sounded. The black mass of the army quickly charged over. Woo woo woo, the horns of the three great alliances and the overseas cultivator army also sounded. The army charged. However, charging at the front was the undead army led by the Yin Emperor. Of course, they could also be called the Cursed Army. The Yin Emperor and the others were all cursed creatures. They didn't have a physical body. They were all spiritual bodies and held all kinds of weapons in their hands. Their speed was too fast. The undead army has appeared. Ha 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 ha, the undead army has really appeared. The cultivator army of the three great alliances and the overseas cultivator army were all excited when they saw the undead army. During this period of time, they had been talking about the undead army. But the undead army didn't appear. This made more and more people suspect that there was really an undead army. Even many of the higher-ups of the three great alliances began to suspect. Now, the undead army had appeared. Everyone no longer suspected that there was really an undead army. The undead army was the vanguard army. They quickly killed their way into the mastermind's army of the Evil Dragon Alliance. They were almost immortal and indestructible existences. So their fighting strength was very terrifying. Their weapons slashed on others' bodies, and others would be killed. But other people's weapons slashed on their bodies. It didn't have any effect on them. This was too terrifying. So, when the undead army killed their way into the enemy's army and fought with the enemy's army, the mastermind and the cultivator army of the Evil Dragon Alliance were harvested like leeks. As soon as they clashed, a large number of cultivator army died under the attack of the undead army. What the hell is this thing? They can't be killed at all. Isn't this too terrifying? Many people cried out in horror. The undead army was so terrifying. It was a huge shock to everyone. Especially the mastermind and the Evil Dragon Alliance's cultivator army. Although their cultivator army was very powerful, they were unable to kill the undead army. Under the attack of the undead army, they suffered heavy casualties. This was an extremely dangerous matter. It made their hair stand on end. Activate the Buddhist treasures. Someone shouted. Many of these cultivator army wielded Buddhist treasures. Generally speaking, the magical treasures of Buddhism were able to restrain these evil and ghost-like creatures. Therefore, these people wanted to use the Buddhist treasures to deal with the undead army. Powerful Buddhist treasures were activated one after another. Buddhist light illuminated heaven and earth. Many Buddhist treasures. They released an extremely terrifying power. Under the control of the mastermind and the Evil Dragon Alliance's cultivator army, the powerful Buddhist treasures quickly attacked the undead army. However, at this moment, they were shocked to discover that when the Buddhist treasures attacked, they were actually swept away by the undead army. The undead army's cultivators were not affected by the Buddhist treasures at all. The undead army's cultivators were clearly undead creatures. Why were the Buddhist treasures ineffective against them? This made everyone unable to understand. At this moment, the undead army displayed their might and continued to harvest lives. Actually, the undead army's numbers were not considered huge. There were only about 1 million of them. However, the deterrence brought by the undead army was even greater than the tens of millions of cultivator army. The Mastermind and the Evil Dragon Alliance's cultivator army were directly attacked by the undead army. Many people saw the undead army and quickly fled pathetically. They did not dare to fight with the undead army. It was not because they were timid. It was because the undead army was too terrifying. In the eyes of many people, fighting with the undead army was an act of suicide. Naturally, no one would be so foolish as to throw their lives away. In a battle between cultivator armies, formation and morale were very important. Now, the Mastermind and the Evil Dragon Alliance's cultivator army's formation was in chaos and their morale was low. On the other hand, the three alliances and the overseas army. At this moment, their morale was greatly boosted. They quickly charged towards the Mastermind, the Evil Dragon Alliance's cultivator army. An all-out war had completely broken out. The three alliances and the overseas legions were in a tight formation and had great teamwork. He was invincible. The mastermind behind the scenes, the cultivator army of the Evil Dragon Alliance, was defeated. On the battlefield, smoke rose in all directions. Cultivators were constantly being killed. Due to the ferocity of the undead army, the Mastermind, the Evil Dragon Alliance's army was completely dispersed. Therefore, Lin Feng led the three great alliances and the cultivators from the overseas cultivators. They had an absolute advantage because of their tight formation. The mastermind behind the scenes, the Evil Dragon Alliance's cultivator army, was forced to retreat. Damn it! Damn it! How did this happen? What's with the undead army? Why is there such a powerful undead army? That undead army is too strange, it seems to be a cursed army. It really is a cursed army. No wonder Buddhist treasures are useless against them. Our army is in a mess because of the undead army. It's too dangerous if this continues. It's too difficult to get rid of the undead army. It's a pity. If the Sky Saint Sovereign King was here, his cursed army would definitely be able to suppress this undead army. The key is that the Sky Saint Sovereign King is currently fighting in the underworld. He's not here. We have to think of a way to solve this problem. The undead army was definitely brought here by Lin Feng. Capture the leader first. As long as we get rid of Lin Feng, not to mention this undead army, even the cultivator army will be completely defeated. That's right, let's get rid of Lin Feng first. The mastermind behind the scenes, the 6 great imperial families, quickly reached an agreement. The Evil Dragon race's quasi-peak Transcendence Realm expert commanded the battle. As for the 6 of them, they led 50 to 60 Sage Realm experts and charged towards Lin Feng. With so many top-notch experts, they were naturally invincible. Wherever they passed, no one was able to stop them. Their target is me? Lin Feng was at the back of the army. He saw a group of strong cultivators rushing towards him. Even though many cultivators were attacking them, they were still too weak. However, it was useless. The enemy didn't have many people, but their strength was heaven-defying. Not good, that's the mastermind behind the scenes. The 6 great imperial families are all quasi-peak Transcendence Realm experts. We can't stop them. Prince, hurry up and leave this place. Duzu was beside Lin Feng and saw the group of experts charging towards them. His expression became grave. Lin Feng said, "How can I leave at this moment?" But Duzu wanted to say something, but Lin Feng waved his hand and interrupted Duzu. He couldn't retreat. Otherwise, it would be a huge blow to the army's morale. It was very likely that the tide of the battle would turn. However, a great battle had broken out. The cultivator army was fighting against the enemy army. It wasn't easy to mobilize a large number of cultivators to deal with those experts. Therefore, at this time, they could only rely on themselves to deal with those experts. Lin Feng's 56 undead could deal with the dozens of saint-level experts. The problem was that the 6 quasi-transcendence experts were too difficult to deal with. After all, they were too powerful. With Lin Feng's current fighting abilities, it was difficult for him to fight against a cultivator of the same cultivation level, let alone against 6 of them. Right. I can use the grand sacrificial art. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The grand sacrificial art was an extremely domineering divine ability. It had very high requirements to use it. Every time it was used, something had to be sacrificed in order to unleash the full power of the grand sacrificial art. Sacrificing one's life, flesh, soul, and so on was the best way to increase the power of the grand sacrificial art. A divine ability like the grand sacrificial art had a very low limit and a very high limit. Whether it was the lower limit or the upper limit, it was related to what was sacrificed. On this battlefield, countless people had died. This was the best place to use the grand sacrificial art. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. The great path of sacrifice, I will use the flesh and blood of hundreds of millions of living beings as sacrifices in exchange for great power. Lin Feng's voice resounded between heaven and earth. When Lin Feng's voice fell, the power of sacrifice descended from the sky. It enveloped the entire battlefield. Then, countless flesh, soul, and cultivator corpses became sacrifices and burned fiercely, turning into the purest energy. After sacrificing those flesh, soul, and cultivator corpses, suddenly, an unimaginably powerful energy directly poured into Lin Feng's body. F***ck, so fierce? Feeling the terrifying power growing in his body, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This was because the crazily growing power in his body was truly too terrifying, causing one's hair to stand on end. This kind of power was so strong that it could shock one's heart. The great sacrifice technique was indeed awesome. Brat, you're dead for sure today. The 6 experts from the world of the mastermind quickly rushed over, their voices cold. The way they looked at Lin Feng was no different from looking at a dead man. Behind them, there were dozens of Sage Realm experts, all of whom were filled with killing intent. Actually, Lin Feng wasn't particularly surprised when these people revealed such an appearance. After all, these people were indeed powerful. Taking the head of the enemy commander amidst thousands of soldiers and horses. It shouldn't be a particularly difficult task, but the person they met today was Lin Feng, so they were destined to fail. Lin Feng sneered and said, "The people from the world of the mastermind have stretched their hands too far. The people from the world of the mastermind all deserve to die. Previously, I killed the evil emperor, and now, I will kill the few of you and send you to hell to accompany the evil emperor. This way, the evil emperor will not feel lonely in hell." Brat, I really don't know where you got the courage to say such shameless words. An expert from the royal family of the world of the mastermind looked coldly at Lin Feng. A group of people quickly rushed over. Many people were extremely worried about Lin Feng. After all, these people were too powerful. But at this time, Lin Feng said, "Everyone, don't worry about my safety. Just focus on dealing with the mastermind and the Evil Dragon Alliance's cultivator army. I alone am enough to deal with these guys." Lin Feng's words could be described as extremely arrogant. However, no one thought that Lin Feng was arrogant. Many people couldn't help but be moved. Could it be that Lin Feng really had a way to deal with these guys? They didn't think that Lin Feng was a person who spoke without thinking. At this moment, Lin Feng summoned the Book of the Undead. When the Book of the Undead flew out, the 56 undead inside the Book of the Undead all flew out. Now, the 56 undead were no longer the same as before. After the transformation of their life level, the combat strength of many undead was constantly increasing. Naturally, their combat strength was very terrifying. The undead all pounced on the Sage Realm cultivators brought by the 6 powerhouses. A cultivator of the imperial family of the behind-the-scenes world sneered and said, "Brat, do you think that you can survive by summoning these undead spirits to tie down those Sage Realm cultivators? The truly powerful ones are the 6 of us, not those Sage Realm cultivators." "Heh," Lin Feng sneered and said, "Of course I know that, so I don't need you to remind me. I'll let you know later that you guys are pitifully weak in front of me." What the F***ck? Isn't this a little too much? After hearing Lin Feng's words, even Du Zhu, the cursed doll, and the others were dumbfounded. The 6 powerhouses of the imperial family were almost at the peak of the Transcendence realm. There was no need to say much about their strength. The key was that when the 6 of them joined forces, how terrifying would that be? Lin Feng didn't put the 6 powerhouses in his eyes at all. He even used the word pitifully weak to describe them. It was really hard to understand why Lin Feng would say something like that. Du Zhu and the others knew Lin Feng very well. Lin Feng wasn't a brainless person, but since he had said something like that, did it mean that Lin Feng had some extremely powerful methods that could deal with the 6 powerhouses? If this had happened to other people, it might have been inconceivable, but when it happened to Lin Feng, Du Zhu and the others felt that it was a matter of course because they had followed Lin Feng all this time. They knew how many miracles Lin Feng had created and how many things he had done that others thought were impossible. Brat, you're bragging too much. The 6 powerhouses sneered and quickly attacked. Annihilation Fist Art. The 6 powerhouses shouted in unison. They circulated their spiritual energy and condensed their spirit techniques. They punched towards Lin Feng. The Annihilation Fist Art was a top spirit technique passed down from the world of the Imperial family. This spirit technique was incomparably terrifying. One punch could destroy the world and shatter space. When the 6 powerhouses used it together, the power that erupted was even more powerful. Facing the Annihilation Fist Art, Lin Feng sneered. 6 paths of reincarnation, Lin Feng shouted coldly. Lin Feng used the 6 paths of reincarnation, a peerless skill. Lin Feng knew that although his battle strength had greatly increased through the Great Sacrifice Art, he was now facing the 6 powerhouses of the Imperial family from the world of the Imperial family. He couldn't be careless. A lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Not to mention the 6 powerhouses of the Imperial family from the world of the Imperial family. If he dared to be careless, he naturally wouldn't have a good ending. Lin Feng's 6 paths of reincarnation condensed 6 ancient stone doors. Behind the 6 stone doors, they seemed to be connected to heaven, human, Azura, beast, hungry ghost, and hell. The 6 stone doors were aimed at the 6 powerhouses respectively. Bang 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 bang, along with the sounds of violent collisions, there was a loud bang. The attacks of the 6 powerhouses were broken by Lin Feng's 6 paths of reincarnation. Then, the 6 powerhouses were forced to retreat. How is this possible? The 6 powerhouses shouted in disbelief. They were Imperial family cultivators from the world of the Imperial family. They were so powerful, and now they were fighting 1 against 6. But, the result, they were forced to retreat by Lin Feng. They couldn't accept this. So strong. So powerful. So awesome. Countless people were shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. The battle strength Lin Feng displayed was so powerful that it made people's hearts tremble. At this time, the 6 stone doors condensed by the 6 paths of reincarnation continued to suppress the 6 powerhouses. They couldn't help but sigh. The 6 paths of reincarnation was indeed powerful. After repelling the 6 powerhouses, it still hadn't dispersed. Many times, a heaven-defying divine ability could decide the outcome of a battle. When the 6 stone doors came suppressing, the 6 powerhouses didn't have time to condense their divine abilities. They hurriedly attacked to block the attacks of the 6 stone doors. Bang 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 bang, the 2 sides collided again. This time, the 6 powerhouses were sent flying. When they were sent flying, their faces were pale. The 6 stone doors fell from the sky, trying to kill the 6 powerhouses. End of chapter. Damn it. The 6 experts roared angrily. They were such proud people. But now, their pride was smashed into smithereens. So now, the 6 experts' eyes were bloodshot. When they looked at Lin Feng, their eyes flashed with monstrous anger and killing intent. In fact, it was normal for them to be like this. Even if the cultivators of some low-level races in the Mastermind's world were defeated by the cultivators of the low-level worlds in their eyes, they couldn't bear it. Not to mention the cultivators of the Imperial family of the Mastermind's world. They were high above, looking down on all living beings. In their eyes, the creatures of other worlds were all lowly creatures. But now, they were suppressed by the lowly creatures in their eyes. They had even suffered some injuries, which had caused the 6 experts to lose their composure. Lin Feng sneered. He didn't care whether these guys lost their minds or not. Lin Feng just wanted to get rid of these guys as soon as possible. Under Lin Feng's control, the 6 stone doors continued to attack the 6 experts. Lin Feng wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get rid of them. Even if he couldn't kill all of them, killing one or two would be good. After killing one or two experts, the rest would be easier to deal with. It's the 6 paths of reincarnation, one of the experts said in a gloomy voice. Obviously, he also recognized Lin Feng's 6 paths of reincarnation and knew how terrifying it was. The 6 paths of reincarnation was the strongest divine ability of the human race in this era. Its power was needless to say. In fact, after Lin Feng sacrificed the flesh, essence, and corpses of those cultivators, his FALI was at most equal to the 6 experts. But Lin Feng's divine ability was too strong. In a battle between cultivators, various aspects could affect the result of the battle. And obviously, a cultivator's divine ability was the most important aspect that affected a cultivator's combat strength. The human race's top divine ability is still SOSO. The second expert said. Lin Feng sneered. These guys were really fatso. It was too difficult for them to admit that others were stronger than them. Use our race's joint attack technique. At this time, the third expert said. The other 5 nodded their heads in agreement. A strange black energy gushed out of their bodies, and the black energy connected with each other. A terrifying scene ensued. After the black energy was connected, the black energy began to fuse. Their battle prowess had actually increased by several times. Then, the 6 of them charged towards the stone door that was charging towards them. The stone gates summoned by Lin Feng's 6 paths of reincarnation had already defeated the 6 experts twice. The losses were huge. Compared to when it was first summoned, its power had decreased by quite a bit. On the other hand, the other party's battle prowess had skyrocketed. As the saying went, the other went up. The 6 stone doors were destroyed by the 6 experts. Death Ray. After the 6 experts broke the stone door, they all stretched out their right hands. Then, rays of light flew out from their right hands. It was an extremely powerful and bizarre ray of light. That ray of light contained a terrifying power capable of destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth. After sensing the power contained in that ray of light, the crowd was shocked. Lin Feng's mind couldn't help but tremble slightly. What a powerful attack. And it was an attack by 6 experts at the same time. Lin Feng started using his domineering magnetic field. Lin Feng immediately released his 15-fold domineering magnetic field. When Lin Feng released his 15-fold domineering magnetic field, it enveloped the 6 experts. The 6 experts' battle prowess plummeted, and the death ray they released was destroyed by the 15-fold domineering magnetic field. Domineering? Said one of the experts gloomily. It's not domineering, it's the domineering magnetic field. What a powerful domineering magnetic field. This guy has cultivated more than one domineering magnetic field. The other expert's expression was extremely unsightly. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my self-created divine ability. Lin Feng's voice was ice cold. His voice was like the voice of death that floated out of hell. Sovereign. Reincarnation. Fist. After Lin Feng finished speaking, all the divine abilities and immortal scriptures in Lin Feng's body started circulating. Lin Feng's sovereign reincarnation fist had reached an unprecedented level of power. After all, Lin Feng's sovereign Tao had already been cultivated to perfection. Many of Lin Feng's divine abilities had already reached perfection. And over the years, he had also obtained many immortal scriptures. All of them could increase the power of the sovereign reincarnation fist. In short, the more Lin Feng accumulated, the stronger his Tao, the more divine abilities and immortal scriptures he cultivated, the more terrifying the power of the sovereign reincarnation fist would be. As soon as the sovereign reincarnation fist was used, Lin Feng felt as if he could destroy the universe with a single punch. Lin Feng punched out. His punch directly enveloped the 6 powerhouses. When they sensed the power of Lin Feng's punch, the 6 experts' expressions changed dramatically. At their level, their perception was too strong. They naturally knew how powerful Lin Feng's punch was. It was inconceivable. How could Lin Feng have unleashed such a powerful attack? Quick, let's combine our power. A powerhouse from the behind-the-scenes world shouted loudly. His voice was extremely anxious because he had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. At this time, the rest of the people lined up behind him and placed their hands on the back of the person in front of them. Powerful magic power. It continuously poured into the body of the person in front of him. All of the magic power finally converged into the body of the first cultivator. After receiving such a powerful boost, the first cultivator immediately unleashed an unparalleled palm strike. That palm strike was absolutely unimaginably powerful. Bang! The 6 strong cultivators joined hands and collided with Lin Feng's attack. When their attacks collided, Lin Feng and Lin Feng's attacks collided. The crowd couldn't believe what they were seeing. Lin Feng's attack broke through the 6 strong cultivators' attacks. The 6 strong cultivators were all blown away as if they had been struck by lightning. The most miserable one was the expert at the front of the line. Both of his arms had been broken from the impact. Even his bones were exposed. That cultivator let out an incomparably mournful scream. Although the other 5 people's situation was slightly better, it wasn't much better. The other 5 people's faces were all pale from the shock. Their faces, which were already extremely pale, were now completely drained of blood, as if they were suffering from a serious illness. The damage they suffered was absolutely unimaginable. At this time, Lin Feng quickly arrived in front of the first expert and punched towards him. End of chapter. Facing Lin Feng's terrifying blow, the face of the royal family expert from the behind-the-scenes world suddenly became extremely ugly. Both of his arms had been crippled. How could he resist this terrifying blow? He wanted to resist this blow. It was simply impossible. The royal family expert from the behind-the-scenes world wanted to avoid Lin Feng's terrifying blow. This person's attainment in the Tao of space was quite high. He wanted to use the Tao of space to quickly shuttle out. In this way, he could resolve the crisis in front of him. But how could Lin Feng give him this opportunity, when this guy used the Tao of space? Lin Feng had already noticed it. To be honest, Lin Feng's Tao of space was even more powerful than this person's Tao of space. Lin Feng imprisoned the void and completely cut off his possibility of escape. Therefore, this powerful punch directly blasted the body of the royal family expert from the behind-the-scenes world. Logically speaking, after receiving Lin Feng's blow, his body would even be torn apart and directly explode. But what made Lin Feng feel inconceivable was that after receiving his terrifying blow, this person only had a lot of bones broken and did not receive a fatal blow. This point. It was really shocking. What was even more shocking was that Lin Feng found that the body of this guy in front of him was actually recovering at a visible speed. He didn't have the immortal bloodline. But he could recover his injured body so quickly. His ability was comparable to the immortal bloodline. Anyone who encountered such a situation would feel inconceivable. No wonder the royal family of the behind-the-scenes world was so powerful. The racial ability was too abnormal. Moreover, just now, this royal family expert from the behind-the-scenes world only displayed part of his ability. The other people quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. They wanted to rescue their companions. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. He had to kill this guy. If he missed this opportunity, it would be too difficult to find another opportunity to kill this guy. Lin Feng took advantage of this guy's injury. Using his palm as a blade, he chopped towards this person's head. "Brat, you dare?" After seeing this scene, the other 5 experts could not help but shout angrily. The expression of the expert targeted by Lin Feng abruptly changed. His arm hurriedly blocked in front of him. Puff, a tearing sound could be heard. Lin Feng cut off the arm of the mastermind's world's royal family expert. Then, saber chi burst out from Lin Feng's palm and beheaded the man. A powerful force surged into the man's mind. It directly destroyed his soul. The emperor of the mastermind world was killed. You deserve 10,000 deaths. The roars of the 5 powerhouses shook the heavens. They all took out their own magic treasures and attacked Lin Feng. The magic treasures of these 5 people were different. A cultivator's magic treasure was a mother-son shuttle. A cultivator's magic treasure was a silver snake scimitar. A cultivator's magic treasure was a black flying sword. A cultivator's magic treasure was a flying guillotine. A cultivator's magic treasure was a sky-splitting blade. The 5 magic treasures were very fast and attacked Lin Feng. The 5 experts were completely furious. They did not want to capture Lin Feng alive to torture him. They just wanted to kill Lin Feng as soon as possible. Lin Feng revealed a sneer. Lin Feng had a top-grade treasure here that could restrain the experts of the mastermind's world. Previously, his cultivation was not enough to unleash the true power of this treasure. But now, Lin Feng had sacrificed so many cultivators' flesh, blood, soul, and flesh. Lin Feng's fighting abilities had already increased by leaps and bounds. Therefore, the power of this treasure could be unleashed. Lin Feng's treasure. It was that wooden sword. The wooden sword was a treasure left behind by Lin Feng's ancestor, the Master of Gods. Later, it fell into Lin Feng's hands. This treasure was very special. Activating this treasure to deal with cultivators of other races wasn't very effective. But if this wooden sword was activated to deal with the cultivators of the Mastermind's world, the suppression on the cultivators of the Mastermind's world would be very powerful. This was because the wooden sword that Lin Feng obtained was specially used to restrain the creatures of the Mastermind's world. Lin Feng held the wooden sword in his hand and used his powerful magic power. A steady stream of magic power poured into the wooden sword. As the powerful magic power in Lin Feng's body poured into the wooden sword, the aura emitted by the wooden sword also became stronger and stronger. Green wood chi gushed out of the wooden sword. That kind of green wood chi seemed to be a bit special and also integrated with some other power. But as for what kind of power was integrated, Lin Feng couldn't tell. Of course. Although he couldn't tell what kind of power was integrated. But the reason why the wooden sword could restrain the creatures of the Mastermind's world might be related to that special energy. Lin Feng held the wooden sword in his hand and slashed out 5 attacks in a row. Clang, 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 accompanied by 5 sonorous colliding sounds. 5 powerful magic treasures. All of them were swept away by Lin Feng's wooden sword. Because the wooden sword was closely related to the 5 great experts, it was tainted with the aura of the cultivators of the Mastermind's world. Therefore, it was also restrained by Lin Feng's wooden sword. The 5 magic treasures all suffered different degrees of damage. This scene shocked the 5 great experts. The 5 of them reacted extremely quickly. They immediately retreated. Lin Feng locked onto a cultivator. He quickly came in front of this cultivator and slashed out with his sword. Feeling the power of the wooden sword, this cultivator's expression was greatly shocked. He really couldn't understand why a wooden sword was so powerful. Was it because all things reinforced and restrained each other? Damn it, all things reinforced and restrained each other. Shouldn't a great race like us suppress everything? Shouldn't we restrain everything? Why is there something that can restrain us? This made him extremely depressed. But he had to admit that this guy was really a very self-righteous guy. The cultivator hurriedly condensed a huge black light barrier. The defensive power of this black light shield was very powerful and terrifying. In several battles, this person had relied on this defensive divine ability to withstand the attacks of powerful enemies and then turned the tables. This time, he also had the same expectation. But he was horrified to find that when Lin Feng's wooden sword slashed on the black energy light shield he condensed. Lin Feng's wooden sword easily tore the defensive light shield he condensed with his divine ability. How is this possible? A thought appeared in his mind. No. But a terrified cry came out of his mouth. The next moment. Puff. Accompanied by a tearing sound, the head of this mastermind's imperial family expert was cut off by Lin Feng's sword. Blood suddenly gushed out, dyeing the sky red. End of this chapter. After a fierce battle with Lin Feng, not only were the 6 top experts unable to kill Lin Feng, but 2 of them were also killed by Lin Feng. It could be said that this battle was starting to turn in Lin Feng's favor. Although top experts couldn't completely control the situation, the fall of top experts could easily affect the morale of the army. At this time, if the enemy's commander could stabilize the morale of the army, then the fall of top experts on his side wouldn't affect the battle too much. The key was, could the mastermind and the cultivator army of the Evil Dragon Alliance stabilize the morale of the army? Of course not. This was because the cultivator army of the mastermind and the cultivator army of the Evil Dragon Alliance had been severely attacked by the undead army led by the Yin Emperor. Coupled with the arrival of the three alliances and the Overseas Legion, this caused the morale of the Mastermind and the Cultivator army of the Evil Dragon Alliance to drop. The six top experts wanted to kill Lin Feng because they wanted to improve the morale of the army, their cohesion, and so on. However, they failed and even lost 2 people to Lin Feng. The fall of the 2 top experts naturally couldn't be hidden from the Cultivator army. The 3 alliances and the Cultivator army of the Overseas Legion all knew that the various dragon clans had submitted to Lin Feng, and Lin Feng was their master, the master of the dragon realm. Seeing that Lin Feng was able to kill 2 top experts in a 1 versus 6 situation, they couldn't help but feel disbelief. The morale of the 3 alliances and the Overseas Legion was already extremely high, and now their morale was greatly boosted. They became more courageous as they fought. On the other hand, the Cultivator army of the Mastermind and the Cultivator army of the Evil Dragon Alliance had low morale. With the fall of the 2 top experts, their morale took another hit. This large-scale war, in a short period of time, was gradually beginning to show signs of victory. Lin Feng's attention was still on the 4 top experts of the Mastermind. After killing 2 of them, the remaining 4 were easy to deal with. Moreover, the 4 of them were more or less injured. The 4 experts' expression was incomparably gloomy. Including the evil emperor, who was the first to die in Lin Feng's hands, the imperial family of the Mastermind had already lost 3 experts of the imperial family to Lin Feng in a short period of time. This made them incomparably angry. However, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. The main reason was that Lin Feng's methods were too powerful. They couldn't resist Lin Feng's attacks. In the face of such a situation, their situation was naturally incomparably dangerous. If they were the slightest bit careless, they might die in the hands of Lin Feng. It's your turn. A dense killing intent appeared on Lin Feng's face. He locked onto another expert and then quickly attacked. Seeing Lin Feng attack, the expression of the expert who was locked onto by Lin Feng changed drastically. We've been schemed against too much in this battle. Moreover, we've misjudged the opponent's strength. There's no way to continue fighting. Let's quickly retreat. The expert who was locked onto by Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Then, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and fled into the distance. The other 3 experts also didn't dare to stay any longer. They also turned around and fled. The scene of the 4 experts fleeing made Lin Feng a little dumbstruck. Seeing the 4 experts flee, the bugle horn of retreat immediately resounded between heaven and earth. When the Mastermind and the Cultivator army of the Evil Dragon Alliance retreated, they couldn't be described as fleeing. However, they were also in an extremely difficult situation. Lin Feng led the army to chase after them. In the end, of the 20 million cultivators of the Evil Dragon Alliance army, only 3 million managed to escape. Of the 20 million cultivators of the Evil Spirit Warrior army, only 5 million managed to escape. The Mastermind and the Evil Dragon Alliance still had 8 million cultivators left. In the end, they fled to the area where the Evil Dragon Alliance was originally located. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't give them a chance to catch their breath. He led the army and charged into the Evil Dragon Alliance's area. In the end, the Evil Dragon Alliance was destroyed. The 4 experts of the Mastermind's world fled with the remaining 500,000 troops. At this point, this great battle had just ended. The scope of this calamity was simply too wide. Countless creatures of the dragon realm had died under the devastation of this great battle. But fortunately, many of the races had managed to preserve their strength. After the great battle ended, many dragons returned to their homes and rebuilt them. It was just that, now, everything had changed. So many loved ones had died, causing many people to feel incomparable grief, sadness, and pain. However, war was often incomparably cruel. Sacred Dragon Clan's ancestral land. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, trying to comprehend the origin of the dragon realm. Although the main goal of the cultivators of the Mastermind's world was not the origin of the dragon realm. But Lin Feng knew. The origin of the dragon realm was also one of their goals. That was why they couldn't wait to occupy the dragon realm. After occupying the dragon realm, they would be able to comprehend the whereabouts of the origin of the dragon realm. If they could find the origin of the dragon realm, then it would have a huge effect on increasing their cultivation. Lin Feng couldn't sense the origin of the dragon realm. This made him frown. Lin Feng didn't give up. He continued to comprehend the origin of the dragon realm. This time, Lin Feng was surprised to find that something was calling him. Lin Feng followed that call and found the origin of the dragon realm. The origin of the dragon realm was hidden in an extremely hidden place. That place was very difficult to find. No wonder Lin Feng couldn't comprehend the origin of the dragon realm. But at this moment, the origin of the dragon realm was calling for Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the special connection with the origin of the dragon realm and directly disappeared from the hall. When he reappeared, Lin Feng was already in a special space. In front of him was a huge lake. The Origin Lake. Lin Feng's face showed a shocked expression. The origin of the dragon realm. It had turned into an origin lake. Moreover, the origin of the dragon realm was too majestic. It was worthy of being one of the top macroworlds among the 3,000 macroworlds. The origin source here, even compared to the origin source of the Undying Realm, was not particularly different. This was the terrifying part of the origin of the dragon realm. Splash. Huge waves rolled. A huge dragon floated out of the origin lake. It was an origin dragon, formed from the origin of the dragon realm. It wasn't a real dragon. I didn't expect the new master of the dragon realm to be a human cultivator. The origin dragon said. You know everything that happens in the outside world? Lin Feng asked. The origin dragon said, yes, I do know, but I can't do anything to change it. Lin Feng nodded. He could understand this. The origin dragon said, I was originally wondering if I should meet you because I was worried that you would devour me. Lin Feng asked, if you were worried that I would devour you, why did you meet me? The origin dragon said, worry is one thing, but I have a strong intuition that you are different from others. If someone else had taken control of the dragon realm and found me, they would definitely devour me. You, however, probably won't. Lin Feng smiled icily. I'm afraid you're wrong. If I absorb your strength, I'll probably break through to the Great Saint layer. That's very important for me, said Lin Feng, smiling icily. End of chapter. Indeed, if you can step into the Great Sage realm, it will be a major transformation for you, but I don't think you'll do that. The origin dragon said. Why do you think I won't do that? Lin Feng asked. Because I've deduced it from some small things. That's why I've come to see you. Tell me about it. Lin Feng said. The origin dragon said, in times of chaos, cultivators often can't even take care of themselves. However, when you recruited the cultivator army, you even made proper arrangements for the families of the cultivator army. If you just want to take control of the dragon realm and devour its origin, there's no need to go through so much trouble to make arrangements for the families of the cultivator army, right? The origin dragon said this because after the dragon realm's origin was devoured, the dragon realm would be destroyed, and countless living beings would die tragically. No matter how much effort was made to make arrangements for the families of the cultivator army, those families would still die in the end. Why waste time, effort, and resources to make arrangements for those people? The origin dragon continued, of course, there's another possibility. You made arrangements for the families of the cultivator army to gain a good reputation and then attract more people to join you. You could also make those who join you loyal to you. Lin Feng nodded and said, yes, if it's the second possibility, then wouldn't you be walking right into a trap by meeting me today? The origin dragon said, I believe the first possibility is more likely to be true. Why? Lin Feng asked. Intuition. The origin dragon said. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. A cultivator's intuition was very reliable most of the time. Of course, some intuition was often based on facts. The origin dragon continued, there's one more thing that makes me believe that you didn't become the master of the dragon realm for the sake of devouring its origin. What is it? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and asked. Integrity. The origin dragon said. How do you know? Lin Feng asked. It's also intuition. The origin dragon said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Was it all intuition? The origin dragon said, to be honest, everything is traceable. Where can I find it? Lin Feng asked. The origin dragon replied, the eyes, because the eyes are the windows to a person's soul. You can more or less get a glimpse of a person's personality through the eyes. When Lin Feng heard the original dragon's words, he nodded noncommittally. I won't refine the original strength of the dragon world, but I want to fuse with it, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. How do I fuse them? The origin of the dragon world asked. Lin Feng thought for a moment before replying, using my divine sense to form a special connection with the dragon world is like refining a magic treasure. But now, I'm refining the dragon world like a magic treasure. Of course, in this case, it should be called fusion. This method was originally thought of by the Heavenly Emperor. Previously, the Heavenly Emperor had fused with the undying world. One had to admit that Heavenly Emperor this fellow was indeed very heaven-defying. In many aspects, no one could compare to him. After Lin Feng killed the Heavenly Emperor, he became the master of the undying world. Then, Lin Feng fused with the undying world. Although the undying world was severely damaged, Lin Feng could more or less borrow some of its power. Of course, the dragon world was different. The dragon world was a complete origin, so the dragon world was still unharmed. Under such circumstances, once Lin Feng fused with the dragon world, he could mobilize a large amount of power from the dragon world in the future. Before the dragon world was destroyed, Lin Feng could always mobilize the power of the dragon world. You can fuse with the dragon world, said the origin dragon. Lin Feng said, I need your help. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for me to fuse with the dragon world. Of course, no problem. After the origin dragon knew that Lin Feng would not refine it, it was in a good mood and readily agreed. Then, Lin Feng sat down cross-legged. He tried to fuse with the dragon world. How could fusing with a great world be so easy? Not only was it not easy, but it was also very difficult. Moreover, the whole process was not smooth sailing. During the process of fusing, it would be extremely dangerous if there was a backlash. It could lead to the cultivator's death. However, with the help of the origin dragon, Lin Feng's process of fusing with the dragon world was quite smooth. It took about a month. Lin Feng succeeded in fusing with the dragon world. Lin Feng felt countless auras. For example, within a certain river, a water demon had managed to cultivate a Dao, and was able to take on a human form. In another example, in a mountain, spirituality was born. The entire mountain turned into a mountain demon. And so on. There were all kinds of information. There were too many. Not bad at all. This feeling is very comfortable. Lin Feng's face showed a satisfied expression. Congratulations on fusing with the dragon world, said the origin dragon. Ha 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 ha, I have to thank you for your help. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to fuse with the dragon world. Lin Feng smiled. You're welcome. We will definitely have many interactions in the future, said the origin dragon. Lin Feng said, by the way, I want to ask you something. I don't know if you know about it, asked the origin dragon. You want to find out why so many experts have come to the dragon world, right? Lin Feng nodded. The people from the mastermind's world have massacred so many dragons. They are collecting the essence blood of the dragons. In addition, so many experts have come to the dragon world at such a sensitive time. They must be up to something. I just don't know what they are up to. Do you know? Said the origin dragon. There are 5 places in the dragon world that are rather special. The first place is the true dragon's secret territory. The second place is the illusory sea. The third place is the nightmare devil world. The fourth place is the 10,000 dragon graveyard. The fifth place is the earth core world. Therefore, the thing they are looking for should be in one of these 5 places. As for what they are looking for, I don't know. Lin Feng stroked his chin. Lin Feng had been to the true dragon's secret territory before. As for the other places, he had not been to them. From the looks of it, he would have to wait for a while. Lin Feng did not stay here for long. He returned to the sacred dragon clan's ancestral land. Lin Feng had someone report on the recent situation in the dragon world. It was mainly about the movements of the top experts in the celestial realm, chaos realm, Xianxia realm, and several other realms. Based on the information he received, those experts had not made any moves for the time being. Clearly, they had not taken action yet. Besides that, Lin Feng received another piece of news. It was said that some of the top experts from the Mastermind's world had secretly infiltrated the Dragon world. End of chapter. Lin Feng wasn't surprised that the powerhouses from the Mastermind's world had sneaked into the Dragon world again. After all, they had been preparing for so long, and they hadn't gotten what they were looking for yet. Naturally, they couldn't give up on those things. Although their plan to fully occupy the Dragon world had been completely destroyed, it didn't stop them from entering the Dragon world. Lin Feng didn't send anyone to deal with the powerhouses from the Mastermind's world. They couldn't cause any trouble now. Lin Feng had a few things to do. The first thing was to compete with the powerhouses from these top forces for opportunities. The second thing was to go to the Dark World to rescue Bai Ying's master. The third thing was to enter the underworld to look for the Hell Reincarnation Sand. The fourth thing was to go to the Demon World. It was time to take control of the Demon World. However, these things had to be done one by one. They couldn't be done overnight. He needed time. He couldn't rush. Half a month later, the captain of the Ship of Curses finally appeared. After the two sides met, Lin Feng asked, "How's the investigation going?" You'll be surprised if I tell you." The captain of the Ship of Curses said. "Oh? What do you mean?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. "These people are actually looking for the innate Dao aptitude left behind by Hong Meng." The captain of the Ship of Curses said. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. It was actually related to Hong Meng. This was interesting. What kind of terrifying existence was Hong Meng? He was the first living being born from the purple gas between heaven and earth. He was one of the oldest powerhouses in this era. However, Hong Meng had disappeared for many years. It was widely rumored that he had died long ago. However, Lin Feng felt that Hong Meng might have left the Nine-States universe. As for the specific situation, Lin Feng naturally didn't know. Everything was just his guess and inference. The captain of the Ship of Curses said, "It's rumored that Hong Meng cultivated the third Dharma body. The first Dharma body was nurtured by heaven and earth with an innate Tao aptitude. The Dharma body of his second life is the body he created for himself. The Dharma body of the third life is also a Dharma body he created. It's called the future Dharma body. The past, the present, and the future span 3 lifetimes. Hong Jun gave up his innate Taoism aptitude and used his present body to exist in the world. It's said that Hong Meng's innate Taoism body can surpass the cultivation level. If we can steal it and refine it, we'll be incredible," said Lin Feng. "Surpass realms? F***ck. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. It was no wonder that so many mighty ones from great forces wanted to snatch the born Taoism aptitude. Perhaps the born Taoism aptitude was not attractive to cultivators who had surpassed their level. However, for cultivators who were on the verge of transcending realms, it was simply too attractive. The main reason was because it was simply too difficult to break through to a higher realm. After all, in an epoch, there might only be a few cultivators who surpassed their cultivation level. However, things would be different if he obtained Hong Meng's born Taoism aptitude. First, after attaining the born Taoism aptitude, one's cultivation level was equivalent to one's own. If he continued to explore and study the born Taoism aptitude thoroughly, he might be able to break through to a higher realm without relying on the born Taoism aptitude. If he could really accomplish this, that would be amazing. "I have to snatch this thing." Lin Feng was very excited. If he could snatch Hong Meng's born Taoism aptitude, that would be too awesome. It would be enough to do whatever he wanted in the universe. The wasteland was awesome, the heaven realm was awesome, the chaos and fantasy world was awesome, the underworld was awesome, the other universes were awesome. They were indeed awesome, right? However, as long as he had the born Taoism aptitude, no matter how awesome he would still be able to roam the world freely. Moreover, after obtaining the born Taoism aptitude, it was very likely that he would be able to start his own journey to transcending realms. That was the most important thing of all. Of course, there was only one born Taoism aptitude, but there were too many cultivators who wanted to obtain it. There were many people from different forces who wanted to obtain the born Taoism aptitude, but who would obtain it was a matter for the future. He would snatch the born Taoism aptitude first. Lin Feng looked at the captain of the boat of curse and asked, "Where exactly is Hongming's born Taoism aptitude?" The captain of the boat of curse said, "From the information I gathered, it should be in the Earth Core Spirit World." Earth Core Spirit World? This place should be somewhere in the Earth Core World, right? Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. That's right, this place is in the Earth Core World. The Earth Core World of the Dragon World is not simple. The temperature is extremely hot, and it is said that it has reached over 1,000,000 degrees. Ordinary Sage Realm cultivators would be roasted if they arrived there. The captain of the boat of curse said. Lin Feng smacked his lips. In that case, the Earth Core Spirit World was really a dangerous place. It seemed that only the top experts could reach that place. Other than the high temperature, the laws of that place are also very terrifying. The Earth Core Spirit World is even more extraordinary. Because the Earth Core Spirit World is the center of the Dragon World, the core of the Dragon World. If the Dragon World is compared to a sphere, the Earth Core Spirit World is at the center of the sphere. There are many Earth Core beasts running amok in this place. These guys are also very difficult to deal with. The captain of the boat of curse said. Lin Feng nodded. Obviously, he wanted to snatch Hongming's born Taoism aptitude. This was an extremely difficult task. How many people do you plan to bring over? The captain of the boat of curse asked. Lin Feng had fewer quasi-transcendent realm experts on his side. The number of people he could mobilize was limited. For example, the patriarch of the Sacred Dragon clan had been injured during the Great Battle. Now that he was in seclusion, he naturally couldn't call for the patriarch of the Sacred Dragon clan. There were also some quasi-transcendent realm experts on the side of the three alliances. According to what Lin Feng knew, there were a few who were in seclusion like the patriarch of the Sacred Dragon clan. He couldn't call these people, so he could only call those who weren't in seclusion. He wasn't sure how many people there were. In addition, the two insect emperors could follow along. As for Du Zhu, the cursed doll, and the others, they couldn't follow along for the time being. Lin Feng said, "It's hard to say how many people I can call now. I'll give you the news in a few days." All right. The captain of the boat of curse nodded. Lin Feng asked, "How many people can you mobilize here?" "Including me, there are 4 of them." The captain of the boat of curse said. Lin Feng was surprised. There were quite a few experts that the captain of the boat of curse could mobilize here. Lin Feng immediately sent people to the 3 alliances to inquire about the specific situation. In the end, 4 quasi-transcendent realm experts arrived. Including the 2 emperors and Lin Feng himself, Lin Feng was extremely strong. On Lin Feng's side, there were 7 quasi-transcendent realm experts who could go to the Earth Core Spirit World. End of this chapter. One of them was from the Heavenly Dragon tribe, one was from the Golden Dragon tribe, one was from the Winged Dragon tribe, and one was from the Tyrant Dragon tribe. The Heavenly Dragon tribe's expert was called Tian Guhai. The Golden Dragon tribe's expert was called Jin Qishan. The Winged Dragon tribe's expert was called Sun Mohai. The Tyrant Dragon tribe's expert was called Li Tianba. Among the 4 great experts, Tian Guhai and Jin Qishan both had cultivation bases that surpassed the peak of their realms. Sun Mohai was at the 6th level of the Transcendental Realm. As for Li Tianba, he was at the 4th level of the Transcendental Realm. They were very strong, but they didn't know what to do. After arriving, Lin Feng began to discuss the purpose of their trip. Everyone should have heard of the Earth Core World, right? Lin Feng looked at the 6 experts, including the 2 insect emperors. I've heard of it, but I've never been there. It's a very dangerous place, so very few cultivators go there. Sun Mohai said. The others nodded. Lin Feng said, "I've asked you to come here because I want to go to the Earth Core World." Go to the Earth Core World? Everyone was astonished. Why do you want to take the risk to go there? Li Tianba asked. Lin Feng said, "I'm sure everyone knows that many experts have come to the Dragon World. Their goal is the Earth Core World because Hong Meng's innate Dao body is hidden there. They're all looking for it." Hearing that, the group couldn't help but gasp. They all knew what Hong Meng's innate Dao body represented. It was no wonder so many experts had come. It was because of Hong Meng's innate Dao body. Tianguhai said, in that case, the people from the Mastermind's world massacred the Dragon Clan cultivators and took their essence blood not just to obtain the Dragon World's origin, but also to obtain the Earth Core World's innate Dao aptitude? Yes. Lin Feng nodded and said, I reckon that it won't be long before the various great powers take action. This time, we will also make a trip to the Earth's core world and try our best to seize the Xiantian Dao body. Of course, the good things passed down from Hongmeng should not be limited to the Xiantian Dao body. When the time comes, everyone should pay attention. Great fortune and danger coexisted. This was something that everyone was clear about. However, this did not stop everyone's enthusiasm. Hongmeng's born Taoism aptitude was not something the six of them dared to dream about. However, he could still take a peek at some of the other opportunities. We will definitely do our best to help you obtain the born Taoism aptitude. The six experts said in unison. Alright, after this matter is done, we will talk about the opportunities you obtained in the Earth Core world. Apart from those opportunities, I will also reward you greatly. Lin Feng said. Everyone was overjoyed. Lin Feng met up with the captain of the boat of curse again. After seeing the six experts on Lin Feng's side, the captain of the boat of curse said, we need to enter from the Middle Heaven region. Let's set off now. Lin Feng nodded and took out the ancient ship, Shan. Then, Lin Feng and the others boarded the ancient ship. As for the boat of curse, Lin Feng and the others would definitely not board it. The boat of curse was too strange. It was easy to get on. It was difficult to get down. The boat of curse and the ancient ship quickly flew in the direction of the Middle Heaven region. Inside the cabin, Jin Qishan said, Young master, that person just now felt very strange. It was as if he was cursed. Lin Feng nodded and said, that guy is indeed a cursed being. Moreover, if you want to remove the curse, you have to kill me. There's such a thing? They were shocked. Lin Feng nodded. Then why are you still working with that guy? Li Tianba asked. Lin Feng said, because that guy is very strong. Why don't we find an opportunity to kill that guy? That way, we'll be able to solve the young master's crisis, right? Tianguhai said. Lin Feng said, after that guy was cursed, he became an undying existence. That's why it's very difficult to kill him now. You don't have to pay too much attention to him. Of course, you still have to be on your guard when necessary. Don't fall into his trap. Yes. Everyone hurriedly replied. The Middle Heaven region was originally part of the Evil Dragon Alliance's territory. Now, the Evil Dragon Alliance had been divided among the various dragon factions. There was a problem with the distribution of power. Lin Feng did not ask much about it. There were also conflicts between the various dragon factions. However, these were all tolerated. A month later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Middle Heaven region. After arriving, Lin Feng and the others flew down from the ancient ship. Lin Feng stored it away. The experts of the various factions were probably in this region. Therefore, it was better to keep a low profile. The captain of the ship of curses and his 3 subordinates also flew down from the ship. Then, the ship of curses shuttled through the void and disappeared without a trace. After the ship of curses left, Lin Feng and the others flew into the depths of the forest. They found an approximate location and quickly flew down. Experts at their level had all kinds of powerful divine abilities. Even if they traveled underground, there was not much difference between traveling on the ground and traveling underground. Lin Feng and the others were very fast. However, as they got closer to the core world, the temperature suddenly rose. This level of high temperature did not have much of an effect on Lin Feng and the others. They continued to fly down. When they reached the core world, there were hard rocks above the core world. Inside the rocks, there was a hollow core world. There were cracks and other places that could enter the core world. Lin Feng and the others entered the core world. As soon as they arrived, they were attacked by a group of beasts. Those Earth's core fierce beasts had fiery red bodies. They looked like lions with scales on their bodies. Their auras were terrifying. However, Lin Feng and the others had powerful cultivations. Although they were ambushed, they reacted quickly and blocked the attacks of the beasts. However, these beasts were very powerful. It was not easy to kill them. After a great battle, the group of beasts saw that Lin Feng and the others were not to be trifled with, so they did not continue to attack Lin Feng and the others. Instead, they quickly left. Lin Feng and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they flew towards the depths of the core world. The core world they were currently in should be the core world that was closest to the core world. After searching for a day, Lin Feng and the others found the core world. Looking from afar, he could see it. There was a world shrouded in holy light in front of him. That world. Obviously, it was the legendary core spirit world. End of this chapter. The core spirit world was naturally not a place where one could enter just because they wanted to. This place was simply too special. It wasn't that this place was covered by a powerful array formation. Instead, there was a special kind of energy contained within that light barrier. And this special kind of energy, it could stop cultivators from entering. Everyone arrived outside the Earth core spirit world and tried to break through the holy light barrier outside. However, it was simply impossible to break through that light barrier. That light barrier was too special, and the defensive power it contained made it impossible for people to do anything about it. Lin Feng said, "Could there be an entrance? Maybe we can look for it." Everyone nodded. Since they couldn't break through the light barrier, they could only try to find the entrance. The core world was extremely large, and the area of this core spirit world was also extremely large. Everyone surrounded the outside of the core spirit world, searching for the entrance. However, they didn't have any clues. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others heard the sounds of intense fighting. They quickly flew over and saw a group of cultivators fighting with a few fierce beasts. Those fierce beasts were very strange, especially the one in the lead. It had 4 pairs of wings, 6 claws, and its lower limbs were thick and strong. Its upper limbs were relatively short, but it was powerful and could walk upright. Looking at its appearance, it looked a bit like a velociraptor. This was the most powerful fierce beast. It was fighting 1 against 3 and was not at a disadvantage at all. The other few fierce beasts were fighting 1 against 1. Lin Feng and the others did not appear after arriving here. They were not saviors, nor did they have the obligation to help those people. Not to mention, those cultivators who were targeted by the fierce beasts were still their competitors. Lin Feng and the others would not help them at all. This battle was extremely intense. Those fierce beasts were too powerful. It was hard to imagine that there were so many terrifying fierce beasts in this place. Of course, the strength of those cultivators was also not bad, although they were suppressed. However, they were not defeated. It was just that in this place, being targeted by a group of terrifying fierce beasts was obviously an extremely dangerous thing. It was very easy to attract other fierce beasts, and there were still some terrifying fierce beasts in this place. Right now, they were able to withstand the attacks of these fierce beasts, but if the number of fierce beasts increased, would they still be able to withstand it? These people are from the primal chaos profound yellow world. The captain of the boat said. Oh? Someone from the chaos Xianxia world? Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an astonished expression. Lin Feng was rather curious about this world. Because it didn't matter if it was the Undying clan's ancestral land or the Sovereign Emperor clan's first ancestral land. In fact, they were all in the primal chaos Xianxia world, so Lin Feng had to go there to awaken his bloodline. To Lin Feng, this was an extremely important matter. A fierce battle ensued. In the end, several cultivators from the world of chaos, profound origin, managed to shake off the wild beasts before flying deeper into the world of chaos. Those ferocious beasts were in hot pursuit. The fierce beasts in this place seem to be related to the Earth's core spirit world, which is why they are so powerful. The captain of the boat of curse said. Is there such a thing? Lin Feng was surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, these Earth's core fierce beasts were so strong, it was extremely unreasonable, only by having some kind of unknown connection with the Earth's core spiritual world. Only then could he become so powerful. However, Lin Feng could not tell what kind of connection this was. They circled around the Earth's core spirit world, but they could not find the location of the entrance. This was rather strange. Could it be that there really was no entrance? This was too illogical. Logically speaking, there should be an entrance to such a barrier, space, or small world. However, there was no entrance to the Earth's core spirit world. What was wrong? Perhaps, the entrance to this place was hidden too well. It was even possible that it had been completely wiped out by someone without leaving any traces behind. Therefore, he couldn't find it at all. He wanted to enter it. He needed some special methods. For example, holding a keepsake. Of course, there might be other methods. Let's wait. Lin Feng said. The captain of the boat of curse nodded. He had to wait even if he didn't want to. Because he really couldn't think of any other way. Therefore, waiting was the best choice. In the next few days, Lin Feng and the others waited patiently. On this day, they saw a group of experts. Those experts were cultivators from the wasteland. Among that group of experts, Lin Feng saw a familiar cultivator. It was actually Xianxia. He really didn't expect to see Xianxia here. It was truly a narrow road for enemies. Lin Feng remembered that Xianxia used to say that his master was the ruler of the wasteland. Therefore, it was understandable for him to mingle with the people of the wasteland. Although Xianxia was young, he was very scary. His cultivation was powerful. He was ruthless. He did things by hook or by crook. With this kind of personality, Xianxia was destined to not be an ordinary person. There were 15 or 16 people on the other side, and each of them was a quasi-realm surpassing expert. The aura of those quasi-realm surpassing experts was very special. There was a kind of... Lin Feng couldn't pinpoint the exact feeling. Actually, that kind of aura. It was an aura unique to the cultivators of the wasteland. They had lived in the wasteland for too long, so they were contaminated with the aura of the wasteland. This was the symbol of the wasteland cultivators. And with this symbol, no one dared to provoke them easily. After all, not everyone dared to offend the wasteland. The wasteland. It was much stronger than the heaven realm, the chaos Shenhuang world, and the underworld. Even if these four worlds belonged to the same level of world. However, the number of powerhouses in these four worlds couldn't be compared at all. Lin Feng didn't appear. Although he had a grudge with Xianxia. But now was not the time to deal with Xianxia. Lin Feng's purpose here was mainly for the Born Dao aptitude. If he could obtain the Born Dao aptitude left behind by Hong Meng. At that time, what would Xianxia be? He could pinch Xianxia to death with just a finger. Lin Feng was quite confident about this. This was the terrifying part of the Born Dao aptitude. Xianxia and the others obviously didn't notice Lin Feng and the others. These people whispered to each other and left in a hurry. After a few more days, this time, Lin Feng saw the powerhouses of the mastermind world. Other than the powerhouses of the mastermind world, the evil dragon patriarch was also there. During the Great War, although the evil dragon alliance was destroyed. However, a small number of people escaped with the cultivators of the mastermind world. The evil dragon patriarch was one of them. Seeing the arrival of these people, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Previously, the cultivators of the mastermind world had collected so much dragon blood essence. Was it related to opening the Earth's core spirit world? End of this chapter. Let's follow them and take a look. Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. Then, a group of people followed him silently. There were 15 people from the world of the mastermind. Lin Feng guessed that during this period of time, there should be more experts from the world of the mastermind, and then they should meet up with the few top experts who had escaped before. They stopped in front of the Earth core spirit world. Lin Feng felt that they were not the only group of cultivators hiding in the dark. It was obvious that there were cultivators from other forces who had sensed the situation here. Then, he quietly sneaked over. Or perhaps they were in this place. Generally speaking, only the cultivators from the top forces had arrived. If one more force were to be added into the mix, if there was another force, then it would be the foreign creatures. However, as of now, Lin Feng had yet to see any signs of the foreign creatures. But thinking about it, those greedy foreign creatures would not let go of such a great opportunity, right? They must be hiding somewhere, but as for where exactly, that was unknown. There are some lowly creatures spying on us in the dark. Should we get rid of them? A cultivator who was about to surpass the realm looked at a young man in an imperial robe. That young man's status seemed to be extremely high. Ignore him. The young man said, the corner of his mouth curling up into a sinister smile. That man was most definitely an extremely proud and conceited person. The rest of the people seemed to be led by that young man. His status was too special. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Those experts who were about to surpass the realm should be the royal family of the mastermind's world. Lin Feng clearly knew how proud and conceited the cultivators of the royal family of the mastermind's world were. They were high and mighty, looking down on any race or person. Even if your cultivation was stronger than theirs, they would still look down on you. They would say that you had a lowly bloodline, and that this was the mastermind's royal family. They had a natural sense of superiority, looking at everyone with disdain. This came from the self-righteousness in their bones. However, the fact that the imperial family cultivators of the mastermind's world were so wary of the young cultivator in the imperial robe could only mean one thing. This meant that the young cultivator in the royal robe had an extraordinary status and identity. Could he be a direct descendant of the world's royal family? The mastermind behind the scenes was the royal family of the world. There were many branches. Although many branches were still royal family branches, their bloodline was weak. Unless a top expert appeared in this branch, they could be used again. Otherwise, even if they were royal relatives, so what? Their status was not even comparable to that of many aristocratic families in the world of the mastermind. However, it was different for direct descendants. Regardless of whether one had a powerful cultivation or talent, the elemental drop bloodline would have an unparalleled status. If that young cultivator was really a direct descendant of the mastermind's world, then things would be interesting. If he killed this fellow, wouldn't the royal family of the mastermind's world be enraged? Lin Feng wondered if he should find a good opportunity to kill this guy. The group of people from the mastermind's world quickly took out some items. Lin Feng found that these people were setting up an altar. It seemed that opening the light shield formed by the holy light required a sacrificial method. No wonder they couldn't find the entrance after searching for so long. After the altar was set up, these people took out many sacrifices and placed them on the altar. In the middle, there was a small pitch-black cauldron. The small pitch-black cauldron contained the essence of blood. It was the essence of blood refined from the blood of countless dragons. Inside the essence of blood, earth-shaking roars could be heard from time to time. It was the roar of the dragons. Although the dragons were dead, many of their wills were not destroyed and integrated into the essence of blood. Countless dragon shadows appeared. They wanted to rush out of the black magic cauldron, but after many attempts, they all failed. Obviously, it was not an easy task to rush out of the black magic cauldron. There was a formless power that imprisoned those dragon shadows. A cultivator put on a sacrificial robe. She jumped and jumped again. His mouth was also mumbling something, as if he was performing some sort of dance. The other party was carrying out a sacrificial ceremony. As the sacrificial ceremony was held, blood surged. Then, the essence of blood in the black magic cauldron began to vaporize. After the essence of blood was vaporized, the essence of blood turned into a special kind of energy. The energy quickly flew towards the holy light shield in front of them. When the essence of blood merged into the holy light shield, something shocking happened. The holy light shield actually formed a blood-colored door, and cultivators seemed to be able to enter through the blood-colored door. After seeing the blood-colored door, the cultivators from the mastermind's world were overjoyed. They quickly flew in. After they flew in, more people entered one after another, including the heaven realm, the primal chaos profound yellow world, the underworld, the wasteland, and some powerful fierce beasts, as well as foreign creatures. After seeing those foreign creatures, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. It seemed that it was just as he had guessed. These foreign creatures would definitely not miss such an opportunity. After these people entered, Lin Feng and the others did not stop. They also entered the Earth Core Spirit World through the blood-colored door. After entering the Earth Core Spirit World, Lin Feng discovered that the spiritual energy here was too dense. It was more than 10 times denser than the spiritual energy in the outside world. If he were to cultivate in this place, the speed of his cultivation would increase by several times. After entering the Earth Core Spirit World, Lin Feng and the others quickly flew towards the depths. The area of this Earth Core Spirit World was not particularly large, but it was not small either. It was about the size of an ordinary mortal country. They arrived at the depths. In this place, there were continuous mountains, dragon chi was rising, and purple light was spewing out. After arriving at this place, Lin Feng discovered that the cultivators from the mastermind's world were actually carrying out a sacrificial ceremony again. Lin Feng looked towards the depths and discovered that this place indeed had a strange energy that was the same as the outside world. So, if he wanted to enter, he would need to first deal with that strange energy. After a round of sacrificial ceremony, that strange energy gradually dissipated. The cultivators from the mastermind's world were the first to enter the mountain range. The rest of the cultivators also entered the mountain range one after another. They arrived at the deepest part of the mountain range. Then, they saw that there was a huge cave dwelling there. There were 4 words written in divine text on the cave dwelling. These 4 words were Grand Mist Immortal Mansion. End of this chapter. Even though countless years had passed, the words Hongmeng Immortal Mansion were still shining with divine light. In the past, Hongmeng had cultivated here before, right? It could be regarded as Hongmeng's cultivation and enlightenment place. It was unknown how many secrets such an immortal mansion was hiding, and how many treasures were left behind. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was Hongmeng's born Dao aptitude. All the good things added together. It was not as precious as Hongmeng's born Dao aptitude. Of course, Hongmeng's born Dao aptitude. It was not so easy to obtain. Everyone knew this. When the time came, they would have to rely on their own abilities. The Hongmeng Immortal Mansion was also protected by that special energy. So this time, the people from the mastermind's world carried out the 3rd sacrifice. This time, the sacrifice was more complicated and took longer. This meant that the special energy protecting the Hongmeng Immortal Mansion was even more powerful. That was why it took so long to open the Hongmeng Immortal Mansion. 2 hours. 4 hours. Finally, the Hongmeng Immortal Mansion was opened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the Hongmeng Immortal Mansion was opened, many cultivators hiding in the dark rushed towards the Hongmeng Immortal Mansion. At this time, everyone naturally couldn't let the cultivators from the mastermind's world enter first. Whoever entered first might be able to obtain the born Dao aptitude left behind by Hongmeng. However, it was obvious that the people from the mastermind's world were already prepared. The young master of the royal family waved his sleeve. Hundreds of puppet warriors flew out. These were puppets refined by the alchemists from the mastermind's world using some special methods and extremely precious materials. Therefore, these puppets were very powerful. When a group of cultivators charged over, they were directly intercepted by these puppets. Although these puppets couldn't keep intercepting so many experts. However, they didn't need to intercept for too long. They only needed to intercept for a while. They needed to buy some time for the experts from the mastermind's world. When the time came, they might be able to obtain the born Dao aptitude. Many people naturally knew what those people from the mastermind's world were planning. Therefore, when everyone was stopped by those puppet warriors, their expressions were a little ugly. Some people wanted to snatch the born Dao aptitude. They had great expectations. Now, it would probably be very difficult to obtain the born Dao aptitude, right? Therefore, many people dealt with those puppet warriors. At the same time, he cursed the cultivators of the mastermind's world. At this time, Xiaxia circled towards Lin Feng and blasted a palm towards Lin Feng. Hehe, Xiaxia, are you in such a hurry to die? I can fulfill your wish. Lin Feng sneered, blasting a punch towards Xiaxia. Bang, the attacks from both sides collided fiercely. Young master. The cultivators of the wasteland quickly rushed towards Xiaxia. Then, he looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of killing intent. The people on Lin Feng's side no longer fought with the puppet warriors. Instead, they surrounded Lin Feng and confronted the cultivators of the wasteland. Lin Feng said sarcastically, Xiaxia, aren't you the evil ancestor's son? Why do the cultivators of the wasteland call you evil ancestor? Could it be that the ruler of the wasteland gave birth to you because that cheap father of yours gave birth to you? How lamentable. The evil ancestor of the generation, who shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries, actually didn't know that he had raised someone else's child for so many years. Ha 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 ha. After hearing Lin Feng's ridicule of Xiazi, many people on Lin Feng's side couldn't help but laugh. Lin Feng's words were too sarcastic. Anyone would be angered to death by them. Xiazi's mouth was about to become crooked from anger. The cultivators of the wasteland were also quite angry. Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? The young master is our Lord Ruler's disciple, and also our Lord Ruler's adopted son. Don't slander our Lord Ruler here. An expert glared at Lin Feng. Look at what you're saying. You're not a roundworm in your Lord Ruler's stomach. Who knows whether your Lord Ruler is Xiazi's biological father or Xiazi's adopted father? Sometimes, it's hard to tell the truth from the lies. Huh. Lin Feng laughed. Lin Feng, I'll kill you. Xiazi shouted angrily and charged at Lin Feng. Kill these people. The experts of the wasteland next to Xiazi all roared and charged at the captain of the boat of curses and the others. Both sides were embroiled in a chaotic battle. At this moment, many of the puppets had been destroyed by the cultivators of the other powers. When the cultivators saw Lin Feng, Xiazi, and the others fighting, they couldn't help but gloat. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. This was a common occurrence in the world of cultivators. Once the two sides met, it would be difficult to tell who would win. Either one of them would die, or the other would die. The cultivators of the celestial world, the Shenhuang world, and the other worldly beings didn't stop outside. They quickly flew towards the depths of the wasteland. Lin Feng and the others were still locked in battle with Xiazi and the others. But not long after, an extremely terrifying aura came from within the Grand Mist Immortal abode. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the aura coming from the Grand Mist Immortal abode. Lin Feng and the others, who were still fighting, also stopped. Then, they looked towards the inside of the Grand Mist Immortal abode. They saw it. The cultivators who had entered before were frantically fleeing outside in horror. Something was wrong, these people were so powerful, there was no reason for them to be so scared, there must be some terrifying and unimaginable existence that appeared. Let's get out of here first. Lin Feng said. The others nodded. The group of people didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly rushed outside. Xiazi and the others' faces were also quite gloomy. They didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly rushed outside. After Lin Feng and the others rushed out, many cultivators rushed out one after another, including some cultivators from the world of the Black Hand. However, there were still 5 people in the world of the Black Hand. The rest of them were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that they had died inside? After those people escaped, an endless amount of demonic qi surged. In the demonic qi, there were 9 terrifying existences floating. Those 9 terrifying existences were surrounded by demonic qi. It was impossible to see what they looked like, but those 9 existences were definitely unimaginably powerful. It's the demonic body of the born Taoism aptitude. At this time, the demon lord exclaimed. The demonic body of the born Taoism aptitude? What does that mean? Lin Feng asked through voice transmission. I heard that when Hongming's born Taoism aptitude cultivated to the transcendence realm, something happened. It seemed that there was a problem when he cultivated some kind of technique. His body divided into 9 and turned into a demonic body. This was the reason why Hongming abandoned the born Taoism aptitude. I originally thought that this was just a legend, but now it seems that this legend is true. The demon lord said in a serious voice. End of chapter. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. According to the demon lord's words, didn't that mean that it would be very difficult to obtain the innate Dao aptitude? After all, the innate Dao aptitude had already been demonized. No wonder the cultivators of the mastermind's world had lost so many experts. No wonder so many experts had joined forces and were still being chased by the 9 demons. It was normal to be hunted down. This was because the innate Dao aptitude itself was an existence that surpassed the realm. After demonization, would its strength become even stronger? Of course, after demonization, it would be divided into 9. The cultivation of the 9 clones might decrease, but the key was that the innate Dao aptitude itself was an existence that surpassed the realm. Even if it was divided into 9, its combat strength should still be unimaginably powerful, right? Should we leave? If we don't leave, we'll be discovered, right? the people beside Lin Feng said with worried expressions. Lin Feng said, "There's no need to leave." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng condensed the invisibility runes. The invisibility runes directly enveloped them. Then, Lin Feng and the others disappeared without a trace. If the 9 demon bodies of the innate Tao aptitude carefully searched for them, the invisibility runes might not be able to hide from them. But now, the 9 demon bodies were busy chasing after the others. They would probably only use their spiritual will to roughly scan the surroundings to see if anyone was hiding in the surroundings. They wouldn't stay behind to search carefully. So, hiding from the 9 demon bodies. It shouldn't be too big of a problem, right? Sure enough, just as Lin Feng had guessed, the 9 demon bodies only used their spiritual will to roughly scan the surrounding forest. Lin Feng's invisibility runes were very extraordinary, and they were able to hide from the 9 demon bodies' detection. A group of cultivators fled. The 9 demon bodies also chased after those cultivators. Now, only Lin Feng and the others were left in this place. Let's go and see if there's anything good inside. We have to be fast. It'll be bad if those demon bodies turn back. Lin Feng said. The others nodded. Then, the group quickly flew towards the Grand Mist Immortal abode. The reason why Lin Feng stayed behind was because, entering the Grand Mist Immortal Mansion was because Lin Feng felt that the people from the Mastermind's world who had entered the Grand Mist Immortal Mansion didn't get any benefits at all before being entangled by the 9 devil bodies. Therefore, if there were any treasures inside, they should still be inside. Lin Feng didn't dare to think about Hongming's born Taoism aptitude. After all, the 9 demon sovereigns were too powerful. However, the other things left behind by Hongming could still be looked forward to. For example, immortal sutras, magic treasures, divine abilities, and so on. There were several powerful immortal scriptures passed down from the primordial chaos, and they were all extremely attractive. In addition, it would be even better if he could obtain a few offensive divine abilities. Lin Feng actually had a few top-notch offensive divine abilities. However, his trump cards were still a little lacking. As the saying goes, there is no harm in having more skills. Lin Feng naturally hoped to obtain a few more powerful divine abilities. Very soon, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the depths of the Grand Mist Immortal abode. This was the belly of a huge mountain, and there were several stone rooms. 2 of the stone rooms were open. Lin Feng estimated that one of the 2 open stone rooms was likely to release the demonized avatar of the born Taoism aptitude. The things in the other stone room should have been taken away. Lin Feng and the others came to the 2 open stone rooms and took a look. One of the stone rooms was an elixir room. If the elixirs refined in the primordial chaos era had been passed down until now, they should have been destroyed long ago. Therefore, those people probably didn't get anything good either. There were still 2 stone rooms that hadn't been opened. Lin Feng and the others opened the 3rd stone room. They found that there was a stone cauldron in this stone room. This stone cauldron was very ordinary and wasn't a powerful magic treasure. However, there was a lot of spiritual liquid sealed in the stone cauldron. It was a kind of golden spiritual liquid. When he saw that spiritual liquid, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but twitch. Obviously, that spiritual liquid was extraordinary. This kind of thing wasn't of much use to the captain of the boat of curse. Therefore, the spiritual liquid was collected by Lin Feng. Everyone on his side had a share, but it wouldn't be too late to give it to them when they got out. In addition to the spiritual liquid, there were many jade cylinders and other things. Lin Feng and the others arrived in front of the jade cylinders and carefully inspected them. They realized that they were all spells and skills. Besides, many of the spells and skills had been created by Xianxia cultivators. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he saw that. Each of them collected dozens of jade cylinders. When they got out, they would see if there were any powerful ones among these supernatural powers. Then Lin Feng and the others left the 3rd stone room and opened the 4th stone room. After opening the 4th stone room, Lin Feng and the others quickly entered the 4th stone room. There were many ores in the 4th stone room. After seeing those ores, Lin Feng and the others suddenly showed a surprised expression. Many of the ores were materials that were born during the era. Those materials were extremely precious. The magic treasures forged had a chance to be promoted to the level of ancient weapons. Each of them took some of the materials. The captain of the boat of curse took a golden box from a shelf. He opened the golden box and then quickly closed it. Lin Feng didn't know what was inside because Lin Feng couldn't see what was inside, but the captain of the boat of curse showed an extremely excited expression. It was estimated that it was something very useful to him. At this time, the demon lord appeared and also took something. Lin Feng found that the thing taken by the demon lord was sealed in a small black cauldron. Generally, there were few things that could arouse the interest of the demon lord. Now the thing taken by the demon lord was probably very useful to the demon lord. There were many things here. Lin Feng and the others collected some things. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a box on a table. The box was open. In the box, there was a bead. That bead turned out to be a milky white bead. Inside the bead, there was chaos and blurred, as if the power of chaos was sealed. It was as if it was the same as the universe before heaven and earth were created. It was chaos. He didn't know what the bead was, but since it was placed here by Hong Meng, Lin Feng felt that it should be extremely important. Lin Feng hurried over. Lin Feng took the bead in his hand. The bead was cold to the touch. Lin Feng seemed to sense an ancient aura from the bead. Lin Feng's divine thought invaded the bead. Then, Lin Feng felt that he seemed to see an ancient world. That world was still a world of chaos. The chaos turned into a sea. In the sea of chaos, there was a huge creature. The creature leaped into the air. It was tens of thousands of miles long. It was even bigger than a planet. End of chapter. Lin Feng was finally able to see clearly what kind of existence that gigantic creature was. It was actually a fish. No. To be precise, it wasn't exactly a fish. Although it looked like a fish, that huge creature had dragon scales, dragon whiskers, dragon eyes, and dragon horns. And its back was made of dragon bones. Han Kuan. Lin Feng thought of an ancient and terrifying creature. This creature was Han Kuan. Han Kuan was one of the most ancient creatures born in this era. The ancestor of the Han Kuan clan, Patriarch Han Kuan, was as famous as Hong Meng, Hong Jun, and Daoist Luya. However, for some reason, Patriarch Han Kuan, Hong Meng, Hong Jun, and Daoist Luya all disappeared. As time passed, Han Kuan disappeared in the long river of history and another kind of creature appeared. This kind of creature was called Kuan Peng. Kuan Peng was the descendant of Han Kuan. There is a fish in the northern underworld called Kuan. Kuan is so big that it is thousands of miles long. It turns into a bird and is called Peng. The back of the Peng is thousands of miles long. When it flies in anger, its wings are like clouds that cover the sky. It is a bird, and the sea will migrate to the southern underworld. The southern underworld is the heavenly lake. This paragraph was recorded in the Tao scripture, Xianxia. Wandering. In fact, to put it simply, a creature like Kuan looked like a fish in the water. It was thousands of miles long. This was to describe a creature like Kuan that was very huge. However, when Kuan jumped up and flew into the sky, Kuan would turn into a bird. This kind of bird was called Peng. The Peng's wings spread out and covered the sky. No one knew how long they were. The Peng's speed was very fast. It could carry an ocean across the sky and carry the ocean from one end of the world to the other end of the world. Therefore, many people now felt that some large creatures in the ocean, such as whales, sharks, and sea beasts, had Kuan Peng as their ancestors. Some people also felt that the ancestors of rocks were also Kuan Peng. Kuan Peng was a descendant of the Han Kuan clan. Therefore, many large creatures in the ocean or rocks felt that their ancestors were Patriarch Han Kuan. One had to know. The most important thing in the world of cultivators was one's birth. A good background would allow you to be like a fish in water in the world of cultivators. Therefore, when cultivators introduced themselves, they would always say that they were the descendants of someone, someone, someone. Many clans had to offer sacrifices to their ancestors every year. The Kuan that appeared in front of Lin Feng turned into a huge rock. He soared through the 9 heavens. To comprehend such a chaos speed. That was why such a situation had occurred. What did that mean? Lin Feng was very confused. Could it be, was this chaos bead related to Patriarch Han Kuan and not Hong Meng, if he thought about it carefully? This was also a possibility. After all, Hong Meng and Patriarch Han Kuan knew each other, and perhaps they had a good relationship. It was possible that Hong Meng had some of Patriarch Han Kuan's items, but what kind of function did this chaos bead have? Could it be that it was a powerful magic treasure? If it was a magic treasure, it would probably be at the level of an ancient weapon. Thinking of this, Lin Feng could not help but become excited. However, the key question was this chaos bead a magic treasure? Regarding this, Lin Feng was still unable to make a final judgment. After all, Lin Feng was still unable to study the uniqueness of this bead. Swoosh! Suddenly, a light flashed, and Lin Feng's spiritual will returned to his body. That bead was still in Lin Feng's hands, and there were no changes. Now was not the time to carefully study this chaos bead. Lin Feng saw that most of the things here had been collected. Everyone had obtained a lot of good things. All of them had happy expressions on their faces. It was time to leave. When the 9 demon bodies returned, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. Lin Feng and the others quickly left this place. After they came out, they did not continue to stay in the Earth's core spirit world. Instead, they quickly flew outside. Halfway through, Lin Feng and the others met another group of people. There were a total of 5 people in this group. It was the group of people from the Mastermind's world. 4 of them were from the Mastermind's world. One of them was the evil dragon ancestor. Both sides could be considered enemies on a narrow road. After seeing these people, Lin Feng led his people to surround these guys. Hee, everyone, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. Lin Feng said with a smile that was not a smile. Who are you? The young master from the Mastermind's world looked at Lin Feng indifferently. This person had not met Lin Feng before. Therefore, he did not know Lin Feng. However, there were people around him who knew Lin Feng. For example, the evil dragon ancestor. In addition, there was also a powerhouse from the Mastermind's royal family. He was one of the 6 powerhouses who had besieged Lin Feng. Naturally, he also knew Lin Feng. As for the other 2, they did not know Lin Feng. The rest of them were killed by the 9 demon bodies with the innate Tao aptitude. Although these people were extremely powerful, they were few in number. Moreover, after the previous battle and being chased by the demon bodies, their battle strength had dropped a lot. Lin Feng had a total of 11 people on his side, and they were very powerful. They had a huge advantage against the 5 of them. 13th Prince, this person is Lin Feng. The evil dragon ancestor said through gritted teeth. The destruction of the evil dragon race naturally made the evil dragon ancestor hate Lin Feng to the core. Now, he wanted to eat Lin Feng's flesh. He wanted to drink Lin Feng's blood. You are Lin Feng? The young master's eyes suddenly burst out with dense killing intent. Although he did not participate in many of the previous events, he clearly knew the reason why the Mastermind's world had failed to control the dragon world. It was all because of Lin Feng. Originally, the young master wanted to refine the dragon world's origin, but this wish was now in vain. His second wish was to obtain the innate Tao aptitude left behind by Hong Meng. This wish was once again in vain. Besides that, so many powerhouses had been killed by the demon body formed by Hong Meng's innate Tao aptitude. Thinking about this, the young master's anger rose to the heavens. Hee, you are the 13th prince of the Mastermind's world? Lin Feng did not answer, but asked instead. That's right. The 13th prince said proudly. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, I should have killed you to appease my anger. However, I consider you a talent. It is not easy for a lowly world and a lowly race to produce a talent like you. Right now, I lack a lackey to run errands for me. I will give you a chance. Kneel down and swear allegiance to me, and I will spare your life. End of chapter. Lin Feng was speechless after hearing what the 13th prince said. Where did this guy get the courage to say such a thing to him? Could it be? Did this guy think that the 5 of them could deal with the 11 of them? It was good to be confident, but not blindly so. Said Lin Feng, smiling icily. You're about to die, and you're still boasting shamelessly. I'm going to die from laughter. I've killed so many strong cultivators from the world of the mastermind, including members of the imperial family, but I've never killed a prince of the world of the mastermind. I wonder what it would be like to kill a prince of the world of the mastermind. Lin Feng smiled icily. Boy, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You won't get another chance like this. A cold laugh was heard. The 13th prince quickly charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the captain of the boat of curse and said, let's work together to stall this guy. The rest of you, kill the other 4. Once you've killed the other 4, come back and help us. We'll attack this guy together. Coward. The 13th prince looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, I think you're an idiot. We have more people on our side, so of course we should attack you together. This was Lin Feng's character. What was the point of being a coward? Surviving was the most important thing. He could kill this guy with the least amount of energy. Why did he have to put himself in danger? Wasn't that stupid? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng charged at the 13th prince. The captain of the boat of curse also charged at the 13th prince. The rest of them charged at the other 4 experts. A great battle broke out. It was extremely intense. One had to admit that the 13th prince was really powerful. Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse teamed up to deal with him. They were completely suppressed by the 13th prince. For a moment, they were surrounded by danger. This guy's combat power, how could he be so terrifying? However, when he thought about this guy's background, it was understandable for him to have such combat strength. Fortunately, Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse had extraordinary means. For the time being, the 13th prince was held back. At this time, the other 4 battlefields were also extremely intense. In addition to Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse, Lin Feng had 9 experts on his side. 9 powerhouses against 4 cultivators, the advantage was too great. On Lin Feng's side, the 3 cursed creatures each held back a powerhouse. The 2 insect emperors, Tian Gu Hai and the rest of the 6 began to besiege the evil dragon ancestor. The evil dragon ancestor's cultivation was indeed very terrifying, but facing the siege of so many people, the evil dragon ancestor couldn't take it. For a moment, danger surrounded him, and he was almost killed several times. This frightened the evil dragon ancestor. The evil dragon ancestor also knew that if this continued, he would be killed sooner or later, so he wanted to escape as soon as possible. But now that he was besieged by 6 great powerhouses, how could it be so easy to escape? The evil dragon patriarch wanted to escape, but every time he tried to escape, he was intercepted. After a fierce battle, the evil dragon ancestor was killed with an unwilling roar. After killing the evil dragon ancestor, the 6 great powerhouses went to help others. They joined forces with a cursed creature to besiege the powerhouse from the mastermind's world. Not long after, this powerhouse from the mastermind's world was killed. After this powerhouse was killed, the 6 great powerhouses went to kill the next powerhouse from the mastermind's world. Just like that. Not long after, the 4 great powerhouses on the 13th prince's side were all killed. Seeing this scene, the 13th prince's face became extremely gloomy. Previously, they were fighting with fewer people. The 13th prince also knew that they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but he still chose to attack. Why was that? The main reason was because the 13th prince had enough confidence in himself. Originally, the 13th prince thought that he would be able to easily get rid of Lin Feng and the others. But the actual result, Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse were completely fine. Instead, they held him back. As a result, the rest of the people were in danger. What a miscalculation. They lost the whole game. After the 4 great powerhouses were killed, the other 9 great powerhouses all rushed over and besieged the 13th prince with Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse. As a result, the pressure on Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse was greatly reduced. The 13th prince was besieged by 11 great powerhouses. The 13th prince was indeed powerful. Previously, he had suppressed Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse to the point that they could only defend themselves and could not fight back. However, so what if the 13th prince was powerful? No matter how powerful the 13th prince was, could he resist the siege of 11 great powerhouses? Obviously, he couldn't. The 13th prince's face was extremely gloomy. He tried to break out again and again. However, under the siege of Lin Feng and the others, the 13th prince could not break out at all. You lowly creatures can't defeat me, so you only know how to besiege me. Apart from this, do you have any other methods? The 13th prince shouted angrily. Lin Feng scolded. Idiot, who gave you the confidence to be so high and mighty? Who do you think you are? We don't need any other methods. This is the only method we have to kill you. The 13th prince's face was gloomy. The current situation was indeed very bad for him. However, the 13th prince was not without a way to resolve the crisis. He had to use this method. Or else, the situation would only get worse and worse. Thinking of this, the 13th prince said coldly. Lowly creatures, do you think you can defeat me just because you have more people? Let me tell you, you are far from being my match. Today, I will show you how powerful I am. After saying that, the 13th prince activated the rune hidden between his eyebrows. The rune was awakened and revealed itself. After seeing the rune, Lin Feng's face was filled with surprise. That rune was a kind of black rune. It was ancient, mysterious, and demonic. Lin Feng had a very uncomfortable feeling. He had a very dangerous feeling. He did not know what kind of rune it was. Do you see it? The rune between my eyebrows is something I comprehended when my race's ruler bestowed me with a blessing. This rune is related to my race's ruler. My race's ruler is an existence that transcends 3,000 epochs. Who in this world can fight against my race's ruler? This rune of mine can communicate with a portion of my race's ruler's power. Even if I can only borrow a very small portion of its power, killing you will be easy. Hearing this, the expressions of Lin Feng and the others changed drastically. At this moment, a destructive aura surged out from the mysterious rune between the 13th prince's eyebrows. End of chapter. The 13th prince was mobilizing the power of the statue of the dark hand that he could communicate with. For a terrifying existence like the mastermind behind the scenes, there were bound to be countless people in the mastermind's world who worshipped him. That was why he had so many believers. The worship of the followers could produce the power of faith. The 13th prince was actually borrowing the power of faith. However, the power of faith produced by different followers was different. For example, the power of faith produced by the worship of a sage realm cultivator was many times stronger than the power of faith produced by the worship of a true immortal realm cultivator. The stronger the cultivator, the more powerful the power of faith produced. The weaker the cultivator, the weaker the power of faith produced. There were too many powerful creatures in the Dark Hand's world. Therefore, the power of faith produced when the creatures of the Dark Hand's world worshipped the Dark Hand's world was unimaginably powerful. Even if the 13th prince was only borrowing a small part of the power of faith, it could still be described as unimaginable. Therefore, when the 13th prince began to mobilize the power of faith, the faces of Lin Feng and the others became unsightly. The 13th prince was indeed a dangerous person. Hurry up and kill him, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. They had to speed up and kill the 13th prince as soon as possible. They couldn't let the 13th prince mobilize all the power of faith. Once the 13th prince mobilized all the power of faith, it would be extremely dangerous. Lin Feng was very clear about this. The others were also very clear about this. Therefore, they didn't dare to hold back and quickly rushed towards the 13th prince. They wanted to kill the 13th prince as soon as possible. However, it was already too late because the 13th prince had successfully mobilized all the power of faith that he could mobilize. The 13th prince's body was supported by a formidable power. At that moment, the 13th prince seemed to have become a dark hand. He was so powerful and terrifying. Just one look from him seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Facing Lin Feng and the others who were rushing towards him, the 13th prince waved his sleeve. A powerful force surged out and violently bombarded Lin Feng and the others. That powerful force directly blasted Lin Feng and the others away. Lin Feng's defense was already extremely powerful, but after being blasted by that terrifying force, he still felt his blood and qi churning violently. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. After fusing with the power of faith of the mastermind statue of the world dominator, the 13th prince's combat ability was too terrifying, wasn't it? He was so strong that it was unbelievable. It was really shocking. From this point, it could be seen how powerful the master of the mastermind's world was. After all, he was an overlord who had spanned 3,000 epochs. Even if he only gained a little bit of strength in each epoch, the increase in strength from 3,000 epochs stacked together was unimaginable. Do you know how powerful I am now? Today, all of you will die. I'll send you all to hell. The 13th prince's mouth curved into a sinister smile. He had already decided to start a massacre. In fact, the 13th prince was now quite angry. This was because he had to pay a certain price to use this lost art. Otherwise, he would have used this lost art from the very beginning. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't use it unless it was a last resort. Since he had used it, he would definitely make the place bleed. The 13th prince waved his hand. 11 balls of black gas flew out. The 11 balls of black gas separately bombarded Lin Feng and the others. After feeling the power of the black gas, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but change slightly. The aura contained in the black gas was too terrifying. The power it contained was too terrifying. He had to deal with it carefully. Lin Feng quickly activated the Dominator's armor and the Phoenix shield. These two magic treasures had very strong defensive power. With the protection of these two magic treasures, Lin Feng finally felt a little relieved. Bang! In the next moment, the black gas fiercely bombarded Lin Feng's Phoenix shield. The black gas was indeed very powerful. The power it contained was incredible. Lin Feng was blown away by the black gas. Because he had two powerful defensive magic treasures, although he was blown away by the black gas, Lin Feng didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, the others didn't have powerful defensive magic treasures like Lin Feng. When they were blown away, their bodies suffered different degrees of injuries. The captain of the boat of curse and his 3 subordinates were in a better condition. After all, these guys were cursed creatures. Their bodies were different from ordinary people. Although they were injured, it was almost impossible to kill them. However, Lin Feng's 6 subordinates were in a worse condition. They were blown away and their injuries were real. They were different from the captain of the boat of curse and the others. Their serious injuries were likely to kill them. Lin Feng's face was gloomy. The current situation was really quite bad. How could he resolve the crisis in front of him? Lin Feng thought of a way. The captain of the boat of curse was a cursed creature himself. He was good at using all kinds of powerful curses. Lin Feng guessed that this guy was definitely proficient in the Great Curse spell. Maybe he could use the Great Curse spell with the captain of the boat of curse to deal with the 13th prince. Although the 13th prince was powerful now, the power he had obtained wasn't his own after all. That powerful power had entered his body and boosted his combat strength. To be honest, the 13th prince's combat strength was so strong because he was hanging on by a single breath. This breath could be understood as momentum, but it could also be understood as something else. As long as the 13th prince's breath could be broken, then everything else would be easy. The Great Curse spell, which could cause damage to others silently, would undoubtedly play a vital role. However, Lin Feng also knew that the stronger the opponent was, the stronger the ability to resist the negative state and the negative attack would be. Therefore, Lin Feng was afraid that the Great Curse spell alone would not be able to hurt the 13th prince. This was the main reason why he wanted to ask the captain of the boat of curse for help. Lin Feng transmitted a message to the captain of the boat of curse with his divine mind. We can let the others resist this guy's attack. The 2 of us can work together to use the Great Curse spell to deal with this guy. Let's see if we can break his current state. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the captain of the boat of curse's eyes lit up slightly. He immediately nodded and agreed with Lin Feng's proposal. Lin Feng gave the Phoenix shield to Tian Guhai and said, "The 9 of you, delay the 13th prince for as long as you can." Yes, Tian Guhai and the others quickly replied. The 9 of them were extremely strong. Even though they couldn't compete with the 13th prince, if they used Lin Feng's Phoenix shield together, they would be able to block his attacks for a while without any problems. For example, at that moment, they were able to block the 13th prince's attacks with their Phoenix shield. Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curses quickly cast the Great Curse art. The 2 of them chanted the same incantation, and the Great Curse art was cast by the two of them together. However, just as Lin Feng had guessed, the 13th prince was now borrowing the power of faith from the mastermind behind the scenes. Therefore, it was very difficult to use the Great Curse art to harm him. Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curses had joined forces to attack the 13th prince many times, but they were unable to cause any harm to him. This made Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curses' expressions become very ugly. However, they did not give up. They continued to cast the Great Curse art, hoping to cause harm to the 13th prince. At this time, the 13th prince naturally knew that Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curses were hiding behind the crowd to use some powerful methods to deal with him. Although the 13th prince was very confident in himself, there was no guarantee that Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curses' methods would be more sinister. Therefore, the 13th prince strengthened his attacks, and a large amount of black energy could be seen lingering in his right hand. That energy emitted an extremely terrifying aura. After sensing the aura emitted by that energy, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The 13th prince's battle strength soared to the peak, and he attacked Tiangu Hai and the other experts with a palm. "Hold on," Tiangu Hai said in a deep voice, and his magic power continuously poured into the Phoenix Shield. At this time, the rest of the cultivators also poured their magic power into the Phoenix Shield. With the support of these top-notch powerhouses, the runes within the Phoenix Shield surged, and the cry of a phoenix resounded through the 9 heavens. The power of the Phoenix Shield instantly soared to the extreme. However, when the 13th prince's terrifying palm landed on the Phoenix Shield, the violent power directly shattered the defensive system of Lin Feng's Phoenix Shield. Although the Phoenix Shield hadn't been destroyed, its luster had dimmed, and it couldn't be used for the time being. As for Tiangu Hai and the other experts, they were sent flying by the berserk energy, their faces as pale as paper. That berserk energy had injured them to varying degrees. At this time, the 13th prince quickly rushed toward Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curse. He would be relieved if he could get rid of one of them. However, at this critical moment, Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curse finally released the power of the Great Curse spell. Without any warning, a bloody hole suddenly appeared in the 13th prince's chest. That bloody hole had pierced through the 13th prince's body, causing him an extremely serious injury. Pfft. The 13th prince couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying. After his body was injured, the power of faith in his body began to dissipate rapidly. The 13th prince naturally sensed all of this. His expression abruptly changed. This situation, the 13th prince didn't expect it. He was so close to getting rid of those two guys. He was just one step away. The 13th prince was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Now that the power of faith in his body had been destroyed, his battle strength had dropped drastically. The 13th prince knew that Lin Feng and the others were powerful. Naturally, he wouldn't have a problem dealing with Lin Feng and the others just now. But now, wouldn't he be courting death if he were to face them? Moreover, he was still injured, so the 13th prince didn't plan to continue fighting with Lin Feng and the others. The 13th prince took out a scroll. "That's a teleportation scroll, quickly stop him from using it." The demon lord was very knowledgeable and recognized the scroll in the 13th prince's hand. Lin Feng was a bit hesitant. Others would use a teleportation talisman at most, but whether they could teleport or not depended on their opponent's strength. However, the 13th prince unexpectedly used a teleportation scroll. Lin Feng had heard about teleportation scrolls before, but they had been lost in the outside world for a long time. No one knew how to refine them, but obviously, the world of darkness still knew how to refine them. Otherwise, the 13th prince wouldn't have been able to take out a teleportation scroll. Rumor had it that once a teleportation scroll was opened, no one would be able to stop the cultivator who used it. It could be understood that even if the first space god was here, the 13th prince would still be able to escape after using the teleportation scroll. The 13th prince was still able to escape. There was no way to stop him. This was the terror of a teleportation scroll. Therefore, the teleportation scroll was very precious. Not to mention now, even in the era when the refining method was passed down, the value of the teleportation scroll was unimaginable. The main reason was that the materials to refine the teleportation scroll were too difficult to find. Finding the materials to refine the teleportation scroll was as difficult as ascending to the sky. Lin Feng knew that he had to stop the 13th prince from using the teleportation scroll. Otherwise, this guy would really run away, and then wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? How could he stop him? Lin Feng thought of a way. He transmitted his voice to Bibi. Let Bibi do it. Whoosh. Bibi disappeared from space and time, and in the next moment, she appeared in front of the 13th prince. At this moment, the 13th prince was about to open his teleportation scroll, but Bei Bei suddenly appeared and grabbed his teleportation scroll, snatching it away. Lin Feng couldn't compare to Bibi's ability to travel through space. If Lin Feng used his ability to travel through space to steal the scroll, the 13th prince would definitely be on guard. However, Bei Bei's appearance had been too sudden. The main reason was because Bei Bei's methods were too powerful. He appeared and disappeared like a ghost, and even an expert like the 13th prince hadn't been able to sense him at all. Bei Bei had appeared beside the 13th prince and snatched his teleportation scroll. Little bastard, you dare to steal my teleportation scroll? The 13th prince's face immediately twisted. He looked at Bibi with murderous intent and sent a palm strike towards Bibi. Bibi's body flickered and disappeared. The 13th prince's attack missed. Bibi appeared next to Lin Feng in the next moment and handed the teleportation scroll to Lin Feng. The 13th prince was a prideful person. Now, however, all of his pride seemed to have been smashed to pieces. Now, there was only fear in his heart. Even he only had one teleportation scroll, and that teleportation scroll was a reward he received when he performed a great service. Such a teleportation scroll was too precious. His only hope of escaping was the teleportation scroll. In the beginning, he even thought that after he escaped, he would find a way to come back for revenge. After all, there were so many powerhouses in the mastermind's world. When the time came, it would not be difficult to find a group of powerhouses to deal with Lin Feng and the others. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was extremely cruel. Now that the teleportation scroll had been snatched away, how could he escape? There was no hope at all. Swoosh. The 13th prince turned around and fled, but Lin Feng and the others would not give him the chance. Powerful divine abilities bombarded the 13th prince. The 13th prince had no choice but to stop and block the divine ability attacks from Lin Feng and the others. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision, Lin Feng and the others sent the 13th prince flying. The 13th prince was severely injured and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned as pale as a sheet. Seeing this, Lin Feng sneered. He said, 13th prince, it looks like you won't be able to escape today. If you obediently surrender now, I can still give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born in this world. The 13th prince said with a gloomy expression, you know who I am. Do you know what the consequences will be if I kill a direct descendant of the royal family of the mastermind's world? What consequences? Tell me. Lin Feng sneered. The 13th prince said, it won't be just you people. Your family, friends, and others will also be enraged. When that time comes, there will be no hope of reprieve. However, there are still ways to salvage the situation. How about we each take a step back? This is something that will benefit both of you and me. Why must we fight to the death? Lin Feng could not help but sneer. If it were anyone else, they might choose to take a step back out of fear of the mastermind's world's revenge. However, Lin Feng would not do that. Lin Feng's ancestors had an irreconcilable hatred with the mastermind's world. Many of Lin Feng's ancestors had fallen at the hands of the mastermind's world or other powerhouses. This was a feud. How could it be written off? Lin Feng smiled icily. The strong cultivators of the world of the evil hands are destined to become my stepping stones, and you are destined to become my stepping stones. Sooner or later, I will destroy your world of the evil hands and destroy you. Do you know what you're talking about? The 13th prince looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at an idiot. Who would dare to say such a thing? Even the master of gods, Ji Zixu, Hong Meng, Hong Jun, Daoist Luya, and ancestor Han Kuan would not dare to say such a thing. Heh, Lin Feng sneered. He was too lazy to say anything more to the 13th prince. Powerful attacks continuously bombarded the 13th prince. The captain of the boat of curses and the others also attacked, cooperating with Lin Feng. Under the continuous attacks of Lin Feng and the others, the 13th prince could not hold on any longer. Half of his body exploded. His injuries were too serious. However, his vitality was extremely heaven-defying. Even with such a serious injury, his fighting strength was still very strong. However, compared to when he was at his peak, his fighting strength had decreased greatly. This decrease made the 13th prince feel deep despair. After the 13th prince was sent flying again by Lin Feng and the others, Lin Feng condensed many sealing runes, wanting to seal the 13th prince. Lin Feng did not plan to kill him immediately. He wanted to see if he could get some useful information from this guy. When the runes were branded on the 13th prince's body, he felt as if his Fali was being sealed. It was a terrible feeling. The 13th prince, who had seen many things, naturally knew what was happening. His face became extremely ugly. He knew that the situation had been going on for a long time. Soon, he would be sealed and become a prisoner. This made the 13th prince feel like he was going crazy. The 13th prince was furious, but what could he do? It was too late now. The only thing he could do was to prevent himself from becoming a prisoner. This was something he could not bear. His body began to swell. After seeing this, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He said in a deep voice, "Quickly retreat." Lin Feng and the others quickly retreated. At this time, the 13th prince's body exploded. The destructive energy spread in all directions, trying to devour Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others were already extremely fast. However, they were still sent flying by the energy shockwaves. Fortunately, they were already far away from the center of the explosion. Although their injuries were not light, they were not fatal. Fuck, I didn't think that this guy would self-detonate. There shouldn't be any soul restriction in his mind, right? That's why he chose to self-detonate? Lin Feng could not help but feel depressed. He felt that there should not be any soul restriction in the 13th prince's mind. Although it was just a guess, the feeling was very strong. If there was no soul restriction, then he could capture the 13th prince and find out many secrets of the mastermind's world. He could even find out some of the more core secrets. After all, the 13th prince was the son of the current emperor of the mastermind's world. His identity was too noble. Moreover, he was the direct descendant of the mastermind's world leader. With his identity, he might know some secrets of the mastermind's world leader. Unfortunately, he was now dead. Let's go, Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. Everyone nodded and did not stay any longer. They quickly left this place. They smoothly left the Earth Core world. Not long after Lin Feng and the others left the Earth Core world, a cultivator came to the Earth Core world. If Lin Feng saw this cultivator, he would definitely be shocked. This was because this cultivator was none other than the mummified old man. When the mummified old man came to the Earth Core world, the 9 demonic bodies formed by the primordial chaos innate Tao body seemed to have sensed something. They quickly flew towards the mummified old man. The 9 great demon bodies surrounded the mummified old man. There was a deep connection between Lin Feng and the old man who looked like a corpse. However, Lin Feng didn't know the origin of the mummified elder. Of course, Lin Feng knew that the mummified elder had an unimaginable origin. Perhaps he was an expert who had transcended eras. This was just Lin Feng's guess. Lin Feng didn't know whether it was true or not. Now that the mummified elder had come here, he seemed to have come specifically to deal with the 9 demonic bodies. Death's descent. At this moment, the 9 demonic bodies spoke at the same time. Their voices were extremely cold, filled with chilling murderous intent. A terrifying light beam gushed out from each of their right hands. The terrifying light beam contained unimaginable power. It seemed to be able to take away someone's life in an instant. The light beam that gushed out from the 9 demonic bodies' hands instantly bombarded the mummified elder. Then, something shocking happened. A terrifying devouring power gushed out from the mummified elder's body, instantly swallowing up the attacks of the 9 demonic bodies. The devouring power was just the beginning. Then, the terrifying devouring power enveloped the 9 demonic bodies, wanting to devour them. The 9 demonic bodies were formed by Hong Meng's born Taoism aptitude. How terrifying were they? At this moment, they didn't seem to have much strength to resist. The 9 demonic bodies involuntarily flew towards the mummified elder. Chaotic heaven and earth. The 9 demonic bodies were clearly unwilling to be devoured like this. Therefore, the 9 demonic bodies unleashed their most powerful trump cards. They wanted to change their fates, but it was useless. The mummified old man seemed to have turned into a black hole in the universe. Everything, people, supernatural powers, etc., would be devoured. The 9 demonic bodies' resistance failed in the end. The 9 demonic bodies were devoured by the mummified elder. Then, the mummified elder quickly left the place. After the mummified elder left, a few cultivators walked out from the mountain range in the distance. These cultivators were shrouded in darkness, emitting a terrifying aura of death. The cultivator leading them was none other than Tianfu Underworld's underworld lord. Is it him? It's him. It's really him. He actually devoured the 9 devil bodies. The other masters of the underworld turned pale as they looked at the Tianfu Nether Lord. The Tianfu Underworld Lord's expression became gloomy. That person has devoured the 9 demonic bodies. This is going to be troublesome. Hurry back to the underworld and report this to the higher-ups. We have to make preparations. The others quickly nodded. Lin Feng did not know what was happening in the core spirit world. After Lin Feng and the others came to the outside world, they distanced themselves from the captain of the boat of curse. Who knew if the captain of the boat of curse would deal with them? Lin Feng could not figure out the mind of the captain of the boat of curse. The boat of curse flew over again. The cursed creatures stood on the boat of curse and looked at Lin Feng coldly. They wanted to kill Lin Feng as soon as possible. If they could kill Lin Feng quickly, they would be able to get rid of the curse and live a normal life. But now, they were living in endless pain every day. The captain of the boat of curse and his 3 subordinates boarded the boat of curse. The captain of the boat of curse did not say much. Although he did not obtain the born Taoism aptitude this time, he had obtained that special item. For the captain of the boat of curse, this trip was a great harvest, and he was very satisfied with it. The boat of curse quickly left through the void. After the boat of curse left, Lin Feng let out a long breath and summoned the Xianyuan ancient ship. The group boarded the Xianyuan ancient ship, and the Xianyuan ancient ship quickly left through the void. On the boat of curse. All the living beings on the boat of curse gathered. Even the 3 cursed creatures who had reached the Transcendence realm were among the crowd. The captain of the boat of curse stood at the bow of the boat with his back facing everyone. What's the matter? The captain of the boat of curse asked without turning around. Grandpa Martin said, Captain, everyone doesn't understand why you didn't kill Lin Feng and steal his 2 Shi ancient emperor coins. Then, we can find other 2 Shi ancient emperor coins to get rid of the curse. However, Captain has spared that kid time and time again. Many people are wondering if Captain is unwilling to kill that kid after cooperating with him several times. The captain of the boat of curse sneered and said, So? Are all of you here to force me to make a move? When he said that, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Even Grandpa Martin didn't dare say anything. He was afraid of angering the captain. At that moment, one of the quasi-transcendents said, Captain, we're loyal and devoted to you. We can't force you to do anything. Besides, we don't have the ability to do that. Actually, many of us want to become normal people. We don't want to live such a painful life anymore. When the cursed being finished speaking, the power of destiny that lingered on the boat of curse disappeared, and the cursed beings turned from flesh and blood into skeletons again. We're in so much pain, Captain. We want to be free. Captain, let's attack. Let's kill that kid. Many quasi-transcendents said. The captain of the boat of curse had also turned into a skeleton. He moved his neck, and a cracking sound could be heard. The captain of the boat of curse turned around and said, I also want to get rid of the curse, but now is not the time to do so. Then when is the time to attack? Asked the captain of the boat of curse. Said the captain of the boat of curses. Lin Feng has incredible luck protecting him. It won't be easy to kill him. His luck has something to do with his father. Let's wait for a while. His father seems to have been infected by a demon seed. It's not a good situation. When he loses himself, Lin Feng's luck will disappear, and then Lin Feng will die, said the captain of the boat of curses. Captain, you're so farsighted. You're so considerate. We missed the captain before. Grandpa Martin, that bastard. He's instigating us behind our backs. Brothers, kill him. The quasi-transcendents on the boat of curse were all talking at once. Very quickly, Grandpa Martin's horrible shrieks came from the boat of curse. On the ancient starship Xianxia, Lin Feng took out 6 porcelain bottles, each filled with a golden spiritual liquid. Although Lin Feng didn't know what the golden spiritual liquid was, Lin Feng knew that the golden spiritual liquid could greatly enhance a cultivator's cultivation base. The 4 of them and the 2 insect sovereigns kept the golden spiritual liquid. Lin Feng also prepared a portion of the golden spiritual liquid for Bibi, Blackie, Xiaolong and the others. Immediately, Lin Feng and the others began to refine the golden spiritual liquid. Lin Feng's cultivation base was at the 3rd heavenly layer of Minor Saint Realm. This realm was enough to leave 99% of the cultivators in the dust. Most importantly, Lin Feng was only 200 years old. It was really amazing to have such an extraordinary achievement at such a young age. As the golden spiritual liquid was refined by Lin Feng, Lin Feng's cultivation base grew. 3 days later, Lin Feng broke through to the 4th heavenly layer of Minor Saint Realm. Lin Feng's strength also began to increase. Another 5 days later, Lin Feng's cultivation base reached the 5th heavenly layer of Minor Saint Realm. 10 days later, Lin Feng's cultivation base reached the 6th heavenly layer of Minor Saint Realm. Lin Feng's soul realm and physical body also had a corresponding improvement. However, he was still stuck at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer of Minor Saint Realm and couldn't break through. It seemed like he needed to continue to stabilize his cultivation base if he wanted to break through the bottleneck. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break through successfully. However, Lin Feng was still very satisfied with his current cultivation base. He had reached the 6th heavenly layer of Minor Saint Realm in a short period of time. Perhaps, he would be able to break through to the Great Saint Realm soon. This step was still acceptable. After breaking through, the situation in Dragon World had stabilized. Lin Feng had to think about the next few things he had to do. The first matter was to rescue Bai Ying's master. This matter was quite urgent. After all, no one knew if Bai Ying's master would be killed by the impatient cultivators of the epic lost race. The second thing was to go to the Netherworld to help the Yin sovereign find the Hell reincarnation sand. The third matter was to head to the demon realm and subdue it. Lin Feng planned to rescue Bai Ying's master first. The darkness evil god race of the darkness world was extremely powerful. There were also many powerful forces under his command that had sided with the darkness evil god tribe. How to rescue Bai Ying's master was something that needed careful consideration. How about dispatching an army and wiping out the darkness evil god race, Lin Feng thought. This was a pretty good idea. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly returned to the sacred dragon tribe's ancestral land. Lin Feng immediately mobilized 5 million cultivator soldiers and 5 million space-time bugs. Tian Guhai and the others could also follow them to the dark world. Other than that, Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign holy sage, the cursed doll, and the others followed Lin Feng to the dark world. Over 100 ancient starships were flying in the starry sky world. This time, Bai Ying also went with them. It was just that she had always been a little nervous, mainly because she was more worried about the safety of her master and the others. While on the road, Lin Feng saw a fleet of ships. It was actually 9 tattooed dragons' fleet. This guy was now a space pirate. His power was developing very quickly, and he actually had more than 30 ancient starships. Compared to the last time he saw this guy, there were more than 10 ancient starships. 9 tattooed dragons' fleet clearly saw Lin Feng's fleet. However, 9 tattooed dragon was probably worried about being attacked, so he led his fleet and quickly left. Lin Feng did not chase after 9 tattooed dragon. After all, Lin Feng and 9 tattooed dragon did not have much enmity between them. The fleet continued to sail in the starry sky world. With a top-quality beauty like Bai Ying by his side, Lin Feng's days were naturally very comfortable. Bai Ying was also becoming more and more beautiful. As expected. A woman. After all, she needed the nourishment of a man to become even more beautiful. "Young master, there are many fleets outside. We are surrounded." On this day, Lin Feng was cultivating. Du Zhu came to report. Hearing this, Lin Feng went outside and saw 500 to 600 space pirate ships surrounding Lin Feng's fleet. In the starry sky world, there was no lack of space pirates. The larger space pirate forces could even have more than 100 pirate ships. A small interstellar pirate force might only have one pirate ship. How many days had it been since Lin Feng saw 9 tattooed dragons' pirate fleet? How many days had it been surrounded by so many space pirate ships? Obviously. 9 tattooed dragon must have found these space pirates. Lin Feng estimated that, at that time, 9 tattooed dragon saw that his fleet was relatively large. His fleet only had more than 30 pirate ships. Naturally, they could not eat his 100 pirate ships. Therefore. So he joined forces with other large and small pirate ships to deal with him. Now, the other party had 500 to 600 pirate ships. Lin Feng estimated that most of the space pirate forces in this starry sky world had come. 9 tattooed dragons saw Lin Feng standing on the main ship, Xianxia ancient starship. He was momentarily stunned. 9 tattooed dragon had seen Lin Feng before, so he naturally had some impression of Lin Feng. However, he did not know Lin Feng's name. He only knew that Lin Feng was related to Xianxia. Therefore, when he saw Lin Feng at this moment, he was very surprised. This was because 9 tattooed dragon noticed that many experts were standing behind Lin Feng. This meant that Lin Feng was the controller of this huge fleet? Heh, kid, I didn't expect that we would meet here. 9 tattooed dragon looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng also looked at 9 tattooed dragon and said, 9 tattooed dragon, you found these space pirates, right? I did, but I didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance. It seems that you are the controller of this fleet? 9 tattooed dragon asked. That's right. Lin Feng nodded. Kid, since we know each other, how about this, leave these ancient starships and all your treasures behind, and we can spare your lives. 9 tattooed dragon rolled his eyes and said. Lin Feng sneered. These space pirates. They killed without batting an eye. Was he counting on these people to let him go? Was that possible? That was definitely impossible. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally did not believe 9 tattooed dragon's nonsense. Lin Feng sneered and said, 9 tattooed dragon, do you think that you can defeat us just because you have so many ancient starships? How laughable and foolish. You don't know the meaning of death. 9 tattooed dragon sneered. No need to talk nonsense. Attack and destroy this kid. A cold voice came from an ancient starship that was over 10,000 meters long and 5,000 to 6,000 meters tall. Obviously. The owner of that ancient starship should be an overlord among space pirates. Attack. 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 The captains of the ancient ships shouted coldly. Then, the cannons of the ancient ships fired a dense barrage of spirit stone shells at Lin Feng's ancient ships. You reap what you sow. Lin Feng's face revealed a sinister expression. Since these people wanted to die, Lin Feng didn't mind fulfilling their wishes. Activate the invisibility array. Lin Feng gave the order. Then, the invisibility array on the ancient ships was activated. When the invisibility array was activated, something amazing happened. Hundreds of ancient starry sky ships had all disappeared without a trace. After seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. How did they disappear? They didn't understand. They didn't understand. But the reality was that they had disappeared. The situation. Something didn't seem right. While many people were still in a daze. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, dense barrage of spirit stone shells were fired from the void. And they were fired at close range. The distance was about 300 meters. At this distance, because it was relatively close, the power of the spirit stone shells was at its peak. So, the power of the spirit stone shells was terrifying. It turned out that Lin Feng's 100 ancient ships used a deployment spell to make themselves invisible. They sped up and got closer to the pirate ship. Then, they launched an attack. At such a close distance, the pirate ships were not prepared at all and were attacked by so many spirit stone shells. This situation was extremely bad. The pirate ships were destroyed one after another. Damn it, how could this be? This is an invisible fleet. The other party can be invisible. How can we fight? Angry roars could be heard one after another. Many pirate ships were no longer in the mood to fight. They only wanted to escape. It was no wonder that they thought this way. The current situation was indeed quite bad for them. If this continued, all the pirate ships would probably be destroyed. A large number of pirate ships began to flee. However, as they fled, they were still hit hard. Ancient ships were constantly being destroyed. Countless pirates wanted to abandon their ships and escape, but before they could escape, they were killed by the spirit stone shells. The casualties were disastrous. Out of the 500 to 600 pirate ships, only about 200 managed to escape. The remaining 300 to 400 pirate ships were destroyed, and countless space pirates were killed. In the starry sky world, 9 Tattooed Dragon's pirate ship, 9 Tattooed Dragon, was flying quickly. This time, 9 Tattooed Dragon's losses were great. This time, more than 30 pirate ships under 9 Tattooed Dragon's command were basically destroyed. 9 Tattooed Dragon's pirate ships were heavily attacked. Seeing the pirate ships being destroyed, 9 Tattooed Dragon heart bled. 9 Tattooed Dragon, however, what could he do? Facing the invisible ancient ship, there was really no way for them to fight back. They could only take the beating passively. 9 Tattooed Dragons, 9 Tattooed Dragons, 9 Tattooed because Lin 9 Tattooed Dragons, 9 Tattooed Dragon. If 9 Tattooed Dragon had known that Lin Feng's ancient ships were invisible, he would not have provoked Lin Feng. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. 9 Tattooed Dragon's pirate ship was 9 Tattooed Dragon's last pirate ship. This pirate ship was also the main ship and was much stronger than the other pirate ships. 9 Tattooed Dragon was thinking that after he slowly developed his force and found a way to break the invisibility technique, he would definitely find Lin Feng to take revenge. However, just as this thought appeared, boom. Boom, boom. Numerous spirit stone shells bombarded 9 Tattooed Dragon's pirate ship. 9 Tattooed Dragon's pirate ship shook violently. If not for 9 Tattooed Dragon's powerful defensive restrictions, 9 Tattooed Dragon's pirate ship would have been completely destroyed. The current situation was indeed not good. Damn it, he's still haunting us like a ghost. 9 Tattooed Dragon's expression became extremely ugly. Sir, we must quickly think of a solution. I'm afraid that our 9 Tattooed Dragon's defensive restrictions won't last long. One of 9 Tattooed Dragon's trusted aides said with a pale face. 9 Tattooed Dragon's expression became extremely ugly. He also wanted to resolve this crisis. However, what could he do, unless the other party's ancient ship appeared? Or else. There was no hope. Therefore, 9 Tattooed Dragon's expression was extremely gloomy. At this moment, 9 Tattooed Dragon's other trusted aide said, "How about we ask for peace?" 9 Tattooed Dragon nodded. It seemed that there was no other way. He could only try to make peace with Lin Feng. However, would Lin Feng agree? Regardless of whether Lin Feng agreed or not, 9 Tattooed Dragon had no other choice. He could only treat a dead horse as a living one. 9 Tattooed Dragon walked to the deck outside. Spirit stone shells bombarded the pirate ship, causing it to shake violently. 9 Tattooed Dragon said loudly, "Lin Feng, Brother Lin, we want to negotiate." According to the rules of space pirates, the loser has the right to negotiate. Lin Feng's sneer came from the void, "I am not a space pirate. Naturally, I do not need to follow the rules of space pirates." Boom. Boom, boom. An even fiercer attack erupted. Countless spirit stone shells bombarded the 9 Tattooed Dragon's ancient ship. Finally, the 9 Tattooed Dragon was completely destroyed under the barrage of so many spirit stone shells. Many people fled in a sorry state. However, a large number of spirit stone shells bombarded the crowd and exploded, killing countless people. 9 Tattooed Dragon and a group of people fled into the distance. At this moment, 4 starry sky ancient ships appeared. They had completely surrounded 9 Tattooed Dragon and the others. A dense crowd of cultivators charged towards 9 Tattooed Dragon and the others. 9 Tattooed Dragon and his subordinates wanted to break out of the encirclement, but Lin Feng did not give 9 Tattooed Dragon a chance. 9 Tattooed Dragon's subordinates were all killed in the process of breaking out. Although 9 Tattooed Dragon's cultivation was strong, His individual strength was strong. Compared to an army, it was still not enough. Therefore, 9-tattooed dragon was finally suppressed. Then, a group of cultivators escorted 9-tattooed dragon forward. Kneel. A cultivator kicked 9-tattooed dragon's crotch. 9-tattooed dragon directly knelt in front of Lin Feng. 9-tattooed dragon looked at Lin Feng with a pale face. He did not want to die, he wanted to live. He could feel the killing intent emanating from Lin Feng's body. 9-tattooed dragon quickly said, "Don't kill me. I can tell you a secret." Secret? What secret? Ordinary secrets won't be able to buy your life. Lin Feng sneered at 9-tattooed dragon. He knew a few things about 9-tattooed dragon's past, including how his devouring dragon clan had been annihilated by other dragons. He also knew that 9-tattooed dragon had always wanted to kill his way back to the dragon world to take revenge. However, so what? Lin Feng didn't sympathize with 9-tattooed dragon, because he wasn't a good person. That place is called the Necromancy Planet. It's said that the necromancy scripture has been lost there, said 9-tattooed dragon. 9-tattooed dragon said. Oh? The necromancy scripture? Lin Feng was shocked. According to legends, the necromancy scripture was one of the supreme scriptures of the underworld. It could purify any soul. However, no one knew what the real necromancy scripture was, and no one had ever seen it. Even the underworld didn't have this kind of inheritance. However, there were some necromancy scriptures circulating in the world of cultivators. However, those necromancy scriptures weren't the real necromancy scripture. In addition, the necromancy scriptures circulating in the world of cultivators were more or less related to the necromancy scripture. The main reason was that the necromancy scripture was too extraordinary. Therefore, all kinds of scriptures wanted to be related to the necromancy scripture to show off how extraordinary they were. In fact, Lin Feng had read a few of the necromancy scriptures circulating in the world. They did have soul-purifying techniques, but in Lin Feng's opinion, those soul-purifying techniques were very ordinary. They couldn't even compare to the soul-purifying technique circulating in Buddhism. "Where's this place you're talking about in the starry sky world?" asked Lin Feng. "It's near the dark world," said 9-tattooed dragon. 9-tattooed dragon said. "Oh? If that's the case, we can go take a look." Lin Feng smiled. After the fleet gathered together, they continued flying in the direction of the dark world. For the rest of the journey, the fleet did not encounter any other dangers. However, Lin Feng always felt that someone was secretly watching their fleet. In fact, this was normal. After all, Lin Feng was a tall tree that attracted the wind. It was normal for some forces to secretly watch him. Time passed slowly. 1 month later, Lin Feng arrived at the Death Soul Planet. The planet of dead souls was filled with powerful specters, broken restrictions, and danger lurked in every direction. Therefore, very few people would come here. Of course, such a place was like a purgatory world to some people. However, for others, such a place was simply a holy land for cultivation. For example, for some evil cultivators, such a place was their holy land for cultivation. It could greatly improve their cultivation. Therefore, most of the cultivators who appeared in this place were from the evil forces. There was no need to bring too many people to the Death Soul Planet. Lin Feng brought Duzu, the heretic sovereign saint, the cursed doll, the god of destruction, and the 2 insect emperors. Gu Tianhai and the others stayed in the fleet to prevent any accidents from happening. If an accident really happened, they should be able to deal with it with the help of these powerful people. Following that, Lin Feng and the others flew toward the Death Soul Planet. Lin Feng noticed something. The heretic sovereign saint's expression became gloomy. He did not know what was going on. Duzu noticed this as well. Duzu asked, "What's wrong?" The heretic sovereign saint replied, "I feel like something is calling me." "Oh? Is that so? Looks like you're going to have a great opportunity." Lin Feng could not help but ask. "Maybe." The heretic sovereign saint nodded. The poison ancestor was instantly filled with envy and jealousy. Soon, everyone landed on the Death Soul Planet. As soon as they landed, a large number of powerful undead creatures pounced on Lin Feng and the others. "Huh? After seeing the powerful undead creatures, Lin Feng could not help but be slightly moved. Would there be some powerful Saint Realm undead creatures here? If there really were Saint Realm undead creatures, that would be great. Of course, it would be even better if there were some Transcendental Realm undead creatures. After thinking about it carefully, such a terrifying existence might really appear in this place. After all, this was a Death Soul planet. Under normal circumstances, even if there were many undead creatures on a planet, they would not dare to casually call it a Death Soul planet. In the world of cultivators, every name and title had to be paid particular attention to. It was not something that could be called as one wished. Duzu and the others rushed forward to deal with the undead creatures. As they went deeper, they encountered many powerful undead creatures, but they did not encounter any Saint Realm or Transcendental Realm undead creatures. This made Lin Feng feel somewhat regretful. In fact, Lin Feng also knew that Saint Realm and Transcendental Realm undead creatures were too rare. The reason why they were rare was not without reason. The main reason was that the conditions for those undead creatures to break through to the Saint Realm and Transcendental Realm were relatively harsh. First, they had to be very powerful when they were alive. Second, born with wisdom. Third, complete the transformation of life level. The first point was needless to say. This was the basic condition to become a Saint Realm or a Transcendental Realm. Of course, this was not absolute. After all, in the world of cultivators, everything was possible. However, this situation was applicable to at least 80 to 90% of the cases. Second, ordinary undead creatures, even if very powerful, often only had the will to kill. They did not have a complete consciousness or wisdom. With only the will to kill, it was indeed not easy to have a promising future. The third point was actually very important. Undead creatures, if their life level could not complete the transformation, were destined to have great achievements. For example, the evil Dominator Saint. In the beginning, he was an undead creature, and the evil Dominator Saint was not a particularly powerful undead creature. But why did the evil Dominator Saint become more and more powerful? The main reason was that by following Lin Feng, he had obtained many opportunities to evolve his life. In addition, he had given birth to a relatively complete consciousness, which was the so-called wisdom. Although his innate conditions were a little lacking, through hard work and more fortuitous encounters, he had obtained more resources. Thus, his cultivation had improved quite quickly. Lin Feng and the others continued to go deeper. When they arrived at the central region of the planet, they did not see any undead creatures of the Saint Realm or Transcendental Realm. From this, one could tell. Undead creatures of this level were very rare. Lin Feng was also somewhat helpless. The voice that called me came from the mountain range in front of us. 5 days after entering the undead planet, the evil Dominator Saint pointed to the huge mountain range in front of him. That mountain range was pitch black. It exuded a cold and terrifying aura. Lin Feng and the others quickly rushed toward that mountain range. Just as they entered the mountain range, suddenly, a large amount of black fog rolled, and a demon god appeared in the black fog. That demon god was a demon god with 6 heads and 18 arms. But now, 3 of its heads had been cut off. Only 7 of its 18 arms were left. It seemed that it had experienced an extremely tragic battle when it was alive to end up like this. The poison ancestor and the others rushed towards this demonic god. However, this demonic god's strength was simply too formidable. He actually managed to suppress the poison ancestor and the others. A demon god that was about to surpass the realm, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Previously, Lin Feng had always wanted to find a Saint Realm or undead that was about to surpass the realm, but he hadn't been able to find one. But who would have thought that there would be an undead that was about to surpass the realm in this place, and it was a demon god that had transformed. These undead might be of the same realm, but their combat strength might be very different. Just like the cultivators of other races, for example, Lin Feng was now a small saint. If he used all his means, he could fight against a powerhouse that was about to surpass the realm. This was talent, obviously. The undead that was transformed from a demon god was definitely a top-notch existence. It could even fight enemies that were about to surpass the realm. And it wasn't just one realm. The 2 insect emperors also rushed up to help. And then they stalled this demon god. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the Book of the Undead flew out. Lin Feng laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, your fate has long been determined. You will become one of the undead in the Book of the Undead." Lin Feng tried to use the Book of the Undead to devour this demon god. But, however, the demon god resisted fiercely. This demon god, it was indeed powerful. And Lin Feng discovered that at the current stage, it was more difficult for the Book of the Undead to collect undead that were about to surpass the realm. The main reason was that it had never collected undead that were about to surpass the realm. If it could pierce through this layer of window paper, then everything would be much easier. Lin Feng controlled the Book of the Undead with all his strength. When the power of the Book of the Dead was fully released, the demon god was suppressed too much. He wanted to resist. He couldn't resist at all. In the end, this demon god was successfully sucked into the Book of the Dead. Now, a quasi-transcendental undead creature had finally appeared in the Book of the Undead. After the demon god was taken in, the inside of the Book of the Dead seemed to have undergone some miraculous changes. Lin Feng realized. The Book of the Undead seemed to have undergone some miraculous changes. This change made the Book of the Dead even more powerful. In the future, it would obviously be easier to collect even more powerful undead. Lin Feng put away the Book of the Dead. He was currently in a rather good mood, because the demon god that he had previously collected had already proved that there were indeed some powerful undead in this place. As long as there was a powerful undead, he would be able to keep these powerful undead creatures in the Book of the Dead. Think about it. If there were thousands of Saint Realm undead spirits in the Book of the Dead, they would have surpassed their realm. There were even more Saint Realm undead that were close to surpassing their realm. At that time, how powerful would this force be? Just thinking about it made one feel incomparably excited. At that time, this undead army would probably become the most powerful and terrifying army in the entire universe. "Let's go inside and take a look," Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded and entered the mountain range. In the mountain range, there were corpses everywhere. But many of the corpses had already decayed. There must have been a great battle in this place in the past. But no one knew exactly what kind of great battle had taken place. Lin Feng and the others went all the way in and then came to the deepest part. They discovered that there was a terrifying creature nailed to a rock wall in the deepest part. That terrifying creature seemed to be an undead transformed from a corpse demon. This was the same origin as the evil Dominator Saint, because the evil Dominator Saint was also transformed from a corpse demon. There was a stone nail nailed to each of the 4 limbs of this powerful corpse demon. In addition, there was a stone nail nailed to the forehead. There were 2 on the chest, one on the left and the other on the right. There were 2 on the abdomen, one on the left and one on the right. There were a total of 9 stone nails nailed to this corpse demon. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The number 9. It made him feel a little sensitive and uncomfortable. After all, this number wasn't an auspicious number. Was this corpse demon in front of him good or evil? There was no way to tell. But with 9 stone nails nailed to the corpse of this corpse demon, it didn't matter if this corpse demon was good or evil. Now, they had to be on guard. It was very likely that some fatal problems would occur. Lin Feng was completely certain of this. "Corpse core," the evil Dominator Saint said. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly, and he said, "You mean to say that this corpse demon gave birth to a corpse core?" Lin Feng naturally knew about corpse cores. It was a very special thing. Very few corpse demons could give birth to corpse cores in their bodies. But if a corpse core was born, this corpse demon would become extremely terrifying. For example, the evil Dominator Saint was so powerful right now, but he couldn't even give birth to a corpse core. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to give birth to a corpse core. The evil Dominator Saint nodded and said, "Yes, he gave birth to a corpse core. I can feel that the corpse core in his body is so powerful." At this point, the evil Dominator Saint revealed a burning gaze. If he could obtain a corpse core, then it would be too important for him. After refining the corpse core, his strength would greatly increase. He could even break through to the quasi-transcendence realm in a relatively short period of time. Just like Lin Feng's stone golem clone. "If we don't remove the stone nails, can we take out the corpse core?" Lin Feng asked. The evil Dominator Saint said, "It's hard to say now, let me give it a try." Lin Feng nodded, and said, "Let's go and give it a try." The evil Dominator Saint quickly flew over. Soon, he arrived in front of the corpse demon. He was muttering something in a low voice, and his voice was very vague. Furthermore, Lin Feng and the others were a little further away, so they couldn't hear what he was muttering clearly. After he finished muttering, the evil Dominator Saint stretched out his hand and lightly tapped the dantian of the corpse demon. Then, a very special kind of energy surged out from the evil Dominator Saint's body. That special energy all surged into the corpse demon's body. That special energy grew more and more. About 2 hours later, a black pearl flew out from the corpse demon's dantian. The black bead should be the corpse core. It was extremely precious, capable of greatly increasing the evil sovereign's cultivation. With the corpse core, the evil sovereign saint would be like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. The stronger the evil sovereign saint was, the more beneficial it would be to Lin Feng. Thus, Lin Feng was naturally happy to see the evil sovereign saint getting this fortune. Du Zhu said sourly, "Big zombie, you can do whatever you want in front of me after getting the corpse core." In fact, Du Zhu wasn't actually jealous of the evil sovereign saint's fortune. Even though the two of them kept on bickering and insulting each other, their relationship was actually quite good. Poison Ancestor was happy for Evil Supremacy Saint that he had such an opportunity. However, he didn't express it out loud, which was in line with Poison Ancestor's character. Of course, in other words, he had a foul mouth. When Lin Feng's group was about to leave, an evil aura suddenly emanated from the evil sovereign saint. Lin Feng's expression changed after sensing this evil aura. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, Xianxia opened his eyes. His eyes were ghastly and terrifying. When Lin Feng saw Xianxia's eyes, he couldn't help but shiver. Xianxia's chi was even more frightening. This guy was absolutely terrifying. This was under the condition that it lost its corpse core. If it didn't lose its corpse core, it would be much stronger than it was right now. "Give me back my corpse core!" Xianxia roared furiously. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Evil Dominator Saint. Although both Xianxia and Evil Dominator Saint were creatures that Xianxia had transformed into, he didn't feel any warmth after seeing Evil Dominator Saint. There was only murderous intent. The Evil Sovereign Saint said, "The corpse core is mine now. It's mine, it belongs to me." The Evil Sovereign Saint roared and tried to break free from the 9 stone nails on its body. However, after struggling for a while, it couldn't break free. This made the Evil Sovereign Saint even more furious. The Evil Sovereign Saint said, "I thought this was a corpse core you condensed, but when I took it out, I realized that it wasn't you. You're only its temporary master. I came here because of the corpse core. I don't know who condensed this corpse core, but it has chosen me, so it's my treasure now. Thief, shameless bastard, give it back to me." The Evil Sovereign Saint was furious, wanting nothing more than to cut the Evil Sovereign Saint into 1,000 pieces. However, the Evil Sovereign Saint ignored it. At this moment, the Evil Exalt Saint sent out strands of corpse chi that fused into the corpse core. Then, something shocking happened. The corpse core quickly flew into the Evil Exalt Saint's dantian. In the end, it flew into the Evil Sovereign Saint's dantian. Then, the Evil Sovereign Saint's body shook violently. When the Evil Sovereign Saint's body fused with the corpse core, Lin Feng realized that the Evil Sovereign Saint had broken through more than 20 small layers and 2 large layers. He should be at the 4th layer of the Xing layer now. Damn, this cultivation speed is a little abnormal. Lin Feng was astonished. The Evil Sovereign Saint had only just started refining the corpse core. He had just started refining it, but his fighting strength had increased so much. What if he completely refined it? It was unimaginable. Lin Feng felt that he had underestimated the origin of the corpse core. The origin of the corpse core was even more extraordinary than Lin Feng had expected. "Mine, it's mine. You deserve to die, you thief. I curse you to die a horrible death." The already ugly face of the zombie demon became even more twisted. He was filled with hatred, but other than hatred and roaring, there was nothing else he could do. At this time, Lin Feng's heart moved slightly. this zombie had lost its corpse core and its combat strength had dropped tremendously. However, to be honest, it was still a zombie that was about to surpass the realm. Moreover, it was still a high-level zombie. Although a zombie without a corpse core was still terrifying, it couldn't threaten the safety of Lin Feng and the others. Since that was the case, could he remove the 9 stone spikes and put the zombie into his Book of the Dead? Lin Feng felt that this was a pretty good idea and he could give it a try. Although the Book of the Undead had already taken in 1 undead spirit that had transcended the realm and 56 undead spirits of the Sage realm, the intelligence of those undead spirits was far from being comparable to that of the corpse demon in front of him. Lin Feng had seen many undead creatures, but he had rarely seen an undead creature like this zombie that had such a complete and powerful mind and intelligence. As such, this zombie's potential was enormous. Thinking to there, Lin Feng said, "Remove the stone spikes from this fellow's body. I'm going to put it into the Book of the Dead." The cursed doll grinned and said, "You're awesome. If you can subdue this zombie, you'll have another general under your command." Lin Feng grinned and said, "Haha, I was just lucky. It's not easy to encounter such a powerful zombie demon." Following this, Lin Feng and the others arrived in front of the zombie demon. Some were responsible for using sealing runes to seal the zombie's body, while others were responsible for removing the stone spikes from the zombie's body. In the end, all 9 stone spikes were removed. After removing the 9 stone spikes, the zombie demon started to violently struggle. It had to be said that this zombie demon was extremely terrifying. Even with so many people suppressing it, it had almost broken free. Fortunately, the cursed doll and the others' methods were extremely extraordinary, and they were able to successfully suppress the zombie demon. At that moment, Lin Feng was using all of his strength to control the Book of the Dead to devour the zombie demon. Even though Zhao Fu did not know what the Book of the Dead was, the zombie demon had an ominous feeling. If it was devoured by the Book of the Dead, it would most likely be enslaved. As such, it used the disintegration technique, which was an extremely powerful secret technique. Once it was used, it could disintegrate its body. After that, it would find an opportunity to reform its body. Seeing that the zombie demon was about to use the disintegration technique, Lin Feng did not give it a chance. He fully activated the Book of the Dead, and when the Book of the Dead's power was completely released, the zombie demon was directly devoured by Lin Feng's Book of the Dead. After devouring the corpse demon, Lin Feng's mood improved greatly. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this corpse demon actually had a cultivation base at the 6th level of Immortal Foundation. No wonder it was so terrifying. It was much stronger compared to the devil god spirit he absorbed earlier. After all, that devil god spirit was only at the 1st level of the Immortal Foundation realm. Of course, this was only temporary. After being absorbed into the Book of the Undead, the Book of the Undead could imperceptibly change them. At that time, their cultivation speed would greatly increase, and their level of life would also constantly change. "Let's go." Lin Feng kept the Book of the Dead and said. The group didn't stop and continued flying. Lin Feng was looking for some Sage Realm or Transcendence Realm undead. At the same time, he was also looking for the Death Spirit Scripture. Now, he still didn't know where the Death Spirit Scripture was. However, if the Death Spirit Scripture really existed, it should be somewhere in the depths of the Death Spirit planet, right? The speed of Lin Feng's group was extremely fast. Along the way, they actually saw some cultivators. However, after several days, they only saw 5 or 6 cultivators. Those cultivators were like malicious ghosts that crawled out from hell. Many evil cultivators, because of their evil cultivation techniques, turned themselves into something neither human nor ghost. Hence, Lin Feng wasn't particularly surprised when he saw the appearance of those cultivators. After about 10 days, Lin Feng's group arrived at the central region. There were more and more active undead here. Lin Feng had already absorbed 5 Sage Realm undead. Now, the number of undead in the Book of the Dead had reached 63. There were 2 Transcendence Realm undead and 61 Sage Realm undead. On this day, Devil Chi churned. A large amount of Devil Chi rushed towards Lin Feng's group. The Devil Chi directly surrounded Lin Feng's group. Within the Devil Chi, there were densely packed undead. There were 3 Transcendence Realm undead and 12 Sage Realm undead. The remaining undead were also very powerful. The key was that there were too many of them. There were probably several thousand of them. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. A hero can't fight many enemies. Many ants can bite an elephant to death. These were all lessons learned through blood and tears. Lin Feng's group couldn't help but frown. Of course, they weren't particularly worried. After all, there were so many powerful undead children in the Book of the Dead. If they really fought, Lin Feng's group wouldn't be at a disadvantage. However, the undead army in front of them made Lin Feng feel extremely puzzled. These undead were usually scattered in the surroundings. They rarely gathered in large numbers. But now, these undead were gathered in large numbers. It was easy to be puzzled. Lin Feng thought of 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that a relatively powerful undead had gathered such a powerful undead army to deal with them. The second possibility was that someone was manipulating all of this behind the scenes. Lin Feng's divine sense swept out. Soon, Lin Feng was surprised to find that he really found several cultivators. There were a total of 4 people. Each of them had a powerful aura. One of them was holding a special battle flag. He was waving the battle flag. The undead army began to attack Lin Feng's group. There really was someone who could manipulate these undead. Wait, those people were. At this time, Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. The reason for this was because Lin Feng found that these people were both unfamiliar and familiar. They were unfamiliar because he had never seen them before. They were familiar because they gave Lin Feng a sense of déjà vu. The main thing was, the aura on their bodies gave Lin Feng a very familiar feeling. Who was the one emitting this aura? Lin Feng quickly thought of all this. The aura on these people should be the aura of the 36 heavenly generals. Previously, Lin Feng had killed several experts among the 36 heavenly generals. These guys were experts sent by the 33 heavenly lords to deal with him. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the time when he was in the starry sky world. He kept feeling that he was being watched. Could it be that he was being watched by these guys? After arriving at the undead planet, it just so happened that one of them could manipulate these undead. The reason why they could manipulate these undead was probably related to the banner in the hands of the heavenly general, although Lin Feng didn't know what kind of treasure it was. Lin Feng summoned the Book of the Undead. 2 quasi-transcendental undead and 61 sage undead all flew out. When these undead flew out, Lin Feng's battle strength greatly increased. Thousands of undead used all kinds of attacks, all of them bombarding Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others used the Phoenix Shield to resist the attacks of thousands of undead. Lin Feng and the others used the Phoenix Shield together. The power of this treasure was released and resisted the attacks of thousands of powerful undead. Let's go and collect those sage undead and quasi-transcendental undead. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Lin Feng's first targets were the 12 sage undead. Because sage undead were relatively weak, it was much easier to collect them than quasi-transcendental undead. First, he collected the sage undead to increase the power of the Book of the Undead. Then, the difficulty of collecting the quasi-transcendental undead should be greatly reduced. Lin Feng's wishful thinking was quite good, but whether it would succeed or not depended on the specific operation. After all, many times, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Lin Feng no longer used the Phoenix Shield. Instead, he let the others use the Phoenix Shield to form a protective barrier. Lin Feng used the Book of the Undead to deal with the powerful undead. The Book of the Undead quickly flew towards the first sage undead. Many attacks bombarded the Book of the Undead. The Book of the Undead wasn't big. Under Lin Feng's control, it easily dodged all kinds of attacks. Then, it arrived above the first sage undead. The first sage undead was easily swallowed by Lin Feng's Book of the Undead. Then, the Book of the Undead quickly flew towards the second sage undead. The second sage undead resisted for a moment before it was swallowed by Lin Feng's Book of the Undead. Next, the Book of the Undead showed its power under Lin Feng's control. It swallowed the 12 sage undead in succession. After collecting the 12 sage undead, the Book of the Undead flew towards a quasi-transcendental undead under Lin Feng's control. Treasure name, Book of the Dead. Effect, can devour powerful undead to cultivate. Number of undead, 2 quasi-surpassing undead. 73 saint-level undead. sensing some of the information given to him by the Book of the Dead. Lin Feng's face revealed a trace of a smile. The Book of the Dead was devouring more and more undead, and its power was growing stronger. This made Lin Feng extremely satisfied. Soon, the Book of the Dead arrived in front of the first quasi-surpassing undead. Then, it began to devour the first quasi-surpassing undead. The first quasi-surpassing undead resisted violently. Moreover, there were many undead in the surroundings that attacked the Book of the Dead together with the first quasi-surpassing undead. Therefore, the Book of the Dead failed to devour the first quasi-surpassing undead. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He waved his hand, and the mirror of the present flew out. The mirror of the dead flew to the Book of the Dead. When a large number of attacks were launched at it again, all of them were reflected to other places by the mirror of the present. Lin Feng's mirror of the present wasn't just a treasure that looked good but was useless. The power of the mirror of the present was quite powerful. It could predict the past, present, and future, launch terrifying attacks, and reflect all kinds of attacks. In addition, the spirit of the mirror of the present, Big Yellow, was very intelligent, so it knew how to resolve all kinds of attacks. After the mirror of the dead helped the Book of the Dead dissolve the attacks of many undead creatures, the Book of the Dead had no more worries. Its powerful devouring power enveloped the first quasi-surpassing undead. This quasi-surpassing undead saw that the situation wasn't good, so it turned around and tried to escape. However, it was too late to escape. This quasi-surpassing undead was devoured by Lin Feng's Book of the Dead. Then, Lin Feng's Book of the Dead and the mirror of the present quickly flew toward the second quasi-surpassing undead. The Book of the Dead and the mirror of the present cooperated well and successfully devoured the second quasi-surpassing undead. Then, it flew toward the third quasi-surpassing undead. It devoured the third quasi-surpassing undead. Treasure name, Book of the Dead. Effect, can devour powerful undead to cultivate. Number of undead, 5 undead that have surpassed their realm. There were 73 Saint Realm undead spirits. It had devoured so many undead. The power of the Book of the Dead had greatly increased, and Lin Feng now had a group of top-notch experts under his command. Even if he couldn't obtain the Death Soul scripture, this trip to the Dead Soul planet would be worth it. Damn it. The 4 war generals who saw the situation from afar had gloomy expressions. They quickly flew into the distance. However, at that moment, dozens of cultivators flew over. The cultivator in the lead was a female cultivator wearing a black gauze dress. The female cultivator looked like a young woman in her 30s. She had a hot figure, a beautiful face, and a charming temperament. She was like a vixen. Every move she made seemed to be seducing men. Such a woman would definitely make many people go crazy. The group of cultivators beside the woman all had evil auras. It was obvious that they were not cultivators of the righteous Tao. What is the meaning of this? At this moment, a warlord said coldly. Heh, the woman sneered and said, what is the meaning of this? Earlier, when I was cultivating, you bastards actually summoned so many undead. The undead army flew above me and disturbed me, nearly causing my cultivation to go berserk. Do you foreknow about this? The 4 war generals were the confidants of the Lord of the 33 Heavens. They had a high status and were respected wherever they went. But now, they were in the lower realm. They had been insulted by the words bastards left and bastards right. How could the 4 war generals accept this? Do you know who we are? We are the war generals under the Lord of the 33 Heavens. If you know what's good for you, get out of our way. One of the war generals said in a low voice. They really wanted to kill these people. Especially this woman who had insulted them. However, they knew that now wasn't the time. Lin Feng would be coming soon. After hearing these people introduce themselves, many cultivators were astonished. They didn't expect these people to have such a great background. They obviously couldn't afford to offend the experts under the Lord of the 33 Heavens. It wasn't just them. In the entire universe, how many people dared to offend the Lord of the 33 Heavens? Among the Lord of the 33 Heavens, there were people who had broken through to a higher realm. The enchanting woman said coldly, nonsense. You 4 bastards dare to lie to us and say that you're the war generals under the Lord of the 33 Heavens? Do you think we'll believe you? The four war generals were about to vomit blood. Why did they run into such a stubborn woman? Actually, it wasn't that this woman was stubborn. Both sides had a conflict, and the other side had an extraordinary status. Even if they knew who they were, they couldn't admit it. It would cause them a lot of trouble. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Get out of the way. One of the war generals said. The enchanting woman also knew that these people weren't to be trifled with. Just as she was about to take a step back, a voice came from afar. What's with these people? I'm sure Fairy knows that. If you let them go now, they will definitely kill you when they have time. Why don't you just kill them? As long as you deal with the aftermath, they won't be able to find any clues. The person who had spoken was naturally Lin Feng. It turned out that after the 3 quasi-transcendence realm undead and the 12 sage undead had been devoured, the war generals no longer controlled the undead army. The undead army had scattered. Lin Feng and the others quickly rushed over. Lin Feng had originally thought that the 4 war generals would be able to escape. Who would have thought that they would be surrounded by dozens of evil cultivators? He didn't know how the 4 war generals had offended these evil cultivators. However, as long as these evil cultivators could delay them for a while, Lin Feng and the others would be able to rush over to deal with the 4 war generals. Let's go. Seeing Lin Feng and the others quickly flying over, one of the war generals shouted. The 4 war generals rushed out. At this time, the enchanting woman said, "Did I let you go?" Brothers, that little brother was right. None of these people are good. If we let them go now, they will definitely come back to kill us. Since that's the case, why don't we work together with that little brother and his companions to deal with these people? We have more people, so we can definitely kill them. End of chapter. This woman was called Tang Xianxia. Although her name sounded very gentle, she was not a gentle person. Due to her beautiful appearance and her identity as an evil cultivator, she had to deal with evil cultivators all day long. If she did not have any powerful abilities, she would have long been eaten by evil cultivators until not even her bones were left. Tang Xianxian's prestige among the evil cultivators on the Dead Soul planet was still very high. Firstly, it was because of her beauty. Secondly, it was because of her powerful cultivation. Therefore, she could often command hundreds of people. For example, now. After Tang Xianxian spoke, the surrounding evil cultivators didn't hesitate to kill the 4 great generals. After seeing this scene, the 4 great generals' faces suddenly became extremely ugly. The 4 of them had powerful cultivation, but they knew how powerful Lin Feng was now. Moreover, Lin Feng had so many powerful subordinates. He even had something like the Book of the Dead. Wasn't it a fool's dream to want to fight with Lin Feng? It was precisely because of this that the 4 great generals knew that they had to break out of the encirclement. Otherwise, they were afraid that only death would await them. The 4 great generals joined forces to kill the evil cultivators who were obstructing them. The evil cultivators also knew how powerful the 4 great generals were. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, if they were to fight the 4 great generals head-on, they would lose a lot of people. The evil cultivators also didn't think of fighting the 4 great generals head-on. What were evil cultivators best at? Of course, they were best at some underhanded means, such as using poison. Many righteous cultivators disdained to use these means. They felt that it was a disgrace to their dignity, to their ancestors, and so on. In any case, there were all kinds of reasons. But to be honest, although these means were underhanded, they were very useful. Facing the 4 great generals who were quickly killing them, several evil cultivators summoned some zombie-like undead to deal with the 4 great generals. Some evil devil cultivators directly released toxins. Moreover, these toxins were very terrifying. They had all kinds of methods. The 4 generals weren't afraid of the zombies, but they were wary of the toxins released by the evil devil cultivators. Therefore, they kept retreating. The zombie-like undead weren't afraid of the poison. With the help of the poison, the zombie-like undead displayed their invincible might. The 4 great generals were flustered. At this time, Lin Feng and the others had already charged over. Haha, thank you for helping to stop these people. Lin Feng said with a laugh. Little brother is too courteous, Tang Xianxian said coquettishly. Her pair of charming eyes sized up Lin Feng from head to toe. She revealed a charming manner that was quite attractive. She was truly a fox-like woman. Kill them all, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign holy one, the two insect emperors, the cursed doll, the broken god, and the others all made their moves. In addition to Lin Feng, there were so many evil cultivators. With so many experts making their moves, the 10 generals naturally couldn't hold their ground. Under the encirclement of Lin Feng and the others, they were forced to retreat again and again. They were flustered, and the situation was extremely bad. Do you know that this child is someone that the 33 lords want dead? How dare you join forces with him? We should take advantage of the fact that we haven't made a huge mistake and still have a chance to save ourselves. Otherwise, only death awaits us. One of the generals said angrily. You're really black-hearted. 9 out of 10 sentences are lies. Do you think we'll believe you? Tang Xianxia sneered as if she didn't believe the cultivator's words at all. However, those who knew Tang Xianxia knew that it wasn't that she didn't believe him, but that she chose not to believe him. Today, no one can save you, Lin Feng said with a cold smile. They intensified their attacks. The 4 great generals gradually couldn't hold on any longer. Not long after, Lin Feng seized a rare opportunity and pierced the chest of one of the generals with his spear. Then, holding the spear with one hand, he lifted the general into the air. Lin Feng's right hand suddenly shook. Bang! There was a loud sound. The general's body directly shattered. After one of the 4 great generals died, the other 3 found it even harder to resist the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. It didn't take long for the second general to be killed. The faces of the last 2 generals contorted. Their bodies swelled up as if they wanted to self-destruct. It seemed that they wanted to drag a few people down with them before they died. The 2 great generals charged at Lin Feng, clearly wanting to drag Lin Feng down with them. They were high and mighty figures, but because they wanted to deal with Lin Feng, they suffered such a calamity. Therefore, they hated Lin Feng to the bone. If they could drag Lin Feng down to hell with them, it would make them feel better. However, Lin Feng didn't give them the chance. Lin Feng activated the Great Fate technique. Then, he stretched out his hand and lightly tapped his opponent. The power of fate enveloped the 2 of them and surged into their bodies. Their swollen bodies instantly returned to normal. This made the 2 great generals' expressions extremely ugly. Could it be that they couldn't drag the people they hated down with them? Why was this happening? They were very unwilling. However, what could they do even if they were unwilling? At this moment, Tang Xianxia seized the opportunity and used a silver snake flying sword to cut off the head of one of the great generals. Just you wait. We'll look up at the world from hell. We'll wait for you to come in hell, the last great general said with a twisted face. Huh. You don't even have the right to go to hell. Lin Feng sneered and stabbed his spear at the great general. The great general couldn't dodge in time and was pierced in the chest by Lin Feng's spear. He grabbed Lin Feng's spear with both hands and tried hard to pull it out of his body. In the next moment, his head was chopped off by Du Zhu. Lin Feng and the others heaved a sigh of relief when the 4 great generals were all killed. Lin Feng didn't stop the evil cultivators from taking the magic treasures and storage rings of the 4 great generals. Fortunately, these people had helped to stop the 4 great generals. Otherwise, the 4 of them would have escaped. Therefore, there was no harm in giving those things to these people. Lin Feng saw an evil cultivator give a storage ring to Tang Xianxia. Lin Feng guessed that Tang Xianxia's status was quite high. Each of them had 1 storage ring to themselves, while the other dozens of people had to distribute the items in the other 3 storage rings. Tang Xianxia also accepted the items with a clear conscience. Everyone, disperse. Tang Xianxia waved her hand and said. Hee, then we'll leave first. The rest of the evil cultivators grinned. They knew how extraordinary the identities of the 4 generals were, so they couldn't wait to see what good things were in the storage rings. The evil cultivators quickly left. Only Tang Xianxia was left behind. Tang Xianxia smiled and said, You don't look familiar. How should I address you? Lin Feng. How should I address you? Lin Gongzi. My surname is Tang, and my name is Xianxia. Thank you for your help. Lin Feng said. You're welcome. Those bastards offended me, so even if you didn't say anything, I wouldn't have let them off. Tang Xianxia said. She then asked, may I know why you've come to the Death Soul planet? Lin Feng said, I heard that the Death Soul scripture is on the Death Soul planet, so I came to look for it. Tang Xianxia was surprised by Lin Feng's words. After all, very few people would be like Lin Feng and tell strangers their purpose. Tang Xianxia had just asked casually, but she was happy to see Lin Feng being so honest. Tang Xianxia said, the legend of the Death Soul scripture has always been there. It's said that it's in the depths of the Death Soul planet, in the Death Soul Valley. However, many people have risked their lives to enter the valley, but they haven't found anything. Perhaps they haven't found the Death Soul scripture. Of course, it's also possible that the Death Soul scripture doesn't exist, and everything about it is just a legend. Tang Xianxia's words were very likely, but Lin Feng still wanted to look for it. If it did exist, it would be even better. The Death Soul scripture was such an extraordinary scripture. It would be very helpful to his cultivation. Lin Feng had another reason for wanting the Death Soul scripture. The Death Soul scripture was a top-notch scripture passed down from the underworld. It had a unique understanding of life, death, reincarnation, the six paths, hell, the true meaning of life, the destination of the soul, reincarnation, and so on. As for the contents, to countless cultivators, it was bound to be full of secrets. Lin Feng could use the Death Soul scripture to study it. When the time came, he would have a completely new understanding of these contents. His cultivation base and comprehension of the Tao would all improve, and his entire person would be completely sublimated. This was what Lin Feng valued the most. Asked Lin Feng. Celestial being, can you take us to that place? Of course. Tang Xianxia said with a smile. Then, under Tang Xianxia's lead, the group quickly flew into the depths. 3 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at their destination. Looking from afar, it could be seen. The Dead Spirit Valley was massive, with death chi hovering around it. There were many undead wandering around Death Valley. This place seemed to be a paradise for the undead. There are many powerful undead here, so it's incomparably dangerous. Within Death Valley, there's even an undead that has reached the peak of the transcendental realm. That undead was transformed from a foreign creature, Tang Xianxia said. Oh? An undead that surpasses the peak of their cultivation level? Lin Feng's face revealed a look of joy. Now, Lin Feng's Book of the Dead already had 5 undead that were about to surpass their cultivation level. The strongest undead was an existence that surpassed the 6th level of the Immortal Foundation. Naturally, it couldn't compare to the undead that surpassed the peak of the transcendental realm. Tang Xianxia said, I've entered the Dead Spirit Valley before, so I can bring you in to take a look. When the time comes, we can also avoid those stronger undead. Lin Feng said, thank you, Fairy. However, I plan to collect some strong undead, so I don't plan to sneak in. Tang Xianxia was surprised, then nodded and said, all right, but I'll join in the fun with you. Of course. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Then, he quickly flew in the direction of the Dead Spirit Valley. Seeing a cultivator flying over, a large number of undead wandering outside the Dead Spirit Valley quickly flew over. Duzu and the others had already flown out and started attacking those undead. Tang Xianxia was very curious about Lin Feng. Lin Feng was young, but he was very strong. Moreover, he had so many top-notch experts under his command. He was even targeted by the 33 Heavens Lords. She wondered what Lin Feng's identity was. However, these questions were a little too sensitive. Therefore, although Tang Xianxia was curious, it wasn't good for her to ask. After all, what if it was someone else's private matter, if she asked? It would make others unhappy. From this point of view, Tang Xianxia was quite a person who knew how to deal with people. Duzu and the others were very strong, so it wasn't difficult for them to deal with those undead creatures. They easily dealt with a group of undead creatures. Lin Feng and the others entered the Dead Spirit Valley. The death energy in the valley was very strong, and this kind of death energy could continuously strip away a cultivator's lifespan. It was an extremely terrifying thing. However, if they could prevent the death energy from entering their bodies, then they could prevent their lifespan from being drained. This kind of thing wasn't difficult for Lin Feng and the others who were very strong. There were undead creatures constantly pouncing over, but they were all dealt with by Du Zhu and the others. It was a pity, they hadn't seen any undead creatures of the Sage Realm or beyond. Could it be that they were all hidden in the depths? That should be the case. Lin Feng and the others continued to move deeper into the valley. Along the way, unimpeded. Finally, they arrived at the depths, where a large number of undead creatures were entrenched. At this time, an undead creature wearing an emperor's robe and a crown walked out. After seeing the undead creature, Lin Feng's face revealed a strange expression. This guy's attire really made people speechless. Did he really think that he was an emperor? He even wore an emperor's robe. Who are you people? How dare you barge into the Dead Spirit Valley? The Emperor of the Dead Spirits asked coldly. Lin Feng said, "We are here to recruit you. If you submit to this young master, I can give you a bright future." Ridiculous. Kill them. The Emperor of the Dead Spirits sneered and then gave the order. The densely packed undead creatures quickly charged towards Lin Feng and the others. These undead creatures. They were much stronger than the undead creatures outside. There were 3,000 to 4,000 undead creatures. There were 52 undead creatures of the Sage Realm. There were 7 undead creatures of the Transcendence Realm. Including the Emperor of the Dead Spirits, there were actually 8 undead creatures of the Transcendence Realm. Lin Feng sneered and waved his hand. The Book of the Dead flew out. 5 undead creatures of the Transcendence Realm and 73 undead creatures of the Sage Realm all flew out. The Book of the Dead Spirits is immortal. Billions of undead creatures must submit, Lin Feng shouted loudly. Powerful magic power continuously poured into the Book of the Dead Spirits. Seeing Lin Feng begin to strengthen the Book of the Dead. Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign saint, and the others all supported the treasure with Lin Feng. Even Tang Xianxia supported the Book of the Dead with Lin Feng and the others. After receiving the support of so many people, the power of the Book of the Dead suddenly increased greatly. The Book of the Dead emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Powerful undead light surged out from the Book of the Undead. After devouring so many undead, the Book of the Undead became even more powerful. Using the Book of the Undead to intimidate these people wasn't a problem at all. For example, right now, the Book of the Undead was releasing an incomparably terrifying power. It was as if it could destroy heaven and earth, the sun, and the moon. When the undead's light fell on the group of undead, the undead immediately let out terrified cries. The undead's light had a powerful deterrent effect on them. This deterrent effect had a great impact on them. It was like a cultivator facing a domineering aura released by others. They would feel oppressed, uncomfortable, and frightened. This feeling was, of course, very uncomfortable. Many of the undead that had been charging forward quickly stopped at this moment. What kind of treasure is this? The Emperor of the Dead looked at Lin Feng's Book of the Dead with a shocked expression. He personally took action and quickly flew towards Lin Feng's Book of the Dead. Moreover, the 7 quasi-surpassing realm undead and 52 Sage Realm undead also attacked with the Emperor of the Dead. However, the rest of the undead were intimidated and didn't follow along. This situation was exactly what Lin Feng wanted to see. If the rest of the undead attacked together, it would be too disadvantageous for Lin Feng's group. After all, the strength of the undead was tyrannical, and their combined attack would be incomparably terrifying. Now that the undead attacked, it was too difficult for the Emperor of the Dead, the 7 quasi-surpassing realm undead, and the 52 Sage Realm undead to deal with Lin Feng's group. After all, Lin Feng's battle strength was even higher than the Emperor of the Dead. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was, Lin Feng possessed the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead's suppression on these undead creatures was too severe. These undead creatures definitely couldn't resist the suppression of the Book of the Dead. Lin Feng led everyone to fight against the undead led by the Emperor of the Undead. Just as Lin Feng had guessed, this battle was advantageous for Lin Feng's side. The Book of the Undead greatly suppressed the undead, and Lin Feng's side was greatly strengthened. As a result, Lin Feng's advantage became more and more obvious. After defeating several saint-level undead spirits, the Book of the Undead unleashed its divine might and directly devoured them. After devouring several saint-level undead spirits, the Book of the Undead unleashed its divine might. The power of the Book of the Undead had increased by quite a bit. Next, it would be much easier to deal with the rest of the undead. One after another, the undead were devoured. As the undead were continuously devoured, the power of the Book of the Dead increased. The remaining undead found it more difficult to resist. It didn't take long for the 52 saint-level undead to be completely devoured. The Book of the Undead began to devour the quasi-surpassing undead. Not long after, those quasi-surpassing undead were also devoured. The Emperor of the Undead wanted to escape, but he was locked down and couldn't. He could only face the attacks of Lin Feng and the others head-on. However, it wasn't easy to face the attacks of Lin Feng and the others head-on. After all the quasi-surpassing undead were devoured, Lin Feng began to deal with the Emperor of the Undead with all his strength. The Emperor of the Undead roared again and again, resisting again and again, but it was useless. Soon, the Emperor of the Undead was suppressed. After the Emperor of the Undead was suppressed, it became much easier to devour him. Under Lin Feng's control, the Book of the Undead devoured the Emperor of the Undead. Magic treasure name, Book of the Undead. Effect, can devour powerful undead to cultivate. Number of undead, 13 quasi-surpassing undead. Number of undead at the Saint Realm, 122. After sensing the information of the Book of the Undead, Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. The harvest of this trip to the undead planet was simply too great. It was truly exciting. It was a pity that such a place was rare. If he could find a few more places like this, wouldn't he be able to form an incomparably powerful army of cultivators? When the rest of the undead saw that the Emperor of the Undead had been devoured by the Book of the Undead, they didn't dare to stay any longer. They turned around and flew away. Lin Feng didn't stop them. After all, his main target was the Saint Realm and quasi-surpassing undead. The rest of the undead were useless to Lin Feng. The main reason was that the Book of the Undead's requirements were too high. It wouldn't devour undead below the Saint Realm. The Undead Valley immediately became quiet. Lin Feng put away the Book of the Undead, and the group headed towards the depths of the Undead Valley. Tang Xianxia said, "When I first entered the Undead Valley, I searched every nook and cranny of the valley, but I didn't find anything. However, there is one place that I didn't check out. I wonder if that place has the rumored undead scripture?" "Which place?" Lin Feng asked. "The Emperor of the Undead's cultivation ground," Tang Xianxia said. The Emperor of the Undead's cultivation ground was located in a cave. Lin Feng and the rest arrived at the cave. The cave was very large, and the decorations were very simple. There was nothing special about it. However, Lin Feng saw some murals on one of the walls. The murals were very strange. They were densely packed, and they seemed to depict the undead, dead, and living creatures of the underworld. Some murals seemed to be praying. Some murals seemed to be offering sacrifices. Some murals seemed to be driving away the undead. And so on and so forth. There were all kinds of murals. Did these murals have some profound meaning? Lin Feng thought. Perhaps, did they really have some profound meaning? The rest also looked at the murals, and the more they looked, the more shocked they became. Lin Feng said, "You guys can also feel that these murals are extraordinary, right?" The rest nodded. Although they didn't know what was so special about these murals, they did give off a unique feeling. Perhaps, could they sense something special from these murals? Lin Feng said, "Let's see if we can comprehend something special." Everyone nodded again. Then, they each found a place to sit cross-legged. He was trying to see if he could comprehend the special content from the murals. For example, the undead scripture. Lin Feng's divine will enter the world of the murals, and it was as if he had entered the netherworld. He saw too many things. He saw too many things. He really wanted to comprehend the necromancy scripture. However, he could not comprehend the necromancy scripture. Lin Feng felt somewhat regretful. When Lin Feng woke up, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. The others had not woken up yet, and he did not know if they would gain anything. Over the next 2 days, the others woke up one after another. Lin Feng did not ask them about the details. The group quickly left. "Where do you plan to go?" Tang Xianxia asked. Lin Feng replied, we're going to the dark world. From the looks of it, you must be going to the dark world to do something important, right? Tang Xianxia asked. Heh, Fairy Tang, you're asking so many questions. Are you planning to marry our young master? Poison Ancestor said with a smile. Yes, but I don't know if your young master will accept me. Tang Xianxia was naturally not afraid of this level of teasing, and she spoke charmingly. Lin Feng could not figure out Tang Xianxia's background, so he did not intend to tell her why they were going to the dark world. Lin Feng said, Fairy Tang, don't joke around. I'm very happy to have met you, but we still have things to do, so we can only part ways here. Tang Xianxia said, take care, young master. Oh? Is there something else? Lin Feng asked. Tang Xianxia said, it's like this, the dark world is filled with cultivators from the lost races of the epic. If you go there rashly, it will be very dangerous. I'm more familiar with the dark world, so I can help you lead the way. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. Tang Xianxia was too enthusiastic. He could not help but suspect her motives. Could it be because he was too handsome? Was that why Tang Xianxia was so enthusiastic about him? Lin Feng did not think that Tang Xianxia was such a superficial person. She clearly had her own motives. But what exactly was her motive, Lin Feng didn't know yet. At that moment, Tang Xianxia said, I know that I might have been a bit rude. Sir, you must be suspecting that I have other motives, but I can tell you that I do have my own motives. Lin Feng said, you're very honest. Tell me about it. Tang Xianxia replied, I was originally from the dark world. Lin Feng was stunned. This was something that he had never thought of before. Tang Xianxia continued, my mother's family used to be the world lord's family of the dark great world. Later, the dark evil god race and some other lost races attacked the dark great world. After that, all the powers that are related to the sector lord's family will suffer. Only a small number of people jumped out. After so many years, nobody dares to think about revenge anymore. After all, we don't have many strong cultivators on our side, and our bloodline is mediocre. Of course, we can't take revenge. But there's something we must obtain. It's called the Dark Death. It's a treasure passed down from my mother's family, but I don't have the ability to take it. That's why I hope to follow you to the dark great world. Lin Feng didn't ask what the Dark Death was, but after hearing Tang Xianxia's words, he felt that he could bring her along. After all, she was far more familiar with the dark great world than he was. With her leading the way, things would go much smoother. If not, then, they might run into a lot of trouble. Lin Feng asked, where's the thing you're talking about? It's in the #1 main city of the dark great world, Dark Devil City. The dark evil god race is currently stationed there, along with some other lost races. Tang Xianxia said. Alright. Lin Feng nodded and said, come with us. Tang Xianxia looked delighted. Lin Feng and the others left Death Planet and arrived in the outer realm. They boarded the ancient ship Xianyuan. When she saw such a huge fleet, Tang Xianxia was very surprised. You're not thinking of attacking the dark great world, are you? Tang Xianxia asked. That's right. I'm planning to do that. Lin Feng nodded. If they wanted to save someone from the dark evil god race, an intense battle would break out. Many people would be involved. A large-scale battle was unavoidable. They could take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out the dark evil god race. It could be considered as upholding justice on behalf of the heavens. Tang Xianxia hurriedly shook her head and said, no, we can't attack the dark great world. Why can't we go? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Tang Xianxia said, the dark evil god race built a temple called the Dark Demonic Temple. There are 10 terrifying existences enshrined there. A temple? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He said, the existences enshrined there should be living beings who have already passed away, right? Do you think a temple like this can stop my army? Tang Xianxia said, of course, that temple can't stop your army, Lin Gongzi, but that temple isn't just mysterious. Why do you say that? Lin Feng asked. Tang Xianxia said, that temple doesn't enshrine the ancestors of the dark evil god race. It enshrines demons from the demon abyss. Demons from the demon abyss? Lin Feng frowned. Lin Feng had heard of the demon abyss countless times. He had even confronted some demons from the demon abyss from a distance. He had also seen some demons from the demon abyss. However, Lin Feng didn't know where the demon abyss was. Lin Feng only knew that it was incomparably mysterious. Perhaps, apart from the wasteland, the celestial world, the Shenhuang world, the netherworld, and a few other worlds, the demon abyss was also a plane that was on par with these high-level worlds. But obviously, for some unknown reason, the demon abyss wasn't connected to the other worlds. The creatures of the demon abyss couldn't enter the other worlds as they wished. As for the other worlds, they didn't know how to enter the demon abyss. Tang Xianxia said, "Rumor has it that the demon abyss has existed for more than a single epoch. It's somewhat similar to the wasteland world. The demon abyss is incomparably powerful, and the demons inside are incomparably evil. Although it's very difficult for the creatures of the demon abyss to descend to the other worlds, but that's not absolute. Because of various reasons, there are still some powerful fiends who occasionally come to the universe," said Lin Feng. Rumor has it that the dark evil god race is a descendant of a demon, and the temple that the dark evil god race built can communicate with the demon abyss. It can even open a passage to the demon abyss and release many powerful demons. Those demons are too terrifying. If they really attack the dark world, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. Unless they destroy the temple and prevent the dark evil god race from communicating with the demon abyss, they won't be able to release those demons. Only then will they be able to attack the dark world. Author's note, 5th update. Seeking a genuine subscription. Tang Xianxia continued, "We should first infiltrate the dark world and investigate the situation there. We should see if there's a chance to destroy the dark evil god tribe's temple." "Alright." Lin Feng nodded. This was indeed the best method for now. "Let's wait until we reach the dark world," Lin Feng said. "Alright." Tang Xianxia replied. When the fleet approached the dark world, they started to conceal themselves. This way, they could hide from the dark world's eyes. After all, who knew if there were people from the dark world in the starry sky outside the dark world? If there were people from the dark world, they would definitely be prepared for the arrival of such a huge fleet. This was naturally very disadvantageous for Lin Feng. After the fleet arrived in the starry sky outside the dark world, they stopped on a star that was orbiting the dark world. This star was a desolate star. Although it was very large, it was filled with the aura of death. There wasn't even any vegetation. Therefore, almost no one would come to such a star. Lin Feng's fleet was hidden here, so they weren't afraid of being discovered. Lin Feng brought Duzu, the evil sovereign saint, the cursed doll, the broken god, and Tang Xianxia to the dark world to investigate the situation. As for the others, they stayed on the ancient ship. Before entering the dark world, Lin Feng used the Great Fate technique to change everyone's life aura. Lin Feng changed everyone's life aura into the life aura of the otherworldly creatures. The Lost Epic clan had a special relationship with the otherworldly creatures. Although they weren't necessarily close to the otherworldly creatures, they wouldn't casually offend them because they were very afraid of the otherworldly creatures' strength. In the region ruled by the Lost Epic clan, the status of the other races was very low. Only the otherworldly creatures had a higher status. After transforming into a few foreign domain living beings, Lin Feng and the rest landed in a place called Devil Sky City. This place was very lively, with people coming and going. Actually, walking on the streets, one could see that the number of lost epics was relatively small. More than 95% of the people here were cultivators from other races. This was a very normal situation. Due to various reasons, the lost races of the epic era did have a comparatively smaller population when compared to the other races. Of course, this was only in comparison. In an ancient city, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people. The lost races of the epic made up about 5% of the population. Actually, the number was quite considerable. It was just that compared to other races, the number was a bit less. However, compared to some of the more powerful races, such as the Undying clan and the Sovereign Emperor clan, the number of people was definitely superior. Lin Feng and the others planned to gather some information here, so they found a place to stay. The next day, when he went to eat, he heard many people talking about the Dark City and the Lord of Darkness. He was a terrifying existence that controlled the darkness in the previous era. The Lord of Darkness was one of the strongest experts in the previous era. In that case, what kind of person was the Lord of Darkness in this era? Lin Feng felt that the Lord of Darkness should be equivalent to Hong Meng, Hong Jun, Daoist Luya, ancestor Hun Kuan. His status was even higher than Pengu, Nuwa, Three Pure Ones and so on in this era. Thus, it could be seen. The identity of the Lord of Darkness was extraordinary. The Dark City was a supreme treasure that could help cultivators resolve the 5 decay of heaven and man. It was equivalent to an ancient weapon treasure. Lin Feng was not sure if this legend was true for the time being. He would only know after he found the Dark City. If it was true, that would be even better. He could send his family, lover, friends, and so on into the city. If it was fake, although he was a little disappointed, the Dark City was an ancient weapon treasure after all. Moreover, it was an ancient weapon treasure that specialized in suppression. This kind of treasure could play an extremely important role in many situations. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, it was extremely important to obtain the Dark City. In order to obtain the Dark City, one needed to gather 3 black metal pieces. Now, the black metal piece that belonged to Bai Ying had appeared in Lin Feng's hands. The other black metal piece was in the hands of the Dark Evil God tribe, but the location of the 3rd black metal piece was unknown for the time being. When the 3 black metal pieces appear, the Dark City will reappear in the world. In the depths of the dark forest in the extreme north, black fog covers the sky and the sun. One can vaguely see a huge ancient city looming in the black fog. I don't know if it's the legendary Dark City. If one can obtain the 3 black metal pieces, they will become the master of the Dark City. But what if the 3 black metal pieces fall into the hands of 3 different forces? If different forces each have the 3 black metal pieces, a duel will be held to determine who the Dark City will belong to. A duel? What does that mean? I read it in a Taoist scripture. I don't know if it's true or not, but the scripture says that if a duel is held, each force has to send a few people to fight in an arena. I don't know the details, but at the end of the duel, the force that wins the most will be the master of the Dark City. There's such a thing? If that's true, does it mean that the force with the most strong cultivators will be the master of the Dark City? That should be the case. The Dark Evil God tribe has a black metal piece. I heard that the Dark Evil God tribe had a sacrificial ceremony some time ago to communicate with the abyss of demons. They paid a great price to bring some terrifying demons to the dark world. Maybe they want to obtain the Dark City. I've heard about that too. I think the other 2 black metal pieces will appear soon. After listening to those cultivators, Lin Feng frowned slightly. If what the cultivator had said was true, wouldn't his side be at a great disadvantage? Lin Feng knew that if a duel was really held, the strongest cultivators of the top of the cultivation world would be sent by the strongest cultivators of the top of the cultivation world. On his side, there was only one strong cultivator of the top of the cultivation world. Didn't that mean his side was doomed to be defeated? Didn't that mean he had no fate with the Dark City? End of chapter. Since this matter had spread like wildfire, it should be true. Lin Feng had a few quasi-transcendents on his side, but these quasi-transcendents had yet to reach the peak of the quasi-transcendence realm. If they were to participate in the battle, they would be at a disadvantage. It was unrealistic for Lin Feng to find some powerful quasi-transcendents to participate in the battle. This was troublesome, really troublesome. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. It would be great if the Red World Fairy, Senior Savage, Senior Duguya, and the others were here. If they were here, they would be able to participate in the battle, but most importantly, they were not here. If we really need to fight to decide who will become the master of Darkness City, you can participate. The Emperor of Undead can participate, and I can participate. Then, we can ask the Yin Emperor if he can participate as well. In addition, your Stone Golem clone can participate as well. This way, we will have enough people on our side. If we don't have enough people, we can send someone else to replace us. It's not like we don't have a chance. Can you do it? Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll and asked. It wasn't that Lin Feng didn't believe in the cursed doll. The present cursed doll was naturally very powerful. However, no matter how powerful it was, there was still a certain distance before it could break through to the quasi-transcendence realm. Although the cursed doll could fight against many quasi-transcendence realm cultivators through various curse techniques, it was still not enough. However, Lin Feng didn't believe that the cursed doll could fight against a quasi-transcendence realm expert. The cursed doll chuckled and said, "Of course. I have something here that can increase my strength quickly." Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng then communicated with the Yin Emperor through his divine sense. Lin Feng said, "Yin Emperor, if we fight for Darkness City, will you participate?" The Yin Emperor sneered and said, "You haven't given me the hell reincarnation sand you promised, and you want me to participate? Save it. We'll talk about it after we get the sand." After saying that, the Yin Emperor stopped communicating with Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. If the Yin Emperor didn't want to participate, they would have one less quasi-transcendental realm expert. The current situation was very troublesome. However, for now, they could only take one step at a time. After the meal, Lin Feng and the others left the restaurant. They found a trading company to gather information, and they found a lot of useful information. There was information about the Darkness Evil God tribe, the lost races of other epics, and Darkness City. Apart from that, Lin Feng also received some astonishing news. Some of the Dark King's descendants were still alive. After hearing about the Dark City, they had also come to the Dark World. Lin Feng was astonished. If the descendant of the Lord of Darkness came here, would he be able to obtain the City of Darkness? This was also something that was extremely possible. However, thinking of some of the legends of the Dark City, perhaps this possibility would not come true. After all, if the Dark Citadel was really left for his descendants, why would there be 3 pieces of black metal? An existence like the Lord of Darkness would naturally leave behind an extremely complicated backup plan. Lin Feng was thinking about this. After leaving the Demon Sky City, Lin Feng and the others headed to the #1 main city in the Great Dark World. They flew to the Darkness Evil God tribe's headquarters, Darkness Demon City. Half a month later, they arrived at Darkness Demon City. In the deepest part of the Dark Devil City, black chi blotted out the sun, shrouding the firmament. The area was emitting a terrifying aura. That was where the Darkness Evil God tribe was stationed. There were about 100,000 people in the Darkness Evil God tribe. Excluding the old, weak, sick, and those with average cultivation talent, there were only about 40,000 to 50,000 of them. However, there were many experts among them. Don't underestimate the manpower. The threat of 40,000 to 50,000 of them was even greater than the threat of millions of people from other races. This was the terrifying part of the lost races. Of course, in addition to the Dark Evil God tribe, there were other lost epics living outside the Dark Evil God tribe. There were about 20 to 30 lost epics in total. The lost races from other eras were all vassals of the Darkness Evil God tribe. Compared to the Darkness Evil God tribe, the lost races from other eras were much weaker. However, that was only relative. Actually, to be honest, Li Yunmu was a little disappointed. The experts from the lost races from other eras, compared to other races, they were still very powerful. If the lost races from other eras were added together, they could probably form an army of more than 200,000 cultivators. Including the cultivators from the Darkness Evil God tribe, it wouldn't be a problem to form an army of 300,000 cultivators. A cultivator army of 300,000 cultivators. It was almost equivalent to the threat of 7 to 8 million cultivators from other races. This time, Lin Feng brought along 5 million cultivators and 5 million spacetime bugs. It wouldn't be a problem for these people to deal with the lost races from other eras. However, if a large number of Abyss demons appeared, it would be troublesome. They had to deal with the threat of the Abyss demons. Lin Feng and the others stood on top of the tallest building in the Dark Demon City. This building, it was 1,300 meters tall. It could overlook the entire Dark Demon City. Lin Feng saw a huge demonic pagoda in the depths of the black fog. That place. It was the place where the Darkness Evil God tribe suppressed the cultivators. Bai Ying's master was probably in that place. And in another place, there was a huge temple. That temple was built magnificently. Those who didn't know would think that they had entered the palace. That huge temple was a temple to worship the Abyss demons. The area around the temple was heavily guarded. It was too difficult to destroy that temple. Rumor has it that the 10 demon god statues in the temple are connected to the 10 underground dragon veins. The darkness evil god tribe communicated with the underground dragon veins, forming a special connection with the demon god statues and opening the passage to the abyss of demons. They should have borrowed the power of the dragon veins. The dragon veins, the demon god statues, and the abyss of demons have formed a very special connection between the three. Actually, there is no need to destroy the entire temple. As long as the demon god statues and dragon veins are destroyed, they should be able to stop the darkness evil god tribe from opening the passage to the abyss of demons. Tang Xianxia said. Hearing Tang Xianxia's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Tang Xianxia's words were actually very reasonable. End of chapter. Lin Feng said, there are a few powerful abyssal demons guarding the temple now. It's not the time to attack. We need to wait for a while. Once those abyssal demons leave, we can think of a way to destroy the dragon vein and the statues. In Lin Feng's opinion, destroying the statues in the temple was secondary. The main thing was to destroy the dragon vein. After the statues were destroyed, they could be rebuilt. Of course, he could imagine that the statues were not simple. The materials might not be easy to find, but if they searched carefully, they should be able to find them. However, if the dragon vein was destroyed, it would not be easy to repair it. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that the dragon vein was not an ordinary dragon vein. It was very likely that it was some extremely special dragon vein. Those special dragon veins were even more difficult to find. However, as for the specific situation, Lin Feng and the others would only know when they arrived at the temple and the dragon vein. It was too early to talk about it now. In the following days, Lin Feng and the others began to wait. During this period of time, the legend of the Dark Lord had spread like wildfire in the Dark City. Countless cultivators were paying attention to this matter, including the cultivators from the lost races of the epic. On this day, it was rumored that the descendant of the Dark Lord had appeared. The descendant of the Dark Lord was also part of the epic lost races. Originally, many people thought that this news was not true. However, they were now certain that the descendant of the Dark Lord had appeared. The Darkness Evil God clan and the other epic lost races had sent out quite a number of cultivators to search for the Dark Lord's descendant. They wanted to find the Dark Lord's descendant. It did not take long before they received news that the cultivators from the Darkness Evil God clan and the other epic lost races had found the Dark Lord's descendant. Then, a war broke out between the two sides. Although the Dark Evil God tribe had many cultivators, they were still unable to capture the descendant of the Dark Lord. However, it was said that the descendant of the Dark Lord had been injured. Now, the cultivators of the Dark Evil God tribe were searching everywhere for the descendant of the Dark Lord. Lin Feng also paid attention to this matter. However, he did not put too much effort into this matter. His main focus was on destroying the statues and dragon vein in the temple. On this day, Tang Xianxian was playing the zither on the grass outside the courtyard where Lin Feng and the others lived. Although Tang Xianxian looked like a vixen most of the time, she was quite good at seducing people. However, Tang Xianxian came from a powerful family. He was multi-talented. He was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Lin Feng and the others sat cross-legged on the side, listening to the zither. Sunshine, grass, beautiful women, music, these were all fused together. It was poetic and picturesque. Perhaps this was the life that countless people yearned for. Even for Lin Feng. It was rare to see such a lifestyle. It was rare to be able to relax like that. At this moment, when the sound of the zither fell, Lin Feng and the others opened their eyes. That kind of serene and ethereal concept made people have a feeling of floating in the air. It was hard to imagine. A vixen like Tang Xianxian was actually able to play such a beautiful zither sound. Her attainments in zither skills were comparable to Lu Huaxian. I never would have thought that your zither skills would be so superb. I'm impressed. Lin Feng said with a smile. Tang Xianxian smiled and said, this servant has many other skills, but young master doesn't know about them. For example, this servant is very good at playing the flute. Do you want to find a chance to spar? Tang Xianxian said as she licked her red lips. That look was extremely charming. Lin Feng muttered in his heart, spar with a flute? Spar in a place with no one around? What do you mean by licking your lips? And this gaze, was he being teased by a woman? At this time, the black-clothed youth who was leaning against a big tree turned around and left. After hearing the commotion behind him, Lin Feng turned around and looked behind him. After seeing the black-clothed youth, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He actually didn't notice this person before. This person was really not simple. Lin Feng and the others were living a rather comfortable life. When they had nothing to do, they would go out for a stroll, try some delicious food, and inquire about some information. It could be considered a kind of reward for themselves. They couldn't cultivate non-stop every day, right? Their bodies wouldn't be able to take it. They had to strike a balance between work and rest. In fact, Lin Feng and the others had been waiting for the experts of the Abyss Demon and the Darkness Evil God tribe to leave. As long as they left, Lin Feng and the others were about to take action, but those fellows still hadn't left. Lin Feng and the others could only continue to wait. Usually, when they went to a restaurant to eat, they would mostly eat in the main hall. Because in a place like a restaurant, there were people from all walks of life. All kinds of information could be spread. After all, the culture of drinking was still relatively popular. But what was this culture of drinking? To put it bluntly, it was actually talking about all kinds of things at the table and bragging about all kinds of things. In the past few days, the news of the Darkness Lord's descendant had even suppressed the news of Darkness City. Many people were talking about the Darkness Lord's descendant. Some said that the Darkness Lord's descendant had a black metal piece. Therefore, the Darkness Evil God tribe wanted to kill this person and snatch his black metal piece. Some also said that the Darkness Lord's descendant had 2 black metal pieces. Of course, there was also news that said that the Darkness Lord's descendant didn't have the black metal piece. The reason why the Darkness Evil God tribe wanted to kill the Darkness Lord's descendant was because they felt that the Darkness Lord must have an extremely heaven-defying inheritance. After killing the Darkness Lord's descendant, those inheritances would eventually belong to them. All kinds of news spread like wildfire. Countless people were also discussing it. But he didn't know which news was true and which was false. Lin Feng didn't know either. At this moment, a guest came to the next table. This was a cultivator who looked to be in his 20s. Of course, his actual age was definitely more than that. He was dressed in black. He looked a little familiar. Was it the person who had listened to Tang Xianxia play the zither? When Lin Feng looked at this person earlier, he had already turned around, so he didn't know what he looked like. Judging from his expression and build, it was indeed a person. Tang Xianxia said, "It's that person from that day." Tang Xianxia confirmed this person's identity. Lin Feng nodded. He looked at the cultivator and said, "Brother, this is the second time we've met. Are you interested in sitting at the same table with us?" The black-clothed youth looked at Lin Feng and revealed a thoughtful expression. After a while, he nodded and got up to go to Lin Feng's table. Duzu gave him a seat, and he sat next to Lin Feng. I'm Lin Feng. How should I address you?" Lin Feng asked. "Zui Yiming." The black-robed youth introduced himself. "Brother, are you also a cultivator from outside?" Lin Feng asked. "That's right. It seems like Brother Lin is also a cultivator from outside?" Zui Yiming said. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng then introduced Zui Yiming to Duzu, the heretic sovereign sage, the cursed doll, the broken god, and Tang Xianxian. Lin Feng didn't ask Zui Yiming why he was here. Zui Yiming also didn't ask Lin Feng why he was here. Everyone was casually chatting about some things, but they were chatting quite happily. After the meal, they returned to their residence. Zui Yiming invited Lin Feng and the others to have tea. Lin Feng and the others happily agreed and then went to Zui Yiming's residence. Zui Yiming took out a tea set. It was obvious that he was a very particular person and had a deep understanding of the way of tea. He was familiar with every step of the way of tea. The same tea leaves from Zui Yiming's hands would naturally taste different. Lin Feng tasted the tea. The fragrance entered his nose. It tasted really good. And after drinking it, the aftertaste was endless. Lin Feng even felt that the tea leaves could help cultivators comprehend the Tao. It was a very strong feeling. Lin Feng was very surprised. Brothers, was tea leaves aren't simple. They look like the tea leaves from the Enlightenment ancient tea tree. Lin Feng said. Sui Yiming smiled and said, the Enlightenment ancient tea tree is an undying immortal tree. The tea leaves it produces are really rare. My tea leaves can't compare. My tea leaves are called Tao-seeking ancient tea. It's a tea tree planted by my ancestors. It was originally withered, but unexpectedly, a few years ago, it regained its vitality and produced new tea leaves. The dead tree came back to life. In addition, it could help people comprehend the Tao. This Tao-seeking ancient tea tree was obviously very extraordinary. Lin Feng said, the true meaning of life is truly mysterious. The cycle of life and death is truly unfathomable. Indeed. Many times, I can't help but sigh at the wonders of the reincarnation cycle of life. Many times, it's amazing. After drinking tea, Lin Feng and the others chatted with Sui Yiming for a while before leaving. After returning, Tang Xianxia said, this Sui Yiming is not a simple person. Lin Feng nodded and said, he's indeed not simple, but we don't need to find out who he is. We just need to establish good karma. Everyone nodded. About 3 days later, a huge piece of news spread to the Dark Devil City. It was said that the ancient city that was suspected to be the City of Darkness had truly appeared. This news caused a huge uproar. The experts from the Dark Evil God tribe and other forces no longer searched for the descendants of the Dark Lord. Instead, they hurried to the Dark City. They wanted to confirm whether the City of Darkness was the real City of Darkness. There were also many cultivators who went to that place to watch the show. Many of them wanted to reap some benefits. The experts from the top forces ate the meat while they drank the soup. In fact, they were already satisfied. Many people had this mentality. On this day, Sui Yiming bade farewell to Lin Feng and the others. After sending Sui Yiming and the others off, Lin Feng and the others also prepared to move. That night, Lin Feng and the others headed towards the Dark Evil God tribe's base in the depths. There were 3 places in the Dark Evil God tribe's base that were heavily guarded. The first place was the demonic tower that suppressed many cultivators. That place was garrisoned with an army. Not even a fly could fly in. The second place was around the temple built by the Dark Evil God tribe. The guards were also extremely strict. In the eyes of the Dark Evil God tribe, the temple was an incomparably sacred place. Although the temple was protected by powerful restrictions, the Dark Evil God tribe still sent a large number of experts to guard the temple outside. It could be seen how much importance the Dark Evil God tribe attached to the temple. The third place was where the treasury of the Dark Evil God tribe was located. The items in the treasury were incomparably precious. Naturally, they had to guard the treasury well. Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Dark Evil God tribe's base. The Dark Evil God tribe's base was surrounded by powerful restrictions. In addition, there were many cultivators patrolling. Even at night, the patrolling cultivators came and went. Wanting to break through the restrictions of the Darkness Evil God tribe silently was something that was almost impossible to accomplish. Even Lin Feng couldn't do it, let alone other cultivators. Although Lin Feng couldn't do it, it didn't mean that Lin Feng didn't have a way. Lin Feng had the treasure, the stone scripture. Although Lin Feng couldn't quietly bring everyone through the restrictions and enter, if Lin Feng activated the stone scripture. After the power of the stone scripture was released, it shouldn't be a problem to bring everyone through silently. Hence, Lin Feng activated the stone scripture. When the stone scripture was activated by Lin Feng, a ray of divine light shot out from within the stone scripture. That ray of divine light surged into the restrictions. Let's go, Lin Feng said. Then, Lin Feng and the others quickly passed through the restrictive spells. After entering the interior of the Dark Evil God tribe's base, there were actually universal mirrors floating above many of the Dark Evil God tribe's palaces. Universal light surged out of those universal mirrors. They kept sweeping around. After seeing those universal mirrors, Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This place. Wasn't the security too tight? Who would dare to barge into such a place? Under such tight security, there were actually so many universal mirrors. They were really cautious. Lin Feng had never seen a tribe as cautious as the Dark Evil God tribe. Of course, From the perspective of an enemy, Lin Feng naturally hoped that the dark evil god tribe wouldn't be so cautious. This was beneficial to Lin Feng. But from the perspective of the dark evil god tribe, there was nothing wrong with being careful. The universal mirrors were mainly used to detect cultivators from other factions. They mainly judged from their auras. Lin Feng used the Great Destiny technique to change everyone's aura to that of the dark evil god tribe's cultivators. This way, even if they were scanned by the universal mirrors, Lin Feng and the others' auras were exactly the same as those of the dark evil god tribe's cultivators. Therefore, there shouldn't be any abnormalities in the universal mirrors. Lin Feng and the others continued heading deeper. Along the way, they were indeed scanned by the light from the universal mirrors. However, there were no abnormalities in the universal mirrors. It seemed that they had indeed succeeded in deceiving everyone. In the end, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the outer area of the Divine Temple. A large number of Dark Evil God Tribes cultivators were stationed outside the Divine Temple. These Dark Evil God Tribes cultivators were patrolling the area. In addition, there were also powerful restrictions. It was too difficult to deceive so many Dark Evil God Tribes cultivators and break through the restrictions to enter. However, Lin Feng thought of a way. Perhaps they could give it a try. End of chapter. Lin Feng's idea was to use the stone scripture to cooperate with Bibi and then pass through the restrictions outside the temple. There was no need to mention Bibi's attainments in the Tao of space. For a short period of time, she could make everyone in a state of near invisibility. In this state, their aura and energy fluctuations would not be emitted. Sensing a cultivator who was hiding in the void was mainly to sense the cultivator's aura and energy fluctuations. Through these two factors, they could detect if someone was hiding in the void. However, Bibi could hide the cultivator's aura and energy fluctuations very well. This was her racial talent. Even though Lin Feng's attainments in the Tao of space were very high, he still couldn't do this. However, it wasn't a problem for Bebe to do this. Lin Feng and Bibi communicated for a while. Bibi quickly flew out of the time and space. After Bibi flew out, the little guy waved his claws. The seven-colored immortal light enveloped Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others instantly hid their figures completely. Then, under the lead of Bibi, Lin Feng and the others came to the main entrance. It had to be said that with Bibi around, they could do whatever they wanted. There were many guards at the main entrance, but no one could discover them. Of course. There was also a powerful restriction at the main entrance. If one had some special tokens, they could open the restriction. However, Lin Feng and the others didn't have a token, but Lin Feng had the stone scripture. Lin Feng activated the stone scripture. Then, the stone scripture displayed its power. With the help of the stone scripture's power, they quickly entered the temple. Although the outside was heavily guarded, the inside of the temple was very quiet. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter the temple. The temple would only be opened at certain important times. Perhaps only some people with extremely noble statuses had the qualifications to enter the divine temple during normal times. Lin Feng and the others entered the temple. They saw that in the main hall of the temple, 10 abyssal demons were enshrined. These 10 abyssal demons looked different. In reality, abyssal demon was a more general term. Just like how the shifter race was divided into many different races. It was the same for the abyssal demons. They were divided into many different races, such as great demons, little demons, and so on. Different races naturally had different levels of strength. However, it was clear that the abyssal demons that could be enshrined in this place. It should be an extremely powerful existence among the abyssal demons. These abyssals withstood a tremendous amount of Joss flame power. All of them were incomparably ugly and ferocious. It gave people a feeling of fear and trepidation. Should we destroy these statues now? Tang Xianxia looked at Lin Feng and asked. No. He needed to wait. Let's go down and sever the dragon veins foundation. Lin Feng said. The others nodded. They didn't stop and immediately used the shuttling technique to quickly dive down. Beneath the temple, powerful fluctuations were being emitted. Dragon chi permeated the air and even blended into the soil. Some of the soil and stones had transformed into special dragon chi stones because they had absorbed too much dragon chi. Those stones were rare forging materials that could be used to forge powerful magic treasures. Lin Feng and the others didn't collect those stones. The most important thing now was to sever the dragon vein, not collect these random things. 2 hours later, Lin Feng and the others finally arrived at the dragon vein's location. 10 huge dragon veins converged from all directions. From afar, one could see that these dragon veins were actually huge dragons lying on the ground. Dragon veins transforming into dragons, Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was quite rare for dragon veins to transform into dragons, but if such a situation occurred, they had to pay more attention. This was because dragon veins weren't just dragon veins anymore. It was no wonder that the dragon veins here could help the abyssal demon statues open a passage to the abyss of demons. A situation like the dragon vein transforming into a dragon was indeed very shocking. Lin Feng had originally planned to cut off these dragon veins, but now Lin Feng had changed his mind. This was because dragon veins that had transformed into dragons were too rare, and this kind of dragon vein could naturally condense the luck between heaven and earth. Would he be able to move these 10 dragon veins into his own time and space? If he could move them into his time and space, at that time, time and space would undergo a huge change. It could even change the internal laws of time and space. If the internal laws of time and space were to change because of these dragon veins, then the time transformation of time and space would definitely change as well. This kind of change was a positive change. In other words, originally, Lin Feng's time and space had a time conversion ratio of 1 to 10. When the laws of time and space were changed, it might become a time conversion ratio of 1 to 20. As for what kind of change would happen, it was still uncertain. It would have to wait until Lin Feng stored the 10 special dragon veins into his time and space. Lin Feng said, "It's a pity to destroy these dragon veins, I'll collect them." As the sound of his voice faded, Lin Feng waved his hand. Powerful mana continuously surged out, directly enveloping the first dragon vein. Then, Lin Feng tried to move the first dragon vein into the time and space. Roar. But at this time, a dragon's roar rang out. That dragon vein actually raised its head. The dragon vein revealed its mouth, nose, eyes, and so on. A pair of eyes coldly looked at Lin Feng. Then, a huge dragon claw reached out and slapped towards Lin Feng. Good fellow, not only did this dragon vein transform into a dragon, it also gave birth to a spirit. Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. Facing the attack of the dragon vein, Lin Feng used the 8 divine seals. The 8 spirit sealing seals was truly powerful. It directly sealed this dragon vein. Then, this dragon vein was forcefully moved into the time and space by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face revealed a look of joy. Next, Lin Feng tried to collect the second dragon vein, but at this time, a dense group of dark evil god tribe cultivators flew over from afar. We've been discovered. Seeing the dark evil god tribe cultivators and the abyss demons, Lin Feng frowned slightly. What surprised him was that there were dozens of abyss demons here. It seemed that there were more than a few abyss demons that came out of the abyss demons. In addition to the top few abyss demons, there were also some relatively powerful abyss demons, but these abyss demons did not go to the dark city. You guys actually dare to destroy the dragon vein here, you deserve to die. The leader of the dark evil god tribe cultivators shouted angrily, his eyes flashing with dense killing intent. End of chapter. There were many people and they were powerful. However, Lin Feng's side was not a pushover either. Although Lin Feng's side did not have many people, Lin Feng had the Book of the Undead. As long as he summoned the undead from the Book of the Undead, Lin Feng's battle strength would immediately skyrocket. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that even if the Book of the Undead was summoned, there was still a huge gap in the number of people. It was not that Lin Feng's side did not have enough people. The number of people who were about to surpass the realm and the Sage Realm cultivators was more than 100. But what about the number of people on the other side, densely packed? Lin Feng did not know how many people there were. Damn it, could it be that all the dark evil god tribe cultivators that were stationed outside were moved here? You guys block the attacks of these guys, I will collect the dragon veins. Lin Feng said. The others quickly nodded. After all, Lin Feng's side was quite strong. Although it was impossible to defeat so many dark evil god tribe cultivators, it was not a problem to block them for a while. All kinds of attacks bombarded over. It was as if they could destroy the heavens and the earth. That kind of power was really shocking. It made one's hair stand on end and turn pale with fright. 13 undead that were about to surpass the realm, 125 sage realm undead, Duzu, evil sovereign saint, cursed doll, broken god, and Tang Xianxia all surrounded Lin Feng. Then, they blocked the attacks of the army. Lin Feng went all out to collect these dragon veins. Boom! Boom! All sorts of spells bombarded Lin Feng's group. Lin Feng's group was having a hard time blocking the attacks. However, even so, there was still a feeling of being on the verge of collapse. It was obvious that they would not be able to hold on for long. Who asked the other side to have so many people? Perhaps the number of top experts on the other side could not compare to Lin Feng's side. But in a large-scale battle, it was not only about the number of top cultivators. This was just like, you can easily break a chopstick, but if dozens of chopsticks are put together, can you still break it? Of course not. The other side were in such a situation. They had too many people. There was strength in numbers. To deal with them, naturally, it was incomparably difficult. Now, the situation for Lin Feng and the others was not looking good. Fortunately, Lin Feng's actions were quite smooth, and Lin Feng captured the massive dragon veins. Damn it, hurry up and seal these dragon veins. The cultivator from the darkness evil god race roared furiously. Kill them. We must tear them to shreds. The abyssal demons couldn't help but roar in anger. However, no one could stop Lin Feng from collecting those dragon veins. It was mainly because these people did not want to destroy these dragon veins because these dragon veins were simply too important. If they destroyed these dragon veins, then Lin Feng would not be able to collect them. At that time, these dragon veins would be completely destroyed. But it was precisely because these people were afraid of harming the innocent that these dragon veins were gradually collected by Lin Feng. In the end, all 10 dragon veins were collected by Lin Feng. Kill them all. Don't let a single one of them escape. Especially that brat who collected the dragon veins. He must die. The higher-ups of the darkness evil god race and the abyssal demons were completely enraged. Their gazes were as gloomy as water. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would probably have been cut into pieces by these people. Now that Lin Feng's side had succeeded, the next thing to do was to hurry up and escape. But obviously, being surrounded by so many people, it was not an easy task to escape. Boom. Boom, even more terrifying attacks came, and the situation was getting worse and worse. Everyone could not hold on any longer. Damn, we won't die here, right? Duzu immediately shouted gloomily. Don't worry, we won't die. Lin Feng said. Lin Feng asked Bibi to see if Bibi could bring everyone out. The feedback he received was not too good. Because there were too many people, this place was basically completely sealed off, so it was very difficult for Bibi to bring everyone out. Lin Feng said, then let's try together. We can try. Bibi said. And so, Lin Feng and Bibi worked together. After Bibi flew out of the space-time continuum, she released a rainbow-colored immortal light that enveloped everyone. Lin Feng released the power of space to envelop everyone. The rainbow-colored immortal light and the power of space were both abnormally strong. Then, the two of them worked together to teleport everyone into the parallel space. They wanted to travel through the parallel space and leave this place. But, endless attacks came rapidly, and that parallel space was about to shatter. Once it did, Lin Feng and the others would be forced into the real world. At that time, the situation would be even more troublesome and dangerous. It was at this critical juncture that Yi Zichen was about to die. Suddenly, an endless amount of black energy surged out. That black energy was very special. That black energy obliterated part of the enemy's attacks. When part of the enemy's attacks were obliterated, the remaining attacks were no longer enough to destroy the parallel space. The situation on Lin Feng's side immediately changed. Everything seemed to be in their favor. Bibi and Lin Feng worked together and brought everyone away through the void. Damn it, who is helping these people? An angry roar sounded. The faces of the Dark Evil God tribe and the Abyss demons were extremely gloomy. Chase. They led a large number of cultivators and flew out, wanting to catch up to Lin Feng and the others. Even though they knew that the chances of catching up to Lin Feng and the others were not high. But, they still had to try. They could not give up. At this moment, Lin Feng and the others had already arrived in the outside world. They appeared outside the temple. Now that there were many experts stationed in the temple, it was extremely unrealistic to want to destroy those god statues. However, Lin Feng and the others did not seem to need to destroy those god statues now. Because the most important thing was not the god statues, but the 10 dragon veins. Now that the 10 dragon veins had been taken by Lin Feng, the Dark Evil God tribe could forget about opening the passage to the Abyss of Demons. As long as they could not open the passage to the Abyss of Demons, their destruction was only a matter of time. Lin Feng and the others took advantage of the night to quickly fly out. However, the commotion below had alarmed the cultivators above, so the cultivators in the Dark Evil God tribe's territory had been alarmed. When they left, Lin Feng and the others were discovered by the cultivators of the Dark Evil God tribe. However, these cultivators who tried to stop Lin Feng and the others from leaving were unable to stop Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others successfully left the Dark Evil God tribe's territory. They quickly left the Dark Demon City and came to the Outer Realm world. They met up with the army of the Outer Realm world. After some slight adjustments, the army stationed in the Outer Realm world boarded the ancient starship and quickly charged toward the Dark World. End of chapter. The invisibility runes of the fleet were activated. Therefore, the fleet was now in a state of invisibility. This state of invisibility could ensure that the fleet reached the Dark Devil City quietly. Then, they would deal a devastating blow to the remnant races of the epoch led by the Dark Evil God tribe. The Dark Evil God tribe was actually in a state of chaos now because the 10 special dragon veins were snatched away. This matter had a great impact on the Dark Evil God tribe. The Dark Evil God tribe even sent out many people to inquire about Lin Feng and the others. However, they didn't have any clues. However, many people didn't know about the changes in the Dark Devil City. Everyone's attention was on the rumored Dark Devil City. Countless cultivators wanted to obtain some opportunities from the Dark Devil City. However, it wasn't an easy task. Recently, more and more news came out of the Dark Devil City. It was said that although the Dark Devil City appeared, the door had always been closed due to the power of the laws. Cultivators had no way to enter the Dark Devil City. This made many people's hopes dashed. After all, many people wanted to go there to seek some opportunities. Some people felt that the Dark Devil City wasn't open because the people with the black metal plates hadn't all arrived yet. As of now, only the Darkness Evil God race that controlled the black metal plates had arrived at the City of Darkness. Many people believed that the other 2 powers would also arrive very soon. This was only a matter of time. They were all patiently waiting for the arrival of the other 2 powers. At this moment, Lin Feng had already led the fleet to the Dark Devil City. The Dark Devil City was shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. At the beginning, many people didn't notice it. However, recently, they could feel that this solemn atmosphere was getting more and more obvious. It wasn't that there wasn't any news. In fact, there were some news that came out. Some people were privately discussing what had happened previously. Many people were puzzled. Who was so audacious that they even dared to snatch the 10 dragon veins under the Dark Evil God tribe's divine temple? Did they want to fight to the death with the Dark Evil God tribe? Or perhaps, they simply took a fancy to the 10 special dragon veins. Many people felt that the possibility of the second possibility was higher. The person who took action probably knew how extraordinary the 10 dragon veins were. Therefore, after snatching the dragon veins, they fled without a trace. This was also the reason why those people seemed to have evaporated from the world. Just as many people were talking about this matter. Boom, boom, boom. Earth-shaking explosions rang out. The incomparably huge Dark Devil City was alarmed. Countless people rushed out and saw over 100 gigantic ancient spaceships appearing in the depths of the Dark Devil City unknowingly. Those ancient ships launched a sudden attack on the Darkness Evil God race and the lost races of the epoch who were under the Darkness Evil God race. Due to the sudden appearance of these ancient starships, no one has recovered from their shock. Countless people had already died under the attack of the spirit stone cannons. The power of those spirit stone cannons was extremely terrifying. Anyone who suffered the terrifying power of so many spirit stone cannons without any defense would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. Furthermore, the attacks were relentless. Oh my heavens! Someone is actually attacking the dark evil god race's territory. That's something that only happens once in a million years. Who is the owner of the fleet? You actually dare to attack the darkness evil god race and the other lost races? Aren't you a little too bold? Isn't that so? How audacious! Countless people exclaimed in surprise. They couldn't believe it. At that moment, someone said, previously, 10 of the darkness evil god race's dragon veins were dug out. Everyone knows that the 10 dragon veins of the darkness evil god race aren't simple. They're a very special kind of dragon vein. It's said that those dragon veins are related to the opening of the passage to the abyss of demons. Those dragon veins weren't dug out earlier or later, but before the darkness evil god race was attacked, the 10 dragon veins were dug out. Now that I think about it, it's very strange. The way I see it, the person who dug out the dragon veins and the cultivators who attacked the darkness evil god race are in cahoots. That cultivator's analysis caused quite a stir. Many people couldn't help but nod when they heard his analysis. They felt that the cultivator's analysis was very reasonable. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. In the depths of the city, over 100 ancient starships were still firing a dense number of spirit stone cannons. Those spirit stone cannons were specially refined by Lin Feng's alchemists. They were dozens of times more powerful than the spirit stone cannons on the market. After seeing the power of those spirit stone cannons, even Lin Feng couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. After dozens of waves of spirit stone cannons were fired, the darkness evil god race's territory and the surrounding territories of the lost epics were turned into ruins. Countless people were killed by the explosion, and many of those who were not killed were injured by the explosion. There were too few people who were unharmed. Kill. Next, the 5 million cultivators and the 5 million spacetime insectoids army quickly charged towards the darkness evil god race and the lost epics territory. The darkness evil god race and the lost epics were originally very strong, but now that they were suddenly attacked and suffered heavy losses, how could they still have the courage to fight against Lin Feng's army and the 5 million spacetime insectoids army? Seeing the dense army and the spacetime insectoids army, the darkness evil god race and the other lost epics fled in panic. Although they didn't know who the intruders were, these lost epics had too many enemies. Therefore, there was no need to ask who the intruders were. Fleeing for their lives was the most important thing. However, escaping was not an easy task. Many cultivators from the epic lost race were killed in the process of fleeing. As for the family members of these lost epics, they were also killed. There was no need to show mercy when dealing with these lost epics. In the end, only a very small number of people managed to escape. At most, only about 10% of them survived. Not even 10%. The remaining 90% of the darkness evil god race and the other lost epics were all killed. Countless people looked towards the depths of the city. Everyone was shocked. The darkness evil god race and the dozens of lost epics that relied on the darkness evil god race were annihilated just like that. It was too unbelievable and shocking. End of chapter. Clean up the battlefield and search for the treasuries of these lost races. Lin Feng gave the order. These lost races were no small matter. They had treasuries of their race. No one knew how many precious treasures there were. If they could get their hands on them, it would be a great harvest. Moreover, they might even be able to get their hands on some special items. After all, these lost races might have some treasures that didn't exist in this era. Those were the things that Lin Feng valued the most. If they could get their hands on them, they would definitely benefit greatly. Yes. Duzu and the others replied. Then, Duzu and the others led the army to clean up the battlefield and search for their treasuries. Lin Feng looked at Tang Xianxia and said, "Now that the dark evil god tribe has been expelled, you can go and search for the item you need." Tang Xianxia nodded and flew in a certain direction. Lin Feng and Buying flew towards the devil pagoda that imprisoned many cultivators. The cultivators of the Dark Evil God tribe had either been killed or escaped. Naturally, no one went to deal with the cultivators imprisoned in the Devil Pagoda. Lin Feng, Bai Ying, and the others entered the Devil Pagoda. They saw that the interior of the Devil Pagoda was divided into many cages. Some cages held cultivators while others were empty. The Devil Pagoda had a total of 36 floors. The cultivators imprisoned in the Devil Pagoda naturally saw the battle outside. Now that the Dark Evil God tribe had been defeated, the cultivators imprisoned in the Devil Pagoda immediately saw hope for survival. Everyone became excited. When they saw Lin Feng, many of them shouted loudly, "Young master, we are all victims of the Dark Evil God tribe. Please let us out." Lin Feng glanced at the cultivators behind him and said, "Let these people go." "Yes, master." The cultivators behind him replied. Then, many of the cultivators imprisoned in the pagoda were released. Some chose to leave directly, while some chose not to. The world was vast. Where could they find shelter? They also needed to find a good home. Lin Feng was young, but he was a godlike figure. His future was limitless. Therefore, some of the people who were imprisoned here wondered if they could rely on Lin Feng. Of course, they also knew that it was not the right time to ask about this matter. Thus, they waited outside. Lin Feng and Bai Ying walked up. "Master." On the 5th floor of the tower, Bai Ying saw a beautiful woman imprisoned here and couldn't help but shout excitedly. The beautiful woman looked to be around 35 or 36 years old. Her actual age was still unknown. She had a voluptuous figure, fair skin, and a beautiful face. What a beautiful woman. After seeing Bai Ying's master, Lin Feng couldn't help but secretly praise her. In fact, Lin Feng had seen all kinds of beauties over the years. Lin Feng also had many women, so Lin Feng was immune to ordinary women. Very few women could make Lin Feng feel amazed, but Bai Ying's master made Lin Feng feel that way. Her figure, face, and temperament were all outstanding. She was a rare beauty. Ying. After seeing Bai Ying, the beautiful woman was very surprised. She didn't think that she would see Bai Ying here, at a time like this. "Sister Bai, are you here to save us?" There were a few other cultivators imprisoned here. When they saw Bai Ying, they were all pleasantly surprised. "Yes, I'm here to save everyone," Bai Ying said. Lin Feng waved his hand. Someone quickly opened the cages and released the prisoners. Bai Ying had 7 other people with her. Including her master, there were 8 people in total. Those 7 people should be Bai Ying's senior martial brothers and junior martial sisters. 4 men and 3 women. The 4 men were quite handsome, but they looked very miserable. Among the 3 women, one of them looked ordinary. 2 of them were extremely beautiful. One of them was wearing a red dress. She was a slightly voluptuous woman. Her figure, coupled with her delicate face, was quite suitable for men. The other woman was wearing a purple dress and had a cold look on her face. "Master, Uncle Master, and the others, have they already?" At this point, Bai Ying was already in tears. Bai Ying had almost died in the starry sky world. If her master hadn't taken her in, she would have become a skeleton already. Her masters and fellow disciples of the same generation treated her very well. Therefore, she had a very deep relationship with them. "They have already," said her master. In the end, she didn't finish her sentence. Just like Bai Ying, her face was covered in tears. Women were more emotional creatures, and they had more tears. Bai Ying's fellow disciples also looked sad. Bai Ying's master was more or less experienced. She quickly adjusted her emotions. Then, she looked at Bai Ying and said, "Ying, why don't you introduce this young master to me?" Bai Ying's fellow disciples also looked at Lin Feng curiously. They could naturally tell that Lin Feng was the leader of the army that had destroyed the Dark Evil God tribe. He was so young, but he had such a powerful army of cultivators under his command. Who was this young master? Bai Ying's voluptuous and charming female senior was obviously more interested in Lin Feng. Her limpid eyes kept looking at Lin Feng, trying to guess the relationship between Bai Ying and Lin Feng. Bai Ying said, "This is Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi." "He is my," Bai Ying blushed. She was a woman, so there were some things that she was embarrassed to say. However, even if she didn't say it out loud, everyone understood what she meant. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up. She naturally hoped that Bai Ying would have a good home. She had always treated Bai Ying like a daughter, even though she didn't have a daughter and had never had a man. However, she had a very deep relationship with Bai Ying. Bai Ying's fellow disciples were also happy. Bai Ying's man was so strong, he wouldn't treat them badly, right? The woman in purple had always looked cold. The ordinary woman had a good relationship with Bai Ying, so she was happy for Bai Ying. The voluptuous, charming woman in red had a complicated expression. Her relationship with Bai Ying wasn't bad, but they had always been compared. Naturally, she wanted to be better. Therefore, when she saw that Bai Ying had such a close relationship with someone as extraordinary as Lin Feng, she couldn't help but feel jealous. End of chapter. I'm happy to see that Ying has found such a good home, said the beautiful woman. Ying nodded. Lin Feng had heard Bai Ying mention her master before. Her full name was Xianxia. Her name was a good match for her. Lin Feng said, I've heard Ying mention Senior Su many times. Thank you for taking care of Ying all these years. Am I that old? Asked Xianxia. How about I call you Big Sister Su from now on? Said Lin Feng. Xianxia blushed when she heard Lin Feng. Calling her Big Sister Su sounded a bit ambiguous. She was her disciple's partner, so calling her Big Sister Su was inappropriate. At that moment, Bai Ying said, that's a good name. Senior Su doesn't suit my master. She's a peerless beauty, and she's still young. You little girl, you dare to tease your master? Xianxia pinched Bai Ying's waist. It was obvious that the relationship between master and disciple was very good. Bai Ying introduced Lin Feng to the other disciples. The 4 disciples were all Bai Ying's disciples. They were called Zhang Wei, Xia Yuan, Lu He, and Sun Qing. The ordinary-looking female disciple was also Xianxia's disciple. She had joined the sect before Bai Ying, and she was called Mu Shaowan. The cold-looking female disciple was called Hua Qingwei. As for the voluptuous female disciple, she was called Su Wanning. They were the disciples of Bai Ying's other master, but that master hadn't come out with them this time. After getting to know each other, Lin Feng said, don't stay here. Let's go back to the ancient ship and rest. Ying, take everyone to rest. Okay. Bai Ying nodded and looked at Xianxia. Master, let's go and rest. Xianxia nodded, and the group followed Bai Ying to rest. Lin Feng told his subordinates to release all the cultivators who had been imprisoned. After the cultivators were released, some of them left while others stayed behind. There were about 50 or 60 people who stayed behind. 3 of them were Transcendental Realm cultivators. The rest were Sage Realm cultivators. This was an extremely powerful fighting force. It wasn't easy to recruit so many experts. However, Lin Feng had let them out this time. They also felt that following Lin Feng might have a good future, so they stayed behind. They knew that Lin Feng was the leader of the fleet. Lin Feng arrived in front of them and said, nice to meet you all. First, let me introduce myself. My surname is Lin, my name is Feng. I am the leader of the immortal world, the dragon world, the 9 provinces great world, the banished great world, and a few other great worlds. If you follow me, as long as you're loyal and devoted, I won't mistreat you. If it was true, then wouldn't his identity be too extraordinary? The exiled world wasn't a big deal. The key was that the undying world, dragon world, and 9 provinces were too different. The undying world was ranked first among the 3,000 great worlds. It was a transcendental realm. The dragon world was ranked 10th among the 3,000 great worlds. It was the nest of the dragon race. Because of the dragon race, the dragon world was also very strong. The 9 provinces world was the origin of all the worlds. These 3 great worlds were too extraordinary. The waters were too deep. It was hard to imagine how one could control any one of them, let alone 3 great worlds. However, these people felt that Lin Feng wouldn't lie to them. There was no need for that. Since it was true, it meant that this young master in front of him was an extraordinary person. I'm willing to submit to you, young master. At this time, a transcendental realm cultivator expressed his opinion. I'm willing to submit as well. I'm willing to submit as well. The others also expressed their opinions. Everyone chose to submit to him. "Young master, I found something good. Let's go take a look." Duzu quickly flew over and said. Lin Feng asked some people to take care of the cultivators, then he followed the poison ancestor to the treasury. The place where they found the good stuff wasn't the treasury of the dark evil god race, but a treasury left behind by a lost race from another epoch. Lin Feng arrived at the treasury. In the depths of the treasury, Lin Feng saw the good thing Duzu mentioned. A gem. It was actually a special gem. The gem was surrounded by a terrifying power of time. If a cultivator dared to approach that area, their lifespan would be instantly devoured. Time gem. After seeing the gem, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. Of the 5 great gems on the Armageddon glove, Lin Feng had obtained a spatial gem. Lin Feng hadn't obtained the time gem, fate gem, life and death gem, and strength gem. Lin Feng naturally hoped to obtain the other 4 gems. Only by obtaining those gems could the true power of the Armageddon glove be displayed. For example, if Lin Feng obtained the time gem, he could embed the time gem into the Armageddon glove. Activating the time gem on the Armageddon glove would release a large amount of power of time against the enemy. He could even condense a time magnetic field. As everyone knew, the power of time was one of the most mysterious and unpredictable powers in the world. Once the power of time was used against the enemy, or if the power of time was used to condense a time magnetic field, Lin Feng would be able to deprive the cultivators of their lifespan. Once the cultivators lost their lifespan, death would be the only outcome. Of course, depriving the cultivators of their lifespan wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that after Lin Feng deprived someone of their lifespan, Lin Feng could use the time gem to convert a portion of that lifespan into his own. Who would dislike having a long lifespan after converting it into their own lifespan? Moreover, the time gem solved one of Lin Feng's worries. Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art could increase his fighting strength by 33 times, but once he used it, his lifespan would be depleted and he would only have less than 10 years left. But if he had the time gem, then after his lifespan was depleted, could he use the time gem's special ability to make up for the lost lifespan? Lin Feng felt that this was a feasible method. Therefore, the time gem was very important to Lin Feng. I didn't expect to see the time gem here. The heavens are really helping me, Lin Feng said with a smile. He walked step by step towards the time gem. When Lin Feng approached the time gem, the interior of the time gem suddenly vibrated and a terrifying power enveloped Lin Feng. It was the power of time released by the time gem. The power of time seemed to want to destroy Lin Feng's body. However, when the power of time enveloped him, Lin Feng activated the world-terminating glove. The world-terminating glove released a terrifying devouring power. When the power of time enveloped him, it was all devoured by the devouring power surging from the world-terminating glove. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng's face immediately lit up. It seemed that the world-terminating glove could successfully resolve the threat of the time gem. When the power of time could no longer affect Lin Feng increased his speed. Soon, Lin Feng arrived in front of the time gem. Lin Feng reached out to grab the time gem. When Lin Feng grabbed it, the time gem seemed to have its own consciousness. It actually vibrated and released a terrifying wave. He could feel the powerful wave of vibration from the time gem. Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. The time gem was really strange. However, Lin Feng did not care too much about the time gem's resistance. Lin Feng stretched out his big hand. His palm was surrounded by a powerful magical power. Lin Feng's palm pressed down on the time gem. Facing Lin Feng's palm, a terrifying power surged out from the time gem. That terrifying power ruthlessly attacked Lin Feng. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng and the power surging out from the time gem fiercely collided. When the two sides collided, the void trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. However, Lin Feng's skill was a level higher. After dispelling the power of the time gem, he grabbed the time gem. The time gem began to struggle, as if it wanted to break free from Lin Feng's grasp. Lin Feng used the 8 god sealing seals. Endless runes flew out and imprinted themselves on the time gem. Then, something shocking happened. The time gem was imprisoned by Lin Feng's 8 god sealing seals. TSK, the 8 god sealing seals are really powerful. It seems that there is nothing that the 8 god sealing seals can't imprison. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. Then, he placed the time gem into the groove where the time gem was embedded. When Lin Feng placed the time gem into the groove, an extremely special energy immediately dissipated from the groove. This special energy was able to help the time gem and the groove completely fuse together. Once the fusion was complete, the time gem and the world-terminating gloves could no longer be separated. Lin Feng could control the strength of the time stone. Lin Feng withdrew the world-terminating gloves. Then, he looked at Du Zhu and asked, "Have you found the treasuries of the various races?" Du Zhu replied, "We found most of them, but there are still 7 or 8 that we haven't found. However, we're doing our best to find them." "Yes." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Find them as soon as possible." "All right." Du Zhu replied. 4 hours later. Du Zhu returned to the ancient spaceship Xianyuan. When he saw Lin Feng, he said, "Young master, we've found all the treasuries. We've also collected everything inside." Du Zhu then took out a storage ring and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng probed the storage ring with his divine sense and found that there were dozens of other storage rings inside. He scanned them with his divine sense and found that they were filled with all sorts of resources. For example, there were immortal stones for cultivation, medicinal pills, natural treasures, and so on. There were all sorts of things. Lin Feng took out a large number of immortal stones and medicinal pills and handed them to Du Zhu. He said, "Send someone to reward these things." "Hee, those people down there will definitely be overjoyed." Du Zhu grinned. After cleaning up the battlefield, the fleet quickly flew in the direction of the Dark Citadel. They had no idea what the situation was like there. Lin Feng went to visit Bai Ying's master and a few of his fellow disciples. If he showed them some concern, they would feel that Bai Ying still held a high place in his heart. That would make Bai Ying feel more respected. At night, Lin Feng hosted a banquet for them. Being able to escape danger this time was like being reborn, so they were very excited and drank a lot of wine. Even Bai Ying's master, Xianxia, drank a lot. Everyone toasted Lin Feng, and Lin Feng did not refuse. Thus, Lin Feng was the one who drank the most, but it was rare to get drunk in life. It was quite a pleasant thing to be able to get drunk. Fortunately, Lin Feng was still a little sober when he saw the group of drunk people. Lin Feng asked people to send everyone back to their rooms. After returning to his room, Lin Feng fell asleep on the bed. He did not know how much time had passed, but Lin Feng suddenly smelled a fragrance and thought it was Bai Ying. When he woke up the next day, he still felt dizzy and looked at the person who was wrapped around him like an octopus. Lin Feng was stunned. It was not Bai Ying. It was Su Wanning. Lin Feng was dumbstruck. What had happened the night before? Could it be that when he came back yesterday, he went to the wrong room? Thinking about it carefully, it was possible. Then something happened that should not have happened. Lin Feng looked around the room. That was not right. This was his room. At this moment, Su Wanning slowly woke up. Ah! When Su Wanning woke up, she was shocked. Then, there was an expression of grief and indignation, as if she was crying. Lin Feng laughed bitterly. There was no way to explain everything now. Lin Feng opened his mouth. "Get out." Su Wanning gritted her teeth and said. "This seems to be my room." Lin Feng said. "Huh?" Su Wanning exclaimed again. She carefully looked around the room and realized that it really was not her room. Su Wanning's pretty face alternated between red and white. "Yesterday, I asked the servants to send everyone back to their rooms." Lin Feng tried to explain, but he realized that he had taken advantage of her. What else could he explain? Su Wanning said with a pale face, "Once I get drunk, it's easy for me to sleepwalk. Is it because I was drunk last night that I went to the wrong room? Damn, that works too?" After hearing Su Wanning's words, Lin Feng was speechless. Su Wanning's problem was too strange, wasn't it? Since something like this had happened, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't shirk his responsibility. That wasn't something a man should do. He would admit what he had to admit. He would take responsibility for what he had to do. This was Lin Feng's style. Lin Feng looked at the pitiful Su Wanning and said, "Wanning, I will take responsibility for what happened yesterday." "Really?" Su Wanning looked pitiful. She then said, "But, what happened yesterday wasn't your fault." "It was all my fault. No matter what the reason was, it's not important now," Lin Feng said. Su Wanning looked at Lin Feng and said weakly, "Will young master belittle Wanning now?" Women. It was easy to overthink. They were always suspicious. Lin Feng said, "Of course not. Don't let your imagination run wild." Su Wanning lowered her head and said shyly, "Actually, when Wanning first saw young master, I felt that young master was someone worth trusting." Lin Feng, Su Wanning continued, "Actually, Wanning is a little worried about junior sister Yingying. I don't know how to face her." Actually, only Su Wanning herself knew whether what she was thinking was the same as what she was saying. Heh. Women. Lin Feng said, "I will find a chance to talk to Yingying about this." "Okay." Su Wanning nodded with a red face. "It's still early. How about you rest a little longer?" Lin Feng asked. "Okay," Su Wanning said with a red face. Then, a man and woman. They hugged each other. "I feel that my cultivation has improved. Could it be that when we were doing it yesterday, young master used a dual cultivation technique? So I also benefited from it?" Su Wanning said. "Lin Feng, I was pure and flawless before," Su Wanning continued. "Not anymore," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. "Young master is so bad." When she saw Bai Ying, Su Wanning didn't feel embarrassed. The others didn't see anything special about it. Lin Feng felt the need to have a good chat with Bai Ying. Even though Bai Ying knew that Lin Feng was a playboy, she didn't care. However, the matter with Su Wanning was obviously a different matter. After all, Su Wanning and Bai Ying were from the same sect. They had just gotten to know each other, and he had already done such a thing with a senior sister of the same sect. Any woman would overthink. Inside the room, Lin Feng looked at Bai Ying and asked, "How was your rest with your master yesterday?" "We were all drunk. We only woke up in the middle of the night and said some secret things," Bai Ying said. "For example?" Lin Feng asked. "It's too private," Bai Ying said. Lin Feng actually didn't want to know what the master and disciple were talking about. He was just looking for a topic to talk about Su Wanning. Lin Feng said, "Something unexpected happened yesterday." "Is it with Su Wanning?" Bai Ying asked. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "You know? Did you guess? A woman's sixth sense?" Bai Ying snorted coldly and said, "I can see it from her eyes." Today, Su Wanning looked at me provocatively. I immediately knew what she meant, said Lin Feng. "I was wrong," said Lin Feng. Bai Ying said, "It was that vixen who threw herself at you. I know her too well. When we were in the sect, although we had a good relationship on the surface, that was only on the surface. Many times, we were compared by many people, so it was inevitable that we would have a competitive heart. When she saw you yesterday, the look in her eyes changed. Heh, I know this woman's thoughts very well. As long as she wants something, there's nothing she can't get. I just didn't expect that she would take the initiative to come to me. Only she could do something like this." Lin Feng rubbed his head, feeling a headache coming on. Everything wasn't a misunderstanding, wasn't it a mistake? Lin Feng actually didn't like women who were scheming, but this matter was quite troublesome. Especially after the double victory, the hat trick, the 4 blessings, and the 5 ascensions, women are often much better at scheming than men, so don't underestimate any woman. Bai Ying looked at Lin Feng and said. It was the first time she had seen Lin Feng smile so helplessly. Bai Ying couldn't help but feel refreshed. Now you know you can't win against women, what else could you say? Women and villains are difficult to deal with. Lin Feng thought about Bai Ying's words and felt that they made a lot of sense. Women were scheming. This was a saying that came from the imperial palace. Those concubines. All kinds of scheming and scheming. It was the so-called palace intrigue. There were countless stories that had been written and told vividly by the storytellers in the tea houses. Lin Feng pulled Bai into his arms and slapped a certain part of her body. Bai felt the pain and looked at Lin Feng with tears in her eyes. Were you lecturing me just now? Are you trying to rebel? Lin Feng said fiercely. Bai showed a frightened expression and said, how would I dare? Lin Feng pinched Bai Ying's snow-white chin and said, no matter how scheming a woman is, she is still a woman. This world is still a patriarchal world, so no matter how scheming, in the face of absolute strength, can withstand a single blow. Humph, Bai Ying snorted and said, then how do you plan to deal with Su Wanning? No matter what happened in between, since it happened, we have to face it. No matter the time, women are always the weak side. Even if they aren't, women always give people the feeling that they are weak, so many people will sympathize with a woman more often. Lin Feng said. Bai Ying said, do you mean, to accept her? Lin Feng shrugged. Bai Ying said, I'll talk to her about this and give her a warning. I'll let her know that even if she becomes Sir's concubine, she'll still be beneath my feet. She'll have to call me big sister when she sees me. Women were always difficult to understand. At the very least, it was difficult for men to understand. However, letting Bai Ying handle this matter was not a bad choice. After all, Su Wanning had indeed played some tricks. It was necessary to let her know that scheming were things that should not be done. Lin Feng said, go talk to her now. Okay. Bai Ying nodded and raised her beautiful face slightly. Lin Feng kissed Bai Ying's red lips. Lin Feng did not know how Bai Ying and Su Wanning's conversation went. Lin Feng did not know what they talked about. When he saw Bai Ying and Su Wanning come out together, they looked as close as sisters. After that, everything returned to normal. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was having a good time. A month later, the fleet finally arrived at the outskirts of the Dark City. From afar, the Dark City was suspended in the void, surrounded by endless darkness. After seeing the Dark City, Lin Feng could not help but be slightly moved. He noticed that the black metal plate was emitting fluctuations. This meant that the ancient city was really the Dark City. Only the Dark City could have a special connection with the black metal plate. It was normal for a large number of cultivators to gather in the outer area of Dark City. After all, Dark City was simply too important. Thus, it was not strange for so many cultivators to be attracted to it. However, although the Dark City had appeared, the cultivators were still unable to enter. Lin Feng asked Du Zhu to find out the whereabouts of the cultivators from the Dark Evil God tribe. If he found them, he would kill them and snatch their black metal plates. This should be a good idea, right? Not long after, Du Zhu returned. Du Zhu said. Those fellows have already entered the Dark City with the black metal plates. Lin Feng said, in that case, only those with the black metal plates can enter the Dark City? Du Zhu nodded and said, yes, that's right. Now, other than the cultivators from the Dark Evil God tribe and the Abyss demons, no one else has entered. It seems that the other group with the black tokens has not appeared yet. At this moment, waves of intense fluctuations came from the depths of the Dark City. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the Dark City and was shocked. An incomparably huge arena slowly rose into the air and floated above the Dark City. On the arena, more than 10 cultivators were standing there. Seeing these cultivators, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. These cultivators were none other than the Dark Evil God tribe and the Abyss demons. They were already waiting for the decisive battle. Should we mobilize our army to attack Darkness City? Du Zhu said. Lin Feng shook his head and said, the Dark Citadel is a supreme treasure on the level of an ancient weapon, and it's not an ordinary ancient weapon either. It definitely has its own spirituality. Let's not talk about whether we can forcefully open the Dark Citadel. Even if we can, we'll suffer heavy losses. Besides, even if you can do it, will the Dark City acknowledge you? Obviously not. Only by following the rules of the Dark City can one obtain the approval of the Dark City. Du Zhu sighed. But we have too few top-notch experts on our side. This was also something that Lin Feng was depressed about. Indeed, they had too few top-notch experts on their side. This caused them to be at a disadvantage when competing with the other two forces. He still didn't know who the third power was. Since you're already here, hurry up and enter the city. Darkness City needs a new master. A voice came from the City of Darkness. It was the god of the dark city. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment, a group of cultivators soared into the sky. After seeing that group of cultivators, Lin Feng was surprised. Lin Feng recognized one of them. It was actually Xianxia. These people should be experts from the wasteland. It seemed that the third black metal piece had fallen into the hands of the wasteland cultivators. There were a total of more than 10 cultivators on their side. Their auras were deep and terrifying. Who are these people? Someone asked, puzzled. They seem to be people from the wasteland. Someone said. Then, the sound of gasps could be heard. That was the wasteland. For countless cultivators, the wasteland was a place full of secrets. That place, it was unimaginably powerful, right? The experts of the wasteland were naturally revered. The cultivators of the wasteland have mastered many magical abilities. Their strength is unfathomable. Although the Dark Evil God tribe has a few abyssal demons on their side, it won't be easy to defeat the experts of the wasteland, a cultivator said. That's right. They are all top-notch existences. It's hard to say what the outcome of the battle will be. I wonder who the cultivators of the third force are. At that moment, another person said. Let's go. Lin Feng said. He led a group of people and flew toward the dark city. Duzu, the evil sovereign sage, the cursed doll, the broken god, the emperor of undead spirits, and the others followed Lin Feng. However, the strength of Lin Feng's side seemed to be a little shabby. Lin Feng was actually quite desperate. He really couldn't find anyone on his side. He lacked top-notch experts. As for the Dark Evil God tribe and the Wasteland cultivators, each of them was a top-notch expert. It really made him want to cry, but no tears came out. Are these people the third force? Seeing Lin Feng and the others fly toward the dark city, the surroundings suddenly burst into an uproar. It should be. Someone said. These people's strength seems to be a little weak. Soon, another cultivator said. The rest of the people carefully sensed it and were instantly stunned. It was true. Lin Feng's group was indeed a little weak. Were these people there to be bystanders? They were simply cannon fodder. Brother Lin, how about I lend you a hand? At that moment, a cultivator flew over. Lin Feng was surprised. It was actually Zui Yiming. He didn't expect him to come here. It's him, the descendant of the Dark Lord. Previously, he was surrounded and killed by the Dark Evil God tribe. After seeing Zui Yiming, many people were shocked. Lin Feng also heard many people's discussions. Previously, he had heard that the descendant of the Dark Lord was surrounded and killed, but he didn't expect that person to be Zui Yiming. Lin Feng said. I couldn't ask for more. The group gathered together, and Lin Feng took out the black metal plate. A divine light shot out from the dark city, enveloping Lin Feng and the others. Then, the divine light teleported Lin Feng and the others into the dark city. When they appeared in the next moment, they had already been teleported to the arena. Because the Dark Evil God tribe cultivators had already entered the dark city, they still didn't know that the Dark Evil God tribe had been destroyed. At that moment, Xianxia looked at the Dark Evil God tribe cultivators and said, There's something you must not know, right? What is it? The Dark Evil God tribe cultivators looked at Xianxia in confusion, not knowing what Xianxia wanted to say. They couldn't help but frown slightly. End of chapter 59:36. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.